bases. And he's going to stop at second. The Giants take the lead. And listen to this crowd.
Dwayne Kuiper on the call. NBC Sports Bay Area. Giants fall to the Cleveland Guardians. Final score 3-2. But it was Devers Day in the Bay. He was introduced a couple hours before that moment right there as Devers goes 2 for 5 at the plate. Joe, as I say good morning to you, Carter, Sam, all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for the week. It is a hump day in the Bay. And hey, what kind of great show for you. Obviously, we're going to react to all that took place yesterday, the presser, the moment, the ovations. But first and foremost, 2 hits, a double, an RBI. Pretty freaking good first impression from one Rafael Devers, right?
I thought it was a banner
You wanted
day.
to get the win, but overall, that was a good moment for him.
No
Great
doubt.
moment.
I thought it was a banner day for the Giants just in general. And, man, I mean, we'll get to the game. The game was...
There was a lot.
I mean, do you send Jung Hoo Lee there? Matt Williams, multiple times in the last week or so, there's been some stuff up in the air. I think he gets thrown out. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so too, but also, and a lot of people are going to go to that play, it was the inning prior for me. You can't get doubled off if you're Casey Schmidt. I feel like that was a moment and situation. He was aggressive. He
went too far.
He went too far. And Stephen Kwan, again, scouting report, if you're not going to send him in the 9th inning because of Kwan's arm, you got to be careful. You got to know the personnel.
I'm not trying to cape up for Casey. You're 100% correct. Simultaneously, I think why he was overly aggressive is because he thought that ball might drop and then he'll get thrown out or forced out at third base because of Kwan's arm.
I understand.
They have unbelievable arms out there.
Tricky play for sure.
Agreed.
But again, you're getting paid the big league bucks, and
look, the Giants were the benefactor in the bottom of I guess it's the top of the 9th when they threw a guy out at home with the Ramos and
Great
a beautiful
play.
throw and a great play by Porter at the plate. So there's just so much. I mean, you bunted with Tyler Fitzgerald in the 4th inning to get guys over to second and third with 1 out, and you're hoping that you can get a job done. And your catcher, Kisner, comes up and he's swinging at the first pitch. And, maybe the scouting report or he's just better at jumping at the first pitch, or scouting report tells him, hey, you want to jump on the first pitch, but you pop up into foul territory, second and third with 1 out. I mean, those are the little things of execution that are the difference when you're playing a pretty buttoned-up team in Cleveland.
Real quick, though. We were all feeling it. We were all on our phones, wherever you're watching TV. You knew Devers was going to get to the plate in the 9th.
I was great.
With an opportunity to either have a walk-off or tie the game. We all wanted it so damn bad, right? And the fact he did get a single. He did get on base. That was the most important part of it all.
Yes.
And again, Emmanuel Clase, I don't think the name cachet is still there. He's not having the season that I think a lot of people expected him to have this season. He does have 15 saves, but he has a 4 ERA. He's not the unstoppable guy that he was for the last couple seasons. But again, I don't think there is that one unstoppable closer in baseball right now. We saw it with Mason Miller. He's been struggling this year. So the fact that they were able to hit around Clase, I was like, oh my God, they could win this game off that closer. It would be incredible, but they came up short. Robbie Ray still has a quality start, 6 innings, 5 hits, 3 earned runs.
I thought it wasn't his best.
Wasn't his best.
And I thought that Cleveland was really good at attacking the away stuff.
Yeah.
The guy who hit the triple, who barely had a batting average coming into
Rodriguez,
the game. Yeah, he waited on the outside breaking ball and drove it to the triples alley. They had a big hit with a runner in scoring position where they drove it over Fitzgerald's head on an outside pitch. I thought they were really sitting on the outside. I
feel like they hit it in that same spot in Triples Alley 3 times.
I know.
So,
and Devers did too.
Yeah, right.
He got a double.
There you go. Well, that's another part of the Devers conversation we'll have. But
Camp Panda already?
A little chunky. That's all right. 888-957-9570. I like my chunky peanut butter.
All right. I had a bigger takeaway from the game. And look, I'm not here to say that the game itself didn't matter. That's not what I'm saying.
Oh, it does. They're on a 3-game losing streak now. So
and you look up at the standings, and you're 3.5 back from the Dodgers, right? So there's a real element. But I have a bigger take today, and I want to know from the people. 888-957-9570. I'll say it one more time slowly. Call in if you went to the game yesterday. If you felt like something changed yesterday, like I did, or if you completely disagree with me and what I'm about to go. I want to hear from you today, Giants fans. 888-957-9570. Here's my big takeaway from yesterday. Giants baseball's back. Giants baseball is back, and there's something different about Giants baseball and its connection to this city. And I'm going to go on a long soliloquy here, so let me lay this out for the people. When the 49ers are good, we know they're juggernauts. There's a buzz on this city when the Niners are good. We know when the Niners are good on Sunday, nothing moves. It's football. It's different, okay? But the team, even when they were playing at Candlestick, it was in one section of the city, all right? When the Warriors are good, there's a fever in the Bay Area. Steph Curry, there's an electricity. There's no doubt about it, all right? But there's something different about that stadium and that team when they are relevant and good. There's a, how do I put this? There's a hum or a glow from downtown San Francisco and the surrounding neighborhoods. Heck, I remember what this area was before that stadium was even built. You wouldn't walk around downtown. Are you seeing the drone shots? Did you get the vibes? People coming off of Caltrain yesterday to come see Willard Dibs. People hopping off of streetcars, hopping off of Muni. It felt like something from 10 years ago. It felt like something pre-COVID. It felt like something pre-fentanyl crisis. It felt like something pre-work from home. I saw a bunch of people that I know and love dying to just be a part of something special at the yard. I saw Barry Bonds yesterday. I saw the Luminaries. I saw Larry Bear. I saw the entire team of the Giants show up to a press conference for a guy who got traded in his prime to the San Francisco Giants, not with a year or two left on his contract, with 7-8 years left. Yesterday was a seminal changing point for this team in this region, in this market, for this community. And there's just something different about that stadium on a day-to-day basis and the glow and the vibe that you feel just walking around the city, rocking your Giants gear. It's different than the other sports. What that stadium meant to this region in this neighborhood, I don't even know if we'd be in this studio here. I mean, the whole Soma area, Mission Bay, does not exist without that team, that stadium in that area. And so when they get a guy like Devers and you bring the big guns out, you bring Barry Bonds out, and that is a packed house for a Tuesday night game against the Cleveland Guardians. And anyone and everyone, even if you're not at the game and you're not hopping off a BART or the Muni buses or the streetcars or the Caltrain, you felt like you were missing something big if you didn't tune in on your couch yesterday. There's something about this team. There's something about this city. When it's going good with the Giants, there's a connection to the community that's just on a day-to-day basis different than the other teams. I'm not saying it's more than or greater than. It's just different. And I felt it yesterday for the first time in what felt like a decade. Joe, I didn't feel this feeling since the Salesforce Tower went up, 2017. I haven't felt like this about the Giants. I think it's been a long walk through the desert. We've been waiting for an oasis. We've been waiting for the connection of love. There's something about baseball day to day at that ballpark in this community for us as baseball fans in Northern California. There's just something different. And I'm not saying that they're bigger than the Niners. I'm not saying that anyone on the team is bigger than Steph Curry. We know. I know where they stand. I'm saying the love is back between Giants fans and the Giants team. And to see the buzz at that stadium, and this is why I want to hear from people. I want to hear from you. If you felt inclined to go to the game yesterday, it felt different. When I saw the mayor, when I saw Daniel Lurie, the mayor, in the dugout taking photos with Rafael Devers, I could feel it was different. Now, look, they were wearing City Connect jerseys, and that's a whole nother conversation. I mean, could just put the real uniforms on, for crying out loud. Put the real black and orange on. But there's just something about this team, Joe. I'm telling you. I get the sense when this team is good and those drone shots are coming and the sun is slowly coming down, and you heard Buster talking about it with Krug and Kipe. The batter's eye, it's really sunny. It was a picturesque San Francisco afternoon in the summer when we never get that. We never get that. It is a changing of the tide. It felt as old school yesterday, San Francisco, as Tadich Grill or the old Clam House or Original Joe's pre-renovation. It was a throwback day for Giants fans to fall back in love with their team. And when you see Barry Bonds as Devers is hitting balls into dead center field, into the Kale Garden, into the 415 section, with the Hunter Pence area, all right? You could feel it was different. Did you feel the buzz in the 8th inning? Did you feel the buzz in the 9th inning? Now, I know they lost the game. I'm not here to give out Capri Suns and orange slices. I'm telling you, the Giants are back. The city is slowly creeping back from the fentanyl fold. We're slowly coming back. And a day like yesterday made me realize there's still magic in the air. And there's just something special. Y'all can call me some San Francisco homer. Hell yeah, I am. I'm proud of where I'm from. All right? And I love this team again. And I hope you do too. And it felt like yesterday was a turning page for this team, for this organization, for this region. And I just feel like there's a different whiff in the air. And no, it's not urine. No, it's not someone sleeping on the floor.
Oh.
There's a different whiff. And I'm talking about that. You know what? It ain't no Bammer. All right? Something magical was yesterday. And I felt it. And I feel like the connection between this community and this team is now back. Am I wrong? Did you feel it?
I felt that. Look at that. How many minutes do we have? Someone have a timer on that?
That was good. That was a 6-minute soliloquy there.
6-minute soliloquy from Shasky. I love that. And yes, you are a Giants homer, and yes, you are a San Francisco homer, and that's why we love you. You're from San Francisco. You tell everyone all the time. We know. That's good. And you are so tapped in on all your sports teams, but there is something different about the Giants as it pertains to you personally, too. You have that connection with you, your family, your brother, your dad, all of it. And that was passed down to you from your father. And you talked about that last week and how important it is. And the fact that they did do that trade happened on Father's Day of all days, right? After everything you went through and you've talked about, it's got to feel good seeing all that pomp and circumstance yesterday. The city looking vibrant. God, I was on my scooter yesterday just going around the city.
It felt different.
Well, no, it felt warm.
Yeah, well, that too.
It was nice out. That doesn't happen at June 17th of all days, right? It's usually the June gloom. It's cold. It's foggy and all that. And obviously when the sun goes down, it's going to be chilly. But for him to have that moment, a couple moments yesterday, an RBI double, he had a single there late in the game. You thought maybe they could steal that one against one of the top closers in the game. It just felt like a vibe. And Sam was talking about that because Sam Lubin, our producer extraordinaire here and obviously host of Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys and the Orange and Black Weekend Wrap, he was asking some great questions at the presser yesterday, and we'll get into all of that. You know, he just talked about the vibes from the presser alone, from the media, the players, the organization, the interpreters, the Carlos Ramirez's. Everyone was feeling good yesterday, and it was a vibe. Hell, just Rafael Devers, you just saw the smile on his face from ear to ear. Barry Bonds being in the front row of that presser was one of the most genius moves you could have had.
You know who's punching air right now?
Who?
David Ortiz, who said, I tried to reach out to him. David, you were a great player.
The Hall of Famer.
You obviously did something very similar to what Barry did in your career.
Shout the
That's
Mitchell
fine. You
Report.
were a great player, and you're in the Hall of Fame. It's kind of a joke that you're in and Barry's not. But there's levels to real Hall of Famers.
Right.
All right? Barry's unanimous first ballot, or should have been. And you're a Hall of Famer. I'm not saying you're not, but you're nowhere near the overall player that Barry Bonds was. And to see that guy, Rafael Devers, say, just to look at him, I felt great.
I couldn't
believe that.
There's a handful of guys, like, and how old is Rafael Devers? 27, 28? Like, there's a handful of guys for guys that age, around my age, that you look at and are still in awe. Like, Bonds is that guy. As you said, Ortiz, nice little player, but Barry Bonds, it's him. It's probably Ichiro that I'm looking at. Who else?
Joe,
right? Like, no, that's like a short list of actual, like, players today that played in my lifetime. Like, A-Rod has that effect on me still. I know he's kind of jumped the shark a little bit with his fame and all of that. A-Rod's still one of those guys. Like, so the fact that they placed Barry Bonds, a San Francisco guy, one of the greatest players, if not the greatest hitter of all time.
Born and raised in this region.
Born and
grew
raised
up a Giants fan.
Exactly. And I loved whoever asked the question. It might have been Chris Alvarez, friend of the station, friend of the program, ABC News. But like, hey, have you picked Barry Bonds' brain yet, Rafi? Are you going to lean on this guy for help? Because that's one of the greatest players to do that. And the fact that Barry was there, and I saw him signing balls. That felt big time, did it not?
Of course it did.
Like, there is something to be said about, Joe Montana not showing up on some of these things, like occasionally for the 49ers,
I'm
right?
still bummed to this day that he didn't show up for the final game of Candlestick.
Like,
and then threw a flag football game months later.
Exactly.
It's like, come on, Joe.
Like, there's like levels to these things. So the fact that Barry was there, that meant a lot to Rafi Devers.
Joe, look, I'm not here to say that, sports, professional sports teams, or, a baseball game is going to take away the sting from what's going on with the drug and homeless crisis that is really happening in San Francisco.
Yes.
I'm not saying to take away, all right? I'm not saying that it's going to, solve the housing crisis or the ridiculous disproportionate cost of living to the wages that we're all making. That's not what I'm saying. But it does take it away for just a little bit, and it makes you feel good and it makes you feel proud about where you're from. And there's a civic pride that's wrapped around this team in this community on a daily basis. And when people are just walking around the area, there is something to be said for the small bars and the businesses and the restaurants buzzing a little. There is something for that. And for this team to just show signs of life and just be kind of good. We don't even need you to be great. Just be kind of good and give me a lineup that I care about. I mean, Joe, yesterday, Jung Hoo Lee, Adames, Devers, Ramos, even Dominic Smith. I'm sitting here going, this lineup feels completely different. When they flipped it over multiple times late in that game, I was like, oh, we got Jung Hoo Lee. And then we got Adames, and you look up, and Adames is on base twice last night, right? And then has a walk, and the 2 hits and a walk. So 3 times. And then Devers comes up to the plate. I feel like I'm watching somebody.
He almost had 3 hits. It was a great play from Ciccone.
It was.
It was that second inning.
Yeah.
He just threw him out at first base. It was a great play from him, or else Adames would have had 3, and that batting average would have jumped even higher. He's at 206 now. He's creeping up, Joe. But he's going to be at 210 before you know it.
Couldn't you feel the weight lifted off of his shoulders?
Absolutely.
He felt completely free. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm looking too deep into this, but it feels like having one guy in that lineup just takes so much pressure off for everybody. And this is what you're thinking as a pitcher. And I'm watching it last night. Oh my God, I got to throw something good to Adames here because I don't want to face Devers with someone on base.
Correct.
And he's a lefty, and we're going to have to hold that guy on. So you're opening up that area between second and first base. Oh my gosh, I better get Devers out here because I got Ramos behind him, and I don't want to have to face him with 2 guys on base.
Speaking of Ramos, my favorite moments of last night had nothing to do with Rafael Devers or Willie Adames or Robbie Ray or anything like that. It was the multiple bat flips from those 2 walks that he had.
Those were great.
Pimping the walk. I love that so much. And shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, it's righteously brewed here in San Francisco. And by the way, Joe, we have a huge guest coming on today at 8:30.
Who's that?
Johnny freaking Damon. Red Sox legend, Yankees legend, Oakland A's legend for a year. Coming on at 8:30, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Want to get his thoughts on Rafael Devers leaving, and also from his perspective, because he did something that was not universally loved. He wasn't traded from the Red Sox, but he did choose the Yankees over the Red Sox once upon a time when it came to leaving in free agency after winning a World Series with the Red Sox. And then what does he do with the Yankees once upon a time? Wins a World Series with them as well. So I want to get his whole thoughts on Devers, the situation there, leaving that fan base, the vitriol, what happened afterwards, all of it. So we'll talk about it with Johnny Damon at 8:30. Plus, on the other side, Joe, we are going to react to some of that post-game presser sound throughout this morning because first impressions are important in life, whether it's an interview for a job, whether it's, going on a first date, or whether it's getting introduced in front of an entire region, a new sports region for you. Did he nail the first impression? Well, we're going to discuss it on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Valvoline. From the ballpark to wine country, summer's better when your car's ready to roll. Valvoline Instant Oil Change gets you in and out in about 15 minutes. No appointment needed. For locations and coupons, visit BayAreaOilChange.com. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. If you were at the game yesterday, I want to hear from the people who were there. 888-957-9570. Spadoni at Shatsky. It's the Morning Roast, baby. We're rolling 95.7 The Game.
Martinez with the infield in. And Ramos is going to catch, and he's going to throw. There's the catch. Here's the throw. And they got him.
What's up, Roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Shasky. Spadoni, you better hit those brakes, buddy.
Oh, we're hitting them, and we're going in. Let's go. Some Wheezy this morning. You little young money. Hey, speaking of money, Rafael Devers has got all that money. And you know what? He's a San Francisco Giant. 2 hits yesterday, Joe. Making his Giants debut in the City Connects.
Oh, man.
These City Connects, I don't think the win-loss record is as good as the last iteration of them.
Just give me 1 minute real quick.
Do you like
when
the
he
purple
came
gloves?
out,
You
when
like
he
the purple
came out
glove?
in the hat, what?
The purple gloves real quick. Did you like those? Like Willie Adames has the purple
Fine.
glove.
Like whatever. But like
Joker.
you're introducing one of your famous players of one of the best trades of all time, and you're throwing on a hat. I know they're like he is wearing the game day gear that they're supposed to wear that night. Put on the real Giants hat. That's I mean, we're gonna look back and kind of like roll our eyes that he was wearing a City Connect hat originally, and then eventually he took off the City Connect hat and put on the regular hat. But like, what are we doing? I mean, you have one of the most iconic brands in terms of uniforms of all time, and we're wearing like a City Connect jersey. It's
Hell yeah.
Imagine if he had done like the jersey putting on ceremony with the City Connect.
Well, I actually would have respected him more if he said, actually, guys, in honor of the City Connect Day, I would like to do the City Connects.
He wants to
instead.
connect with the city. What better way?
That's, you know what, Sam? God, you're just so smart. Sam's been on a roll the last 24 hours. He's been crushing it
I'm
for
going
this
to warn
station.
you guys right now. Don't do this. Don't die on this stupid hill. Okay, it's
What
just
hill?
look
The Henry Hill?
No, the City Connect hill. It's just they're not great. Okay,
I like them.
Okay, you might like them, but like this is a iconic franchise going back 200 years.
It is.
All right, they started in the 1880s. All right, and you have an iconic black and orange look with an iconic classic SF logo and a normal jersey, and they gave him the normal jersey. It's just I was like cringing when he got introduced and they handed him the jersey and he's got the City Connect hat on. That's all.
Speaking of cringing, Joe, do you think Red Sox fans everywhere were cringing yesterday at the entire
the whole thing
process?
You know what it reminded me of?
What?
Reminded me of me when I was a Niner fan and T.O. went to the Eagles and the first preseason, like I might have been the first preseason play. I don't even know. But I remember it was like an 80-yard bomb to T.O. And I was like, oh my God, I hate them. I was so mad. Even though I love T.O.
It's so long ago that like starters were actually playing like in the preseason games. Like that doesn't happen. Game 1, as you said. It's
Joe,
crazy.
it felt like I was watching T.O. make beautiful love to,
Another person.
Yes, it was awful.
Yeah,
I felt like the guy in Boogie Nights who walks into the driveway.
William H. Macy.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly. That's what it felt like.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that Boston Red Sox fans were thinking, especially when he started taking ground balls at first base, their head must have been exploding. He made all the right comments for me as a Giants fan yesterday.
And that was a master class of deflection yesterday. I am focused on the future. I'm not talking about the past.
Classy.
It was classy, but also like that's what you do in those situations. And I love that Buster responded. He's like, I'm loving these answers. Because I was like, it was definitely coached, right? Like you were coached in those certain situations. You get pulled to the side, whether it's your agent, whether it's the organization, whether it's a combination of both. So like, hey man, like if you don't want to talk about the Boston Red Sox, you don't have to. You can just say, I'm looking forward to the future here. Passes in the past. And that's basically what he did.
Yeah.
And I thought you asked great questions, by the way, Sammy.
We'll get to those.
Yeah, because we will. Yeah.
Before we even get to Devers, the first person to talk was obviously Dave Fleming. He was sort of the master of ceremonies, if you will.
Our friend Dave Fleming, who joined us yesterday on the roast. Great interview. If you missed any of that, find it on YouTube or the Odyssey app.
But he threw it to somebody who, was the first person basically telling you who's in charge. It was Buster Posey. And look, yesterday I heard a couple different interviews on the station. We had Keith Law on earlier, and me and him we didn't even go at it. We just disagree on it. And then I heard Jim Bowden on with, it was Steiny Guru. It was a great interview. And Bowden was basically saying like, no. This is a Posey move. Bowden ran a team. He's a GM. He knows. Not saying that or not collaborating with others when they make these moves. So they throw it to Buster Posey. And Buster just reading off the script. But it felt authentic, and it felt like Buster. And I said to myself, I mean, the guy was born to do this job, number one. Number two, the best thing the Giants have ever done, ever, in the last 10 years, is give Buster Posey the keys to the franchise. Putting him in the position that he's in. Buster is emotionally intelligent enough to know he's not going to do contracts. That's going to be somebody else. Let somebody else do that stuff. He's emotionally, aware enough to realize, I'm not going to be scouting low-level prospects in some sort of a transaction.
I love the no-nonsense nature of Buster Posey. It is actually very refreshing. I don't have to hear the little, I just got off at the White House.
He's not worried about winning you over. Yeah. He kind of knows, I already have won you over, and my actions are going to speak louder than my words.
I'm a made man, and he speaks like it.
100%. Yeah. He knows what it's like to be a Giant. He knows what it's like to be a member of the San Francisco Greater Bay Area, Northern California community. And he's one of us, and he's accepted. And I think that he knows what our standards are. We want to be relevant, and we want to win. And so when I heard him talk at the very beginning, I was like, dude, this guy was born to do this job. Born to do this job. Now, we will see how good, great, bad he is. I mean, this could end up being an awful trade in 4 or 5 years. Time's going to tell. That is definitely an element we just don't know, all right? We will find out. But in terms of a guy sitting at a podium, saying all the right things, and just instant credibility beaming through my television, you couldn't ask for a better representative to run your team than Buster Posey.
888-957-9570. Speaking of Buster Posey, let's hear from the president of baseball operations who spoke yesterday at the Rafael Devers introductory presser. And how did this trade go down, Buster?
Yeah, it's something that has been in the works for 3 or 4 weeks. Zach had conversations with their group, and then eventually myself and Craig Breslow the last week to 10 days. And it was good. It was obviously negotiations. Things are going to go back and forth. But I was texting with Craig today, and we're just thanking each other for the candor and the respect that went into this negotiation.
Whatever they decided when they brought Buster in, they hit the nail on the head. Less Greg Johnson, more Buster Posey, less Zach. And Zach Manasian. Look,
can we have less mics bleeding my ears? By the way,
they needed our guy Tim Jordan to be on set to do remote. We all agree there. But I think understanding who should be talking in front of the media is extremely important for an organization. Like after the Dallas Mavericks fiasco, okay, do you really want to hear from Nico? Do you really want to hear from the owner of Dallas? If you're a Dallas fan.
I still don't know how Nico Harrison has a job, but that's my point right there.
Right?
Yeah.
Like when something goes bad with the Niners, wouldn't you rather hear from John Lynch than Jed York? Yeah. Okay? When something was going bad with the Warriors, as much as we all love Joe Lacob, you wanted to hear from Bob Myers. Like there was the way he presented things at a dais, at a podium, in front of televisions and cameras and phones and everything like that, and microphones. Like you want to have that credibility seep through. And I think Buster has it. And the fact that it was primarily Buster, and then they threw it to Zach, and Zach's like, hey, this is a Buster deal. Even though we all know Zach was involved in it. Like, they nailed this. They nailed how to break it down in front of the fan base. And right now, their credibility couldn't be higher.
888-957-9570. Again, I want to hear from the people that were there yesterday. It felt like a vibe at the ballpark. Like, something's happening at Oracle Park. Something special, potentially. Now, the loss yesterday stings on top of it. You would like to have a win in Devers' debut, Absolutely. And you are on a 3-game losing streak. So, yeah, that's all great. That happened. Now we got to turn the page. Now we got to start winning some freaking games because the Boston Red Sox are coming over this weekend. And the Boston Red Sox have won 6 of their last 7 games. Their 6-game losing streak was snapped yesterday, but they're coming in potentially hot, too. And we're going to be talking to Johnny Damon, former Red Sox, at 8:30 about this move as well. But, Joe, check this out. This is pretty crazy. Today, we will be giving you a chance to go see Caitlin Clark.
Who got into it yesterday.
Oh, she did. And her teammates were backing her up yesterday. I appreciated it. The jealousy around the WNBA for Caitlin Clark is insane, by the way. She is the reason everyone cares about that sport right now. And you're just going to keep poking her in the eye and shoving her down. All right. Good luck. That's all I'm going to say. Good luck.
Yesterday, before the Giants game started, I had multi-view Valkyries on one side and the Indiana Fever on the other. LJ was loving it.
So there you go. So again, we're going to give you a chance to go see Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever take on the Valkyries at Chase Center tomorrow. Just lock into the roast between 7:30 and 7:45 today. And then at 7:50, when you hear this sounder, we're going to be playing Know the Show, which means you'll need to call in and answer a question about what happened on the show between 7:30 and 7:45 in order to win the tickets. So Shasky and I, we're going to be talking about something between 7:30 and 7:45. You're going to ask a question, call in 7:50 when you hear that sounder. And if you answer it correctly, you're going to win tickets to see Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever take on the Valkyries at Chase Center tomorrow. You can also get tickets at Valkyries.com. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Let's hear from the man himself. Well, it'll be through a translator, but Rafael Devers, who spoke to the media yesterday. Spadoni and Shasky's The Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game.
a base hit. Here comes Lee. Ramos is going to go to third. 1-0 Giants.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
What up, Oreo? Oreo was a fan of the move to go get Devers. Sure, Dwayne Kuiper's loving it. He was on the call right there. NBC Sports Bay Area. Giants fall to the Guardians. Final score 3-2. It was a really fun game, actually. Got tight there. You got Casey Schmidt getting doubled off in the 8th. Tough. Stephen Kwan, Bay Area guy, making some incredible throws yesterday. Do you send the runner at third there? Kwan's got a really good arm. I think he would have been out. I don't know. Matt Williams.
If you get thrown out at home to end that game, I think people are going crazy.
Is like sneakily?
Plus, you got to remember that there was a play at the plate in the half inning prior where Ramos threw someone out at home.
It was a great throw. Yes.
And it got challenged and then overturned where the leg just ever so slightly came up before it landed on home plate. So I think that factors into it. I think the fact that Casey got thrown out in the 8th inning, I think the fact that Ramos threw someone out in the top of the 9th, that has to be seeped into your head as a third base coach.
That's got to be
as Jung-Hoo Lee.
I understand like offensive and defensive coordinators in football. It's a very difficult position. You get like if you get judged by that, you can get a head coaching job very quickly. But for my money, when it comes to like actual pressure in games, I don't think we talk enough about the third base coach.
No doubt.
Like that is like you have a legit responsibility on the field. Like you are dictating like plays in games at a very crucial stage and points in said games.
Well,
right?
The other part
we don't
of
talk
that,
about that enough is what I'm saying.
I'm 100% with you. I think another aspect that definitely goes into it is had Kwan been flat-footed or backpedaling as he's catching it,
right.
I think you do send him. The fact that he's kind of coming in and gets his momentum going for the crow hop to make the throw makes it just gives him way more momentum and more oomph and more mustard on that throw.
You guys want to hear what Bob Melvin had to say about that?
I actually do.
Give it to
And
me.
the right call not to send on the Dom Smith fly ball in the 9th?
It's really shallow. Yeah.
And I'm telling you, the way
Thanks, Bob.
The way
he sounded so just dejected right there. It was a tough loss.
Well, you
It
had
was.
multiple opportunities
Yeah.
to get a big knock, and it felt like you can't get it.
Yeah.
Like for example.
By the way, the catching position. Oh my God.
Well, I mean, you're down to your backup. Where are you, Tom Murphy?
Well, again, this is like
That was a joke.
No, it's great that the Devers.
No, we're
Day-
down that we're missing Tom Murphy.
No, and when we're talking about this lineup, guys, like it's great that we have Jung-Hoo Lee, Ramos, Adames, Devers, right? Hell, Dom Smith with an RBI yesterday, right? You're gonna get Chapman back. It's great that you have that collection of like players you can rely on going forward. Maybe not as much Dom Smith, but those other guys I mentioned, Wilmer Flores getting a pinch hit yesterday, but like it exacerbates and it puts a microscope on all those other guys, others, if you will.
Yaz had 3 hits last night.
He did. I don't consider Yaz one of the others, though. I don't. Like he's had a stretch there where it wasn't very good, but he started off the season pretty solid for the most part. He was clutch. He was getting some power bat hits, but that catching position and the second base right now is just killing him.
I mean,
it's just killing him.
I'm not gonna cape up for anybody. Like Tyler Fitzgerald offensively has not been it.
No.
Christian Koss offensively has not been it.
No.
But they're pretty good at 7 other spots now that they've shored up first base, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, for as much as we're going to talk about, and that's what the overall thing is, we can rely on guys every single day now. It's not going to be platoon. It's not going to be players to be named later. Jung-Hoo Lee, Adames, Devers, Ramos, Yaz, if you will, Chapman when he comes back. It's awesome. That's great. It's just when things get tight and you're relying on those other guys late, that's when it gets highlighted even more. And Schmidt at the plate, he's had some big knocks. He had a grand slam over the weekend. I'm not saying Casey Schmidt's been awful. He did have a hit yesterday, but it gets, highlighted a little bit more in those high pressure, high leverage situations. And Emmanuel Clase was probably relieved towards the end there when he can go up against a guy like Casey Schmidt instead of Devers again, right? Or an Adames, right? So it just is what it is.
So who's the number 1 team offensively in baseball, Joe?
Dodgers, I would assume.
Yeah, who's number 2?
Oh God. Yankees.
Yep.
Okay.
And the Yankees.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
And the Yankees in particular have been shut out 3 straight games in a row.
Yeah.
Right.
It
So
happens.
you're going to have lulls and stuff. And I just look at their lineup, and they've got Austin Wells, who's one of their catchers, played 60 games. batting 217. Now he has 11 jacks, which the Giants would die.
217 on this Giants team might as well be like 270 if it was from the
No, it'd be like 350.
Yeah, you would kill for
It'd
that
be like
right
350.
now. Yeah.
But my point is that you're going to have holes in your lineup no matter where you are or who you are as a team. And so it's difficult to have 9 sluggers simultaneously.
I'm just saying, I'm bringing that up. You made a big move for Devers. Who's to say you can't make another big move?
I don't think they're done.
Or another move, like Sam brought up a name before the show, which you should be familiar here in the Bay Area. Sean Murphy is a guy that's 30 years old. The Braves are going nowhere fast. He's got a couple years left on his deal. It's not like it's like $15 million a year, so about $45 million the next couple of years. Not that much money. The guy's got pop. He's got 10 home runs this season. He's batting 220, like really good defensive catcher. It's just to keep a name out there. I have a lot of faith in this front office and Buster Posey and all these guys. And when I heard Greg Johnson, the chairman of the Giants, the guy that's basically the owner right now, pocketbook, writing all these checks, like they're not going to get another $100 million player, but who's to say they can't get another like $50 million player or below that, right? Like I'm just keeping it out there.
No, I'm with you on that. I just think that they're not done dealing. And this is the beauty of making the deal when they did, is they get all of June to kind of figure it out and see what else you need. And then you get the majority of July. And so now you have more time to kind of figure out what your team is currently and what other needs that you have. Had they waited until, the trade deadline, was it July 31st or July 30th this year?
Like that, yeah.
Had you waited until the very end, I mean, this is all you got, right? And so now they've got opportunities to shore things up.
It is July 31st, 3 o'clock Pacific,
there you
6
go.
o'clock Eastern, the MLB trade deadline. So we're a little more than a month away from that. And by the way, this segment is brought to you by Golden State. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And again, be listening today, 7:30 and 7:45. Between that time, you were playing Know the Show. All right? You're going to have an opportunity to win a pair of tickets to see Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever take on your Golden State Valkyries tomorrow at Chase Center. Caitlin Clark is one of the biggest names in all of sports right now. It is appointment viewing in person on the television, but you'd much rather be there in person to experience that. All right? So be listening, 7:30 and 7:45. When you hear this sounder, and that's going to be around 7:50. Again, know the show. You're going to need to call in, answer a question about what happened on the show between 7:30 and 7:45 in order to win the tickets. First caller to call in with the answer wins. You can also get tickets at Valkyries.com. Joe Shasky.
I think, we could obsess about the catching spot and second base. Jung Lee's got to play better. He's your leadoff right now. And this is a guy that batted 324 in April, got off to just a really great start. And since then, 231 in May, 208 in June. It's gotten worse. I was looking at it the last week or so. Last 30 games, batting 237. This last week, 172. So I think he's in a little funk right now. But as he's kind of gone into a funk, Adames has kind of picked it up. Yaz has kind of picked it up. You're never going to have all these guys humming simultaneously. That's not how ball works.
No.
And so they need some guys that have been kind of cold here, whether it's the catching spot, whether it's second base, Jung-Hoo Lee. They need some of these guys to kind of pick it up. And you got to assume that Dom Smith's going to cool off at some point.
Right, and you can't be relying on the Dom Smith. Just like we're not really relying on Wilmer Flores of the world, who's been your best hitter probably top to bottom from the start of this season. But again, pinch hitting yesterday, I'm not expecting Wilmer to be that dude all season long, and that's going to be another combination, right? This Rubik's Cube puzzle of a lineup that Bob Melvin and the brain trust that is the Giants are going to have to figure out down the line, especially when Matt Chapman does indeed come back. Do you want to hear from Rafi Devers?
I do.
Speaking to the media yesterday?
What a day yesterday.
Here's Rafael Devers, through a translator, I should say, talking about what he likes about the Giants organization. Let's take a listen.
I love the welcome that I got by my teammates. I feel really good. That really motivates me. And everybody that I have talked to so far, they always talk about winning, winning, winning. So that's an added motivation for myself.
Erwin Higueros, correct? As I'm pronouncing that correctly? There you go. All right.
It sure sounds like he's got some friends already on the team, which I think is extremely important. Camilo and Willie Adames played with him on the Dominican Republic team of the World Baseball Classic. That doesn't mean they're best friends. That doesn't mean they're the closest of close, but it does sound like Willie and him have some sort of a good relationship.
Exactly. It's like two of us being from like America, right? Doesn't mean we're homies, right?
No.
It just doesn't. It's like you could be from California, someone else could be like Jonathan Papelbon from Louisiana. It's different. It doesn't always make the same thing.
But it does sound like they're buds.
It does. And the fact that they, again, speak the same language, that does help in this regard. Not to say, like, obviously, the Giants have so many different Latin organizations. We have one of the best when it comes to our Spanish broadcast. We have some of the best in the business. And again, that was Erwin Higueros, the Spanish translator for the Giants.
There is something, though, Joe, about, the Giants have always had a rich history of Latin American players.
They asked him about that yesterday when it came to Juan Marichal.
We were the first team to have a full Latin outfield with the Alou brothers all in the outfield simultaneously at one time. Obviously the Baby Bull, Orlando Cepeda, Juan Marichal. I mean, there's a variety of guys if you go through the years. I mean, we had Felipe Alou manage the team at one point. And so they've had a rich history, which is really connected with this region. And I think that's, we were talking last week about Fernando Mania and why that really connects with the Dodger fan base. I do think that this guy's going to connect with the Bay Area. And I just think that he was so happy yesterday and he said all the right things and the vibes just felt so good.
I do think it is important because we've talked about so long on this team, whether it was you or Bonte, you or I, but the fact that it feels like a melting pot of a lineup when it comes to different cultures and backgrounds.
I agree.
I do think that's important.
I agree.
When you're in San Francisco. That might not be the end-all, be-all in a place like, I don't know, like Kansas City for the Royals, but in San Francisco, I do think that's important. When you talk about the fan base that is the San Francisco Giants and the Bay Area at large, it's very diverse. Yeah. We have a lot of diversity here. So when I see a Korean player and Jung-Hoo Lee leading things off, it's pretty freaking cool, right? If I'm an Asian American or if I'm an immigrant here or if I'm just, working here and I have an Asian background, that gravitates me if I'm a young kid, right?
And clearly the fans have gravitated toward him.
Exactly.
The amount of Jung-Hoo Lee jerseys is kind of surprising.
Willie Adames, Spanish-speaking from the Dominican Republic.
Got a hell of a smile.
Devers, hell of a smile. Elliot Ramos.
And he feels like, man, I feel like he's turning it around. Keep going.
Right, Elliot Ramos. Puerto Rico, I want to say, Elliot Ramos. So, again, you keep going up and down. Dom Smith, a guy who's African-American, right? Those things matter. We talked about it all the time. So, yeah, I don't think we talk about it enough in that regard. And something just to look forward to as we're talking about vibes shifting and changing around Oracle Park and one of the best fan bases in the game.
So Sam Lubman went to the our producer here at 95.7 The Game, who does a lot of stuff on Giants coverage. He's got the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast.
Orange and Black, Weekend Wrap, him and Dan Devone, Evan Giddings. You guys are crushing on the weekend.
Every Saturday.
Right.
He was there. He was asking questions at the presser. But, to me, I jammed home. I had to do some errands. I jammed home to watch it on television. I was really excited.
I was picking up Benny from summer camp, so I was listening on right here 95.7 The Game where we had it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you were listening. So I was watching, and, Bonte and Laura Britt are doing kind of like the studio aspect of the press conference, and they throw it to a podium, basically, and there's all these guys ready to sit down at the podium, and who comes – almost like a WWE weightlifting wrestler comes walking down with the flowing orange hair. I see Sam Lubman right down the middle of the press conference. I took a photo. I sent it to the group chat, and I was like, look at Sam.
Front row.
So, Sam, you were there. What was the vibe like in the room? Because I felt like watching through my television, everybody was jovial. It felt so energetic. I can't remember the Giants having a press conference like that in forever.
No, jovial is a good word. It seems like the word in sports in 2025 here in the Bay Area is vibes, because it was, again, another great vibes day. The entire team was there at this press conference. I've never seen a whole team attend a press conference like that. And everyone was just smiling. We were happy. He was giggling. Buster was giggling. It was just such a fun, happy time. And I never say we were applauding his ansers. He says so. Everyone was applauding. It's I'm not sure why we're applauding, but okay, cool.
Wait a minute.
He'd be like, yeah, I'm really excited to be. Yeah, he'd be like, I'm really excited to be here with the Giants. Everyone was like, yay! It's yeah, I'm gonna hit home runs. Yay! It was really it. I know, in the media, we're supposed to be impartial, but no, everyone in that room yesterday was a fan of Rafael Devers.
So paint the picture for me in the room. So you got. Where's Larry Bear sitting? You're in the second row, correct?
Correct. Yeah. So I was in the second row. In front of me was some people from his family.
Okay.
No,
is he married? I don't even know. Does he married? Does he have kids? I don't know.
If he was, they weren't there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But to my right was Steven Risotto, who did a great job with the social coverage yesterday. Got a great video of Devers walking in.
Okay. Love Steven, but no one knows who that guy is.
I know. He was just on this most recent episode
Larry
of Garlic
Bear
Fries
there?
and Baseball Guys, so I'm getting there, Joe. And then in the front row to my left, so one row up, was Larry Bear.
Okay.
Got a chance to catch up with him afterwards. He was in a good spirits. And then next to him, of course, was Barry Bonds. And, before the presser starts, I went up just kind of saying, hey, Dave, how you doing? Dave Fleming. And as I'm standing next to Dave, Barry just walks by. And I'm just like, I kind of did a double take because it's just like, well, first off, it's Barry Bonds. Anytime Barry Bonds walks by you, that's where your attention's at. But it's just like, I don't recall Barry come to these. He wasn't here for Willie's presser. He wasn't here for Buster Posey's presser.
Wow.
But here's Barry sitting literally. It's like the way the guys were set up at the front, at the dais. Rafi and Buster were basically sitting right in front of Barry.
Gotcha.
Like it was
your
ultimate Giants trifecta right there.
All right, let me stop you right there. How many different things have you seen Bonds at this year in general? Because you're around that stadium a lot.
Honestly, outside of occasionally seeing him in the clubhouse or in the batting cage, that's about it. Now, he's in the batting cage a lot with these guys. You walk by the batting cages, you pop in, you'll see Yaz or Willie or all those guys chopping up with Barry in there talking about who knows what. I'm not allowed to go in and unfortunately spectate. Barry is around a lot. He kind of hangs out in places we're not allowed to go, which is probably how it should be.
Gotcha. Okay, so then... Okay, that's the room. Okay, that's behind you. And then all the press is behind you guys because you're in that second row. And then the players are where? Because I saw all the players, a photo, and I couldn't tell. I'm talking about the current Giants. Where were they sitting in relation to that podium?
Just off to the right of everything. So I know for those who go up to club level, it's this out in left field on the third base side. And as you're going down that, out towards left field in the club level, they have this big seating area right before the club level peels off to the right to go into left field where the ramp, the exit ramp is. There's that big kind of seating area with all sorts of tables and stuff. That's where, the entire team, coaches and trainers were sitting.
So Dave Fleming felt radiant when he was doing the MC. I mean, I mean, the guy was glowing. He was so happy.
He had the biggest smile on his face.
I was thrilled too. And then
suited up too.
Buster felt like he was all business. I don't know. Did he let his guard down at all? The entire thing.
When he was talking about, Willie's a dude.
Yeah,
and he's smiling through that. Is like that is not how executives talk. That is how guys just sit around and chill. He's having these conversations with Zach, I'm sure, as they're working out this trade. It's like, Zach, let's be honest. This guy's a dude. And Zach was probably like, dude, you're right. He is a dude. What do you think, Larry? And Larry's like, he is a dude.
Buster's from Georgia, so I wouldn't really like him to say dude. That's such a dude. He's been in San Francisco and California for so long. Dude. He's turned into dude, bro.
So now last question for you, because we're gonna play some of the audio here, Lubman. The vibe yesterday, the way Buster is, I don't know, not treated, but I guess the respect that he commands in a room. How different is that from the prior regime when you had Farhan at the dais?
I would say, people definitely look at Buster with a different reverence. I think when you're a Hall of Fame catcher, that's going to come with the territory. And I think Buster is definitely beloved by everyone in this media because of just how great of a player he was and how great he was during his playing days.
And gracious to them.
And very gracious, very courteous. Just he was exactly how you want guys like that to act. So people in the media are going to have a favorable opinion of him. Bay Area media absolutely loves him. So I think he has the respect in that sense. Whereas Farhan, it was definitely you're here, you have the job, but you haven't done anything to kind of bring the gravitas that an executive has. Now, if Buster Posey was Buster Smith, random backup catcher who just happened to matriculate up to being a president of baseball operations, maybe it's looked at a little bit differently because Buster.
Breslow?
Yeah, because that's actually a great comp because Craig Breslow was a player, a flash in the pan.
He had
back
some interesting thoughts as well. We'll get to
exactly. And so if Buster didn't have that championship pedigree that he had as a Giant, he probably doesn't have that gravitas, whereas Farhan kind of had to build up that gravitas from the ground up, which is not easy to do. And So that's kind of where the differences come in here. I don't want to make this out as in like
I just
Farhan's the past. I don't, like Rafi, I'm not here to
asking.
talk about the past, but like, it's just, yeah, he does. He commands the room. And again, Rafi Devers commanded the room. Like, he was the centerpiece yesterday. I know Buster was there, and I'm sure Buster would agree to this. Yesterday was all about Rafi Devers. He was the guy who had everyone's attention. He was the guy that when he smiled, his smile was like, it was like hive mind. Yep. If Rafi smiles, we're smiling. And that's why we were smiling for 20 minutes yesterday.
All right, so Sam, and I'm going to go throw it to you, Joe, here. Like, I got a vibe of almost Pablo Sandoval-like, where this guy has an unbelievable smile. He's happy. He just feels like a ball player.
Sure.
And when I saw him taking BP, and I saw all the videos leaking out, and then I saw him over at first base take a couple of ground balls with his training glove, which was significantly smaller than everybody else's glove out there, I felt some kind of way.
Well, you felt some kind of way. Just think about
I was tingling.
How Boston fans must be feeling when he didn't, by all accounts, he didn't want. You guys asked him, you had to, and he was just like, I'm not here to talk about Boston. I'm excited about San Francisco. But everyone was asking him about the position changes, all of that. And of course, what does he say at the presser yesterday? Yeah, I'll do whatever they want me to do. I'll play wherever they need me. I'll do everything here that I was not going to do in Boston. You know what that speaks volumes to? The organization.
Yes.
And how they treated him, how they talked to him, all of that. Because there's no other way, right? There's no other way to go about this than however the ownership talked to him. Was it John Henry, wherever the hell his name is over in Boston? Like whatever Alex Cora, how he communicated, Craig Breslow. Like there was a lost in communication there between Devers and the parties at B with Boston. And when he came here, it was, hey, good to go, whatever you need from me.
Joe, there's a
like
human...
Jimmy Butler when he came to the Warriors.
There's a human element that we talked about for 5 years that the Giants lacked.
Yep.
Okay? And that's why, not to go backwards, but that's why I was so like shaking my head with Keith Law yesterday. Oh, the Busters never trained to do the job. I don't think you understand the human dynamic of being a catcher with a pitcher and how psychological the relationship is and how you really do have to manage the person, not just their repertoire of pitches, right? How many times in a game you could feel the pitcher starting to unwind and lose themselves, and Buster would call time, go out there, put his arm around a guy.
Yeah.
All right? That's the human touch. And when you're in a dugout and you're discussing in between innings and you're thinking about, what's working and what's not, like there's a human element of understanding how to connect with teammates to get the best out of them. I do think that's a transferable skill for a GM.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. All right, again, be listening between 7:30 and 7:45 this hour for your chance to win Valkyries v. Fever tickets. You know why that's important? Because Caitlin freaking Clark, she better be playing tomorrow. I know she got poked in the eye, got wrestled down yesterday in their win over the Sun, but hey, she's tough. She'll play, right?
She was dancing at the end of that game.
Exactly, because they were smoking them, right? I love that. Sophia Cunningham backing her up,
The
enforcer. I loved every single second of that. So Caitlin Clark, appointment viewing, and you're going to want to be there in person. We're giving you the opportunity to do so between 7:30 and 7:45 today. Be listening for Know the Show, and at 7:50 we will call for the sounder. In the meantime, what's coming up with the game is brought to you by Frontier Ford. We're going to hear more from Rafael Devers, and I also do want to hear what Craig Breslow also had to say, the opposing GM in this scenario for the Red Sox. We've got Johnny Damon coming up at 8:30, former Red Sox legend, won a World Series there, multiple-time All-Star. He has a thing or two to say, I'm sure, about this situation. Plus, more of your calls, more of your texts. If you're at the game, I want to hear from the people as well. 888-957-9570 is the number. Frontier Ford is bringing the heat this summer with employee pricing for all. You pay what Ford employees pay through July 7th. F-150s, Broncos, Explorers, Escapes, Mavericks, even the Mustang Mach-E. So get to Stevens Creek Boulevard in Santa Clara or 24/7 at frontierford.com.
It makes me very uncomfortable. Biggest bugaboo of this team.
This is Big Pun from South City, and you know I'm tuned in to the Morning Roast with my guy, Joe Spadoni, and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7, The Game.
Love me some Big Pun. Let's go.
Hey, Joe, you know that the Giants are the top story when people are in the YouTube chat arguing about them.
What are they arguing about?
Everything. The lineup, Jung-Hoo Lee. I got some texts, too, during the break. I don't know if you guys know this.
Oh.
There's a new nickname for Sam Lubman.
What is it?
Triple L's.
What does that mean?
The legend of long-winded Lubby.
Wow. I enjoyed what Sam Lubman had to say last segment because he was there. He was asking the questions, and it's not a king's tale per se because there's only one king.
There
is
only one king.
But there is a Squire story. So we can't have the Squire story. Sam Squire's stories going forward. If you want to play the music, you got to fade it up there for a second.
I kind of like that.
Yeah,
I kind of like that. That might have to be a weekly.
By the way, be listening between 7:30 and 7:45. Your opportunity to win a pair of tickets to see Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever at Chase Center tomorrow. I like how this is worded, by the way, because we're the home of the Valkyries, and the Valkyries' home is Chase Center, and they're playing the Valkyries, and they're not even mentioned once. They knew what they were doing. The big boss man, the people at B, no. We're giving away tickets to see Caitlin Clark. That's what we're doing. And you know what? I'm fine with it. I am. And be listening between 7:30 and 7:45. We're playing Know the Show. And then at 7:50, you're going to hear the sounder. Carter, at 7:50, you're going to hear this sounder.
Oh, sorry.
Which means you'll need to call in again at 7:50. We're going to be playing that. And we're going to be talking about something between 7:30 and 7:45. Ask a question. You get the question right. The first one to get it right, you will win tickets to see Caitlin Clark in the Fever take on the Valkyries tomorrow. Also get tickets at Valkyries.com. All right, first impressions. They're important in any walk of life, especially in sports, especially because of the baggage that came with Rafi Devers in Boston. It's been the talk of baseball, and we're no stranger to this, Joe. We saw Jimmy Butler and what took place in Miami, and we were fully aware of everything that was a part of that coming here. And I think a lot more Warriors fans were nervous than Giants fans were nervous now. Why? Jimmy had a track record.
He had a scorched earth policy.
Correct. Whether it was Chicago, whether it was Minnesota, whether it was Philadelphia, and then culminating in Miami, and now his fifth team being the Golden State Warriors. Devers, all he's known is the Boston Red Sox. This is different. This is new. He's won a World Series there. He got paid by them. He's had daughters there while he was playing there. He has two daughters, by the way. You were asking about his family. Does he have a wife? Does he have kids? He does have two kids, Rochelle and Rochelise, his two daughters. So there you go. Also, did you know this little fun fact with Rafi Devers? He's one of 10 children, like me.
No way.
But it's the inverse. There were 3 boys and 7 girls. Oh. In my family, it's 7 boys and 3 girls.
When you say 7, I say 7 brides for 7 brothers.
There you go.
You don't know what movie I'm referencing, do you?
Actually, I might.
One of the all-time singing song dance movies that my grandma loved.
7 times for
7 brides for 7 brothers. And actually, I saw a TikTok. Someone made a video. The movie was a classic movie, but looking back on it, the plot doesn't necessarily work in the modern day because they basically kidnapped these 7 women.
Is that just the name of the play? Is seven
it's a
Brides
movie.
for 7 Brothers?
It's a movie.
Okay.
It's a musical, I guess, is what it would be classified as.
Like Oklahoma kind of a thing.
Oh, dude, they're dancing and they're moving on logs and they're building stuff. And
there you go.
Yeah, it's a classic
So
movie.
when we get Rafi Devers on with us here on the Morning Roast eventually, I could open up with like, hey, dude, we're both 1 of 10. There you go. That. So there you go. Rafi Devers, little fun facts for you there. But first impressions. We heard just one of the cuts. I want to get into more of Rafi Devers and kind of talk about, who made him feel comfortable here, first and foremost. It was his countryman, Willie Adames, giving him that call. And take a listen.
Well, I mean, once I got here, my teammates made me feel comfortable. I'm able to talk to them, and somebody that I really didn't meet, but I saw from afar, Willie Adames, just made it easy for me to talk to him, and I think I didn't feel very welcome.
And once again, I have to reiterate, this is through a translator, so that is not Rafael Devers speaking to the media there. It is through a translator from the Giants.
I gotta say, the translator, like the
Aaron Higueros.
No, but like whether it's like I've seen Shohei's a translator, I've seen various ones. I mean, these guys are brilliant. I mean, the way that they can absorb the questions, regurgitate them to the individual, spit it back out. I mean, it really is super impressive.
Absolutely. More from Devers. So Willie Adames being that guy to call him and being like, dude, I'm so excited. And I can see the smile on his face. First and foremost, when I went back and watched it, because I was listening first, but you're right. You do want to watch everything because it's interesting how people react either to certain questions, if their mood changes, if it shifts. I'm very big on body language in all walk of life, but especially with my athletes, right? What kind of body language are they going to have? Because we all watched the Luka Doncic presser when it happened with the Lakers, and the body language was very different.
I would say uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable. Like he was clearly like he had tried to have a smile on his face, but like he was devastated. He was very sad.
Wronged.
He felt exactly slighted, wronged. He was thinking about, or he just did like buy a house there or something. Like he was thinking about it. Like his whole family was there. And then they just had to get up and move. This was a lot different feel to it. Felt like, wow, I'm so damn happy. There's like a relief factor here. There was just night and day when I'm just talking about all these big trades. Like Jimmy Butler felt happy to be here. But as we know with Jimmy, he's a little bit of a different cat, a little bit more calculated, kind of aloof sometimes. You know, he does all the funny things with like his picture, whether he's dressed up like an emo Jimmy, the braids, all of it. So he's just different. But Rafi Devers felt very genuine in his happiness yesterday. And you know what made him very happy? Was looking at Barry Bonds.
I think just looking at him, my game has already improved a lot.
Just looking at Barry, my game's improved. Because he was asked about, hey, you know, could Barry help you at all in your game? And he's like, just looking at him motivates me.
One of the many, I would call smears coming out of Boston was that David Ortiz, Big Papi, was asked to reach out to Rafael Devers and not like talk him into it, but explain to him why being a DH was good for him and was good for the organization, et cetera. And David Ortiz came back around and was basically saying the second Devers got traded away that, hey, he didn't return any of my messages. He never wanted to meet with me or whatever. And so the fact that Barry Bonds and Devers, like sight unseen, became besties, I mean, that had to just twist the knife for Boston fans.
Oh, are you kidding me? And he wasn't going to talk about Boston at all, quite frankly. Here it is.
Like I said before, that's in the past. And moving forward, I really don't want to talk about it.
He doesn't want to talk about it.
It's the smartest tack to take.
You have to.
Take the high road.
Again,
right?
Not here to talk about the past.
Not here to talk about
well, don't go there.
The past is the past. The future is now. How about that? You like that? That's basically his mindset. And
Shout Xfinity.
Buster Posey loved it. He kept saying, you know what? I love these answers because he's coachable. That's what that means. That's what that tells me. Dude. He was definitely coached here. He's coachable now. And whether it's playing first base and taking grounders, whether it's being DH, the guy's here to be a team player. And yes, I would be seething if I was a Red Sox fan. I'd be so pissed
when
right now.
When he was taking grounders.
Oh, my God.
I was like, watch how fast this gets aggregated in New England. And it was just, but before I continue.
Oh, my God.
Sam, you're on fire today, and I can't get the Squire image with the hair out of my head. So every time you chime in and you pop in on the mic, I'm just thinking of you wearing the Squire's outfit.
Of course, my liege.
My liege. He needs to have, what is it, like that? It's like a velvet kind of a material with like puffy shoulders, right? The spandex or whatever, like, yeah. And the shoes.
Definitely need some spandex.
It's the hair for me, and I need you to like start a fire in the middle of the woods with your horse drawn up against a tree.
By the way, more fun facts. You want to hear more fun facts about Rafi Devers? Speaking of a horse, when he was young in the DR, you know, those that know the DR, Dominican Republic, he would sometimes ride a horse to the baseball field.
We got to get Bumgarner in here somehow.
Well, I was talking about Bumgarner or Cespedes.
Well, Cespedes, you know.
The new
Johnny
Mason
Cueto.
Saunders.
Yeah, Johnny Cueto, another one, right?
Squire strikes again. I mean, he's just on fire. Mason Saunders.
Oh, my
God. What a deep cut.
His dad played baseball and would sometimes take Rafael to local games on his scooter as well. But those, they got all the
now I'm envisioning the Dumb and Dumber.
Oh, no.
You know, where they're like hiding on the scooter and they're going through the Alps.
Sold his car straight up for it. Yeah.
I need Barry to go on a long bike ride with Rafi. That is what I need next.
I mean, we need that for multiple reasons, right? He's a little thick. It's all right. You know, it's fine.
We might be entering, and today's not the day, because today I'm thrilled. I'm just thrilled.
Of course.
But we might have to get Pablo and him and Camp Panda rocking and rolling again.
Well, that was a conversation from Red Sox people, from the reporters, from the athletes, from whoever that was covering the team, that Devers came into training camp, spring training, a little bit overweight, and they talked about it. That was a thing. So is it a thing now? No. If he's a DH, I don't really care. But would that double yesterday been a triple, a year or two ago? Possibly.
Well, if you want to play the field, you're going to have to be in some shape.
Yes.
And it can't be, watermelon-like, right? And, we're going real here. So, yeah, and look, I'm not here to body shame anyone, but the reality is that some guys can get away with it. Kirby Puckett, Tony Gwynn, etc.
Jose Ramirez yesterday.
Jose Ramirez. He's got great feet, though, right? Like, that's the common denominator on some of these.
You love a good pair of feet, don't you?
Well, if you have great feet, you can be a little robust and get away with it. You can be a rhino. Shout out Jerome Bettis. But Rafi, if he wants to play in the field, whether that's second base, third base, first base, I'm talking about when Chapman's not available, you are going to have to be in better shape. So there's a real element of that. When I spend $300 million on you as a player, there's a requirement on your half to keep your body rocking and rolling.
888-957-9570. First impressions of Rafael Devers in a Giants uniform yesterday as the Giants fall 3-2 to the Guardians. He gets a couple hits, though, Devers. Gets an RBI, gets that double, hits into the triples alley. Your first impressions of Devers speaking through the media, to the media, if you will, through a translator. Mr. Erwin Higueros. Thank you, Sam. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. Here's more from Devers on his goal as a San Francisco Giant.
I know the potential that I have, and my mentality is not just to make the Dodgers suffer, but every team that we play against.
I love that because he was asked specifically about the rivalry between the Giants and the Dodgers compared to, obviously, Red Sox and Yankees. He's like, yeah, the Dodgers, obviously, but I'm trying to make every team suffer, man. It's not about one team for me, but he will find out that it will be about 1v1. What's up, Sam? What you got?
To be honest, I took a slight exception to that answer. It's, yes, you want to make all teams miserable, but I want to make the Dodgers more miserable. But you know what? It's day one. We'll get there.
Well,
he just showed up.
And
I know it's his first day. We'll get there. I'm not that mad, but so you know.
Right now, his biggest rival is the Boston media.
Exactly.
Right? And so, let the guy get himself squared. And he doesn't even probably know where he's living right now. Right? Like, these are the things. He just got treaded. His whole life is uprooted. Who knows where he's even staying, right? He might be living out of a hotel room somewhere.
He's 1-0 in championships against the Dodgers anyways. So he's not tripping about that, is he? 1-0 all time, all right? I love that. Richie's in Queens. Richie, I know you're loving Devers as a Giant. Good morning. Rich?
I absolutely loved it.
There you are.
Can you?
I can hear you.
Yeah, you got me, guys?
Got it.
Okay. Yeah, obviously great. I think I tried to call yesterday. He's going to be a gap guy. That's going to be a perfect field for him. He's going to hit his home runs, but he could hit 55 doubles, 60 doubles. I do everything with the press conference. I'm not going to nitpick. I know it's the past. I don't want to talk about it. Just great memories there. Won a World Series. Move on. Not to have any recollection of it. That's not what I would have said, but I would have just touched on that. And also, I'd love to see him. If he lost 20 pounds and play second, guys, it's tragic at second base. And I love Fitz.
Totally agree.
That's the next. Yeah, he is I have more faith in Koss. I really do. Koss will make contact, and Koss is a bench player. But that's the next thing, and I think Posey will do that. But I just like his whole demeanor. I like the fact that the whole team was there for him. It was a tough loss last night. Did you guys touch on? Did people think that maybe Lee should have went on that pop up or fly ball?
So here's what my thought on the Jung-Hoo Lee play. Quan had already made really nice throws in multiple innings. The inning before throwing out Casey Schmidt on the back throw. We can get to that play in a second. But with one out, that's the second out that he catches up in the air, the Dom Smith fly out. Quan's coming in on that play. If he's flat-footed or he's going back a little, I'm sending him all day. But he's coming in, so he's got his momentum going into the crow hop, into the throw. I just don't think you can send him, given that Ramos had just thrown someone out the inning before, and the bottom of the top of the inning, and then in the bottom of the eighth, Casey got doubled up. I think that seeps into your head as as Jung-Hoo Lee, the runner, and as Matt Williams, the third base coach.
By the way, know the show starts now. Be locked in between now and 7:45, and when you hear the sounder at around 7:50, don't play it now, but around 7:50, we're going to play the sounder, be the first to call in and answer the question about what happened on the show between now and 7:45. And if you call in and you get the answer right, get some tickets to see Caitlin Clark tomorrow at Chase Center. By the way, Johnny Damon in 1 hour from now going to be joining us on the River Islands guest line. Former Red Sox, former Yankee, won a World Series in Boston, obviously. Get his thoughts on Rafael Devers, now the San Francisco Giant there. When it comes to the game, like that's part of it. And we're basking in the glow that is Devers still and him being a safe. Like, but you got to start winning some games now, like 3 in a row. Like that, I don't feel good about that. As the Dodgers have now won 4 in a row, I think, and have a 3.5 game lead. All of a sudden, you were right there, and you thought, hey, we were tied after Friday for the division, and now you're 3.5 back.
Well, this is a long season, and this is one of the little slumps that they've been on. In the 8th inning, they get a Casey Schmidt single that goes off Kwan's glove, and he hustles to keep Casey from going to second. Yaz singles, and then you get Wilmer Flores pinch hitting for Tyler Fitzgerald, that second base position, which Richie referenced in Queens. And Wilmer, hits a line drive, and because it's first and second, and because Kwan is athletic and has a good arm, you're probably going halfway in that situation, meaning Casey Schmidt going halfway between second and third. If that ball drops in front of Kwan, he's got all the momentum to be able to throw you out at third base on a force. Now, that would have been 1 out, meaning a 1 out situation, because there's no outs.
Yes.
It's first and second, no outs. Now, you'd get the lead runner, so you'd get the force at third. The last thing that can happen, though, is a double play.
Yeah.
And so he catches that ball. Casey's way too far off, as you can see, and gets doubled up pretty easily. And Kwan shows off his arm there, and it just totally zapped the rally.
Here is, once again, Bob Melvin, the manager, talking about it, not sending Lee in the 9th, that is.
And the right call not to send on the Dom Smith fly ball in the 9th?
It's really shallow. Yeah.
Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga, very shallow. 888-957-9570 is the number.
The bigger takeaway is just second base as a whole, right? We've all kind of identified a couple of spots here. Like, if Yaz is going to keep hitting, okay. Like, we'll take it. We'll take Yaz out there as the 7 hitter or whatever. Catcher's a problem. There's not a lot of guys available in the bigs. You need Bailey to come back. He's got to be good, right? There's just no other way around it.
A lot to ask, yeah.
There's no other way around it. I do also think that they miss him in some of these defensive situations, but put it to the side. I think Porter's been okay, and Kisner's been okay, considering that these are AAA players. Yeah. Second base, Fitz is really struggling right now. It's not going to happen this year. He's not. He hasn't played the position at all. I do think there's something I would deeply search, and this is just my belief. Rafi's going to have to lose a little weight. He's going to have to get a little more nimble. I would definitely be asking him, hey, in the offseason, are you comfortable playing second base? Would you be willing to take a ton of ground balls and play second base? I think that would keep him lighter on his feet, number one, mandatory. It would get him and his glove out on the field. I don't even know if he can do it. Joe, like, if you could play third, I believe I can teach you to play second.
Yes.
That's my personal belief. But he's going to have to be able to move a little on those double play situations. And you're asking a totally different throw. The throw from third and the throw from second is different. Your arm slot is different. I think a good third baseman can make that transition, but he wasn't a great third baseman.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't a Gold Glover. He wasn't Matt Chapman.
No. But you heard Bob Melvin say it, and I agree with him. Like, to me, shortstop's the number one most difficult position on the diamond. I think third base is second, in the infield specifically. So I would be exploring it. I do think he's going to have to lose a little bit of that lumber if he wants to be able to go play that position. But to me, that's what I'd be going. I'd be going Chapman at third, Adames at short, Devers at second for a couple of years, and then now you open up naturally that position at first base for Bryce Eldridge.
Speaking of that, we'll get to the Bryce Eldridge impact here in a second. Buster Posey spoke about that yesterday at the introductory presser for Devers. Here's Melvin talking about Devers playing the field before the game.
Well, Matt and Mark to start, Matt Williams and Mark Hallberg. But like you said, we have guys around all the time. Will Clark loves doing it. Like you said, JT was in spring training. We have plenty of guys to be able to have a resource over at first base. Look, if you can play third, you can play first, and he's done a great job at third before. So I don't think it's going to be too difficult for him. But I think more than anything, the fact that he hasn't played in the field this year, we have to take our time working him in. It's a new position, and so we'll take it day to day.
I think that is the appropriate tact that the team should take. And the two people he referenced at the beginning, Hallberg and Matt Williams, are the guys like who would be working with him at first base. Like they're asking, like, are you going to bring in Will Clark or JT Snow or whatever? And he's like, yeah, we'll bring in those guys. But we've got these guys that are here every day that are going to work with him. Matt Williams is one of the great infielders in Giants history.
Yeah.
I know time has forgotten that, but he used to field balls with a ping pong paddle when his dad would hit him ground balls. And now you see everyone in baseball does the paddle drill before and after games and whatnot when they're working on their technique. Regarding Devers in the field, you can't just throw him out there if he hasn't been working in the field all year. It's going to have to be a gradual build-up. And I would start with first base for now, because right now that's probably the bigger hole for this team and where he could fit in like right away. I'm sure they're contemplating a million things. Hey, Bryce at first, some combination of Bryce and Devers. You do have Wilmer, and they said, hey, Wilmer might play a little first base now, which is a change of course because they didn't want to play him there. I would experiment and see if it works. Obviously, more in the offseason than during the season. Devers at second base.
And you mentioned Bryce Eldridge right there, obviously the top prospect in the Giants minor league system. Buster Posey, president of baseball operations, was asked about how the Devers trade impacts Bryce's future on the team when it comes to the first base position.
See his development path is the same. He's going to keep playing first, keep developing at the plate. It's a conversation that Rafi and I have had already about Bryce and the future that we potentially see him having. And, par for the course for him going forward.
So, status quo for Bryce when it comes to development at first base as of right now. And again, it feels like not a long ways away, but when it comes to him contributing, will we see him this summer? I don't know. But the fact that you have Devers here right now and he's taking ground balls at first, that's all you care about, because that was the big question mark when you acquired him. No, seriously, because
I'm with you.
No, because like we didn't know if he was gonna be a team player or not. We would like to think that.
Were you really worried that he might not come here and play nice?
He might. There was a good yesterday he could have said something being like, yeah, I'm more comfortable at this position. He could have absolutely said,
you're right.
You know what? My comfort level is actually at third base, which would have made things like, oh God, like really?
That's a really good point.
But he didn't say that.
That's actually a really
He
good
said, whatever you want from me, I will do it. And I actually, not that it surprised me, but I was like, he could have pigeonholed himself into a certain position and like forced the Giants' hand in a way right there and say like, yeah, I'm actually not that comfortable at first base. And I'd actually rather not do that. But he didn't do that, to his credit. And we'll see if that's the right move going forward for him. Second base, yeah, I'd love to see it. He's got to be a little more nimble, obviously.
Well, and that's why I think it's totally out of the window for this year.
This year, yeah.
But it's something I would at least explore. That's all I'm saying. Explore it.
Absolutely. What did you make overall of the presser for him, though? Like, was there anything you wanted to hear you didn't hear from him?
I wanted to hear him say exactly what you just said, which was, I'm open to doing whatever helps the team win. And and essentially that's what he said.
Basically.
Yeah. And I think that, you want to know that this guy feels loved. And I think that the sense that I got from him was, boy, he wanted out of Boston.
Well, that's kind of what I'm getting at. And Richie kind of touched on it too. And not that, like, I'm not telling Giants fans you should care about what happened in Boston as far as they're concerned. They don't give
I think it was uglier than I thought.
That's exactly what I get. Like, he didn't want to talk about it at all. He won a World Series there. Like, that's a big freaking deal. He got paid $300+ million. He was invested somewhat, it feels like, in that community. He had children while he was playing there. Like, no love lost at all there? That was kind of surprising.
Put yourself in his shoes, though, Joe. Like, since being traded, all they've done is dump on him. Former players, former, coworkers, the organization as a whole, the media. Look, is he this bad? Like, the way they're making it out is like he's one of the worst teammates of all time. That's what they're making it out like. He's one of the most selfish, me-first guys of all time. I'm talking about how it's landing on my lap. And I'm kind of like, boy, there's more to this story. Like, there is more to this story. I think John Henry, the owner, clearly felt disrespected when they had that one-on-one. When he flew to Kansas City, the owner did. John Henry's the owner for the Boston Red Sox. Yes. And there was something said, done, leading up to that. And then there was that interaction. and I think they were all done with each other.
I'm just comparing it to the most recent example here in the Bay, the Jimmy Butler. I remember a phrase Jimmy used when he did get here. He's like, I got my joy back playing here in Golden State.
We've all been in those situations.
Of course.
Whether it's a relationship, a job, a family member that sucks the life out of you.
It was just very interesting, like the levels of when I was listening to him yesterday and how much he just did not, like Sam was asking the questions, John Shea, everyone was asking about Boston. Hell, there was a Boston reporter there.
That blew me away.
Like, what was his message to the fans? Like, that's what he said. It was very short. It's like, I love the fans and, I'm moving on. Like, that's basically, I'm just paraphrasing right there. And I do also wonder in all of this, the fact that English is not his first language. He's clearly not as comfortable speaking it. Point. You don't want a loss in translation. Like, so I do think when we are talking about this and we're talking about him not wanting to talk about Boston at length, yeah, most of it is probably just he doesn't want to. But also he doesn't want anything to get like his words messed up. He doesn't want a lost in translation. Shout out Bill Murray.
Did you find it ironic though that a guy who's probably considered one of the, like, for how great he is, Bonds was considered kind of a selfish, non-great teammate. Now, I don't know how many people would subscribe to that. That's the impression that was given over 20 years.
He was labeled a jerk.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. But JT Snow's vouched for him. But point being is that I did find it ironic that him and Barry were like buddy day one. It was like, hey, come be a jerk over here.
Well, Barry was like holding court yesterday, too. I saw him, and we were posting on our 95.7 feed. We were crushing it yesterday when it came to the Giants content. Good job, everyone, all involved. Like, Barry Bonds out there signing balls for people. Barry Bonds was out there. He doesn't do that. Barry doesn't do that. And he's like, you know what? Barry's feeling so good about everything. I'll sign whatever balls you want. Sure. I sneakily asked Sam. I know it's you don't do that as a media member. It's like Sam, were you thinking about it? Hey, Barry, can you sign like my little notepad? Can you do that for me real quick? I was thinking I would be geeking out if I was Sam over there, but he was a very professional. He was doing his thing. He was crushing it, but that would have been me. Absolutely.
But the rhetoric coming out of Boston is that this is one of the worst teammates ever.
Yeah.
I mean, that's basically what's coming out. And I saw a guy yesterday that I think needed a fresh, we say this a lot in sports, he needs a new spot. He needs a fresh location. He needs a reset. And my goodness, like this is what's happened.
I'm just going to play some sound because we need to hammer it home. They hate this guy in Boston right now. Hate him. Just like Jimmy Butler in Miami, they're going to be rooting. You have the entire Boston market, shout out Chicken, rooting against this team. Not only were they already rooting against this team when it came to the Warriors and beating them in the finals a couple years ago, now you got the guy that they loved. He was their young piece. He was the future. Mookie was gone. Bogarts is gone. By the way, Bogarts, yikes in San Diego. He is struggling. But Rafi Devers was their last hope. Chris Sale was gone. And then he just, his first opportunity. Yeah, I'm out. Deuces. See you later. No love lost here.
So let me ask you this before you move on. If this were Philadelphia and he showed up in Philadelphia after what had happened, do you think he would have been pounded yesterday from the media day one really, really, really hard?
Well, I didn't think
I thought that our media asked questions.
Not that, I was going to say, we weren't vanilla yesterday, as I say, we, the San Francisco media.
Lubman asked a great journalistic question. Hey, basically the reports coming out of Boston, I don't know if we cut the exact question that Lubman asked, but it's something to the effect of, hey, like, we're excited to have you, but obviously all the reports coming out of Boston is that you're not a great teammate. Like, do you have anything to say for yourself regarding that? I thought that was a great journalistic question.
They were asking about that. I think John Shea asked it. I think Susan Slusser asked. Like a lot's been made from like your position, right? Like where are you going to play? All of that. Like, was that a problem in Boston? And do you envision it being a problem here now? He's like, and then he just hears the word Boston. And it's like, I'm not here to talk about that. Like, again, clearly he was coached or he went into that knowing he's not going to say anything about it, and that's his prerogative. But I don't know.
His body language, I also thought, set the tone. Coming in jovial and happy and smiling ear to ear, and then having Buster there and obviously Dave Fleming so excited. And like Dave saying from the beginning, like, hey, he's really good friends with my brother, and, my brother and him, know each other, and my brother speaks Spanish and blah, blah, blah. I thought the way the whole press conference went set the tone for acceptance. And then having all his teammates there was just the like cherry on the top.
I do think, I'm still not that I'm questioning him here in San Francisco. I'm not doing that at all. But the fact that there was that much vitriol from both sides there, it does have me feeling like, okay, could this happen here? Because at least with the Jimmy Butler situation, Pat Riley did have some culpability when he went on, whether it was Levitard. He's like, you know what? I could have handled that better. I probably could have handled this entire situation better. And some of this is my fault. Now, it takes two to tango, which he said too. And Jimmy's at blame. And I think Jimmy also kind of admitted that to an extent too. He's like, yeah, from both of us, it didn't work out. It was time for us to move on.
Jimmy's also been in the spotlight for a lot longer. Not that Devers hasn't, but Jimmy has been, he's been kind of through this. And I think the NBA players are way more, how do I put this? I don't think this is a normal baseball, like the way that this went down. You don't see it that often in baseball.
No, that's why this is different.
This has more of an NBA feel to it.
Correct. And Devers is not an NBA star guy. He's not trying to be the face. That's not who he is. He doesn't want that. We had Dave Fleming on yesterday. His brother Will works for the Red Sox radio network. Is he joining us today, Sammy, by the way? Tomorrow we got Will Fleming. Okay, good. Good stuff there. Great booking. Will Fleming joining us tomorrow.
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. Can't wait. Dave was talking about his brother being kind of tight with Rafi Devers, and because Will Fleming is fluent in Spanish, didn't know that, which is a great skill to have in this case, right? And Devers kind of wants to be a loner guy. Like he's like that. That's who he is, which is okay. I kind of feel that sometimes when I'm by myself, I'm doing my own thing. I'm similar.
Yeah, not everyone is rah Willie Adames, right? And I don't know, Pedro Martinez. He's a Red Sox legend. Would you agree?
Yes, absolutely. He is synonymous with that. Who's your daddy, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And also a very beloved teammate for a variety of people.
Yes.
He had some wild things that he was saying that didn't jive with some of the other stories that were coming out of Boston.
Let's take a listen. This sound courtesy of Bleacher Report. Pedro Martinez on Rafael Devers.
I was shocked, just like everybody else. I was shocked because if you try to sell to me, knowing Rafi Devers, that Rafi is a bad teammate or he's not a team player, you're lying. You're going to tell me he's a bad influence in the clubhouse? He's not. Does he want to play every single day? Yes, that's probably why he was mad. Well, the thing got mishandled from the get-go. And I think if I'm Jimmy and I'm Grandy and we have an ex-teammate or a teammate that's not doing things like they should be doing, we pull him aside, all three of us, and we convince him to come into the things that we want to do together. This should have been in the hands of baseball people, not front office people, not leaking it to the media, not having a back and forth between the media and Alex and Sam Kennedy and Breslow. So I think it should have been handled by baseball people, Pedroia, Big Papi.
Wow. That was powerful.
Pedro Martinez on Bleacher Report.
I trust Pedro.
There it is, right there. All right, that's the sounder. All right, know the show, 888. Oh, check that. Hold on, I don't have my contest line phone number here, Sammy. Can you put it in the box for me? It's not in there. We'll get to it in a second, but I do have the question.
And this is Know the Show. So you can win some Caitlin Clark Valkyries tickets.
Absolutely. What position did Joe Shasky say he wants the Giants to approach Rafael Devers about playing this offseason? I'm going to ask the question one more time. I'm going to give out the contest phone number. All right. What position did Joe Shasky say he wants the Giants to approach Rafael Devers about playing this offseason? This is the number in the box, 415-523-4652. The first person to call in and get that answer correct will win tickets to see Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever take on the Valkyries tomorrow at Chase Center. 415-523-4652.
I can't get over that Pedro sound.
It's great.
I mean, that is the exact opposite of everything we've heard coming out of Boston from all of the reporters and everything. The smear campaign, I don't know what's real, but the smear campaign, from my perspective, like, they clearly are going out of their way to just rub dirt on this guy's name. And this is Pedro Martinez. What does Pedro have to lose? Like, he is a Red Sox legend.
Yes.
I don't think he has ill will with the Red Sox currently, does he?
No, I don't think he works for the organization either.
He's on Fox. He's on the Fox baseball broadcast and the TBS baseball broadcasts. Yes. I know that. He does work with both companies.
He does a great job. Yeah.
I think these players really respect him. Don't you?
I would. He's, again, a Dominican guy.
It sounds like he has a relationship with Rafi, and I think he's offended that they're doing this to him.
I
think we got to play that sound again at 8 o'clock.
No, we'll play it again.
Because that was, wow.
Ownership getting involved at any time, it just never ends well. I'm just going to say that first and foremost. Whenever ownership has to I get reports that he's flying, John Henry, the owner's flying back to Boston to talk to this guy. Like, that's, stay out of it. To his point, like, that would drive me nuts as a fan.
I know.
That's where my mind would go first and foremost. Why is my owner talking to the owner? You know what? If he has something with the coach or the general manager and he wants to go through that, like, that's the chain of command. You put these guys in positions to do their jobs. Like, it's so refreshing when Joe Lacob was on here talking about that. Yes, good owners should always be involved, but there's levels to being involved with things, right? I don't want my owner during a season going up to Draymond Green and talking to him saying, you can't do this, you can't do that. No. Let the chain of command do its thing. Bob Myers, sure, he could do that. The general manager, the president of baseball or basketball operations, in this case, can do that.
Dunleavy, I feel like he understands the room of being a player and being part of the front office.
I was going to say why that is because he was a player. Yes.
What about John Lynch?
Yes.
I think about some of the different moments. Like, remember when Kinlaw and Grant Cohn had the thing? Yeah. And John Lynch is like, wait a minute. Can we just get in the room? Yeah. Can we just all get in the room and just figure this out? And I'm not trying to knock anybody. I'm telling you, like, I think having been on both sides of it, John Lynch has been a part of the media. He's been a player. He has been a part of the front office. He has cachet to sit down with people. And when he says something, as Pedro said, baseball people needed to get involved. And this goes back to my thing. Like, I know that we think that these guys that are the number crunchers, they know baseball in and out. But from a baseball player's perspective, they don't view those people as baseball people. Buster can toe the line back and forth and be the baseball guy. He has equity, cachet. When he sits down and he talks to someone and he knows the perspective of where Rafi's coming from. It sounds like Breslow and them. Whoo, amateur hour over there.
Well, and
that's what it sounds like.
That's one Red Sox legend. We're going to hear from another one at 8:30 and Johnny Damon and get his thoughts on all this because it is interesting to hear all these different perspectives. Former guy that Johnny Damon played with, Jonathan Papelbon, obviously Red Sox employee, Nesson employee, very tight with the owner, kind of felt like a little owner's mouthpiece, kind of a situation there when Papelbon was talking about.
We've got a few of those in this market.
Everyone does.
Everyone does.
And you know what? You get paid from the person. I can't speak to that.
Hey, bro.
Hey, you do what you got to do.
Did you see who was on the pregame show yesterday?
Yeah, exactly.
Monte Hill. That guy's made more appearances to Oracle this year than he has in years.
And they'll tell you, Dave Fleming talks about it like Dave Fleming was there. Like he works for the organization.
And they'll also call him out when they need to.
Absolutely. So there's levels to this. So Papelbon feels some type of way. Big Papi, Pedro Martinez. How does Johnny Damon feel about it? We'll ask him in about 35 minutes.
I can't get over that Pedro sound.
And we're going to react to it again.
We got to hear that again.
On the other side, we're going to do that. But first, it is time for the injury report. By the way, shout out to the winner of the Caitlin Clark Indiana Fever tickets taking on the Valkyries tomorrow. Bronwyn in Berkeley. Congratulations there to Bronwyn in Berkeley. So if you keep calling right now, you can stop because you're not going to win anything because it's over. It's done. It's kaput. By the way, Gerard Encarnacion, I swear to God, this is like the 20th time he's been on this injury report, is back on the injured list. The Giants DH, I'm not trying to laugh, but it's just the absurdity of it all. He's dealing with the left oblique strain. It is the second time Encarnacion has been on the IL this year after missing most of the first 2 months of the season with a fractured wrist. Daniel Johnson, who was en route to Sacramento as part of a move to clear space on the Giants roster for Rafael Devers, was asked to turn around and come back to San Francisco to fill Encarnacion's spot on the roster. Maybe he stopped by In-N-Out Burger or something, got a double-double, just turned right back around. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. You got to listen to this Pedro Martinez sound. If you missed it, we played it about 5 or 6 minutes ago. Didn't have enough time to react to it. We're going to play it on the other side. He's calling out the Boston Red Sox. Now they fumbled the bag there. And now the Giants came out on top in all of this. Pedro Martinez talking about it on the other side. Plus, Johnny Damon, Red Sox legend, at 8:30, talking about it on 95.7 The Game.
I had my naps timed out, bro.
You did? I always got my naps timed out. I'm not napping this morning. You better wake up. Let's go. Halfway home here. What's today? Is it Wednesday? Halfway home on a hump day here in the Bay. I get my days mixed up all the time.
Happy hump day, people. Happy hump day.
Thank you, Tim Hardaway. Devers Day yesterday. Giants fall 3-2 the final. It was a very fun game, very exciting. You would have liked to got the win. Now you're on kind of a little mini losing streak. We need to snap that. Robbie Ray, 2 losses in a row now against the Rockies, now against the Guardians. We got Johnny Damon joining us in about 25 minutes, 8:30. Johnny Damon, Red Sox legend. You're not going to want to miss that interview. He has some interesting thoughts, I am sure, on how this Devers situation went down. I think Sam told me yesterday he just got back from the Bahamas, so he's nice and tanned. He's ready to go. He's relaxed. You know who's not relaxed about this situation, as I say good morning to you, Joe? Well, Pedro Martinez. He is feeling some type of way about this. And when I think Boston Red Sox, it's either Pedro or Big Papi for me. When I think of Boston Red Sox that give a damn about that organization, about that city, that care deeply about the brand.
Yeah. There's other guys, but you're 100% right. For the last 40 years, those are the guys.
Absolutely. I know there's the Carl Yastrzemskis of the world, right? There's
the Teddy Williams.
But I don't know those guys.
I know.
What they meant to the rivalry that everyone wants to say is the greatest rivalry in the history of sports.
Jim Rice.
Right?
You don't remember Freddie Lynn, but this is my dad's era.
Yankees, Red Sox, right? When everyone wants to shove it down our throats, absolutely. It's one of the great rivalries in the history of American sports. Those were the guys that amplified the hell out of it. Johnny Damon being a part of that as well. But Pedro Martinez, let's listen to him again, Joe, because as we celebrated Devers Day yesterday and all that came about and his refusal to even talk about what went on there yesterday, which was a story in and of itself for me, Rafael Devers not even wanting to talk about Boston at all is a story to me. It might not be to you, but for me, I think the fallout from all of this, the Boston angle, the San Francisco Angel, I think it's fascinating. And let's hear from Pedro Martinez and his thoughts on it, sound courtesy of Bleacher Report.
I was shocked, just like everybody else. I was shocked because if you try to sell to me, knowing Rafi Devers, that Rafi is a bad teammate or he's not a team player, you're lying. You're going to tell me he's a bad influence in the clubhouse? He's not. Does he want to play every single day? Yes, that's probably why he was mad. Well, the thing got mishandled from the get-go. And I think if I'm Jimmy and I'm Grandy and we have an ex-teammate or a teammate that's not doing things like they should be doing, we pull him aside, all three of us, and we convince him to come into the things that we want to do together. This should have been in the hands of baseball people, not front office people, not leaking it to the media, not having a back and forth between the media and Alex and Sam Kennedy and Breslow. So I think it should have been handled by baseball people, Pedroia, Big Papi.
Keep it in-house. Whenever you have a family spat and it starts bleeding into other things, you always hear the term. He's like, you keep it in the family, Joe, when it comes to certain stuff. You don't let that leak out. You don't let that get to your friend group, get out in public space, get into the workplace. You keep it in the family. And that's basically what Pedro was saying there when it came to Devers. Hey, let's get the legends around here. Let's get Dustin Pedroia, Red Sox legend, right? And they tried getting Big Papi David Ortiz. Let's get some of these guys that are diehards, that are Boston through and through, to just get through to this guy and figure out what's going on before we have to get to the ownership level, because that's going from 0 to 100 when it doesn't need to. And that makes the problem so much worse, right? Hell, we could be having a problem between you and I here, or me and one of the producers, right? Let's try to figure that out between us, and can we sit down first and foremost? And if that doesn't work, let's bring in either you or I or Sam or whatever, and we figure out before we go to the big boss, and then before we go to corporate, right? That's kind of what you do in these situations. But the fact that the owner himself, John Henry, the world's strongest man, he goes out of his way and flies his private plane, I'm assuming it's private, all the way to Boston to have a sit down with Devers to figure out what the hell's going on. And we have these expectations of you, and you need to be a leader. You need to do all that. Like, yeah, the writing was on the wall right then. This guy's not coming back. It's not coming back. Because the last thing I want is to be scolded because I've had a bad week. I've had a bad couple weeks, a bad month. Like, really? I want a World Series. I'm your best freaking player, dude.
Do you get kind of it's different, obviously, very different. Do you get kind of a Deebo Samuel vibe coming out where it's like, hey, we paid you all this money. We expect you to act a certain way, and you're not even coming up close to what we're expecting. And we get that you're frustrated because you're not being utilized the way you want to be utilized, but you got to meet us in the middle.
Well, especially I lost, some respect last year as Deebo Samuel, the leader, because his refusal to talk. After doing all that talk and talking all that mess, I want to get targeted, I want to get all this. They lost their number one wide receiver in Brandon Ayuk. Juwan Jennings was outplaying him, making like barely any of his salary, right? You had Ricky Pearsall, your rookie wide receiver, drafted in the first round, got shot. He's trying his damnedest to get back onto the field. He's trying hard. And then you're not even going to talk to the media after you get punked in Green Bay and you guys get destroyed, right? Like, come on, man.
Well,
Come
I
on.
think.
So yes, that's a great comparison, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. And I think the one thing that's very different from the Niners is that their structure and their hierarchy has tons of leadership.
Yes.
John Lynch is clearly a leader. People can argue about Kyle Shanahan's leadership, but he's clearly a guy that a lot of the top dogs on the team look up to.
Respect.
Respect, I guess would be the way I put it. Respect, excuse me.
They have a lot of respect for him.
I think Fred Warner and George
Yes.
Kittle command certain levels of respect.
Yes.
When I look at Boston right now and what they've got going, there's clearly a lack of that leadership. And I think that maybe Rafi being the highest paid player doesn't necessarily mean that you want him to also be your leader day in, day out, running the team. And I think maybe they had expectations that maybe his skill set's just not, or his character or whatever is not ready to fulfill.
And I'd blame them because you got rid of the face of the franchise and one of the best leaders in sports today, Mookie Betts.
No doubt.
That was the face. Now,
but think about what he's coming to here, though.
Right.
Let's contrast it real quick.
Yeah.
Like, think about what he's coming. You got Adames, who feels, you could say, hey, maybe he's not worth $180 million. I might agree with you. But in terms of leadership, the guy is clearly a leader.
Yes.
Would you agree?
Yes, he's there every day, has a smile on his face. By all accounts, he's the same guy every single day.
Okay. Chapman leads kind of by example, but I think that there's a way that he conducts himself that others really respect.
No nonsense, grinded out guy. Everyone respects his work ethic.
Now, this might be laughable to some, but I think Wilmer Flores has a lot of influence in the clubhouse.
He's been around a while.
He does, and I think a lot of guys from different backgrounds really look up to him.
Yes.
And I think that his voice resonates.
Yes.
I think Buster Posey clearly has a ton of leadership and respect.
Of course. Well, from the younger generation, what do they know Buster Posey as? The guy won 3 World Series and one of the best catchers of their lifetime.
And playing a hard-nosed position.
Yes.
I think catcher is viewed a certain way, when it comes to some of these position players.
God, watching catchers today, like, if you have a good one, they're rare.
Very rare. So I think the situation that he now comes to is so dramatically different than what was going on in Boston. I think he can just fit in and just do his stuff and do his job.
Well, like, do you get what I'm saying, though? Like, the fact that he wanted to move off so quickly of the Boston conversation and not even, like, talk about it at all.
Shows how toxic it was.
It shows how toxic it was, but, like, there's something there that, and again, I know where we are in the Bay. This isn't a Boston sports radio station. I'm not saying we have to talk about it all from the Red Sox perspective, but it's just interesting now. We've had 2 of these same types of trades here in the Bay, and we've mentioned the guy's name a lot. Jimmy Butler, very similar, different age, different salary, what he means to the team, baseball versus basketball, very different, obviously, but being toxic situations and receiving players coming from toxic situations, it's pretty incredible within a 6-month span.
So do you trust, if you're in the Bay Area, do you trust all of the leaks and the smears about Rafi, or do you trust Pedro Martinez?
I mean,
the lone guy defending him.
Is it a cop-out to say, like, both parties might be culpable a little bit in this?
Oh, there's not a doubt in my mind that Rafi is guilty of not wanting to make it work.
Do you think if he
I agree with. He could feel disrespected, right, but I think had he wanted to make it work in Boston, I think he'd still be there.
Do you think it would have gone a long way if he had just said yesterday, like, hey, you know what? Maybe I could have handled the last few months a little better.
Yeah, but here's how my Giants brain thinks. I'm glad the whole thing went down the way it did because now we're the benefactor of it.
Of course. Like, the fact that he didn't say anything.
Is that to me, am I caught up in my own fandom where I'm like, I don't really care, and actually the fact that you sabotaged your value and we got you for what little of what we gave up? I have like, it's the same thing with Jimmy. I don't care.
You don't until you do, I guess I'll say, because
what do you mean?
Now that the Jimmy Butler experience has happened and you got that player, and playoff Jimmy is not the same playoff Jimmy he was in Miami. That much is clear now. He's been a good sport. He's been a good soldier, but the season ended and there are question marks around Jimmy Butler, not as a leader, but question marks about him being like, is this a good enough player for us to win another title?
Okay.
So, like, that might be a conversation. Not to say that Rafael Devers, clearly the guy had 2 hits yesterday. He looks fine at the plate. Like, by all accounts, he's going to be fine. Fine.
He's better as a hitter than any guy they developed since Posey.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's better as a player than any guy they've signed in free agency since, what, Bonds?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's the avenue they're going to have to go through now, not through free agency.
Now, I don't want to sleep on this guy. Some people are going to say Hunter Pence. I'm sorry. Hunter was a really good player. Jeff Kent was a great player. Now, I know you won championships with Hunter, so that's going to dilute things. Jeff Kent, the trade for Jeff Kent is one of the greatest trades in baseball history. Yeah. All right? And so I think this is the best player they've traded for since Jeff Kent.
Yeah. Yeah. Like Hunter Pence is up there because of what he meant for the titles and that run. Remember that first year in 2012, he really wasn't hitting all that well when he became a Giant.
But you won championships, so everything gets elevated.
And he had the speech, and everything gets elevated, right? So, and he was honestly, it's funny, the polar opposite player from Devers when it comes to I like being a face. I'll ride around my scooter. Hey, you want to come say hi? I'm gonna go get some coffee, right? Just polar opposite when it comes to personalities.
But I got vibes when he got to second. He was like fist pumping, and the whole crowd was going crazy in the arcade. Above right field was going nuts. Like, I got into my feels, man. I got all old school again.
Here is Devers talking yesterday through the translator, Erwin Higueras. Devers, he's here to give his 100% to the team.
I'm here to give my 100%. I don't put any buts. They're the men in charge. I am here to play wherever they want me to play.
Right there. And that has got to be triggering as hell if you're a Boston Red Sox fan, because all these reports were you didn't want to play first base because you couldn't play third because we got Alex Bregman, who's a better defensive third baseman than you. And obviously Trevor Story is short. So, yeah, you're going to DH for the rest of the year per Alex Cora. Those were his words. But now you want to take, grounders because it was the whole thing was just so strange to me. And it's culminated now him being in a Giants uniform. And we're going to talk to Johnny Damon about it in 14 minutes. By the way, this or that is going to be at 9:30. This or that. Hey, it could be anything. It could be, do you need a wallet? Do you not need a wallet? Do you want pineapple on pizza? It could be sports related. It could be Jordan versus Brady, who you taking as a GOAT. We don't know where it's going to go, but we do know that it's going to be Sam Lubman, Carter, or Matt Nahigian when it comes to that think tank. It's going to be a surprise for myself and Joe Shasky.
There's a big part of me that's like loving how angry Boston is. There's another part of me that kind of cares, what happened there, because I don't want it to happen here. But there's a way bigger part of me that does not give a rip what happened there, because I'm looking at what they're like, the way they're acting, Craig Breslow and different people. Craig Breslow's the GM of Boston. And I'm saying to myself, like, I think they're just idiots. They just might be inept.
Is it just dumb to ask the question at 888-957-9570? Giants fans, like, do you care about what went down with Devers in Boston? Like, does that do anything for you going forward, to the player, to what he brings to this team? Or is that just all, not my problem?
It's theirs.
888-957-9570 is the number. Speaking of dysfunction there, as we're just laughing at the pain that is Boston, you know what? To hell with them. They've won like 50 titles since 2000.
I'm so sick of them.
They deserve a down year, or down era, if you will, considering the entire past 25 years has basically been their era. Right now, the Celtics are still technically defending champs, although I think Oklahoma City is going to wrap up that series very shortly there, as Tyrese Halliburton for the Pacers is clearly compromised with that calf injury. But check this out. This is from June Lee. And June Lee, if you've seen him, you might recognize him. He used to be on ESPN, Around the Horn. He's done some stuff. He's a journalist. He's bounced around Washington Post. He's from Boston. So he born and bred in Boston. Or Or is he born in Boston? No, he's born in Seoul, South Korea, excuse me. But he was raised in Boston. And this sound is courtesy of NBC Sports Boston. You think the dysfunction is this bad when it comes to the Devers situation? Just check out what June Lee had to say about how they went about their interviews with their baseball operations candidates. It's just insane.
What's happening with the Red Sox, with Sam Kennedy, with Craig Breslow, with Alex Cora, is a state of organizational dysfunction. And I think that there's this, I heard last night after I reported this piece and it went out about an interview with the Red Sox were trying to recruit a new person for their baseball operations department. And during this interview process, the entire interview was conducted with an AI bot where you would record the answers to the questions and then the Red Sox would then evaluate them. And this wasn't just one round. It wasn't just 2 rounds. It was 5 rounds of interviews where this person did not talk to another person in the Red Sox organization. And this source told me that he had also interviewed with the Dodgers, with the San Diego Padres. The Dodgers have kind of been the organization that the Red Sox have been trying to emulate for the last 5 years. Sustainability, a big market team that knows how to spend money at times, but also is able to develop young prospects, which they've done successfully over the course of the last decade. What he told me was that the gap between the field, the people skills of Andrew Friedman and what he dealt with Craig Breslow was so far apart that it seemed like utterly delusional that the idea that this is what the Red Sox think the Dodgers are doing is just absolutely crazy.
So he had 5 interviews and didn't talk to a single person. It was all AI.
AI. That's, again, June Lee is saying this.
You know what that reminds
he had his
me of?
source, NBC Sports Boston.
That reminds me of kind of the 4-1 era of the Giants.
This fish is stinking from the head up.
The lack of the human touch. I mean, isn't that literally what we talked about for 5 years?
Now, I don't think it was that bad where they're going AI.
No, I agree.
But there is something to be said about the hollow nature when it came to like the human element of this team the last 5-6+ years, however long it's been since Farhan's been here. There is that. And 888-957-9570. Again, that's the number to call or text. Do you care at all about what went down in Boston with Rafael Devers? We're getting a bunch of calls in on this.
No,
actually.
I want to hear this.
Yeah.
Real quick, one thing in the restaurant industry that is still evident. Yelp and Grubhub and Uber Eats and all these different things, they're great. They're a great way to, hey, what's your rating on Uber Eats? Eat24 isn't a thing, but Caviar, whatever it is, DoorDash,
yeah.
Right? If I walk in here and I say, guys, the best sushi I've ever had is Sushi Ron, right? That is worth so much more, okay? The personal endorsement and the experience that I share with you is worth so much more than a 4.7, 4.8 rating.
Right.
Okay? The human element still resonates. So, like, when it comes to food and things like that, yeah, we still use, all these different apps and we look at reviews and all that. But when someone tells you the best turkey sandwich I've ever had is at Guerra Meats on 15th and Taravel.
Not Arguello Market?
It can be Arguello Market as well.
Pat Olson.
I'm just throwing names out there. I love Original Joe's, steak alla Bruno. It's the best. You know what I mean? Whatever it is. That hits you harder than whatever these algorithms and these reviews online do. So getting back to the Red Sox, the way the Giants used to operate, the human element will always override whatever the data is. I'm sorry. It just will. I'm a human. You're a human. You touch at my heart, I'm gonna be more inclined to give you my business. Period. End of discussion.
Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate auto loan apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. AI interviews. I mean, could you imagine
5 AI interviews?
I know. But can you imagine just doing that for any normal job? You don't even who's talking? Does it sound like Stephen Hawking? You are applying for that. What is that? Is it a screen? How does that even work? Seriously, I'm trying to wrap my head around it. Is it a questionnaire?
The Boston ineptitude has now gifted us. I mean, this could be a Wall of Fame guy, a 10-year Giant.
Yeah.
That's what whatever the hell happened there, it sucks. I hope it doesn't repeat here. But we're the benefactors of it.
If the Giants go on to win a World Series, you could make the argument that the Boston Red Sox had two of the worst trades in a span of a decade that any team has had in the history of sports. Getting rid of Mookie Betts, who immediately goes on to win 2 World Series
after
with
being
the
known
Dodgers
100 years ago for the Babe Ruth trade.
There you go. And then trading Rafael Devers, and then they go on, the Giants, to go win on World Series. Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Posey wins a World Series, we're going to start having different conversations.
Why the hell, real quick, are the Red Sox trying to emulate the Dodgers when the Red Sox themselves have won more World Series in this century than them? They know how things work. You had Theo Epstein here. You had the formula of development and talent and identifying talent. Yeah, just do what you were doing well in the past. There's just some sort of disconnect there. James is in El Cerrito and wants to join the conversation. James, do you care about how things went down with Rafael Devers in Boston?
I don't get it. I don't get how when you're literally the best hitter in the American League, got a 401 OBP, your only job is to hit, and you hit, and you perform, and you're a badass. What's the problem? I mean, the rest of the time you just sit in the dugout, you cheer for your teammates. I don't get it. I think he's great. We'll take him. Love him.
Well, James, real quick. The problem was
exactly how I feel.
Well, James is gone, but I was going to say the problem was that's what the Red Sox wanted him to do. Alex Cora said he's going to DH the rest of the year
until they didn't.
Until kick rocks, I guess.
But this is where you also have to know.
But Devers didn't want to do that. Is what I'm saying.
That's my point.
Yes.
This guy does want to play in the field a little. Like he does. Pedro said it.
Well, why? Like, he kept playing. It wasn't like a Jimmy Butler situation where Jimmy literally flat out quit on the team. Like, Jimmy quit on the Miami Heat.
Yeah,
they indefinitely suspended him. Yeah. It was bad. He was wearing like Kevin Durant, like in Suns, his shoes in Suns colors. By the way, speaking of Kevin Durant, does anyone want that guy?
No.
Like, that seems like no one wants to trade for him. I think you still do. But
yeah,
again, you'll always want KD.
Kuminga straight up.
Stop. But like that happened over there. He was still playing Devers with the Red Sox and producing at a high level, as James was alluding to. Like, that was happening. Just let him play. Just keep putting him out there at DH. What is he going to do? Quit on the team?
But, Joe, there's got to be more to this. There's got to be more to this. There just has to be.
Well, we're going to ask Johnny Damon on the other side if he knows anything about it. By the way, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. Johnny Damon coming up next. You are not going to want to miss this interview. The guy is a legend in Boston, won a World Series there, obviously synonymous with that comeback against the Yankees in the ALCS. Johnny Damon coming up next, brought to you by Safeway.
Yo, what it do? It's your boy Pilo, and this is the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoshi and the Butcher Boy. Let's go.
Carter, you love that one. Whenever you play that rejoin, you look for my reaction. And I say it every time. He somehow made an Italian last name. Japanese. Spadoshi. I love that. Shout out Yoshi and Mario. It's me, Mario. Johnny Damon joining us here shortly. Spadoni and Chassis, the Morning Roast. We're rolling on a hump day, baby. We were talking Rafael Devers, who debuted with the Giants yesterday. Had a couple hits. Had a RBI, had a double, hit one of the triples alley. Wasn't a triple for him. He spoke to the media a couple hours prior to that. Buster Posey spoke to the media. Zach Manassian, Bob Melvin, Greg Johnson even spoke. Hell, Greg Johnson, I thought had a great quote yesterday, and we'll play that at some point. But the narrative surrounding this team when it comes to payroll has shifted mightily, Joe. Just within this calendar year, they went from a team that you felt like, man, are we ever going to go the distance and get one of these huge bats for hundreds of $1 millions? Now you got Adames, $182 million. You thought you were going to have Correa a couple of years ago. You got cold feet. The medical wasn't there. They weren't the only team the medical they failed on. Obviously, the New York Mets famously as well. And Correa ended up landing with the Twins for significantly less money than he would have gotten here in San Francisco or New York. But yeah, the narrative around the Giants has shifted in a way where, is it crazy if I say I'm the most optimistic about the Giants, as the team in the Bay right now over the Warriors and the Niners? Is that insane?
No, it's not. I've been telling you guys that how many different segments and different ideas have we said, hey, what is the lowest valued franchise? Which one do you think is the closest to a title? Or which one do you think could be the next to be the big one? And I kept telling you guys, dude, at some point the Giants are going to be good again. At some point. It's a law of averages. You cannot be this bad for a decade and not sniff a little optimism.
I'm not saying they're most popular. People get upset and they're like, what are you talking about? The Niners? What are you talking about? The Warriors? I'm not saying they're the most popular team or they're going to be the most popular team. Stephen Curry is here and the Niners are the Niners.
Yeah, but things happen quickly.
Correct.
In 2009, we didn't know that the Giants were going to capture our hearts for a decade.
Yes.
In 2009, we didn't know that the Warriors had drafted, or were going to draft, one of the greatest players basketball's ever seen.
Yeah.
We didn't know that Harbaugh was going to be there. Things happen very quickly in sports.
Right.
What is here could be gone. Think about this. If you're a New England Patriot fan, you never fathomed that once you had Tom Brady and Belichick, you'd be put on the back burner this quick.
Right.
No one in America cares about you today.
No, they don't. Drake May and Stephon Diggs and them boys. Mike Vrabel's going to try to turn around that ship. And speaking of Boston legends, Johnny Damon joining us right now, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Obviously, a former Red Sox center fielder, won a championship with Boston back in 2004, played here in the Bay for a minute, too, with the Oakland Athletics. Johnny, good morning. I'm just going to ask you, just right off the bat, what were your reactions when you saw on Father's Day of all days that Rafael Devers was traded to the San Francisco Giants?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. And yes, absolutely shocking. I know Rafael loves Boston. He loves the Red Sox. And this was one of those trades where it kind of just got you, kind of when Yoga went to or the big basketball trade that happened, Dallas and
Luka Doncic, yeah.
LA.
Yeah, Luka to the Lakers.
Yeah, Doncic. I'm sorry. But yeah, that was kind of what I was thinking about, and sometimes they just happen in a hurry. The Red Sox wanted to make a move. Nobody ever leaves the Red Sox happy. I know for sure I didn't, but it's a straight money ball move. The Red Sox get rid of a lot of money on the contract, but they also get 5 young players, and now there's no more distraction up in Boston. I think making a move to first base is very hard, especially if you've never played there or practiced. And I think that's a big reason why he was like, I'll DH this year. But, as a player, you would do anything for your team to make it better. At least that's what I would do. He got a very bad rap from the beginning, and it just never ended. And they had to make a deal, and hopefully the clubhouse is a little bit calmer today without having to answer all these questions.
All right, Johnny, you said so many things in that opening answer. Incredible. You were a great ball player, and I really appreciate you coming on here. You said you know Rafi Devers. Who is this guy? Who is the person, Rafi Devers? Because we're just getting to know him.
Yeah, well, I don't know him that well. We've shook hands. We gave each other hugs. He's a tremendous baseball player who may find himself in Cooperstown one day. That's who he is, and hopefully there's great connection with him in San Francisco. I know San Fran needs to push the Dodgers up, off the cliff, because the Dodgers have been absolutely crushing it the past couple of years. And I know the Giants, they're not one to sit back and say it's okay. So the Giants are going after it. They brought on a great player. And I think the Red Sox, brought on 5 tremendous young players.
Wow. So, you were a part of the 04 Red Sox. I just watched one of the docs. There's been so many of them on Netflix. But the whole Nomar saga, where Nomar was going to get traded for Alex Rodriguez in the offseason. They couldn't put the genie back in the bottle. He felt disrespected, and it lingered all year. I mean, what are the similarities to what had happened with Rafi and what you guys went through in that clubhouse? Because you've kind of alluded to it, being asked a lot of questions, and now that guy's out the door, it can help someone. So what were they experiencing, you think, in the clubhouse in Boston with the whole Rafi situation?
Oh, it's so similar. And, during the 2004 year, we would always try to talk to Nomar and see if he was okay, because we knew he was hurt about possibly being traded. It eventually happened, but it takes a toll, not just on the player, but on the team. And then when it finally happened, we traded Nomar, but we ended up getting 3 guys in return that really helped us out. Dave Roberts, Orlando Cabrera, Doug Mankiewicz. So it's like you lose one great player, you bring in 3 really good players, and your team all of a sudden gels a lot better. And that's what happened in 2004. And I know the Red Sox, they've been down this road plenty of times, and that clubhouse is probably a lot more calm today. Probably a lot of questions that the media obviously is going to throw at these players, but they're out of the Devers situation, and it's time for them to move on.
Talking with Johnny Damon here on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky, former Red Sox center fielder, 04 champion, obviously a legend in his own right there in Beantown. And Johnny, I do want to get into this when it comes to baseball. It's so unique, right? We see it in football all the time, the diva wide receivers, right? That's what they're labeled. They want their touches. They want to get all their balls, right? You see it sometimes in basketball, right? If you have a ball-dominant point guard and there's a disgruntled player who's not getting his own shots up, right? But when baseball, It seems like the bugaboo is a position change. And someone feels like, whether they've been there for a few years, it is their right. They have earned the right to, quote unquote, lose that position if they want to, right? If someone comes in and they're the young phenom and you know what, they've been groomed to do so, it's one thing. But the Red Sox bring in this guy, Alex Bregman, out of Houston. What does Bregman mean to the Red Sox? Well, not a whole hell of a lot. He was a rival in his own right when they played against them in the playoffs, but he has no fanfare or buildup within Boston. Devers has won a World Series, right? So what did you make of, Devers kind of, taken aback a little bit when they brought in Bregman and gave Bregman that third base position, and Devers didn't like that?
Yeah, absolutely. And Bregman's an absolute gamer, and I think that's why they brought him in, because the Red Sox would be looking at 75 wins. You bring in Bregman, you're automatically at 85, but then again, he makes the players around him better. He's a clubhouse leader. It means so much when you bring in guys who's willing to do everything there is for the team. And, I feel like that's how I was. We never had a bad day. We might get our ass kicked, but guess what? We had a team that's going to support every single up and down that the team may have, and Bregman brings that. So I think it's very important that they brought him in, and it's just very unfortunate that, negative stuff that gets talked about in baseball, and unfortunately for the Red Sox, the whole Devers situation became a very, it became cancerous everywhere. Everyone was talking about it, and like people would talk to me about it all the time. And I'm like, I'm not part of it. I understand him not wanting to play first base because it's a lot harder nowadays than back in the day. You just stick your worst player out in right field, or you stick your worst player at first base. But I experienced it when I was with the Kansas City Royals. They wanted me to move to left field to make Carlos Beltran's job a lot easier as a rookie. Well, guess what? They got me in arbitration that year, and because I didn't put up the numbers that a left fielder would put up, well, no one's putting up the numbers that Barry Bonds puts up. So they won the arbitration case. So the next year when Beltran was hurt, I went to center, and I was like, I really want to stay in center. We have a better team with me in center, and therefore I get traded during the offseason.
And that was when you got traded
to Oakland,
to the
which was great.
Oh,
Yes.
to Oakland. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So I got to learn how to play winning baseball by, sticking up for myself. And, could I play left field? Obviously. But, center field, you pay the premium for defense. And that's what I had. And therefore I get traded to Oakland. And I started off in left field in Oakland because they knew I was only going to be there for a year. But once they put me in center field in the second half, we went 59-18, but it also helps bringing a guy like Jermaine Dye over from Kansas City with me. So, it's a cat and mouse game. It's the Moneyball stuff. The Red Sox save a lot of money, and now they have a lot of young talent who are very hungry to show what they've got in the big leagues. And that's what Moneyball is all about.
It's so interesting that you bring up kind of the cat and mouse game between ownership and the players, and it's just the dynamic of how baseball players get paid in the arbitration. We had a guy on that you played with, Jonathan Papelbon, who was on with Willard and Dibs in the afternoon, and I'm going to play you this sound, and then I want to ask you a specific question. So here's Jonathan Papelbon and his perspective on the Devers situation, and Mark Willard, one of our co-hosts, asking a great question on the front end.
You think Rafi was a bad teammate?
I do. I think he wasn't willing to conform to what the Red Sox needed. And when you're the highest paid player and your company or your team needs something, I think it's up to that person. They have to do what's best for the team. Am I in that clubhouse? No, I'm not. Do I hear little riffs and stuff about what's going on? Yeah, here and there. But I do know for 110% fact that John Henry was not happy with Rafael Devers.
When you hear that sound, do you agree with Jonathan Papelbon regarding being the highest paid player and the leadership aspect and being able to do what the organization wants you to do?
That's what Jonathan Papelbon and myself would do. I'm not disagreeing with him at all, but I'm a team guy. Whatever the team needs, if I need to go try to throw 3 innings with a broken shoulder, I would do that. Anything for the team. That's what Tim Wakefield did when we got our asses kicked by the Yankees down 3-0. He saved our bullpen for the rest of the series, and that's what great teammates do. And Papelbon's, he's Papelbon's crazy, but he's not wrong at all.
Who's crazier, him or Manny Ramirez? Because you play with Manny.
Oh my
Ramirez.
gosh, I think Papelbon.
Really?
Oh my gosh, Manny would never do these crazy dances in his underwear. Papelbon, man, I can't wait to see the kid again, but. He's around the Red Sox a lot more, doing TV and all that good stuff. And, Papelbon's amazing. First game, he got called up in spring training. He gets the news that he's going to pitch for us. So we have to wait an extra 20 or 30 minutes because he had to get all of his stuff, and Schilling's all upset. And I'm like, so what? If we don't take batting practice, who cares? Let's cruise over to Fort Lauderdale. A couple of our guys got hit in spring training. Well, when Papelbon came in, he goes after the first guy, and the next guy steps up. He gets some as well, and we're like, okay, this guy's going to be a great teammate, a great big leaguer. He just he took it amongst himself to go out and hit the other batters, and we appreciated him from the very first day he pitched for us in spring training.
Johnny, these stories, I could do these all day because there's like a Forrest Gump quality to you. You played on all these different versions and different teams that are historic. You've referenced Moneyball a bunch of times. You went from the Sox to the Yankees, okay? You won a championship. One of the things I never thought I'd see, which is the Red Sox win a championship. Well, Devers gets to face the Boston Red Sox. Now, it's at home for the Giants. What was it like for you in the first matchup, Yankees-Red Sox, when you jumped ship and you went to the Yankees?
It was absolutely horrible, but I would much rather the entire stadium boo me instead of like having one guy in like Toronto boo you because you hear everything he says. When the whole crowd boos you, it's okay, but it was horrible. And Doug Mirabelli got traded back to the Red Sox that day, so it kind of turned into not so much Johnny's homecoming, but Doug Mirabelli's homecoming for sure. But yeah, it's awful. No one likes to get booed, but as Reggie Jackson said, they don't boo nobodies.
It's a great quote. Johnny Damon joining us here on the Morning Roast, former Red Sox center fielder, 2004 World Series champion. Hey, Johnny, we really appreciate the time this morning, man. This was freaking awesome. Love your perspective, and we'll do it again sometime soon, all right?
Sounds great, and hopefully Devers works out well for the Giants. He's a talent, so you guys have to go out and watch him play.
Johnny, this is how old I am. I want you to know this. I have your prospect card in my basement right now when you were with the Royals. Before the beard and the long hair, it was Johnny Damon prospect. You have no batting gloves on, and the bat is pointed toward the camera. That's how old school I am. I think it's a Topps card.
Oh, I love it. I love it. If you need it to be signed, We'll connect, and I'll take care of it for you.
Dude, you're the man.
Instantly the guest of the year with that response right there.
This was fun.
Great stuff, Johnny.
All right, take care, guys.
There he goes.
Dude.
That's Johnny Damon, former Red Sox center fielder, former A's center fielder, Yankee center fielder, multiple-time World Series champion. Good stuff there.
That was incredible.
Loved it.
I mean, look, we don't have to agree with everything everyone says, but I think his stories and going down memory lane. Look, he talked about when he was going through arbitration and how they switched positions on him so that he would get a lower number because in comparison to Bonds, that is crazy.
The aspect and business of baseball when it comes to contracts is so crooked sometimes. Compared to all the sports, and I get it. The
Super
NFL,
Twos.
the guaranteed money, all that. But the fact that you could just manipulate service time the way they can in baseball and screw players out of money is ridiculous.
But he said, like, we were better when I went to center field, right? And had his offensive numbers been correlated to center field, he probably gets more money.
Yep.
And, he says, hey, look, me and Papelbon would have done it. And I was going to ask him, like, yeah, but would Manny Ramirez have done it?
Well, no, I appreciated what he had to say. He's like, listen, like, him and I would have done it, but that's us. Like, that's not everyone's mindset. And, like, I love that he said it in a way that, like, I don't think he was trying to do it a slight. He's like, hey, we're, like, team first guys. Not to say that Devers isn't, but, hey, I would do whatever it takes and play through injuries and do all this sort of stuff. Like, that's how I'm built. Not everyone's
100%.
Not everyone's built that way.
I don't think Bonds was built that way.
No, I don't think so either.
A-Rod moving to third is seen as a gracious move, but even then, like,
you think he was happy? Now,
I don't think he was happy.
Helps when you're the highest paid player in the history of the sport.
But I don't think he was happy.
No.
And in the sense that I think that he, when you watch someone play a position every single day that you think you're better at than at your primary position, it is tough to swallow.
Right. But
it is.
When you are winning and you're constantly competing, and when you finally won the World Series, that helped. But you also have to kind of know your place within an organization.
Exactly.
Like Derek Jeter, he's all-time Yankee.
Yes.
For a lot of kids and a lot of people my age, probably their greatest Yankee of all time, what he means, the captain, right? Number 2, Derek Jeter, all of that. And Alex Rodriguez was the mercenary.
Yes.
He was kind of the first big mercenary in baseball, right? Mariners, Rangers. Hell, he flirted with the Red Sox.
They brought him in to beat the Red Sox and continue to beat them.
Right? And they did that early on, and then they didn't, and the 3-0, down all that. It was crazy. God, it's still one of the... Is that the greatest comeback ever, by the way, still? That 0-3 comeback, like ALCS, Yankees, Red Sox.
Is it
one
the greatest comebacks of all time?
Ever.
Yeah,
right?
in any sport.
because it is a series, that makes it so different.
No, because it's the cursed series, too.
See, I would say...
And because of what happened the year before with Aaron Boone hitting an extra inning home run
I know.
and them losing Game 7 with Pedro on the mound and he had nothing left, like, you got to go back to 0-3. So, like, I get what you're saying.
Built into it. I'm going 28-3 still in the Super Bowl. I mean, Tom freaking Brady. Are you kidding me? But by the way, the Boston having both of those comebacks
but
too.
The Falcons, I'm just... Look at.
I know it's not the
Part
Yankees.
of what made the Red Sox thing so incredible was 86 years. Part of what made it so incredible was that the Yankees were literally coming out of one of the greatest runs the sport's ever seen. Okay, they had won 4 out of 5 or whatever it was, and they were looking to get back. They went to a Game 7 at Yankee Stadium that the Red Sox were winning the year before. They were winning that game. They ended up blowing it. And Mariano Rivera pitched multiple innings in extra inning games, and then Aaron freaking Boone hit a home run in the 11th or 12th inning, whatever it ended up being, to knock them off. That was the year they thought they should have won. They come back the very next year. They make the whole Nomar trade. They were going to trade for A-Rod. They couldn't put the genie back in the bottle. And
Kevin Millar famously sang "Good see you later, Nomar," and they ended up being teammates
86
still.
years.
I know.
The curse.
I know.
And then for them to be down 3-0 and then should have been thrown out at second base and Dave Roberts is safe and you battle back and then you win. I don't know. Like, I get you on 28-3 in an individual game.
It's hard. Yeah.
But the backstory of what the Red Sox did, Disney doesn't even think it's real.
888-957-9570 is the number there. And it leads us into an interesting question. You kind of asked it a little bit, but I want to peel that onion back further. Like, a lot's made about the highest paid player on any given team, the expectations that comes with that. What are some of the expectations that you have as a fan, Joe, of a highest paid player of a particular franchise? So, for example, Stephen Curry's the highest paid player on the Golden State Warriors. What do you expect? What's the bare minimum you would expect a player that is making all that money on your team? What are you expecting from them as a fan?
I think it's easy to come out and say maximum effort and excellence, and all those things. But I think, be a good person off the field, away from the court, right? I think that, you've got to represent your team in a certain way. These are corporations now. Right, this isn't the 70s where you can burn a heater on the bench in the middle of the game.
Ken Stabler reading the game plan in light of the jukebox at 3 a.m. No,
yeah. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that that's the end all be all, but there's an element of you've got to be somewhat presidential. I think that there's a way that you need to be in terms of presentation on social media to a giant fan base, and then obviously there's the excellence factor on the field and all that stuff. But I also think that I've learned over the years that leadership inside the clubhouse isn't always, come on, guys, get behind me, and I'm going to scream and yell and run. Like, Steph Curry's not really that way.
No.
And yet I would consider him a great leader and a great teammate.
Now, he's had some moments, reportedly, where it's just like, hey, if you guys aren't all locked in, don't get on this bus. Remember Game 7 heading to Sacramento? Yeah. There are moments where he's done it, but he's not famously known to be that guy.
Chris Paul is more outwardly leadership guy on the floor than Curry in terms of how they, like, what we stereotype as leader guy.
Right.
I think it took Brady a long time to become the outward leader Brady on the sidelines. I don't think he was that way early on in his career.
No, nor should, I don't think he could have been that guy yelling at the Teddy Bruschi's of the world, right? Obviously, offense, defense, you know what I mean. But,
yes.
He wasn't going to be that dude yelling at Corey Dillon, right?
Buster Posey is not a yeller on the field. I thought he was a huge leader. Yeah. And I think that he did a lot of his work in the clubhouse behind the scenes. I think he did a lot of work in the dugout. I thought he set the example and the tone, of way to play. Like, there's a lot of Brock Purdy elements in the way Buster was a leader. Because I don't think of Brock Purdy as yell at the guys and, fall in line. No, he may develop into that one day. Mm-hmm. I think that there's a big leader in Draymond Green. I also think there's some things that aren't leadership from Draymond Green. Right. So I think it can kind of go in a lot of different directions. But, the highest paid player in my team. Well, are you the highest paid player and there's no one else making a fraction of what you're making? Right? Like LaMelo Ball, I look at that situation. He's making a lot of money.
Right.
And there's a lot of knuckleheads on that team, and they take their cue from him. Right. I don't think he's a great leader of an organization. I think he's a really good player.
Sure.
Then I look at someone like Paolo Banchero. I'm like, yeah, he checks a lot. I'm talking about cross sport.
Yeah.
Checks a lot of those boxes. I don't know if Shohei Ohtani, who's the most expensive player on the Dodgers, needs to be a leader on that team with a bunch of other professionals.
I mean, when you have multiple MVPs, when you win an MVP, it basically goes without saying you're probably a leader in your own right. when you got Freddie Freeman, a good-ass person, like a very good dude. Like family guy. Mookie Betts, same thing. Just a nice guy.
Sure.
Right? Clayton Kershaw's already there, as we've established. We have all of those already.
Will Smith,
again, another guy.
Under the radar, hard-nosed guy. So I think leadership displays itself in a variety of ways. And I think the old school days of Yogi Berra and Johnny Bench are the outward leaders of my team from behind the backstop. Like, I don't know if that necessarily correlates to this day and age.
Speaking of leaders, Joe, do you want to talk to the leader of San Francisco? Our mayor, Daniel Lurie.
I would love to, because he was at the game last night in the dugout meeting Rafael Devers.
And he's right here on the River Islands Guest Line in the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky.
Let's go.
Mayor.
Let's go.
Good morning.
How are you two?
Doing swell.
Not as good as you, because all of a sudden I get a phone call from Bonte yesterday, and he's just rubbed elbows with the mayor. I was pointing at him. Next thing I know, he's in the dugout. He's taking photos with Rafael Devers. How are you everywhere all at once, all the time?
Joe, Shasky, just so you know, when you sign up for mayor, you have to welcome every new resident to San Francisco.
Oh.
I love that.
Every single one, huh? So if I move over here, Daniel, from across the bay, you're going to be introducing me. Do I get a player press conference too?
What happened there?
Did he died out?
Did his phone die?
No.
Get him back on.
It was such a good question that he couldn't answer it. Oh my God, the answer is no right there.
Well, he's a leader. He's the leader of our city right now. And I don't think he's a screamer and a yeller. I think he's a thinker. And I think there are different types of leaders.
Sure.
Like, I hate using the president as an analogy because people get triggered. But when you hear people who discuss leadership in terms of how to run a government or a country or whatever, there's wartime leadership, there's non-wartime leadership, there's peace, there's more financial-driven leadership, there's lots of different kinds of leadership in different industries. And I think sports is a great example of, if you just look across the league, not everyone leads in the same way.
Like in Gladiator, Marcus Aurelius, right? He was the Caesar, if you will, and he had to keep the peace, the longest peace that Rome ever had, right? And then Maximus Decimus Meridius, right? He was the general. Different kind of leadership, right? There's different levels to that. And there you go.
When I think about like my highest paid player, one thing that always comes back, no matter what the sport, when you're facing tons and tons of adversity, I expect you to step up.
Yeah.
People are out. The situation is its most critical. The stakes are the highest. We're at an inflection point in the season, within the game, whatever it might be. And I expect you to rise to the occasion.
Barry Bonds was there front and center yesterday, or right in front of Rafael Devers anyways, at the presser. How would you characterize Barry Bonds, the leader, Joe?
He's back.
Barry?
No.
Oh, Daniel Lurie.
Lurie, the mayor. Barry Bonds of this city currently.
Hey, Barry is back.
There we go.
Let's go.
Oh, he's probably talking with. Did you talk to Barry Bonds yesterday, Mayor?
I saw him watching Rafael take batting practice, which was pretty incredible to witness, and just watching Rafael take swings was pretty thrilling. I mean, that guy can hit the ball that second time up, that drive to it can be called Double's Alley for him.
You gotta get yourself. Yeah.
Oh, it's so good. Hey, Mayor, I opened the show today with like a soliloquy, if you will. Like, these guys are going to play some music here underneath. But like, when the 49ers are good, Sundays are dead. Like, the city's buzzing. It's very unique, right? Like, but I grew up out near Candlestick. And so, I remember the neighborhood used to shut down. And it wasn't that way Monday through Saturday, though, right? And when the Warriors are good, there's a fever pitch and people are going crazy. I'm not trying to deny it. But there's something about this stadium being in that location and what it represents to our community, and baseball being an everyday grind as they play the music. I feel like the magic is coming back to this city. It feels like the magic is coming back to that stadium, to this team. I'm seeing a connection and a bounce from people walking around the neighborhood of Mission Bay and in the Tenderloin and in downtown, and people coming off a Caltrain, coming off of Muni's, hopping onto BART. There's something palpable about the energy that stadium has, and bringing in Devers. It just felt like yesterday was a moment in time with a beautiful afternoon and the skyline being what what it is. As a San Franciscan, as a native of Northern California and the greater Bay Area, I feel like the tide is changing, and there's just something magical about the connection of this community to the sport of baseball with that team in that stadium doing well all at one time. It just feels like things are changing, Mayor.
Preach, Shasky, preach. It is so true. There was so many good vibes walking into that stadium last night. 36,000 people on a Tuesday night against Cleveland. I mean, it felt good. I know we came up a run short, but the whole stadium chanting Jung-Hoo Lee, Jung-Hoo Lee, like all night there was just good vibes in that stadium, and we know we have a team that can compete now. And I just give all credit to Buster and his team, and they're putting together a lineup that can now hit. We got the pitching. Our defense is solid. We just got to get some of these injuries, get some of these injured players back. But Chasky, you're right. We've been missing this vibe from this team for a little while, and it's coming back, and it's coming back fast.
I totally agree. So let me ask you, who hit you up? Was it Buster himself? Was it Larry Bear? Was it Greg Johnson? Who got Mayor Larry over to Oracle Park yesterday? How did that go down?
It didn't take much convincing. Larry texted me, I think on Monday, and told me the game plan for the day and press conference. I was going to try to make it over for the press conference, but couldn't do that. But then I started talking to Sawyer, who, by the way, I'm sitting in the car with him right now, and guess where we're headed, Chesky?
San Francisco Baseball Academy.
Camp.
Oh, yeah.
Giants camp.
West Sunset?
Out West Sunset.
Let's go.
So he's been doing this for a week, and then he's got 2.5 hours of baseball practice at night.
Oh yeah.
So he and his friend came over also after practice last night, and we got to watch the game together. It was a beautiful night for baseball. The team's feeling it. Got to talk to some of the players before the game, and they were all so fired up. And by the way, the one thing that I noticed about Rafael Devers, besides Buster calling him the dude, which was pretty good.
The dude abides.
Is that guy's got a great smile.
Totally.
And he lights up a room. So he's going to light up that stadium hopefully every night through the end of October.
Mayor Daniel Lurie joining us here on the River Islands Guest Line with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Mayor, Rafi Devers is pretty big. Barry Bonds is pretty big. There's another big-time athlete coming to the Bay tomorrow, take on the Valkyries.
Oh,
her name is Caitlin Clark.
This is pretty cool.
Is Mayor Daniel Lurie going to rub elbows with one Caitlin Clark tomorrow?
Honestly, this is breaking news. I was watching her get into a little skirmish on the morning shows this morning last night, and I didn't know she was coming into town.
Oh, yeah.
I've been deep down in the budget and doing other things, but now that you bring it up, I mean, that's a rock star coming to town.
Absolutely.
So, and by the way, we don't need help. The Valkyries don't need help selling out. They've sold out every game.
Yep.
So apparently we're going to go, I think, 6 straight sellouts now.
I love it.
And as you know, Mayor, we are the home of the Golden State Valkyries right here on 95.7 The Game.
100%.
Proud home. Let's go.
Let's go. Mayor, shamelessly, I'm going to throw this out there. You and I, we're going to have to get a coffee soon. All right. We're going to have to go get lunch. All right. We got to sit down. There's a bunch of projects. The Giants themselves are going to be backing right now. And it's kind of words getting out about revitalizing Crocker Park. And I am 1,000% behind it. I want to be one of the champions of it. I know you are a big champion of it. I'm so excited. And I got to talk with Jack Bear and some of the individuals, Matt Lopez from the Giants, that are working on it. And I'm honored to even be asked to be a part of it, but we got to get that thing going. And I want to thank you on behalf of someone who lives out near Lake Merced, just the RV ordinance that you put in just to get real deal in terms of my neighborhood and just safety in the community, because I know you care about this. We've talked about this off air. It means a lot. And my aunt lives over there. My wife walks the baby around the lake all the time, and you're making great improvements. I know we want to have things flip overnight, but I'm really proud of the work that you've done and a lot of these little tiny things that you keep pushing through. Slowly and slowly, we're getting better. And I just want to say from one resident to another, thank you. You're putting in the work, man.
I appreciate it. We're putting in the work. It's going to take time. And the RV ordinance, listen, we got to get people off out of their shelters and into housing. We're leading with services, and we're going to lead with vouchers and give people real options because some of these RVs are not safe. They're not okay for the people living in them. So we're going to be compassionate about it, but we also got to look out for everybody in this city. And so, yes, we're trying to do the little things one by one. Shasky, you were right. It's going to take us time. It took us a long time to get to where we got, but we're on the way back. And as the Giants showed us last night, step by step by step, and then lightning strikes like Devers, and we're back. So
I got to ask you, though, the real question. My mother-in-law says, she's like, I really love the work that Daniel Lurie's putting in. Mayor Lurie's awesome. But every time I follow him, wherever he's at, he's always eating. How does he stay so skinny if he's constantly eating all day, every day? Like what is it? Is it you just walking around the city? How do you stay so thin?
It's on the move.
Like, what's the secret? What's the recipe?
I think the stress helps with the weight loss. I don't eat all the things that you see. I mean, I try things and then I hand it off to the team. I drink. You and I are going to sit down. We're going to have coffee. We're not going to have lunch. I keep it pretty tame at lunchtime, just for the record.
That's fine.
Healthy salad. The big killer for me though is the Bob's Donuts. I'm not going to lie.
Bob. What's your favorite? What do you get there?
I think there's only one thing to get. And that's. Come on, what is it?
Is it old-fashioned glaze?
Fritter.
Ooh, apple fritter. Oh, wow, okay.
Whoa.
All right.
Hey, stand down on the donut. It's apple fritter time, doggy.
All right.
Let's go.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and if they're hot, just out of the oven or out, whatever it is, like can't be beat. Can't be beat.
Tell your son I said what's up.
I will. He just got out of the car. He just went out there. I mean, they do a great job out there.
Yep.
And let's go Giants.
Let's go.
I had to call in. I had to call you guys and just say last night I hope that is the start of something. And I believe it is. And that team was fired up. Hats off to Larry, Greg, and Buster for pulling the trigger on that big deal. I know that's not always easy, but it means a lot to us fans. It means a lot to the city. They're doing their part, bringing the city back, and we're going to do our part at City Hall.
You know what? We could have a calendar year potentially, Mayor and Joe, of, let's say we got a World Series here.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have the Super Bowl here.
Mm-hmm.
And the World freaking Cup
I can't wait for
a year from now, Mayor.
I can't wait.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Fired up. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right, you all have a great day.
You too.
There
Go
you
Giants.
Go. There he goes as you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM
Sammy.
HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Mug Studios. That's some good stuff right there. And I did have to throw that in. It's like, hey, Caitlin Clark coming tomorrow too. And he's like, oh, well, now that you mention it, I'll just be there too.
He's going to be courtside. He's going to be courtside for that one.
Those tickets are no joke.
Into the camera.
Those tickets are no joke to go to a Valkyries game. I'm trying to get someone I can't get them. We're the home of them.
Hey, I'm telling you, we were watching both games. They were on multi-view last night, which I didn't even know you could do it with the WNBA because sometimes they won't let you do it with MLB and a different sport. So anyway, the YouTube TV.
Tough loss yesterday against the Dallas
Kate
Wings.
Martin, though's a baller.
She is.
I liked her when she was at Iowa and
former teammate of who?
Of Caitlin Clark. And I guess they got her from the Aces.
Yeah, through the
expansion draft.
Draft where they
Heck
take,
of a ball player. I just like the way she plays the game.
Absolutely. And how could you not like the way the Golden State Valkyries are playing? And as the mayor mentioned, they didn't need Caitlin Clark to sell this game out.
No.
But it helps. As more eyeballs, I think we're going to be broadcasting live tomorrow there, if I'm not mistaken. Willard Dibs leading up to the game, right? Correct?
I think it might be Grandy filling in for one of them.
Oh, okay, the Grandy Man. I think it is for one Dan Grandy
Different.
Man. The Grandy Man can. Benny loves Willy Wonka right now, by the way. The old school one.
What is he, 24 going on 17 again for the 14th straight year?
Well, but he's an old...
No, it's about Grandy. He looks so young.
No, but he's an old soul, right? When you talk to him, you feel like you're talking to a 50-year-old, but he looks like he's 24. And he dresses like he's in, like
you bashing.
No,
Grandy.
I'm not. He'll admit it.
Till he gets on the knockout court.
Then he becomes
Then he's
Klay
a man.
Thompson.
I have a mug right here.
What is that?
That says Mark Madness with just the
What
C.
is that?
Oh my God! I actually didn't realize that was Mark Madness. I thought that was a March Madness.
Grandy on the cup. If you're on the YouTube and you can see it right now, the Grandy man.
This is the greatest.
Oh my God.
I'm looking at it right now as I'm like back away from the mic. This is what every team needs. The clutch player. This is, if he's your highest paid player.
Oh, I'm chilling. He's a leader right there. Mark Grandy is the kind of guy you want your daughter to date. People.
He's good vibes guy.
All right. Great vibes, great aura. Total gym rat. First one in there, last one out. He tries really hard.
If you said my daughter needs to be home by 9 p.m., she'll be home by 8:20.
There you go. By
Tries
the way,
hard to make it happen.
We got this or that coming up on the other side. You're not going to. This might be the greatest this or that question in 95-7 the game history.
It better be
coming up on the other side.
I love this game, so it better be.
I'm putting them on the spot, by the way, with that one, and it's coming up next. Brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
coffee. We're not going to have lunch.
Hey, this is Rob. This is Chase. And you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game with Joe and Joe.
Shasky in here messing with the lighting. Like, God, we have like these big like lights in the studio now. You can't really see them on YouTube, but I guess my face was just so ugly that they needed added lights in here in the studio. So we got that.
You don't need any lights when things are glowing here in San Francisco.
Are they? Well, the sun's shining. It's beautiful outside today.
It's a lovely day. Lovely day. Lovely day.
Who's that? Bill Withers? Lovely
yes,
day?
Bill Withers.
There you go. Lovely day. Can we get that at some point? Why
He
not?
does. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. So many hitters.
We just had Johnny Damon on, followed by the mayor of San Francisco, Daniel Lurie. If you missed either of those, find it on YouTube or the free Odyssey app as we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And make sure, because I know that Johnny Damon and Mayor Daniel Lurie are both subscribed to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast, and you should be too, because Sam Lubman, Steven Risotto, and maybe, just one day, Joe Shasky will bring you the best Giants talk in the whole world. Catch the latest episode where Sam and Steven react to the acquisition of Rafael Devers and why Risotto, the Riz, is confident that the issues that Devers dealt with in Boston will not follow him to San Francisco. Why are you looking at me like that?
The Riz and Lubby Lubs, the Squire, were out in full force yesterday at the presser.
The Riz was at an all-time high between both of them. You know what that means, right? The charisma. They still say that? Oh, sizzling. He's boiling.
Sizzling Sammy the Squire.
That's right. Let's go. Yeah, he was doing a hell of a job yesterday. I thought 95.7 The Game as a whole crushed it with the Devers content, and I'm very proud of all those producers out there crushing it as well. The Carters, the Rizzos, the Lubmans, Whitley Sandretto always crushing it. And I'm anticipating that same coverage tomorrow for Caitlin Clark as well. And we'll kind of talk about that tomorrow, Joe, because talking about biggest like attractions in sports right now, like here in the Bay, obviously the Giants now with Rafael Devers, but Caitlin Clark is going to be that tomorrow in a big time way. And I'll be locked into the game. Absolutely. I'm locked into everyone, but more so with Caitlin Clark being there as well.
I mean, one of the biggest attractions in the Bay is, it's going to be here Friday at 9 o'clock.
What is it?
It's the Bonte segment.
It's the King?
I couldn't even say it with a straight
The
face.
Bonte mobile coming in?
I couldn't even say it with a straight face.
Waving to the people?
Dude.
Now will he be wearing...
Mobile. Oh, my God.
Is he going to be wearing a Giants hat or is he going to be wearing a Niners hat? He's always a Niners hat these days.
You know what he admitted off air on the phone to me last night?
What?
As he was trying to flex from the what do they call it? The bowels of the stadium.
Sure.
He's like, yeah, they should have took off the City Connect hat with the and went with the normal Giants hat. And it's like, yeah, I know, I was right. It's okay.
I like the City Connect.
Of course you do.
I want the City Connect jersey, actually. Can I get a Rafael
The thing
Devers
I just saw is the
Connect?
greatest thing I've ever seen Spadoni. Of course he loves the City Connect.
I do. I love him. Why not? What you know what? You know what it represents? A fresh start. Willie Adames here. Rafael Devers. You know what? You guys are laughing at the City Connects. They may have saved the San Francisco Giants. This iteration of the City Connects is synonymous with the turning of the tide. Sam doesn't even buy it. You know what? I do. I'm talking myself into it. Why not?
I like to get overzealous too, but even that seems a little much for me.
Whose strut was the best from like, let's go Thursday of last week to where we are today, okay, in the Giants organization? Bob Melvin? Buster Posey?
Who's happiest, you mean?
No, the strut, meaning they're feeling so good that they're walking on air right now. Larry Bear, Greg Johnson.
Joe Shasky?
No, I'm asking you guys. I don't think it's Buster. I think Buster already had a strut.
Carter said Willard. His strut.
Oh, that's actually not bad. That's actually
I said
bad.
Willie Adames, but Willard's good
Willie.
too.
I tried to read his lips and I thought it said Willard. That's a good one yesterday.
Yeah.
Great interview, by the way, with Ned Clutty.
Craig Breslow is not smarter than you.
He's not. No, is Farhan still smarter or not? I guess not. Don't ask Keith Law that, obviously.
I think Larry Bear, of all people, is strutting the hardest. I really do.
I think, honestly, it's probably Willie Adames. Like, that's like his boy, clearly, like the Dominican ties. The pressure is off that guy in a major way.
And I'm not letting you take Raj Mathai, by the way, because I've already told you Raj has the greatest stride in all the Bay Area.
I'm sorry, I keep adjusting my mic here, and I was told not to adjust.
Stop touching it.
I was told yesterday as it broke another one.
Pull another Mark Willard.
The big boss man.
Joe Steinmetz over here.
Well, listen, okay. I talked before all those guys for a long time at 5 a.m. So I set the tone for moving.
So you
the mic.
loosened it first.
I did. You know what? But I think Steiny is different. He stands up and he moves it. I just stay in one spot. So I actually don't jerk it as much as Steiny does.
Okay.
What?
Pause, dog.
Why you guys?
I mean,
jerk the mic. Get your mind out of. You guys are sick.
No, you set yourself up for that one.
Don't talk about that. All right, get your minds out of the gutters. Speaking of Ned Colletti, why do you know Ned Colletti, Joe? Well, because he's been around a long time, both with the Giants, with the Dodgers.
I associate him as the
right?
1990s Giants, but
okay,
keep going.
Sure, but obviously he was hired by the Dodgers.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
He was a director of baseball
An
operations.
old school baseball guy.
Right. He had some interesting thoughts yesterday when it comes to the Devers. And I actually love this perspective as a guy. You know, we were talking yesterday. It was a conversation, whether you agreed with it or not. The fingerprints, stop. I know they're going to cut it and it's going to be on everywhere.
What are you talking about? Just keep doing it.
Stop. But Buster Posey having his fingerprints on this deal, right? I hate you guys so much right now. I'm trying to get through this. I'm trying to be professional. I know what I said, damn it. I know what I said. Okay. Ned Colletti.
You've seen the smile back here before.
Ned Colletti. Did you like the Devers trade?
I think the Giants made themselves a great deal. I think they really changed the franchise. I think it'll pay dividends for a long time. Look, they're not getting a Gold Glove player, but they're getting a legit middle-of-the-order bat. Guys that they've been pursuing for a few years in free agency and weren't able to sign, but they got one now. I think it was a tremendous deal for San Francisco.
And I love that it sounds like he is an extra in Sopranos who's about to off somebody. I love it, dude.
I think it's a tremendous deal, man. Yeah, straight up. I don't know what accent I just did right there. That was horrible. Ned Colletti. This one was interesting to me, though, that I want to get your perspective on. He thinks that this trade, Joe, for Devers, now makes the Giants a destination again. Check this one out.
There was just something in The Athletic the other day that pulled players on the best organization and the place that they wanted to play at. The Dodgers ran the field. The Dodgers were so far ahead of every team, including the second-place team on this survey. And the Giants, I looked, they were pretty far down the list. That hasn't always been there. Like, for a long time, the Giants were a destination, and the Giants need to become a destination again, in my mind. You look at who they've chased free agent-wise the last few years, and they can't get them in the house unless they're going to overpay them. And so I think that this really will give a lot of players, a lot of potential free agents a chance to say, hey, these guys are back. These guys are real. They know what they're doing. Look what they just did. I think it caught the baseball world by surprise, but I think everything that you're going to see about it will pay dividends for the Giants for years to come, both on the field and in their performance, especially with their lineup, but also with the aura of being a San Francisco Giant. It had great value for 20-some, 30 years, but it lost some luster.
So the trade itself now reverberating across the league into other potential free agents and players like, hey, maybe we should want to go there.
It's hard for me to not listen to Sabian and Ned Colletti and say to myself, if you don't have an uncle that sounds like that in your life, your life isn't complete.
Yeah, my Uncle Pete, he kind of sounds like that. Yeah.
I'm not saying everyone should have an Italian uncle. I'm just saying, you need to have an uncle that talks to you almost like he's about to choke you out in the middle of a casino movie.
Why is Ned Colletti going to do that?
He sounds like a mobster. I love it. I love Ned Colletti.
No,
I
he
love
just sounds
Sabian.
like a guy that knows what he's talking about.
Well, there's no doubt, but I just love the rawness, the realness of it. He doesn't sound like he's seen some things.
You think he's like Vito Corleone over here? I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse,
I just think we've got a lot of soft serve people right now across sports, and I think we miss that old school, grizzled vet type. There's something about the old school grizzled scout smoking a heater, sitting there with no radar gun and just a notebook. I miss that.
Do you think, not that he's this level, do you think that Buster Posey is bringing some of that back? As they're not like an old school guy, but bringing some of that.
Who do you think he trusts? He literally will talk to guys like Brian Sabian when he's going through a deal like this. Buster Posey's really smart, right? I think he's extremely bright.
I think he's very intelligent.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think if you gave him a bunch of data, I think he would look at the data. I think he would pour over it. I also think he would utilize it as a tool, not as the rule of how to operate.
He is a very calculated individual.
Exactly.
And I use that word in particular because when it comes to all the numbers as well, in regards to that, he's going to look at the totality of all the stats. Every single front office has the advanced analytics group. That is baked into every single organization.
Yes.
So yes, he has people that he is also leaning on. And ultimately, though, he's going to have the biggest decision. He is the general, if you will, in this regard. He will have the power to hit that proverbial button.
What made Al Davis so unique?
He was the owner, but he was also the general manager.
And
he was a coach at one point too. But he was
grew up playing the game.
He grew up playing the game too. But he was a lifer in like the fullest extent. Yes.
Exactly it.
Yes.
What makes Jerry West Jerry West?
The same thing.
Exact same thing.
Bleeds like NBA basketball. Just that is his game.
Exactly.
Yes.
Like Mike Dunleavy, look, he's still in the very beginning stages of doing what he's doing. His dad,
a coach,
coach and a GM, and just involved in front offices his whole life. Mike birthed into it.
Kyle Shanahan,
Sean McVay.
Kyle Shanahan will tell you that too. That hey, I have a leg up with some of these other coaches that may be older than me. Because unlike them, I was born into this.
Exactly.
Now, I've been breathing it my entire life.
You could be a great player and it doesn't translate. Like we've all know the Mike Singletary story. Right. It's pretty obvious, This doesn't mean it's the end all be all.
You could be a bad player and it does translate or not a bad, but not a great player. It translates well to
Billy
front
Beane.
office. There you go.
A flamed out first rounder.
There you
Ends
go.
up being one of the great talent evaluators of all time.
Yep.
But I do believe if I'm going to bet on people that are maniacally obsessed are the ones that I'm going to bet on.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean they're going to be automatically successful, but I think a lot of the people that saw Buster Posey get a job with no experience are sitting here, like I'm talking about no front office experience, are throwing their hands up and they're almost angry because there's all these other people that have been scouting or working in front offices in the data departments and they've put in their work. And it's the same feeling. And a lot of people like, how did Joe Shasky get on air? He's a caller. He's a nobody. Dog, I've been studying for this job my whole life. I grew up listening to Steinmetz before he got laid off the first time with 95.7 The Game as I'm looking at him.
Steinmetz? Remember that one? Yeah.
Yes.
Sean O'Connell jerk it as much as Steiny does.
Exactly.
Oh, my God.
I was listening to Radnich. I was listening to Pete Franklin. I have been watching Giants, Niners, Warriors ball my whole life, having these conversations every single day. So, yeah, maybe I didn't have the tutelage in a studio as another person, but I've been preparing for this forever. Now, I still needed the reps, and, I needed a good team around me. I needed to have a Spadoni and a Carter and a Sam Lubman and a Lucas and a Matt Nahigian, right, to guide me throughout the whole time. And thank God Bonte and Kate were here because I would have never got an opportunity. But the point goes the same. I've been kind of studying beyond doing this job for 30 years. Okay, Buster's been studying to do this job, a version of it, forever. That doesn't mean he's writing contracts. That doesn't mean that he's all in on these low-level prospects and who to keep and who to get rid of. But he's smart enough to know what he doesn't know, and I think he's emotionally intelligent enough to know where his sweet spots are. And I think that he has been training for this job for the last 20 years and not even knowing that he was.
Absolutely.
And I just compared myself to Buster Posey.
Basically, but you do that anyway.
You get where I'm going.
I mean, you, Steve Kerr, Buster Posey at this point, the CYO coaching. I mean, it's just...
I have more titles than Kerr.
You do? Yeah?
In CYO, yes.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you might as well be Phil Jackson at this point,
I might have more ejections, too. That's a joke.
Phil Shasky over here. Before we get to Gene in Oakland, I did want to do this. We're going to do
Joe, before you go to Gene. Before you go to Gene.
Well, no, I was going to play something else before Gene because Manny Ramirez, you got to hear what he had to say.
We'll definitely. But, I think there's a real reason why Farhan didn't resonate here. There's a variety of reasons, right? Obviously winning and stacking talent, but you do have to understand who you're talking to and understand what audience you're selling to.
Did he ever connect with anyone here?
No.
Ever?
Buster knows what it's like to be a Giant. Buster knows what Giants fans want. Buster knows this market. Buster knows this region. He grew up in this region. I think there's something to be said for that. And I think that there are a lot of people that have come into this market and talked on air who didn't grow up in this market, didn't grow up through the prism of Giants, Niners, Warriors, or whatever it was, and they failed to resonate, and that's why they've moved on or for whatever reason didn't stick here. This is a unique environment. We will accept people from the outside, but you have to be willing to learn our ways and the way that we go about it. And some people get it and some people don't, right? And I think that the ones that don't get it are immediately cast off. And I think Farhan was more of that. Not that he's a bad guy, not that he's not okay at his job. He just never resonated, never connected.
Which is interesting, right? A guy from Leesburg, Georgia, of all places. And let me tell you, when it comes to Georgia versus California, yes, things are much different. I don't need to tell you that.
Steph's from Charlotte.
Yes.
I mean, he connects.
They gets it.
So it doesn't, you don't have to be. Joe Montana's from, I think, East Pennsylvania or maybe West Pennsylvania.
Pittsburgh, I think, area.
Yeah, like he's not even from this, but he connected. Dwight Clark was not from this area. He connected. Klay Thompson, not from here, from LA.
California helps, but yeah.
You know what I mean? But
yeah.
you don't have to necessarily be from here to get here, you know? Pete Franklin wasn't from here, and he resonated.
About 10 minutes from now, this or that, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to play some Manny Ramirez sound because he's actually down in Arizona at Chase Field because they're having their combine, if you will, the MLB combine. So Manny Ramirez is there with his son. Manny Ramirez Jr. is getting ready to be drafted, Joe. Oh, my God.
And CeCe Sabathia's son.
Oh, my God.
And I was watching them. They're ballers. My cousin, by the way, is going to be down there today and tomorrow at the MLB Combine. Joey Lorenzini, Rockland High Hall of Famer already.
There we go.
Yeah, 6'5", 6'6", sits mid-90s. Yeah, you're going to like him.
Lefty?
Yeah, he's already a commit to Arkansas and has been committed for months.
You
so
had teams
I'm proud of him.
at lefty and mid-90s.
And 6'6".
That's all you need right there.
Great kid. I mean, legitimately, I'm really proud of my cousin and his son and their family.
That's awesome.
They really if my son grows up, I'm talking about as a kid, forget the ball player. As a kid, if my kid grows up to be half as good as this kid, dude, I will have done my job. I'm really proud of my cousin
He's
Joey.
a Dodgers fan, though, right?
Little Joey's a Dodger fan.
And if
he becomes a Dodger, I will wear a Dodger jersey that has his name on it.
In studio?
It's family.
And it's like Olive Garden. When you're here, you're family at that point. So you got to wear it, Sam. You got to wear it.
Can't do it. Blood is thicker than fandom.
There you go.
Dude, if your family member played for a team, even if it was like the number one team that you hate
Joe, I'd be
most,
wearing a Kansas City Chiefs jersey
family,
right now
bro.
if Benny ended up playing there.
That's what I'm saying. It's family, bro.
There you go. By the way, he's not playing football until like high school, probably. He play flag football. He's not playing tackle football.
He's already got better hair than
It's
Mahomes.
okay. I've seen you play ball. You're not missing out much.
Wow. You wanted to talk. I beat you in knockout. Did I not?
I think you did, actually.
Thank you. I did. I got to the championship round.
Again.
With that great jumper.
Gutsy jump shot.
Yeah, in knockout. Where you were 17 people behind me. You knocked me out.
Flip-flops.
I mean, you all had to do is make your shot. You would have kept playing.
I could wear flip-flops and still won that one. Gene's in Oakland wants to join the conversation. Gene, how are we feeling about Devers being a San Francisco Giant?
Oh, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. And I'm loving that Boston fans and Boston press are really suffering for it, too. You know, you're talking Boston, I figured I had to chime in a little bit here. First of all, listen, if something like this happens in any fan base, they're going to be upset. They're going to be pissed off. The problem with Boston, and as it is with New York and Philly too, there's just it's just exaggerated. All right, it's amplified tremendously, and that's because once again, it's a religion there. It's not just a pastime. All right, talking about being upset about favorite players leaving. You just had Johnny Damon on. Heck, I'm still pissed off that he left the A's for the fame and fortune of the East Coast with the Red Sox. He was a hell of a hitter. I mean, he had one of the worst arms of any outfielder I ever saw, but he was a hell of a hitter, so I missed him. But anyways, back to the Red Sox. And you mentioned Ted Williams. Okay, so pardon me, Shasky, I'm going to go a little 27 Yankees on you for a minute. But I remember very clearly how he was treated by the fan base and by the press. He got on the wrong side of the press way back then, because he was a little thin-skinned, all right? They criticized him. He reacted, maybe overreacted. And from that point on, they really roasted this guy. And the fan base joined in, too, to the point where he actually spit at him one time, rounding the bases. Listen, he was a great man, all right? He funded this the Jimmy Fund, which has done wonders for cancer research for children. He was a good man, but he was treated like absolute crap because he got on the wrong side of the press and of the fan base. So, Listen, and then when Damon and Papelbon talk about Devers as being a bad influence in the clubhouse, once again, I take that with a grain of salt. I think it's all overreaction. I think it's, once again, the people back there just not being able to handle it properly.
No, it's a great call, Gene. I appreciate that. 888-957-9570 is the number. He was going Ted Williams on us, dusting that off from way back in the day. But hey, that fan base, let's just say it couldn't have happened to a worse one. How about that? The Boston fan base, as they've become insufferable for the last 2+ decades. You know why? Because they've just won so damn much. Get away. Go away. Be bad for the next 10 years for all I care. Speaking of a guy that was part of Red Sox lore and fandom and love affair and all of it, controversial at times as well, Manny being Manny Ramirez, talking just moments ago on MLB Network in regards to the Rafael Devers trade. You want to listen to this, Joe? Let's take a listen.
Come on, Boston. Why you did my guy like that? You don't treat the face of the team like that. Actually, you're not only the respecting Devers, you the respecting the whole fan base.
That's how I feel disrespected, Manny.
That's it. You have to. I don't care if you pay me 300 or 400 million. You need to communicate with me. I'm going to put it this way. It's like you telling Aaron Judge next year, as soon as he gets to spring training, hey, I want you to be a catcher. How he's going to respond?
It's crazy. It's crazy.
How he's going to respond?
I know.
Yeah, right there. That was Manny Ramirez talking on MLB Network. I believe that was Jared Carabas. I don't know how you pronounce his last name.
I don't understand how he got so popular.
He was with Barstool.
No,
he was a big,
I know that.
big Red Sox guy.
He's a giant book. I don't want him on my coverage.
Well, this
goes back to my Boston is overrepresented in sports media nationally comparative to the size of their actual region.
I mean, he's a Red Sox fan that loves baseball and pivoted towards DraftKings at a moment in time, and now with the MLB Network. Good for him. Call it the hustle, Joe. All right, the hustle and bustle of the industry. He's worked his way up, and he's done it, still staying a Boston Red Sox fan. But you know what? Times are going to be tough for Jared going forward because I think they're going to be bad for the foreseeable future. I do. I don't think they're you got the Yankees there first and foremost. They're balling this year. They were just in a World Series. You know the Rays are always going to be competitive no matter what. They may have a down year or two, but they're always going to be churning out talent down in Tampa. Well, we'll see with the Blue Jays. They got some young pieces. You have Vlad there, right? You got Alejandro Kirk. They got some pieces. Orioles, they're going to talk about teams that you need to go after with players. What's going on with some of those Oriole players? Is there anyone there that the Giants can go target? Adley,
I think it'll help them.
Can Audi Rutschman be on the market now? Oh, I'm being told it's Adley Rutschman, not Audi Rutschman, by the way. Why are you looking at me like that?
Do you know what glove company Rafael Devers uses? Does anyone
Mizuno?
know? No, not Mizuno. He's a Wilson EL3 guy. Do we know what EL3 stands for? Anyone?
Errors, losses, and the number 3.
Everybody loves 3.
No. Evan Longoria model. It's a single post.
Giants legend.
Oh, he was number 3
for the Tampa Bay Rays. It was a very specific kind of a model that Wilson. Look it up. Wilson EL3. That's the glove that he's used for the last couple of years over there at third base. So I wonder if he's going to go to a Wilson, first baseman's glove.
Is Evan Longoria the greatest Tampa Ray of all time? I think he is.
Wander Franco had a chance to be.
It is the most obscure question you're ever going to be asked.
Technically, I would say Fred McGriff was, at least Wade Boggs and Fred McGriff played for them, and they were obviously, excellent players, but I don't associate them with the Tampa Bay Rays.
They're the best players who played for the Rays,
Yes.
but I don't think they are the best
Just
Rays.
like LeBron's not the greatest Laker of all time. He played for the Lakers. but he's not.
Sneakily, he's coming up on as many years on the Lakers as he was with the Cleveland Cavs.
Which is actually insane,
It's
right?
crazy.
Bronny James. We'll just wait till Bryce gets there too. By the way, the Johnny Damon.
Could you imagine if
what did Johnny try to call Luka at 8:30?
Oh, I think he tried to call him Jokic.
Yeah, I think that's it. I thought he said Yoka or something like that. I was like, you mean Luka Doncic? Yeah.
Think about that 04 Red Sox team.
Great interview, by the way.
Manny Ramirez, David Ortiz, Pedro Martinez, Johnny Damon. Papelbon was a younger player. He didn't come up really until 05.
Already? Yeah, Kurt Schilling.
That team was insane.
Yeah, it was stacked. I mean, just the team they're going up against was stacked. Who's on the Yankees squad? A-Rod and Jeter you start with.
Yeah, Robinson Cano.
I
think was Teixeira there?
I don't think Cano was there that early. Like, are we talking about the 04 series?
I don't know. I mean, they traded Alfonso Soriano for A-Rod, so I don't know who their second baseman was.
Cano came up in 05, the year after.
The year after.
And I don't think Teixeira was there quite yet either.
Was it Giambi then?
Yeah, the Giambino, I think, was there. Aaron Boone, as you referenced. He got hurt, though, I think, that year after, right?
Aaron Boone, he tore his ACL. That's why they went after A-Rod originally.
Exactly. There you go.
Play third. And he was playing hoops, I believe.
Where do you want to go here, Joe? You know what? We got 8 minutes. We tease this or that. We do it every day.
Let's do it. We should have done it.
We should have done it. Let's
I can't
play
see
it.
you got to remember, I can't see the clock from this new.
Oh, you can't?
No. It's tough to see. Like if you're sitting right here, do you see it? I can't see the clock.
All right. Fastest growing segment in the history of Sports Talk Radio. Some are saying that. And I tease it as the greatest this or that question of all time. It's so great, we had to push it to 9:43 a.m. Sam, what is it? This or that?
Well, I think the really great question might have to wait till tomorrow. So the one we're going to go with today is, since we had Johnny Damon on, of course, he was a part of that great Boston Red Sox comeback against the Yankees, 3-0. So down 3-0 against the Yankees, came back and won 7. And so the question was today, what was the better comeback by a Boston-based team? Was it coming back 3-0 against the Yankees, or is it what the Patriots did, coming back from down 28-3 against Matt Ryan and the Falcons in the Super Bowl?
888-957-9570. Better comeback. Was it Boston being down 3-0 to the Yanks, or was it New England being down 28-3
How's this
in
even
the
a
Super
question?
Bowl?
How's this even a question?
I know, I agree. It's not even a question. It's Tom Brady and the Falcons. It's not even close.
They already had 4 championships in their back pocket.
Yeah, but Tom needed Tom needed to break the tie with Joe Montana, and he did it
And Terry
in dramatic
Bradshaw.
fashion, solidifying himself as the GOAT in that. No, he did.
The Falcons.
Doesn't matter who it is. The Super Bowl. The Super Bowl dwarfs anything. It's the Super Bowl.
86-year drought. 80 down 3-0 with 3 outs to go in the game.
We're talking about legacies in that game. In these games, legacies whose legacy was sealed in these performances.
I can't believe what you're
It's Tom Brady.
You love to do whatever the thing I saw more recently is the greatest thing that ever happened. Am I alone in this? Like, really, I'm going to be alone. The Red Sox beating the Yankees after losing Game 7 the year prior and going on and ending the 86-year drought after being down 3-0 to that Yankee team. That wasn't more impressive.
888-957-9570. We're playing this or that.
I mean,
which comeback are you taking? Which was the greater comeback? Red Sox over the Yankees in 04? Or is it the 28-3 comeback in the Super Bowl against the Falcons for the Patriots? Tom Brady. I mean, what needs to be said?
You're literally down to your final strikes, and not only do you have to win that game, you
literally
have to
down
win
28-3.
3 more after that. Then you have to go into the World Series and win. Down 20. It's the Falcons.
Yep. Matt Ryan was the MVP that year. That's one of the greatest offenses we've ever seen.
They did that against the Yankees, who have more championships in their sport than anyone ever. And when they had all the aura, and the Red Sox had none of the aura.
People were laughing at Tom Brady at halftime. They were saying, Joe Montana would never. And then what does he do? Just has the greatest half of football we've ever seen in our
The Red
lives.
Sox beat A-Rod, Jeter, Posada, Mariano Rivera. Do I have to list all the Hall of Famers? You beat Matt Ryan.
And Kyle Shanahan.
Well, they already lost the year prior, though. So really, I mean, come on. Like the Yankees, they've still won up the Red Sox.
It's the Falcons, but it's also the Super Bowl.
Come on, Carter. It's the freaking the ALCS. It's a championship series we're talking about. There's levels to this. Shane, San Francisco. What was the greater comeback? Was it the Red Sox or was it the Patriots?
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Chasky's 100% right on this one. It's the Red Sox. There's no competition. I grew up a New England sports fan, born in Massachusetts, grew up in New Hampshire, converted San Francisco fan these days. But, man, the Red Sox series, I still get chills thinking about it. For one, like, just October in New England is like has a mystique to it that's so special and nostalgic. And when I think about that series, I get chills, and I saw generational healing in my family and my entire community at school, like teachers, my grandparents. Both my grandfathers were like huge Red Sox fans, the biggest Red Sox fans, and like the biggest Red Sox haters, like the amount of remotes they broke. Frustrating season after frustrating season, and still just, sticking it out with that team. And let's not forget the year before, Aaron Boone, and, the walk-off home run to end that whole thing, and then coming back looking like it was going to look, man, the Patriots are great and all, and like that game itself was so fun to watch. But we're talking about a whole series and a whole years and years and years.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, he was making such a great point.
You're literally down. You're down. Strikes to go to the arch rival for 100 years, and you've come up short. After coming up short the year prior, and then you had to go on and win 3 more games after that one.
Theo, East Bay. It's this or that, Theo.
Come on.
Which comeback are you taking? Is it the Red Sox over the Yankees, or is it the Patriots over the Falcons?
Looking forward to this weekend. It's going to be the Sox. Also, I need 2 splash hits from Devers and see him at first base, baby. Let's go. Cheers, boys.
Well, what did he pick?
I think he took the Sox there.
It's easy.
I mean, not really. It's who's the greatest athlete in the history of Boston sports?
I don't even think that's
Tom
the greatest
Brady.
fourth quarter performance from Tom Brady. I think the best one is against Seattle and the Legion of Boom.
Well, you know why it was great? It wasn't just a fourth quarter performance. It was the entire comeback of the second half, going to overtime and putting that overtime victory. Was it the first overtime in the history of the Super Bowl as well? I want to say it was. I mean, just to do that, just solidified him as the greatest football player, greatest athlete of all time in America. Thomas Edward Patrick Brady, Fast Five.
I win.
Let's get Tom Brady Sr. on here, right? He'll agree. No doubt. No doubt he'd agree. What's your final thought today, Joe?
Actually, I don't know if you saw it, but Tom Brady did this video, and I don't know who was interviewing him, but he was talking about his father, and he started crying, and he said, my dad was a better dad than I've been. And I've been really, 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 really selfish in my life. And, man, it really stopped me in my tracks. It hit me really, really, really hard. And he was going on about how he has this, not a disease, but he has this curse where he's maniacally obsessed with football. And it was to the fact where it was hurting his own family. And people can feel however they want about Brady saying that or have their own opinions on it or whatever. I thought it was him showing a level of vulnerability that we rarely see, and I think it was so relatable on a variety of levels. At some point, I would like to talk about it, but I guess the bigger overarching point is, if you got a dad out there who's still alive or isn't alive, think about them, tell them you love them, pray to them. If you have a father figure, maybe because you don't have a father in your life, or if you are a father, hug your kids, tell them you love them, and you still have time to make amends, no matter what it is. And don't let a day go by with the anger or regret or whatever it is. And so as you bring up Brady and Brady's dad, that I just saw that yesterday. That hit me hard in the soul.
You know what, Tom? Don't be too hard on yourself, buddy. That's all I'm going to say. Carter, what you got?
Yeah, I want to shout you out, Chasky, for giving me these 2 jerseys this morning, man. The man gave me a nice Mitchell jersey and a Bonds jersey this morning, Giants, and I haven't gotten a jersey since the 3rd grade, actually.
Are you serious?
A Giants jersey. No, the last jersey I had, my grandma gave to me before she passed, actually, as a gift, and it really means a lot to me, man. So thank you.
That's really nice. No, seriously. Well, I was going to ask, part of it is because you kept growing from 3rd grade, so you couldn't.
I still try and wear it, but it's like wearing a sausage skin.
I was going to say thank you. Shout out being a sausage guy, am I right? Sam Lubman, what you got?
Yeah, my final thought is these last few days have been fun now that Rafi Devers is a Giant, but lost in the shuffle of everything is the Giants still have a 3-game losing streak. And so my final thought is, it's kind of the fun times are over. Let's start winning some ball games now, Giants. I know there's a lot of season left, but talking about winning baseball games is a lot more fun than not talking about winning baseball games. So, yeah, starts tonight. Justin Verlander, the stopper.
There's always a cautionary tale, right? Just because you got him, now you got to start winning. And if you're not going to win, people get disgruntled very quickly. And fingers get pointed, whether we like it or not, with anything when it comes to losing. So stop the skid tonight, get the win. And yes, Justin Verlander going up against the Cleveland Guardians, a team he has faced more so than any other in the history of his career, Joe. Did you know that? He is 24-24 all time against Cleveland.
I did not know that.
That's pretty crazy, right? Like a 4.5 ERA, I think. So they know him very well. They know him very well in Ohio.
I was waiting for you to come in and say, Paul Skeens is already better than Justin Verlander because the guy I just saw is better than the guy whose 20-year career was incredible.
Not better, but he definitely has better stuff at his peak than Justin Verlander ever did. I mean,
That's just,
you guys,
my God, dude.
I said it last year. You guys scoffed it. I said I'd take Mason Miller in an at. I'd fear Mason Miller in at bat more so than I would Dennis Eckersley. I think that's what I said, and you guys scoffed at me. You guys throwing 105 at my head.
All I'm asking is for you to not act like Matt Nahigan's teenage son, where the thing I just saw on TikTok is blowing my mind, I'll disregard hundreds of years of data that shows me some of the most incredible players of all time.
Oh, now you like data.
Data's for dorks.
I was going to say, now you like data.
I do.
You?
I also like my
eyeballs. Your narrative. Okay, sure.
Taking that one for data.
I mean, it's just
Jasky Fizdale over here. Am I right? That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all your devices. I don't want to break too early here because, is it Evan Giddings in, by the way,
Salesforce
today?
Tower is the greatest tower in San Francisco. It's not even close. That's what those takes sound like.
The greatest tower.
Ooh, I'd solve this or that for tomorrow.
Is that it? The greatest landmark
Salesforce or Bank or the Transamerica building?
If you could demolish one, what would it be?
Oh, my God.
My brother was helping to build the Salesforce Tower. He's like, dude, while we were building it, we knew it was going to be crooked and sideways and sinking.
Oh my God.
He's like, everyone knew.
That or the transit building that they did too, right?
Somehow Willie Brown got a free suite out of it. I wonder how that got approved.
Oh, that was Fast Five. Brought
Being
to
the
you
mayor
by
has its
Xfinity.
perks.
At home, we're on the go. Get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny and E-Dog, Evan Giddings coming up next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you.
Where is Guru?
Here for good. I actually don't jerk it as much as Steiny does.
Rome wasn't built in a day. Wasn't built in a day.
Might have fallen, though.
I think it took a week. No, that was God. Then he rested on the 7th.
Yeah, there's only 6 days.
All right. Rafael Devers makes his debut for the Giants last night. Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. And Giants lose 3-2. But obviously Devers with a couple of hits. Excitement out at the ballpark was coming through the television screen.
Thanks, Steiny. Appreciate it, man.
You were, we got this covered today because
wow, dude.
I was all over it. You were at the game, and then we got our main man, Steven Risotto, who was in the clubhouse. So we got everybody represented.
Yeah, shout out to Goo. He's at a family reunion, headed down to Texas. Going to be out for a while, so happy to be sitting in for him. But
hey,
last night was, I think, a moment that everyone had been waiting for since Sunday at approximately 3:45 Pacific Standard. Like the moment that the bombshell comes down that the Giants are getting Rafael Devers, it's when can we see him hit? And not going to lie, Steiny, another loss last night. He didn't disappoint.
No, he didn't. You know, one of the, and you may be too young to remember this gentleman, a guy named Gary Radnich.
I'm familiar. You guys reference him a lot.
Yeah, he's a great media guy from the past. Did a radio show, and he would always say something like this: Devers, he looks like something. Like he just looks like something when he's in the box. He's going to hit. And last night, struck out in the first, but then, boy, you love that double. You love that double.
Steiny, you could
give me some exit velocity numbers.
You could I don't have to give you an exit velocity. You could hear the ball hit the bat in the crack through the television screen. That's how hard he hit it. Now, he didn't get to third, but that's not what he's here to do, Steiny. He's not here to take extra bases. He's here to hit for extra bases.
Yeah, I'm watching that game last night, and I'm thinking there were a couple plays that whether you have Devers, whether you don't have him, you got to make. And, you know, the Casey Schmidt play where he gets picked off second on the line out from Wilmer Flores to Kwani, my guy. It just can't happen. I mean, you can't do that if you're the Giants and you're set up to win games with defense and pitching. That's just a killer. That was a killer last night. Play the game as far as I'm concerned, D.
Well, I mean, today's about Devers. Yesterday was about Devers. It's all about Devers.
All right.
But it doesn't take away from the fact that this team's strength is still going to be its pitching and how well they execute. I mean, you can make a like they had 10 hits last night. It's the 9th time that at home that they've had 10 hits in a game this year. I think it's a great sign that they got as many. Devers had a pair, but you still left 13 in scoring position. You were still 1 for 13 with runners in scoring position, and you didn't execute when you had to. So, like, I understand that Devers comes in and he excites everyone. And I actually think the press conference before the game and some of the things he said after the game were fascinating, and I want to get into. But as far as the game itself, the Giants aren't all of a sudden the Los Angeles Dodgers at the plate. Like, they got a big bat. They got probably the best hitter they've had since Buster Posey wore a uniform. But it doesn't take away from the fact that this Giants team is still going to play in a lot of close games.
Yep.
They're still going to have to win a lot of one-run games. And the Cleveland Guardians are a quality club as well. So I wouldn't look at the first game that he played as, a bit of a, I don't know, I wouldn't look at it as negative or, a little underwhelming. Like, to me, seeing him in a jersey, Steiny, was enough for a lot of people for the 37,000 plus last night.
Yeah, and obviously the double brought in the first run, and he gets a single in the ninth to keep something. Or was that the 8th?
9th.
Yeah, it was the 9th. Right. They had first and second with nobody out on in the 8th also. But look, the guy looks like he's going to hit. And if you haven't heard some of the things he said last night, he says he's willing to play anywhere, which most likely includes first base, which was an issue in Boston. But he was clear about, I don't really want to talk about Boston that much, but happy to be here. Whatever they need me to do, meaning the Giants, I'll try to do it. And all in all, I think yesterday was kind of a big unveiling for the Giants. It almost felt like they were using yesterday to acknowledge to the fans that they're into a new era here of Giants baseball, and Devers is the latest part of it. That's what it felt like to me. A celebration of this guy getting into town, representing a player who's got a bat that they haven't been able to find for the recent past.
Yeah, I mean, it represents the turning of a new leaf, like the beginning of a new era. The Giants finally have acquired. It's as much about a bat signing as it is about certainty. Like, one of the things that they've been missing on offense for a long time is certainty. 2021 was a great year. There was nothing certain about any of those hitters. They all just had career years. For the last 3 seasons, there's been nothing certain about their lineup. Rafael Devers, whether you want to describe him as a clubhouse issue, a great teammate, just a DH, a first baseman, however you want to describe him as a person, as the player, he is a certainty. He is going to hit. And that's something that everyone, I think, like, I was out at the ballpark last night with a few friends, and everyone was excited to watch him hit because you're certain that something's going to happen. Like 2-0 count against Ciccone. You're going to get a fastball, and I felt certain that he was going to hit that ball hard somewhere. He obviously went to the gap, got his first double. Oracle Park erupted. But there's a certainty in watching him that there hasn't been, at least on the offensive side of things, for, I would say, at least 5 seasons.
Yeah, and the other thing, and I don't know if you can tell this after one game or whether it's based on all the information we've heard about him or that we've seen in terms of what he did in Boston, but he's going to hit. Like, I don't think the ballpark is something that's going to get in his head. He just looks like he is a hell of a player, and he's going to hit in any ballpark. Now, the power numbers may feel something one way or the other, but just watching this guy up at the plate, he's got a presence that's undeniable. It just does. And, eventually they're going to get healthy, and they're going to get Chapman back, and we'll see what the middle of that order looks like. But no, I was pretty impressed, and you're right. They haven't had a bat like that in the middle of their lineup that they could just plug in and day out for a while and have a guy who might hit 30 homers, but who's going to drive in a lot of runs, and he's going to hit for average. He's going to draw walks. And I see what you're saying about he's just going to be a consistent in that lineup that's going to have to be dealt with. Yeah, and that's also part of what good teams around Major League Baseball, they have dudes. Like, you need a guy in the middle of your order that you can rely on getting either on base, setting up someone else, or delivering runs from players in front of them. Like, I think that Devers, you just look at the starting 9 last night. I realize Chapman isn't there, but it is night and day different when you're looking at the Oracle Park scoreboard and you see Rafael Devers, number 16, DHing, batting third. It does so much for that team on paper and as a fan. Like, as a ballpark experience, when you're going there's now something you have to stop and watch or make sure that you get back to your seat for. And while the Giants were playing great baseball, good baseball before he got there, and I realize that they're now on a 3-game slide, it's almost as if a slump kind of doesn't make you think that they're not going to get back to winning. Like, they've lost 4 or 5. Right.
It doesn't really feel like that. And I know they got to start winning games and they're going to have to produce, Steiny, but in a way, there is far more legitimacy now to the Giants that Rafael Devers brings, and I just don't know if you can really quantify that.
No, I mean, and that's I think what you're talking about is Giants. You're right; they've lost 4 or 5, but they're going to have Devers in their lineup today. They're going to have Adames in their lineup today. Eventually, they'll get Chapman back, and that lineup will start looking like something that's being penciled in every day. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Giants fans, what'd you think last night of Rafael Devers' debut? 2 hits, a scorching double, second at bat, drove in the Giants' first run, kept the rally going in the 9th with a single. The Giants couldn't get one across, but this guy looks like he's going to hit. He says he'll play wherever the Giants want him to play. We can talk about that on the other side because, that's still something that the Giants are going to have to figure out. But what were your impressions after one game of seeing Rafael Devers? 888-957-9570 is the number. And coming up today at noon, we're going to have Yahoo baseball writer June Lee. He wrote a great piece on what was going on in the Red Sox dugout preceding the trade. We're efforting John Smoltz, former Braves closer and starter, at 12:55. That would be John Smoltz. And listen today between 12 and 12:30. This is another big thing we got going. Listen today between 12 and 12:30 for your chance to win a pair of tickets to go see Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever take on your Golden State Valkyries. That's tomorrow night. So between 12 and 12:30 today, we'll be giving away 2 tickets to see the Fever Valkyries game tomorrow at Chase. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
going to stop at second. The Giants take the lead. And listen to this crowd.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Evan, as you pointed out, if he really was off to the races, maybe he gets to third and sack fly brings him in, and you get a win last night.
That's not what they brought him here for.
They didn't bring him here for his base running?
No, they didn't bring him here to run, unless it's trot, because he's supposed to be hitting home runs. No, they brought him here to do that first part of the highlight, which was into the gap.
Gone.
Not quite.
You know how hard you have to hit a ball? By the way, like, it was difficult to tell on television for a lot of people, but the way that Cleveland played him defensively, they were trying to take the right center field gap away. Because Devers he has power to all fields. So you can't really play him, to pull opposite field. But the one thing you can do is limit the alleys. So the left fielder is slided towards left center field, the center fielder towards right center, and the right fielder is actually clenched a bit towards that triples alley. And he still split the gap. That's how hard he hit the baseball. And so, he didn't get to third base. If he was on his horse, he's got to unhook the trailer. Maybe he could have got there. But the fact remains that Rafi Devers, he is so much fun to watch swing a bat.
Yeah, he is. He is. No doubt about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll get into some of this sound also from yesterday. Devers met the media. Let's start with Bob Melvin. This is before the game because this is still, I guess, to be determined where he's going to end up playing and when he's going to end up playing there if he does. But where's Devers going to hit and where's he going to field if he does, Bob?
Yeah, we talked to him a little bit today, and like he said, he goes, I'll play wherever you want me to play. I'll hit wherever you want me to hit. So that's how it started. He's going to DH today. He's going to hit in the 3 spot. We're going to work him in and get him some ground balls at first and make sure he's comfortable before we put him over there. And that's pretty much the way we look at it right now, a little bit of DH and a little bit of first.
All right, that was Bob Melvin. And, the one thing I want to ask you about, Evan, is the Giants – They don't want to play Wilmer Flores at first base. Devers is going to learn the position. And until he gets to first base, they're going to have to make a choice. Or let's put it this way, Devers is going to take at-bats from the one guy who's been pretty productive in Flores at times. Not at times been productive, but, they got to figure out how they can get both those guys into the lineup eventually, right?
Well, the only way to do that is to have one of them play first base.
Right.
That's the only way. And then you're also going to have to take Dom Smith out of the lineup, and he's been hitting well. But the difference between, again, so Dom Smith after last night is hitting .325 in his small sample size of the Giants. Wilmer Flores has the most RBI on the team. I think he's top 5-ish in the NL. So he's been playing well this year.
Right.
Those guys are not certainties. To expect Wilmer Flores to lead your team in RBI or to hit 20 to 25 home runs over the course of 162, you're playing with fire. If you're reliant on Dom Smith to be your 5-hitter for a full 162-game slate, you're playing with fire. That's where Devers comes in because he is a certainty. Now, the pregame comments I actually thought were probably the most interesting part of the day, granted the Giants lost. Why do you think that one of the first things that Rafael Devers says to the media, and apparently has told Buster Posey and Bob Melvin, I imagine, is, I'm willing to play anywhere? Because that seemed to be the root of the problem in Boston, no?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely the issue, but I think that he felt like Boston owed him a little something because they were building around him. Like that part I kind of get. I kind of get how a player of his stature would have been taken by surprise with the Bregman acquisition, and then we're going to play Bregman at third base, so you got either DH or play first. I think there's a lot of athletes that feel like this is the team I came up with, and I should be getting a little bit more respect. I mean, to me, it stands to reason that if you get moved for whatever reason, that you come to your new team and you'll do whatever they want. I mean, Jimmy, we got a great 4 months of Jimmy Butler here when he came. You usually tend to get players at their best when they get here. I also do believe that he does want to play first base here, but in Boston, it just didn't sit as well with him because of the circumstances that preceded it.
Yeah, I think it's a couple things. I think, one, it does signal a clean slate. Like, he's trying to turn a new leaf in San Francisco. There's no doubt about that. I also think that, secondly, it's a bit of a middle finger to Boston of, I wasn't willing to do this for you. And thirdly, kind of a branch off the second point, I do think it's a bit of an admission that he could have handled things better in Boston. Because one of the first things he's telling us is that he's willing to do something here that he wasn't willing to do for a team he won a World Series with, that he played his entire career for, that honestly, he'd been a part of the organization since he was 15, 16 years old. So he clearly had deep connections to Boston. He felt deeply hurt by the way things played out. And while communication might have been at the root of the issue, I also think he understands, I would hope, that he played a bit of a role in that fracturing. Now the Red Sox probably hold most of the blame, but the fact that he's willing to now play first base or wherever, honestly, means that he's trying to grow up a bit, I think. And that also means that he probably could have done some things better in Boston.
Yeah, I agree with all that. And I do think, yes, by him saying, I'll play wherever you need me to play, including first base, that to me is a signal to the Red Sox. Had you come to me and presented it in a certain way, I would have been more open to doing it. So, yes, I absolutely think that's fair. And I was thinking about, if you're a Red Sox fan and you're listening to him say that, you're probably pulling your hair out. The one thing from a practical standpoint with this team, though, is, okay, Devers is going to play first base. It doesn't mean he's going to play it well. And I get it. He's here to hit. But he's going to have to learn a whole new position. And he's never played there before. And so that comes with a little bit of risk also, especially for a team that probably, though they're going to score some more runs, but they're not a big run scoring team, and they still got to play good defense and pitch well. Well, you just downgraded at first base, most likely, when he starts to, take balls there.
Well, I think it gives them less of a margin for error, which is kind of something that they were playing with. Again, so like the Giants have lost 4 or 5. They have their first losing streak in the month of June. If this had happened and Rafael Devers wasn't on the roster, I do think there's a lot of we would be having a conversation about, well, are they really that good? Is this team really a playoff team? We would be having our doubts. And granted, they're still 9 games above 500, a couple games back of the division, which is back in control of the Dodgers, yada, yada. But because Devers is in the lineup now, I do think there's more of a confidence and hope that this is just a blip on the radar. Like every team, every good team goes through losing streaks, goes through ups and downs. For the Dodgers, for example, when they faced the Giants over the weekend in L.A., they had lost 5 of 10. It wasn't as if they were playing great baseball entering that series, and now they've righted the ship a little bit. But no one would ever say, well, the Dodgers are, gosh, or, people are wondering about a team like the Guardians, who are staring up at the Tigers in their division. The Giants are going to see them again tonight. What's going on? Everyone has trust in Cleveland to figure it out because that's generally what they do, and they have star power on their team, specifically in their lineup. The Giants have not had that. And so when the offense scuffles or when the offense doesn't produce, there's a real concern there that I think is legitimate. But now the legitimacy is Rafael Devers. And whether he's at the beginning of the season, 0 for 21 with 19 strikeouts or whatever it was, he's going to still figure it out and be a near 300 with a 900 OPS type of player. So the Giants have found a lock in the middle of their order, and that's why as much as we could talk about first base, DH, Flores, Dom, whatever, like, he's the guy. That's the dude.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to figure out where the expectations fall in this team, and I like to put it like you just did. They've lost 4 of 5, and they've played one game with Devers, but let's just say theoretically they wouldn't have Devers, and they would have lost 4 or 5, just like they had. I think we look at this team, and if we take the whole season, we say, you know, we're going to struggle to hit. I mean, we're not going to score a lot of runs, but we know that, so we know we're going to have to win in other ways. So we would have been looking at the last 4 or 5 games thinking, well, we almost like these stretches are going to be inevitable where we're not going to score runs, and we got to figure out a way to combat it. But with Devers, I think you're right. I think the concern about long scoring droughts, and I'm talking about weeks at a time like we've seen, the idea would be that they're few and far between at this point. And that's where I look at the difference of this team is I feel like they just increased their margin for error a little bit because you figure they're going to score a few more runs with Devers. I don't know how noticeable it'll be. I don't know if they're going to go up to 4.5, 5 runs a game. But the fact is that their lineup gives you more confidence than if he's not in it, clearly. And I think what it allows for Giants fans to believe is that they are a far more well-rounded team now than they were before he got here.
Well, and take last night, for example. I know they lost, but any game where you get 13 runners on base, you left them there. You got 10 hits. You're probably going to score more than 2 runs. Like, I know they lost the game, but I would be pretty encouraged by the first overall offensive output that also didn't include maybe your second or third best hitter in Chapman. Like, that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like, you're going to have games where maybe you don't come through and you don't get the big hit, or Schmidt makes a dumb base running error, there's a questionable send or not send in the 9th inning. Like, all of those things happen in baseball. But what you can control? You can control how many hits you get. You can control your overall offensive effort, in which the Giants just haven't had a whole lot of. So, like last night, you saw that their margin for error is a lot wider than it used to be. Instead of, like, they had multiple scoring chances in both the 8th and the 9th innings. Yep. 2 men on, nobody out in the 8th. Schmidt obviously gets thrown out and doubled up. In the 9th inning, you have a couple more chances to score. Like, that's kind of what it's about. Like, I think that's what Posey is looking at when he's saying, I'm going to bring in Rafael Devers, is I'm going to give my team so many more opportunities to score. It may not equate to runs all the time, but the opportunities are what matters, because our pitching staff is already really good. Our bullpen has been the best in baseball. And if I increase our run scoring opportunities just even a little bit, well, then we got something we can work with here, because it's also going to help you it's going to help you beat the bad teams, and it's ideally going to help you beat some of the good teams. And, I mean, Cleveland, I know they're a game above right now, but Cleveland's a quality club.
Could you feel, now we talked about it, and on television it kind of showed Devers' first at bat, the place wasn't jammed at that point, but all they missed was his strikeout.
Well, I was pissed, actually.
Yeah, that's what I wanted. That's what I was going to get to you. Like, give me some vibes out there at Oracle.
Well, that's why I was pissed. So I'm waiting in line because my friends want to go get a gluten-free flatbread or some vegan hot dog. Shout out Celiac. But I'm sitting there like, dude, the whole point we came to this game for is to watch Rafael Devers hit, and all I'm hearing is people cheering and standing, and the ovation is what it was, and it was a little early in the game. Not everyone's in their seats yet, but I was pissed at my friends. I'm like, dude, I'm trying to go run up and watch this guy hit, because that's kind of the point. Is now there's appointment television for the San Francisco Giants offense.
Right.
There's appointment hitting for their lineup. So I was pissed that I couldn't see all of it, because I got up there. I think it was for the second pitch. He ended up striking out, but it's like I got to see that guy swing.
Well, especially on this team. especially on this team, because
I can go get a beer for the rest of the 8.
Exactly. Let's go to Mark. Mark's in Tucson. What's up, Mark? How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning. Doing well. Thanks for taking my call. I really liked your point about Devers, the kind of psychological changes that he may manifest within himself as going forward as a Giant. That was really cool.
Oh, thank you. That was Evan.
I don't know. Really very excited about the Devers trade. I think Posey made a really a real splash, and I think that a lot of Giants fans have been waiting for a more high quality batter like him for some time. So just want to give kudos to Buster Posey. I think it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I do too. And this is one of those. And thanks for the call, Mark. And I don't know how you feel about this, Evan, but the trade was made Sunday, and sometimes this is the way it happens. The trade was made Sunday, and you're like, wow, Devers. Wow, they just got a good player. And then over the course of a few days, it sinks in a little more. And I think here's what I think. I think there's a lot of Giants fans out there that were kind of waiting and wanted to see something. And I think through Ohtani, through Harper, through Judge, through Stanton, all those monster names that they didn't get, it was disappointing. Okay, so now they trade for Rafael Devers, and he might not, let's just say he isn't in that group, but he's right there, up there with them, or up there right under him. And I think what's happening is, like, people are starting to realize over the last 2 or 3 days, this guy is really good. He's not just he's not Chapman. He's not Adames. Like, he's better than those guys. And it's starting to sink in that he's going to be here a while, and they've got a guy who's got 30 home run potential, 275, 100 RBI, all that kind of stuff, a great eye at the plate. And I think they're starting to realize how good he is, because let's face it, I mean, he's been in Boston for his whole career. But you start looking at the numbers, you start watching him at the plate day in and day out, and I think people are going to realize how good he is. And I had him on my fantasy team. You know, he produces. I mean, that he produces. There's no doubt. And they haven't had a guy, you're right, Evan, that has this kind of production track record where there's no real reason to expect a significant fall off anytime soon.
Well, it is about Posey. But I also think, too, and I don't want to go full Keith Law, but one thing I haven't heard a whole lot about is the credit that the team actually deserves, in my opinion, for this happening. You don't go out and acquire Rafael Devers if your team is 500 or below. That's not an albatross deal that you go out and just swing for, in my opinion. The team proved to Posey, and it's a two-way street because he's had belief in them, and I think the culture, the whole shift from last season is real, or it's beginning to come into focus. But this team proved that they're good enough to hang with the big boys, that they're good enough to be 10 games above 500, go into Dodger Stadium without Rafael Devers, and be a game back of the team that won the World Series last year and is at the top of your division. So you can hang with them. I mean, they only won one game, but that Friday night win was big. And for you to then go out and acquire Devers, like that to me it's a massive piece, but it's filling a specific void that this team doesn't have, with the understanding that it's already competitive, that it's already a good club. And so I think that the team also deserves a bit of credit too, because you have to prove to your front office that you deserve help. Every single year at the deadline, we talk about buyers, we talk about sellers. And the last couple of years, the Giants have been by, I think, most fans, some media members, people have wanted them to sell. Why? Well, because the team hasn't been that good, or They've been middling, or they've been very average. so far this year, this team has been above average. To my surprise, honestly, I think to most people's, they've played above water. And Buster Posey understood that this team has an opportunity. And so that's where also the Devers piece comes in, too. It's like Posey deserves a lot of credit because clearly, I mean, you are what your record says you are, and he got a big fish. But the team, I think, also deserves credit to prove to him that they deserve to be helped. And they got it in a big way.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, Evan. That's what it looks like. Let's go to Bobby's in Los Altos. What's up, Bobby? How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking the call. I think it's the first time in radio history I've ever heard someone shout out celiac, so congratulations, Evan.
Thanks, Bob.
I have a minor question, then I have a major question. So my minor one is, since you were at the stadium, I guess, Evan, since you were at the stadium, maybe I'm just still a little bit upset from that hold of, was it Dominic Smith in Game 3 of the Dodgers series? When they hold him at third base, and obviously we end up losing by 1 run. From what I could tell, it looked like I was upset when Jung-Hoo Lee was held up or didn't go, but then when I looked at the replay, it looked like there's no way he would have made it because Kwon just, he gunned down, who was it, Schmidt at second?
Yeah.
And he was running in towards the infield. I mean, he was almost basically in the infield when he caught that quote-unquote sacrifice fly. So do you think he should have run? Because I feel like he would have been tagged out.
Yeah, Evan.
And then I got a major question. Then I got a major question for you, Evan.
Okay. I'm not going to lie, Bobby. Real time, I did not think it was a send. I mean, Stephen Kwon has a howitzer. He's a Gold Glove left fielder, and he showed off his arm a whole lot last night before even that play. So in real time, I did not think he should have sent him, but I understand why people were frustrated.
Yeah. Okay. So here's my real question. So obviously it was a great debut. I'm sure the TV ratings were incredible for last night's game. But the thing that I can't get over, and I still have not recovered from that 107-win season, is that, you got all these analysts, you guys have all these people coming on saying, hey, now the Giants are favorites for the West and all this stuff. And I just can't get over the fact that at some point, Glasnow, Snell, Sasaki, and even Ohtani will eventually be ready to go for the end of the season. And look, I'm not a hater. You guys know I'm not a hater. I'm not a troll. But I just don't understand how people think we're going to win the West when eventually these injured arms are going to recover. I know we probably have a better bullpen, but, am I just I don't know. I don't want to be a hater, but can you just tell me, why people are so convinced that we're going to win the West now? Because it doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, I'm kind of with you about winning the West. I still think that's going to be tough, but I think it's because now you look at their lineup and it feels so much more respectable with Devers in there, especially the top 6 guys.
Yeah, Bobby, I would say, and Posey, I think, addressed this. I don't know if it was yesterday or around the deadline, but you got to be able to hit. And to their credit, the Giants don't have to play the Dodgers every single game. Winning the division is about winning games, beating teams, winning series you're supposed to, and getting enough against the big boys.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about Rafael Devers. Made his debut last night for the Giants. 2 hits, including a line double in the gap in right center that ended up scoring the Giants' first run. Hey, today, guys, you got a great opportunity. Listen between 12 and 12:30 today for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever take on your Golden State Valkyries tomorrow night. Listen between 12 and 12:30 today. Hey, you planning a road trip, Tahoe, Napa, or even down the coast? Make your first stop Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Drive in, stay in your car, and be done in about 15 minutes. Your ride will be ready before you even pack the snacks. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for coupons.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson today, and Rafael Devers made his debut for the San Francisco Giants last night, and a couple hits in a loss. By the way, coming up at noon today, we've got June Lee. He's a Yahoo contributing writer, and you should check out what he wrote about the Red Sox and Devers, and we're going to get his perspective at noon. And from I'll let him speak for himself, Evan, but June Lee was talking as though the Red Sox really made a mistake, and they've brought this on themselves, and that it's been kind of an S show in Boston. Yeah, my conclusion from his well-reported piece, a lot of investigative journalism involved and anonymous sources, I think this is a transformative deal for the Giants and a potentially destructive deal for the Red Sox. Like, that's what it kind of left me feeling like. No matter who was at fault, no matter what happened, if you can put water under the bridge, like this is an AD, BC kind of move for the Giants. Like since they were winning World Series, it feels like they've been searching for some place to kind of lift off from. And while you could certainly point to Buster Posey taking over as president of baseball operations, like this is the first big splash they've had in a long time. And I just feel like June 15th, 2025 is going to be a date we remember, for good or for worse, because it signals that the Giants are serious again. Like everyone, we were having and we've had this discussion, feels like a lot. Are the Giants a blue blood? Are they, one of those old marquee franchises? And whether they are or they aren't, it's up to people. But it's like, in 2025, that's the kind of move that a legitimate franchise makes. And Buster Posey got it done. Yeah, I think there's another part of that, too, is, yes, it shows the Giants are serious. But I think it's got to at least get the attention of the other teams in the division, certainly the Dodgers and the Padres. I mean, the Giants went out and got an incredible left-handed bat. They didn't give up a lot to get it, and it's also a great move for the Giants' stature because it feels like they were the team that had been left out, or they were the team that just couldn't get a player of this caliber. And the fact that, yes, I get it, he came here in a trade, he didn't have any say over it, but I think Devers now joining the Giants takes him from a cute little story to maybe they got some action legitimately for the rest of the year and then maybe even into the postseason. So I think that's the other thing, too, is not just in the Giants fans' minds have they made a good move, but tangibly they got better. And I think that any team in the NL West or the National League probably sees that and acknowledges the Giants are better today than they were Sunday at noon. Yeah, I mean, look, and their divisions, it's tough, man. I mean, you got every single team except for the Rockies is willing to spend big money. Like the Diamondbacks went out and spent $200+ on Corbin Burns. The Padres obviously spent a lot of money. The Dodgers, I don't need to say anything more than that. But it's like, you have to spend money to be competitive nowadays. And whether these contracts are going to age well, whether they're going to age poorly, I think Buster Posey understands that's just kind of the way you have to play the game now. And I realize that everyone associates those championship-winning teams with being, maybe kind of cobbled together or, band of misfits type of deal. It's like they were top 10 payrolls back then. They spent a lot of money to get those championships. And maybe it's just been because they've been so average or 500, it hasn't felt like they've been good enough to invest in. But I think Buster Posey saw a couple pieces this offseason, the first being Chapman that he wanted to keep. Adames was one that he wanted to get, and Devers was one that was available to him to poach. And it doesn't really matter how they got him. It matters that they're on the team, and he spent $500 million
between all three of them to acquire them, and more than $500 million, in fact, that he's invested between those three players. And that is significant. I mean, that's the kind of money that we talk about the Warriors spending or the Niners investing. Like, the Niners had the most cash invested in their team last season of any team in the NFL. The Warriors have been known for these exorbitant tax bills and the largest luxury tax in the history of basketball and all the rest. And it's like, where have the Giants been? And this is the kind of team now, or the kind of move and endeavors that signals that you're willing to go to the big boy blackjack table and play some poker with the rest of the fellas.
Yep. No doubt about it. Let's go to Leroy. Leroy's in Oakland. Hey, Leroy, how you doing, man?
I'm doing fantastic, Steiny. Thank you. What's going on, Evan? Great job, you guys, as always. I just wanted to say that, I like the pick, right? I like what we did with Devers, man. And it was like, I wish the Golden State Warriors would have did that with LaMelo Ball when it came to Wiseman. When that second pick came, I wish they would have took the sexy pick. But the Warriors thought they had a need for a center. And, the Giants, they said, hey, I'm going for the sexy pick. Yeah, I need a first baseman. I even thought they needed a left-hander. But they went, I'm going with the sexy pick. And I like that with Buster. But I think we just still need a first baseman. I mean, whether he buys in Devers to playing first base or not, he hasn't played first base. So, that's going to be a transition. And I think with us getting Devers, those one-run games that we lost right after that hot streak that we had went on, I think we win those one-run games by getting Devers. But what about the two-run games, the three-run games? I think you're going to need a defensive first baseman, a guy that plays every day, and you're going to need the bat. So I was looking at Josh Naylor, man. I don't know what happened with that. I thought we were going to go after him, take him from the Diamondbacks, take him out of the division, and he's a solid first baseman, but we didn't. So, yeah, I just think that, in order to compete with the Dodgers, and hey, Steiny, I heard your bet. We're going to hold off on that for a little bit, the bet on the Giants winning the division, but we'll see if we can get a everyday first baseman, and I just think we still need one, guys. We got a bat, we got some hitting. Now we need a guy that's going to play first base every day. We still have that need, so I think Posey has to address that.
Thanks for the call, Leroy. Has he got to do it now?
No. In fact, actually, one thing about the press conference I thought was interesting is, they really rolled out the red carpet for Devers.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the whole team was there. Pasta, who was in Steven Risotto was there, a.k.a. Pasta, who was talking about they had, the fog machine that he was emerging from. Every single time that there was an answer, there was an applause from his teammates. Adames was really hyping him up. Everyone was excited. It's like, do we really have to coddle this guy? There was a feeling of coddling because I still don't think they really yet know who this dude is. I think that Devers is willing to start anew. I think the Giants are trying to make sure that they get off on the right foot with him and set the precedent for what hopefully can be a fruitful relationship between the two. But it was they pulled out all the stops for this guy.
Yeah.
I just thought it was interesting.
Well, I said
Barry Bonds was there.
Yeah,
that's right. Bonds doesn't do anything. He looked pissed to have to sign all those autographs and have the cameras in his face. I think Bonds is a nice guy, by the way. He just doesn't like doing the whole pony show. And Barry Bonds was out there walking Rafael Devers to batting practice.
And here's what Devers said.
I think just looking at him, my game has already improved a lot.
All right. That was Rafael Devers. No, when I saw that and I saw the Giants at the press conference, I had to admit, I thought, boy, that's straight out of the Warriors playbook. I just remember years back, the Warriors started bringing their whole organization into press conferences, kind of to sit there and be a part of them, and then some players would straggle in, and sure enough, the Giants had a bunch of guys at the press conference. The one thing about Posey that I was thinking, and in comparison to Farhan Zaidi, and I think this is just kind of the way I read it, is Posey has been looking at the Giants, and you know how when we even, the Warriors were doing pretty well last year at times, and we were talking about how far they could go, and three things always seemed to come up, and one was, they lack athleticism, they lack size, and they're not, they need more shooters, and all the while we were saying that, you kind of hope that those things won't surface, if you know what I mean, or they could somehow overcome them. I look at Buster Posey as watching this team for 50, 55 games, and he says, we can't hit. Like we've got to get more hitting. And I think he looks at it like, I can't believe we're 8-10 games over 500, given the fact that we cannot score runs. And it just got me to thinking about somebody who said, Farhan might have overthought this move, but Buster Posey's the kind of player who, and maybe it's because he was a player, and I always feel like players know exactly what they have on their own team, and I think he looked in that clubhouse and said, if it's not Devers, it would have been somebody else. But they had to address that. They had to.
But they weren't able to before.
Exactly.
And
I think they were trying to do it a little piecemealish, maybe over the course of a few years with Chapman, Adames, and then, maybe Eldridge comes up, then they have him under control for a while. But it does feel like Posey said, if somebody comes available, we got to make a move, or we've got to really inquire.
Well, that's why it was so important to go get Devers. And I'm curious to see how it sort of fell apart from the Red Sox side of things when we talked to June Lee at 12 o'clock, who sort of wrote the whole manifesto for it. But that's why it was important to pounce now, because you can't wait until free agency. Like, there's another big bat that's coming up this summer, is going to be free agent. His name's Kyle Tucker. And Jim Bowden yesterday, awesome interview. Go listen to it on the Odyssey app. He talked about how Tucker's transformed that Cubs offense, or he's really been the key to their being one of the best offenses in baseball this year. That guy's a free agent. I would not expect the Giants to be able to go acquire him in free agency before Devers. But now you have Rafael Devers. You have someone that if Tucker looks at the Giants and says, oh, yeah, that's a pretty damn good club. Like, I could be the missing piece that I could help get them over the top. But before, it's like you're stepping in to be the savior.
Right.
That's what scared me so much about the whole Eldridge promotion that everybody wanted. Like, they just want Eldridge here. They want him fast. They just bring him up. It's like, you cannot ask anybody to step in and be the savior for a lineup. Devers has the ability to kind of do that, but I think as we'll see throughout the season, you probably still need another bat or guys to hit better, and Chapman can hopefully be that. But it's like, now looking at the offseason, now you can also pitch to a free agent, hey, you're not the only guy in this lineup that they have to fear. You're not the only dude that every single time an opposing pitching staff gets a scouting report, your name is circled in all red and no one else is on their scouting report. Now you get to play with Devers. You get to hit with Devers. He can protect you. You can protect him. Like, I also think it makes it easier to acquire another big bat if that's obviously in the cards for Posey in the future.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. No, I think that's a good point. I mean, 2021 notwithstanding, I think, over the last 5-8 years, if you're a Major League Baseball player looking at San Francisco, it's essentially an indistinguishable spot and an indistinguishable franchise. You're essentially a 500 team, and you play in a pitcher's ballpark. So if you're a free agent hitter, why would you come here? Your numbers are probably going to suffer, and there's a good chance you're not going to win. So I do understand now, and it's gonna come down to the individual player that they want to go get if he's a free agent. But now a free agent could theoretically look at this spot and say, okay, I know it's not a great hitter's park, but we can win there. Like, that's a really good team. And then the pool of players that may want to come here just got bigger simply because you're a better team and have bigger aspirations than you've had, let's say, 3 or 4 years ago. And you got a guy in Buster Posey who's running an organization and seems to be putting them on the map, or let's say putting them back on the map in a hurry.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I think it's like before the game in a way was kind of more significant than the game itself. You would have loved to win, and I think Devers' 2 hits. One of them, by the way, like Emmanuel Clase, the closer for the Guardians, has not been as good as he's typically been, which is one of, if not the best closers in baseball. But you also got a taste of what Devers does, which is like he can hit good pitching. That's something else that you kind of have to have if you're going to beat, to Bobby's point, the Dodgers or another big-name team in the NL, the Philadelphia Phillies, the Chicago, like all of those teams usually have frontline pitching that it varies to different degrees. But if you're just stacking up against the Dodgers, like you need someone that can go hit a Blake Snell or hit a Tyler Glasnow. And the Giants don't really have a whole lot of those frontline bats that can beat good pitching. Rafael Devers can beat anybody.
Right.
He can beat anybody on the mound at a given time. And for him to just, like, Emmanuel Clase sits 99-101 with cut. And he flicked that ball to left field like it was nothing. Like, that's not an easy at-bat, but he made that at-bat look easy. And this Giants offense for the large majority of the season, it has not looked easy at the plate.
Right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Giants, they lose last night. They've lost 4 out of 5, but it's going to take more losses than that to quell the enthusiasm. And it's nothing to win tonight.
They do have to start winning.
They do. And they'll get another crack at it tonight. Verlander back on the mound. Maybe on the other side we'll get into some pitching because it's funny. Once you put Devers in the lineup, then you start looking outside of their lineup and start looking to pitching and defense.
Well, you have thoughts.
I do have some thoughts. Let's go to Robert first in San Jose. Right. Hey, Robert, how you doing, man?
Hey, man, I'm good. Hey, you guys are right on the dot. Posey's right on the dot about our hitting. We're freaking suck. We suck. Our pitching was holding this team above average. So is one hitter going to make a difference, a big difference? I mean, we have Barry Bonds for many years. It got us to a World Series. So one hitter, as good as he may be, may not make a difference. But this may take us over the top when it comes to hitting. Might win us 3, 4, 5 games. But just trying to see. And yesterday, why didn't the coach start Flores? Why isn't Flores playing more? Why is he? I don't understand. He's one of our best hitters. Is he injured? He comes off the bench, goes for a pinch hit, but I don't understand sometimes the decisions that are being made. I don't think he's injured, is he? I'll take my comments offline.
I mean, they don't want to play him at first.
Well,
I think he's only played 4 games there this year.
But that's the Devers effect.
Exactly.
It's Devers means you're not going to see a bunch of Flores or Smith. It's like those two guys are going to share the bulk of first base until Devers. I don't know. I mean, like this is the thing too, Steiny. It's everyone just is assuming that he's going to play first, and he made it clear he's willing to do it. But to ask someone who's never played a professional inning at first base in the middle of a season, I don't think is just a simple task. Like it's going to take some time. I would be surprised if he plays first base before the All-Star break. In fact, that might be the best time to try and figure out if he can do it. Because while Devers is he's played third base before, you'd imagine he could play first. It's not just that simple. So yeah, like I don't look at it as a big drop. Like you'd rather have Devers in the lineup than Flores, but yeah, that's a consequence of it.
I mean, they could get around it now by playing Devers at third until Chapman comes back, but then that would mean something's got to give once Chapman comes back. It will be interesting.
But that's also a tall task. Like, again, he's played
playing
third base.
third this
in the
year
past.
after not playing third?
He hasn't played third base for 9 months. Again, like I'm serious. Like he didn't play third base at all in spring training because that wasn't his job. They took it away from him, which is the reason he's probably a Giant at this point. And so then he became a full-time DH. He hasn't been taking ground balls. Like to put him at third base to me would almost be setting him up to fail immediately, unless he's comfortable doing that. But then you run into the issue of, all right, Chapman's back. You're not playing third anymore.
Right.
That's also something. Again, I think the way that they set up the press conference yesterday signaled to me they are willing to do anything to keep this guy happy, which is fair because he's the biggest bat that they've had since Posey, biggest left-handed bat probably since Bonds. But it also means like you gotta kind of tread carefully with him because you don't want to get this relationship off to a rocky start.
No, and I don't think it will. I think at the beginning of these kind of things, everybody's going to say and do the right things. And no, I mean I'm kind of with you on this team right now, and they've invested so much in pitching and defense. And you look at the roster, and now they're sitting with Devers, they're sitting with Flores. They got a guy in the minor leagues that they love in Eldridge. And I'll even take it a step further with Luciano. They got all these guys that can't field. They got to find positions for him in the field eventually. But probably not Luciano, but
I do think
they got to figure that they got to. This all might come at the expense of Flores.
Well, I do think Chapman masks some of the deficiencies around the rest of the infield. Like he makes that infield look really good. And I think that Jung-Hoo Lee along with Yaz when he plays, makes the outfield look a lot better defensively than it actually is. And you just took away one of your best, if not best, fielders in Chapman. So it's like Adames made another error last night.
Yep.
That's who he is. Like he's going to make some good plays and he's going to boot some balls. Schmidt he's a good glove, but he also might make an error in the ninth inning when you need him the most. Like Tyler Fitzgerald isn't a great second baseman, and then at first base, Smith is good, but if you want to play Flores, you're going to have to take a step back at that position.
Or Devers at some point, probably.
Yeah, whenever he's ready.
888-957-9570 is the number. Giants fans, the team just added a big boy bat in Rafael Devers, and offense was the issue with this team. Now that they got Devers, is there a bigger concern on this team right now than the offense, or has the offense been dealt with for now, and you see some other areas that may need to be improved upon if this team not only wants to make the playoffs, but do some damage after that? Now that you take a look at this Giants team in all facets, how are we feeling about it? Not just the fact that they upgraded offensively. Hey, listen in between noon and 12:30 today for your chance to win a pair of tickets to go see Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever take on your Golden State Valkyries tomorrow night. That segment also brought to you by Frontier Ford. Frontier Ford is bringing the heat this summer with employee pricing for all. You pay what Ford employees pay through July 7th. F-150s, Broncos, Explorers, Escapes, Mavericks, even the Mustang Mach-E. So get to Stevens Creek Boulevard in Santa Clara or 24/7 at frontierford.com. Once again, coming up at noon, we've got writer June Lee, contributing writer for Yahoo, wrote a great story about Devers and the Red Sox. And then at 12:55, John Smoltz, one of the greatest pitchers of all time, to talk baseball on 95.7 The Game.
base hit. Here comes Lee. Ramos is going to go to third. 1-0 Giants.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Dwayne Kuiper of NBC Sports Bay Area on the call. Rafael Devers double, bringing in the Giants' first run. Who out there would have sent?
I think that was Dom Smith, Steiny.
That wasn't the double?
No. It's...
Get up the middle. There's a base hit. Here comes Lee. Ramos is going to go to third. 1-0 Giants.
Why would we play that? The guy's not even going to play anymore.
He's in 320.
He's not playing anymore.
Tom Smith is their best hitter right now. You didn't. Although Devers in the NL, what's his batting average up to now? It's
500.
No, 400. 2 for 5.
Okay.
Yep. He's better than Judge.
Who's sending Jung-Hoo Lee in the 9th?
Not Matt Williams. I can tell you that.
Nope.
Would you have sent him?
Maybe. How about that? Well, I mean, okay.
You got to make a choice there. It's a yes or a no.
Okay, I might have. Actually, you know what? I wouldn't have. And the reason I wouldn't have is because, to me, you send him before you get Devers. Because you're a desperate team. But you'd like to think, and I get it, Devers wasn't up, but you'd like to think it's shallow. We still have another guy up there. We're not as desperate as we used to be. Like, to me, sending him there would have just tried to shoehorn something in that probably wouldn't have worked, but you would only do it because you were in a stretch like you were in where you couldn't score more than 2 runs in a game. I know they only had 2 runs last night, but maybe they think they can win games without taking unrealistic chances. Now, I will say this, at least on the broadcast, the throw I thought was up the line at third base.
Yeah.
But I think now he just kind of came out when he knew Jung-Hoo Lee wasn't coming. Then he moved up the third base line. So, and then he blocked it. So it looked like he would have made it, but I'm not sure that it would have played out the exact same way.
Well, the reason I ask is because there's a lot of people I was sitting with. Like, everyone is actually pretty split. As soon as ball goes up in the air, play happens, obviously he doesn't send them. Everyone's looking around at each other like, should he have sent him? I said no. I was sitting next to Lucas Alexander. He said yes. My other friend said no. Down the line, his friend said yes. Like, I think it was a split bang-bang call. But to me, it's a reputation hold. Like, if there's another left fielder out there who doesn't have the reputation of Stephen Kwan, then you send him. But, like, that ball would have beat him by 10 feet probably, even though Jung-Hoo Lee's really fast. Ball beats him by 10 feet, and at that point, I know Casey Schmidt's on deck, and maybe that's something that did or didn't factor into the mind of Williams when he decided not to, but it's like, I don't know, man. I felt like Jung-Hoo Lee was going to get thrown out if he tried to test the arm of Kwan. That's why I said no in real time.
Right. And it was...
And unfortunately, they had a lot of opportunities. Like, it wasn't like they lost the game because they didn't send him or not.
Right.
And it wasn't as if it would have won the game either. Probably would have just got them to extras.
Yeah, let's put it this way. If the shoe's on the other foot and it's Ramos in left field, I'm going.
Well, that's why the Guardians did. I mean, and
right.
To his credit, like, Ramos made a great throw.
He did.
That was a strike to home plate that got Arias. But that's why they sent Arias and the Giants didn't send Lee, because of the different left fielders.
Yeah, and let me ask you this. We're talking about the Giants, obviously, and Rafael Devers' first game as a Giant. And by the way, coming up at noon, we've got June Lee. He's a contributing writer at Yahoo Sports and wrote a great story about Devers and the Red Sox and all the things that went wrong, so that Devers would end up in the Giants' lap, if you will. So I'm looking at this team's defense, and I think it's pretty average. So you got Chapman at third. Adames is mediocre at short. Ramos scares me a little bit out in left field. We saw the play by the left field line last night where it was a double, but it could have been a lot worse. And now we're going to use a first baseman probably, Evan, who's shaky.
Yeah.
So a little worried about their defense, especially without Chapman right now.
Yeah, I mean, they've been, whatever numbers you use, you could look at a few. Like, they've been about league average this year defensively. And Chapman's a big reason for that. He might be the best overall defensive player in the game of baseball. Without him, you're right, it doesn't look great. Like, Ramos's route to that double midway through the game was not a great route. And to be fair, it didn't really cost him. It's probably a double anyways. But the point is, yeah, they're a little shaky defensively. And that stuff does matter when you're playing in tight games. But that's another reason why the Devers acquisition ideally is huge for them. Because before, like, and it cost them last night, but it's like, Schmidt, you cannot get doubled up at second base. And that's also a KYP. Shout out the great Gary St. Jean. Know your personnel. Know who's in left field. You cannot be taking extra steps off second base when Kwan is coming in on the ball. Those kinds of decisions in the past would destroy a game for the Giants. And I know that they still lost last night, but they had the bases loaded with one out. They still had an opportunity. And one of the reasons was because the player you just acquired got a big hit in the ninth inning. So I know it's not going to make everyone feel better about losing to the Guardians, but I'm telling you, if you're telling me the Giants are getting 10 hits a game or anywhere close to, and I still got that great pitching staff, the bullpen has remained nails. Rodriguez, by the way, came in last night. I think his first appearance since he blew the game in Colorado. Gave up a hit, but got through the ninth. That's going to win you a lot of ball games. So I just think that Posey identified the largest void of his team, which was, I mean, not just hitting, but hitting for power. And he went out and got the best guy available.
Well, I mean, to me, I get it.
It's not gonna impact your defense, but
no. And to me, it's about opportunities, and they created more opportunity for themselves last night than they had in theory before Devers. So you start getting more opportunities than you had previously. Eventually, some things are gonna break your way. Here's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the starting pitching.
Okay.
I'm a little concerned about the starting pitching and its staying power the second half of the season.
So why is that?
I'll tell you why. So I'm looking at, and I'm wondering how much I'm factoring Harrison in there. Because when I'm making a list of the pitchers, Harrison was a guy that, I always had sixth on my list or something like that. But now I'm looking, okay, you got Logan Webb. He's your ace. Robbie Ray. I don't like some of the most innings he's ever thrown in a season was 193, and it was 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And he's on a pace to throw about that much this year. There's just, I don't know, there's something about Robbie Ray that leads me to not assume he's going to have the same second kind of half as the first half. And then with a guy like him, I worry about, well, what happens if you do get to, September? And I guess what I'm saying is Jim Bowden, we had him on. He was like, boy, they have, Webb. Why can't I think?
Webb and Ray can dominate a series.
Right, Webb and Ray can dominate a series. And I texted you and I said, I don't know about Ray. I think Webb could. I don't know about Ray in a big game in the postseason, though. Like, I think that's overstating Ray a little bit.
I mean, you never know until you see it. But also, and this is what I texted you back, that's why he's not getting the ball game one. You know, he doesn't have to be, and he's been this on clubs before. Like, he's won a Cy Young. I would argue that Robbie Ray has been the ace of 3 prior staffs before getting to San Francisco. He was the ace when he was in Arizona. He was the ace when he was in Toronto. And he was the ace when he was in Seattle, which is where the Giants acquired him from. He's not your ace. That's why I think Bowden is arguing that they could dominate a series. It's because you have 2 dudes that have the ability, and like I like Webb more than Ray, but Ray probably has more swing and miss stuff than Webb does, and you kind of need that in the postseason. You got to be able to get strikeouts with guys on base. And Ray last night, I don't think he had his best stuff, and he still went 6 innings, gave up 3 runs. Like, that's also the sign of a good pitcher. It's if you're not throwing well, you get banged around a bit, and he's going to give up more home runs probably than Webb does because he pitches up in the zone. Like, you got to be able to still keep your team in a game, which he did. I know he got the loss, but
no, he was fine, but 3 runs in 6 innings in that ballpark. I mean, yeah, you'll take that every day. Okay, he's only a little bit of my issue. So,
well, he's probably not going to have a 2.5 ERA the whole year.
That's kind of what I'm looking at with his staff as a whole. All right, then we'll go to Verlander. He's pitching tonight. Is he a coin flip at this point?
I don't think you know what you're going to get from Verlander. I mean, my biggest concern about him is that he's 42. Like, the expectation of him pitching a full season to me is a bit foolish.
All right.
You know, he's probably going to hit the IL at some point between now and the remainder of the season, and then the question is how you fill that 5th spot.
Well, let me ask you this: as it relates to finishing a season, and you said you have doubts about Verlander, whether he can or not,
about his longevity, yeah.
Not necessarily an injury, just if he can stay strong the whole season.
No, like he's 42 years old and he's had a couple injury-prone seasons. Like, I just don't think that he's going to make. I didn't expect him to make 25 starts this year.
Okay, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. What about when we get down to Birdsong and Roop? Because neither of those guys have pitched a full season, obviously, because they're so young. But how do you? I'm asking you because this is right up your alley. How do you gauge what Birdsong and Roop may or may not do the second half of a season when there's really not there's certainly not a major league sample size for them pitching at this level, you know, in July, August, and September? Like, that's what I'm a little concerned about.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. I mean, one of the reasons why Pasta, did they shut down Birdsong at the end of last season?
They did not shut him down, but he will get to the point where he's going to kind of cozy up to his last year's innings. And Landon Root, by the way, is 30 innings away from his last year total, so there's going to be a conversation there.
Well, that's what I was going to say, is Birdsong, even in the minors, the most innings he's ever thrown is 100, or 100 and 2/3. But last year, he only threw 70. Roop last year, I think, was around 60, maybe 70. So, you're pushing those guys as far as they've ever been pushed before. And I think that is, like, to me, Steiny, that is actually where the importance of having a Webb, a Ray, and to some extent a Verlander comes into play. The Verlander may not make all the starts, but ideally by the end of the season, you should have him ready to pick up where some of these guys have left off. I also think the fact that, you know, you're doing all this work on the front end of your pitching staff so that your bullpen hasn't really been taxed. I mean, the Giants, I want to say, are one of the fewest staffs in the league in terms of bullpen innings thrown. So that means when your starters aren't going 6 or 7 anymore, or God forbid you got to staff a game, which they don't do very often anymore, your guys are going to be fresher in August and September. So I hear the concerns about the young guys, but that to me is also where your OGs, that's where Posey is kind of looking ahead and saying, that's fine. You know, Verlander, take your time.
Right.
Be 100%. when it matters in July, August, September, as opposed to, like, we don't really need you in June. I also don't think it's crazy for the Giants to think about them going out and acquiring an arm. You know, I'm not talking about a frontline starter, but a guy who can eat innings, basically someone to replace the combination of what Harrison and Hicks were to your team so far.
Yeah, and I'm looking at, Roop has already thrown 70 innings this year after 50 all of last year. And Birdsong's thrown about 50 also this year when he threw 72 innings all of last year. So, that's just something where I'm looking at younger pitchers, and there's two things. One is, you worry about them when other teams see them a number of times over the course of a season, and then you wonder about if they're getting into an area of pitching more innings than they have before. But I don't know whether it was because they lost Harrison or not, but I'm looking at this starting rotation, and you got two guys at the top right now that are performing at a high level. Your two younger guys in Roop and Birdsong look like they have a lot of potential, though Roop's last outing scared me a little bit. And Birdsong is somebody who's probably going to have to be monitored over the second part of the season. And then you got Verlander, who, I almost think sometimes you got to look at and think, whatever he gives us is going to be gravy outside of mentoring the rest of the staff. But I agree with you. I think Verlander is going to be important because he's going to have to fill in some gaps, I think, over the next 3 or 4 months.
Well, take someone like Roop. That start to me is completely understandable. He's never pitched at Dodger Stadium before. He's probably never faced a lineup as good as the Dodgers. And also, Steiny, he just made his 14th start of the season. The most starts he's ever had in his life was his senior year at UNC Wilmington when he made 15 starts. So he's getting up to that point where, again, he has not pitched like this as a starter before in his life.
Right.
So you don't really know how he's going to respond, but I think it's completely understandable to say, all right, he didn't have his best stuff that day. Guess what? You don't have your best stuff against the Dodgers, you're going to get pummeled. That's just the way it goes. But I also have no doubt that this week against, I'm not sure if he's lined up to pitch against Cleveland or Boston. My guess would be Boston, but he can't go give you 5 innings at home. Like he's gonna pitch better at home than he does on the road.
Right. I'm thinking more of, okay, so and we saw it with Rodriguez in Colorado, where you said, this is the first 3-out save in the top of an inning that he's been in the top of the ninth that he's been asked to get, and he didn't do it. Roop, first appearance at Dodger Stadium, and I get it; those are significant outings, but on a lesser scale, you start playing in late July, August, September. All those games are kind of going to take on a feel like that, and that's when we'll obviously get a truer measure of Birdsong and Roop. And I'm not saying expect them to falter, but when you got two pitchers like that, you just have to acknowledge that something could go wrong, not go wrong, but they may lose effectiveness over the second half of the season.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. I mean, bats are going to heat up. The weather's going to get a little bit better. Conditions are going to become better for hitters. Your pitching staff is going to be lesser, but that's also why the Devers deal is so important. You're going to have to score more than 3 runs a game if you're going to consistently win, I think, in the second half of the year. I think that's also why sending away Harrison and Hicks is not a major loss. Like, it's pitching depth. There's no doubt about that.
Right.
However, Harrison, by virtue of his age, has never really pitched deep into a season before. You don't know if he's going to wear down by the end of the year. Hicks, by virtue of his role, having not been a starting pitcher for all that long, and we saw it last year, is probably going to wear down later in the season. So I would rather use those guys and go get a bat. And I would have never imagined that Harrison and Hicks could get you Rafi Devers. But that bat becomes so much more important the later in the year that it gets. Whereas those arms, to your point, Steiny, they're kind of going to fade a little bit. Like, The Giants now have more ways to win than we already knew before, and it felt like they're winning a different way every single night about a week ago.
888-957-9570 is the number. Devers, he's going to help the San Francisco Giants offense. There's no doubt about that. I think we saw a little of that last night. Are you worried about any other aspects of this team right now? I mean, hitting was such a glaring issue, and Devers addresses it to a point where does it become the non-major issue now on this team? Or if I were to say to you pitching, defense, or hitting, if you could upgrade one of those three areas still, which one would it be? Would it still be one more hitter? Would it be another starting pitcher? Would it be a reliever? Or you just let this team play for a little bit and let it kind of sink in, and then you figure out what you're going to do. All right, on the other side, coming up at noon, we've got June Lee, contributing writer for Yahoo Sports. He's also written for ESPN, the New York Times. Had a great story on Devers and the Red Sox and what went wrong. We're going to talk to him at noon. That's June Lee. And then hopefully around 12:55, we'll get John Smoltz in here. John Smoltz. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Ceremony Ford.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Hey.
Get used to it. Well, get used to him.
Well, Goo's in Texas.
Goo's going to be out the next 3 days. No, the next 6 days. Let me see if I can get this right.
So he would have missed games 6 and 7 of the finals for the Warriors.
Yeah.
That's what he would have missed.
Yes. And I guess the bottom line is you'll be here every day but one between now and next Friday.
Get used to it.
Next Thursday, Goo and I, and why Goo decided to come back on a Thursday is beyond me, but and who knows if he will.
TBD.
But,
I'm not God!
But we'll see. June Lee coming up in 10 minutes, contributing writer at Yahoo Sports. He's also written for ESPN, the New York Times, Bleacher Report, and he had a heck of a story on some of the dysfunction in Boston that preceded the Devers trade to the Giants. He's joining us at noon, and then at 12:55, hopefully we can get John Smoltz in here, former starter and reliever.
Well, you do know the thing about Smoltz that's one of the most unique aspects of, I mean, really.
He won a Cy Young as both?
No.
Okay.
But he went from being a starter to being a closer.
Yeah.
To then being a starter again.
Yeah, but
nobody else has done that.
Point.
There's nobody else that has done that.
Let me tell you who could have done it
and
who would have done it, but just wasn't asked, and that's Dave Righetti. Dave Righetti. Yeah, I know you guys probably haven't heard of him.
I thought you were going to drop a Sparky Lyle on us.
Yeah, Pasta knows baseball, by the way.
I don't think Sparky. Well, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if Sparky Lyle started very early in his career. Of course, Sparky Lyle, Cy Young Award winner in
Eckersley?
1970.
Well, Eckersley was a starter, then became a closer, but he never went back to starting after. I think Smoltz might have won. He might have won 20 games when he came back.
As a reliever?
No, as a starter.
Anyway, so that's what's going on the rest of the day. So in 10 minutes, we'll have June Lee joining us. Also, let me get you ready for this because this is going to be big. Listen between noon and 12:30, and part of that will be the interview with June Lee. But listen between noon and 12:30. That's coming up in 10 minutes, and then for the following half hour for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever take on your Golden State Valkyries. That game is tomorrow. And listen between 12 and 12:30. We're going to tell you how to win those tickets. But the first step is you got to be listening. You know, one thing here's the other thing I'm watching last night's game. By the way, they had NBC Sports Bay Area had Buster Posey in the booth for the second inning, and
he's presidential.
You know what? You took the words right out of my mouth. I'm gonna say it. He's got more gravitas than Curry. He does.
You sure about that?
I gave it a lot of thought in the last 24 hours.
Oh my God!
Like Curry is less buttoned up than Posey.
Well, he was wearing a suit.
Well, but I'm saying Buster Posey. How do I want to put this? I bet you Buster Posey goofs around less than Steph Curry. Goofs around.
I can see that.
That's all I'm saying. And but man, Posey is just such a class act. Like I said, he was in the booth last night, and never sharing too much, but always answering a question directly.
Now, I also want to ask June Lee about this because here's what I thought watching Posey yesterday, both at the podium before the game and then in the booth with Krug and Kite. Whatever he has, like the it factor, Craig Breslow must not have that. I'm serious. Like, both of them are ball players. Breslow pitched, I think, 12 years. Obviously a smart guy. But from everything that I've read about him and what he is, how he's operated in that front office in Boston since he's taken over, I think, last year or 2 years ago, he just doesn't have it. Like Buster Posey does. And it's, I've honestly been kind of shocked because I knew that he was he's charismatic and he was, kind of this quiet leader. But I've been surprised at how much he's had to do publicly and how good he's been at it. Like, there's been no step of the way that I've ever felt watching him like he doesn't know what he's doing, even though he literally has no experience doing the job. You know what I mean?
No, I do know what you mean. And you ever see the movie, oh, boy. What's the movie with, oh, boy, these guys are too young. What's the movie with Jack Nicholson and Helen Hunt?
Chinatown.
No, where he's got a Nahegian. Jack Nicholson and Helen Hunt, that movie where he's got a little...
Anger Management.
No, it's called, trust me.
Something's Got to Give.
That might... Help me. Nahegian, Helen Hunt. He was, I want to. It's not A Few Good Men, but it's got something like that. Come on, somebody.
Dude, I'm 30 years old. I know Jack Nicholson is a sideline ticket holder for the Lakers.
She was a waitress in a restaurant, and he had what's it called? Like, As Good as It Gets. As Good as It Gets. Thank you so much, M. Martinez. And here's where I'm going with that, ladies and gentlemen. There's a line in that movie where Jack Nicholson has a crush on Helen Hunt. And he says, "You make me want to be a better man." And you know what? That's what I think about when I think of Buster Posey. Like, if I were to meet Buster Posey, I'd want him to see me at my best. I wouldn't want to be half-cocked. I wouldn't want to be distracted. I'd want to shake his hand. I want to be sober. I want to be coherent. I want to present my best self. Like, he's one of those guys where, I don't know, you just want you want him to respect you because he matters. Guru, if he respects me or not, it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
All right.
But Posey is the kind of guy who you kind of want him to like you.
What about
and respect
Curry?
him. And that's
is that the difference?
That is a little bit of the difference. Is that
you don't care about Steph?
No, Curry's more. He's more regular in a way. I get it. He's great. Like, off the field, he's less businesslike than Posey. I just feel like Posey never changes. Never changes. When he was a player, when he is the GM now, whether you see him in the street, he's subdued. He's classy. He always looks good. He takes care of himself. He's a gentleman, all those kind of things. So he would not scare me a little more than Curry, but I'd be on more of my P's and Q's with Posey than Curry.
Yeah, I didn't know where you're going with the Nicholson thing, but that might be one of your best takes. He strikes me as someone you don't want to disappoint.
Exactly.
Like, it isn't even about walking into the room and him, like, he wouldn't have to notice me, but I just can't do anything that would make me look bad in front of him. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, I feel like, well, maybe not everybody, but most people have that kind of person in their family. Like, when so-and-so walks into the room, spine straightened, you all of a sudden know how to set a dinner table, and you're on your best behavior. Elbows not on the table, chewing with your mouth closed, because so-and-so, your uncle, your grandfather, maybe it's your grandma, whoever's in the room demands that you be on your best behavior. That's Buster Posey. That's also why I can't believe that Breslow can't be that guy. Like, Craig Breslow has to be like, I don't know if it's the antithesis. I have a theory, though, and I know we're going to talk to Julie in a moment about this. I do think it has to do something with their positions. Catchers are different because catchers demand respect from literally every person in the clubhouse because they're the only person that has to deal with both the pitching staff and the position players. And, oh, by the way, the coaches rely on them. So they're kind of a conduit to all aspects of the 25-man roster. A reliever, specifically a left-handed reliever, those guys are weirdos, man. Like, those guys are just strange people. They're like the offensive linemen of baseball players. Like, those are the guys that, like, they're really quirky. Maybe they got long hair and dumb mustaches and, they don't clip their toenails. Like, they do something weird. And that's the difference. I'm not saying Breslow is one of those guys, but, what I'm saying? Like, he's a lefty reliever and Posey's the catcher. He's the captain.
All right. So I'm getting some pushback on this Posey Curry stuff. So
is it more about the Nicholson?
Naturally, I'm going to keep it going. Here's the other way. Like, when I think of Curry, I think, let's say Curry and me hanging out and you're over there, and I look at Curry, I'm like, look at Evan over there, Steph, and he's like, yeah, what a piece of work he is. And I'd say, Curry, Steph, let's play a prank on him. Let's prank Evan. Nothing mean-spirited. Let's have some fun at his expense. And Curry'd be like, oh, yeah, that sounds good. Let's do it, Steiny. But Posey would be like, no, there's no need to do that, Matt. we don't need to prank Evan. Evan's a good guy, and no need to have any fun at his expense. And so let's go in another direction.
I wonder. I feel like
anybody got a story out there about Posey?
Yeah, like when was the last time he filled a rookie's car up with popcorn? You know what I mean?
He doesn't do that. He's too classy. Anyway,
he's the grown-up in every room.
I'm a fan of Buster Posey. He's the kind of guy who I wish I could have his demeanor. He doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't have to raise his voice. He just speaks like a grown man. All right, speaking of a grown man, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's welcome in June Lee, contributing writer at Yahoo. He's also written for ESPN, the New York Times, Bleacher Report. June, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Of course, I've been referencing your story in Yahoo this week about the Red Sox and some of their dysfunction. For those out here in the Bay that maybe didn't read it, how would you summarize it? And if you had to place blame on what happened in Boston, how much would Devers get? How much would the organization get?
Yeah, so I think it's important to take a step back because there's a lot of context that I think informs this situation. I think that this whole situation actually dates back to 2019 as Mookie Betts was looking to, potentially re-sign with the Boston Red Sox. And I talked to Mookie almost every single day during that season, and he told me that he wanted to stay in Boston. At the same time, there was starting to be leaks out of the media that Mookie and his kind of inner circle were confused about in regards to whether or not he actually wanted to stay in Boston. He wasn't sure where those leaks were coming from. And so, I think this kind of gap between how the Red Sox were communicating with, their best homegrown prospect since Ted Williams, even at that time, as he was kind of looking to stay in Boston, albeit, trying to get paid and meet market value, but he wanted to stay in Boston. He ended up getting traded. The second thing that happened is Xander Bogaerts, wanted to be a Red Sox for life, loved playing in Boston. I know he's having troubles out there in San Diego right now, but he wanted to be a Red Sox for his entire career. And he had gotten to a point where the team was kind of jerking around with him so much that they lowballed him with a contract offer in the spring training leading up to, his contract year. And then he had an all-star season and got paid by the San Diego Padres. Xander came up to me a few years later, after he had signed with the Padres, and just vented to me about how frustrated he was about the lack of communication that the team had with him. And this was a situation that I think breeds off of that kind of company lack of communication culture where, this isn't even a Craig Breslow thing. This dates back to Dave Dombrowski and Chaim Bloom's era as the heads of the Red Sox as well, where Rafael Devers is told this entire offseason that he is going to be the third baseman, that the team is not looking to replace him at third base, and that's where he'd be playing on opening day. Reports start to come out that Nolan Arenado and Alex Bregman are also kind of in the mix for the Red Sox. Devers kind of brushes this off. It then turns out the Red Sox signed Alex Bregman on the push from Alex Cora, in part because he wanted to win the season. He wanted to push for more than just a wild card. He wanted to win the division. Devers, as a result, feels slighted by the organization, and he gets very frustrated. So when the team comes to him in spring training and asks him, can you move off third base for Alex Bregman, he's like, I'm a third baseman. And I think that Devers, in particular, didn't really handle the situation particularly well. I think Devers really relied on Xander Bogaerts as kind of this guiding light in the Red Sox clubhouse. And I think once Xander left, Rafi was kind of a little bit more isolated among his teammates, in part because of the language barrier and the cultural barrier that exists with a player like him. And so, he got to a point where I think he was just frustrated with the situation and definitely did not handle things as well as he could have. But, it was kind of emblematic in my eyes of this larger kind of cultural failure from the Red Sox to be able to handle star players.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Warriors and Valkyries.
So, June, yesterday in his introductory press conference, the big headline is Rafael Devers is willing to play anywhere.
Yeah.
With all that context you just gave us, were you surprised to hear that?
No, because I think, there's been this kind of narrative, I think, that the local media in Boston has pushed out that Rafi's been a bit of a diva. And, again, I don't think that he's handled the situation as well as he could have. At the same time, he's always kind of been this, easygoing, quiet, introverted dude. There's almost this media image painted in the Boston media and even the national media to some degree that he's been this big diva. I've been talking to his teammates. People haven't really felt like it's been an actively toxic situation. Has his attitude and his general body language and all that stuff in the clubhouse, has that been great? It hasn't been, but there's other veteran leaders in that clubhouse between, Alex Bregman and Lucas Giolito and Walker Buehler, Rob Refsnyder, who've been through these kinds of things before. And so, it did not surprise me at all the second that he got out of the situation and felt like he was on a team that wanted him, was willing to, be upfront with him. I've seen the press conferences coming out of San Francisco. It seems like people really love the way that Buster Posey communicates, which is not surprising given how great of a catcher he was for such a long time. That position is such a position reliant on communication. It makes sense that Rafi is much happier and is willing to be more flexible for the team. It makes sense given that he feels like he's being respected now.
June Lee joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's a contributing writer for Yahoo Sports. Just wrote a great piece on what's going on in Boston and what happened preceding the Rafael Devers trade to the San Francisco Giants. A lot's made of the ballpark out here, June. Not the most hitter-friendly park, and yet in the wake of the trade, I saw some stories that actually compared Fenway a little bit to Oracle Park. How did Devers use the field at Fenway, and what can Giants fans, how can they expect him to use the park out here?
I think the thing that's awesome about watching Rafi in particular hit is that he is just a good hitter. He's not one of those guys who just swings for the fences. He knows how to hit the ball the opposite way if it's on the outer half of the plate. And that's such a rare skill from a power hitter in the major leagues today with all this kind of stuff with, exit velocity and the slit launch angle and all that other stuff, all the analytic stuff. He's more of a kind of traditional, left-handed hitter where he tries to hit the ball hard regardless of where it is on the plate. And, he's not a guy that really swings at a ton of bad pitches. Every hitter has their slumps, but he's always been a very disciplined hitter. And he's one of those guys I think reminded me a lot of, even Robinson Cano, David Ortiz, where, he lets the ball travel in and he's able to drive it if it's on the inner half of the plate. He's got the bat speed to do that, and he's able to drive the ball the other way. And I think Fenway and Oracle are kind of interesting kind of sister ballparks because of that big wall. It's going to be really interesting to see how Rafi uses that right field wall at Oracle, because the thing that he does better than anyone, I think, on the left side of the plate, is knowing how to drive the ball, whether the ball is up or the ball is down. And so, people have been talking about whether or not this contract is worth it. I think that Rafi is, just as a guy who's putting up 3.5 to 4, even 5 wins above replacement as just a hitter, given how poor his defense has been over the course of the last few years, and he's had his ups and downs there too. I think he's going to be a great fit for that ballpark.
June, one of the big parts of this is obviously the two men that made this deal happen, Buster Posey and Craig Breslow. And the way that your piece described Breslow, it feels very different from the person that we in the Bay Area have come to know as Buster Posey. I guess, what do you feel like the difference is between those two guys? One that couldn't make it work, and now one here in the Bay Area that appears to be willing to do anything to make it work.
I think that with Breslow in particular, he does have that former big league pedigree, but he's also in a spot where there's been complaints from basically all levels of the organization, whether it's the coaching staff, baseball operations, complaints about his ability to just be upfront with people and communicate what is going on. People really feel cut out of the loop there. And from everything I've heard with Buster Posey, he seems to kind of be the complete opposite of that. And I think that they're kind of interesting mirror images of each other in some ways, because we've reached a point in baseball where, I think that there was such a massive swing towards this Ivy League guy who maybe never played baseball. And now we're starting to get a lot of these smarter guys who actually played baseball, some of them who have Ivy League degrees like Chris Young in Texas, who are now taking over kind of the baseball operations stuff. I think we've kind of swung the complete opposite direction where people have almost become to completely worship the numbers and completely ignore the feel side of the game. And, that scene in Moneyball where the scouts are kind of railing on Billy Beane, played by Brad Pitt, I think we're basically at the opposite end of that spectrum now, where, the analysts on a lot of these teams now are maybe 4-1, outnumbering the scouts. It's basically the opposite dynamic. And I think that the teams that are going to be the most successful, this is true of Andrew Freeman, I think, in Los Angeles with the Dodgers, he's able to look at the numbers, see what the numbers, either confirm or don't confirm about maybe any hunches he had, and then kind of look at that and make a human decision and communicate with people. And, the Red Sox in particular have set the Dodgers as this role model franchise for what they want to become. But I think the thing that they have failed to understand is to be able to find that balance between the numbers and also learning how to deal with people. That's ultimately what makes a team most successful. And, when the Red Sox won that string of World Series under Felix team, even him in Chicago, he knew how to balance the interaction between the numbers and the people that he worked with.
June Lee joining us on 95.7 The Game, contributing writer for Yahoo Sports. Just wrote a great piece about the Boston Red Sox and Rafael Devers. He's also written for ESPN, the New York Times, Washington Post, Bleacher Report. You can read his stuff at a variety of places. Let me the one word that Breslow used a lot, I noticed during his press conference, was alignment. They felt like Devers wasn't aligned with what they were or where they wanted to go. Can you give us a little more insight on kind of the person? Because now out here we're getting some different kind of stories about him. But was he a huge fan favorite? Did he want to be the face of the franchise? And then this stuff happened in the off season leading into spring training. I know he doesn't like to do a lot of media, but give us a little thumbnail on who this guy is as a person.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely was a fan favorite. I think that he wasn't necessarily the most attention-seeking, which can be, if you're paying a team as the face of the franchise, you maybe as an organization want him to be more out there. He didn't really want to do that kind of stuff. His nickname among the fan base was Raffy Two Scoops because he was the type of guy who talked about how much he loved eating ice cream. And, maybe that is not the best thing for his long-term conditioning health moving forward, but, he always kind of came to the ballpark with a smile on his face, and was never really distracted. He always kept kind of his focus on baseball. I remember a couple of years ago, I think this was back in 2021, he came into the clubhouse and said, and I interviewed him, and he said that he just had a second kid. And a bunch of people after that interview went up and said, I didn't even know he had one kid, let alone two kids. He's the type of guy who kind of keeps himself and is very private and is mostly focused on playing baseball. So, it's, I think that as long as he feels like he's being valued, I don't really think that he's never really caused problems until this kind of whole communication system came out.
It's interesting, June, looking at the Red Sox, who've obviously won 4 World Series in this millennium, and the Giants, who've won 3. I feel like before this trade happened, the Giants were kind of on the periphery, and the Red Sox were maybe not the most stable organization in recent years, but they're seen as certainly one of the blue bloods. Do you feel like that this kind of, I don't know, especially with Posey at the helm, this kind of move is one that could thrust the Giants back into that grouping, maybe not up there with the Yankees, but certainly with a team like Boston? And do you feel like that with how they've handled things, especially concerning their star players, that they're actually the team that teams might be looking at like the Giants were for the last few years?
Yeah, I mean, I think that one thing that is underrated about going out and signing a star player, even if it doesn't end up working out, is that people take you seriously as a team that wants to win. And I think that that's something that the Red Sox have kind of underestimated in regards to how the rest of baseball perceives them, whether it's players or agents or executives. I think that there's been this reputation that the team is acting like a small market team while being in a big market. And I think that what Posey has done, I'm not sure whether or not it's all going to work. And I do think that he's made some sharp moves, and we'll see how all this turns out. But the fact that he is willing to spend out there and the ownership has kind of given him license to spend, it does kind of reshape the reputation that the organization had developed under Farhan Zaidi. Again, I don't know if it's going to work long term, but I think finding the balance between all of these things is important, because it's not just about the decisions you make as an organization towards building a roster and developing prospects and all that stuff. It matters how you kind of engage with the rest of the industry and how willing people are to work with you. And also the fact that people are coming to me to complain about the Boston Red Sox as a reporter, knowing that it might get out in public, it just kind of speaks to, I think, the level of distrust is maybe a little strong from people approaching the Red Sox in the industry, but just a level of skepticism that people have towards them now.
June, and we're joined by June Lee, contributing writer for Yahoo. Last one for me is, I did kind of want to ask you about the psyche of a Red Sox fan. Put this one, the Devers departure, in the class of Betts and Bogarts. Is it even worse? Is it an extension of what they already felt was a bad situation? What's a Red Sox fan thinking today?
I think that it is worse because of everything that's already happened. If this was in a vacuum, I don't think that is the worst thing, because he's as good as Rafi is. He's not Mookie Betts. And I think the whole Mookie Betts situation has been haunting this organization. I mean, people are talking about if this is the new curse of the Bambino around Boston now, because of how much the organization has kind of fallen apart in regards to just not prioritizing, not knowing how to deal with star players. I think you as an organization, when you're unable to just deal and manage with the egos of star players, it lowers your ceiling as an organization. The Red Sox had to deal with, the big egos of Manny Ramirez and David Ortiz constantly, all the time, in one way or the other, during the prime of their championship run in the 2000s. But they were willing to deal with that because it raised the ceiling of the team, Ultimately, I think a lot of Rafi's behavior was instigated by the fact that the organization didn't communicate. And I think that, a lot of the leaks, I think, coming out of the front office have been about, Rafi's demeanor. At the same time, his demeanor kind of changed dramatically as a result of the lack of communication. So is this a chicken or the egg situation? Maybe Rafi, I don't think Rafi handled the situation as maturely as he could have. At the same time, he was not the one who started the situation in the first place.
Yeah. Hey, June, great stuff. Thank you so much for joining us. A lot of terrific insight for Giants fans out here, and really good piece in Yahoo Sports on the Red Sox endeavors.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Absolutely.
Thanks,
That's June Lee. Wrote a good story, real good story at Yahoo Sports. He's also written for ESPN, New York Times, Washington Post, Bleacher Report. So the kid can write.
No, he's good. And he was also a big part of, when he was at ESPN, a lot of the Baseball Tonight and Sunday Night Baseball coverage. But it's funny, listening to him describe the two places of these franchises. No one would ever tell you the Boston Red Sox aren't historic. The Giants obviously are with their roots back to New York. But it does feel like with this singular trade, they've sort of swapped places. The Boston Red Sox have become the team that people generally associate the Giants with being under Farhan Zaidi as big market, unwilling to spend, or not being able to get someone to take your money.
Right.
Meanwhile, the Red Sox basically gave the Giants this massive albatross contract, which they've never had in recent memory, the biggest one that they've acquired. And the Giants are now the team that is seen as rewarding their stars, or being willing to go and risk it for a star.
Yeah. All righty, there's the sounder, and now is your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Caitlin Clark tomorrow, and the Indiana Fever are in town. You have to answer the following question. All right, the following question, because we told you to be listening between 12 and 12:30. First person to call the contest line with this answer, and I see some people on there already, you've been disqualified because the question has not been asked. So You can stay on hold. I'm not going to ask the question for another minute.
What's the question, Steiny?
The question is, and I'm going to let Carter Chickering make the decision on who's the first.
Stop asking that
with
question.
The answer is
Staley.
What did June Lee say was Rafael Devers' nickname?
He spoke fast
in Boston.
This one I thought was pretty clear.
Yeah, I did too. 415-523-4652. That's 415-523-4652. First person with a right answer to Rafael Devers' nickname in Boston, according to June Lee, you will get 2 tickets to tomorrow night's Valkyries Fever game. And if you want to just buy tickets, go to Valkyries.com. Caitlin Clark in the house tomorrow at Chase Center.
No, I can't wait. Oh, by the way, the nickname is not on Baseball Reference. I know Goo was talking about, was it Rafi Big Stick?
Big Stick, yeah.
Big Stick. It's not. That's not the answer.
No, this is going to be the nickname that June Lee said fans had given him because apparently he's a big fan of this food. And there'll be no jokes. No jokes about this.
See, well, we can have some fun in a minute when we get our winner, and that's huge, by the way. So I'm looking forward. I'll be in the house tomorrow night.
Oh yeah,
I gotta see Caitlin Clark. That's actually so. I've never seen her play live before. If there was an athlete in 2025 that you, Matt Steinmetz, have not seen play live, who's on that list?
Oh man,
I know I'm not going to ask you to name one, but to me, Caitlin Clark would be on that list. That's one of the main reasons I want to be in the house tomorrow.
Well, I think we should throw that out too.
All right.
If you could see any athlete in the next year, who would it be?
Curry,
Jimmy Butler,
Jimmy.
See an athlete.
Well, he's going to be load managed this year, so there's going to be less chances.
What about
Devers?
No,
hadn't seen him play live until last night.
You know what it would be? Who's the best soccer player on the planet right now? Mbappe?
The most famous is probably Messi, right? People always want to go see Messi.
Yamal? Yamal's up there.
I might want to see whoever's considered the greatest soccer player playing right now.
Now, why would you want to see that?
Because I feel I've gone through the 3 major sports, and Caitlin Clark would be somebody, however you took her, so I didn't.
Well, I'm just saying, like, who's on your list? It doesn't have to be the greatest. You know, I think.
Well, you know who's on the list probably right now is Wembanyama. Wembanyama's probably on my list. I have not seen him in person.
Has he played a game at Chase Center? I know he had the preseason game where he blocked Wiggins' shot from like the lane.
That's a good question.
But last year he was unavailable because of the thrombosis.
See, I guess I'm a little different. If you ask me about football, who would I want to see in football right now?
Purdy?
No. Give me Shedeur Sanders, quarterback in Cleveland.
Okay.
Seriously.
I need you to explain this one.
Because it's more about, you know, I mean, who's the best? Hey, Steiny, you can see Josh Allen. I can see him on TV. You know what I mean? I'm sure he's great.
So because he's not going to get to play, you want to see Shedeur Sanders?
No, because there's an unknown there. There's a curiosity that I have that I don't have for even Lamar Jackson or Mahomes. Like, those guys are great. So I'd say Shedeur Sanders. You know what?
You've seen him play on TV.
Here's one.
Colorado.
Cooper Flagg in the NBA.
I'm looking forward to seeing him sure.
There's one for sure.
Yeah, Cooper Flagg. Probably a great tennis player. I would love to see Alcaraz play live.
By the way, if there's one thing I really, man, when you came in the day after the French Open, I really didn't know how historic that match was.
Did you go to the lab?
No.
You watched some tape?
No, but I just heard 2 other people say it was one of the best matches of all time.
It was unbelievable. Oh, people are chiming in on 341 is saying Carita.
And Wemby has played, by the way, at Chase Center. So
in a regular season game?
In a regular season game, it was November 24th, 2023.
So that would have been his rookie season.
His 16th career game.
Yeah. Wow.
What'd he do?
7 blocks.
actually.
He scored 8 field goals. He was where are we looking here? I don't know where. He played 35 minutes. He played 35 minutes.
How's that contest coming?
Yeah, Carter, we're getting the information.
Okay.
We actually
What's going on back
do we have a winner?
We do have a winner. There was actually an 0 for 2, 0 for 3 stretch there where
no.
The answer was not.
I told you guys to listen.
Casey Schmidt.
I told you guys to listen. You know, what was he thinking?
He was talking kind of fast.
He was, but we have one.
Well, I was confused as to why this was the nickname. Can we throw it out there? Like, we're just getting his information. The winner has been taken, correct?
Bobby, congratulations, Bobby.
Okay.
Bobby's going to be going to the Valkyries, Indiana Fever, because he was the first guy to know that.
We're done.
Ahead.
We're done.
Yeah, we're done.
No, don't call. Quit calling.
The nickname, go ahead.
It's 2 Scoops. Now, I would have originally thought that someone's nickname 2 Scoops, who plays third base, is because they have a really good glove. You could scoop the ball. However, it's apparently because, and I hate to point out the obvious, but he said he loves ice cream. He's plump.
When I heard 2 Scoops, I thought, does that mean he bobbles everything?
Oh, really?
Does that mean he bobbles every ground ball?
Oh, I thought it was actually kind of a glowing part of his defensive game.
Like he's so good he can, field 2 at once.
Well, look, there's been good, sizable infielders before. Obviously, Pablo Sandoval's on line 1. One of my favorite shortstops was Juan Uribe. Who was the guy? Oh, Johnny Peralta was kind of hefty. Played for the
Johnny,
Tigers and the Cardinals.
Johnny
Yanni Peralta. There was a Jonathan last night, by the way, on the Guardians who spelled his name with an H. So I always wonder if that means Jonathan or if it's actually just Jonathan,
Yeah, not sure. Not sure.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Thanks, Steve.
Oh, boy, Steve Kerr.
He's making headlines.
Yes, he is. He's making headlines. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. We're talking Rafael Devers, his debut last night. Game 2 of the 3-game series tonight at Oracle. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. From the ballpark to wine country, summer's better when your car's ready to roll. Valvoline Instant Oil Change gets you in and out in about 15 minutes. No appointment needed. For locations and coupons, visit BayAreaOilChange.com.
I am not Michael Strahan.
for Daryl the Guru Johnson. It was at a family reunion in Texas, deep in the heart of Texas.
Sounds like the theme song for a family reunion. What is this, like How I Met Your Mother?
Well,
Pasta.
The first song I thought it was, I Know It's Not. Welcome Back, Kotter, it felt like.
I just haven't met you yet.
Yeah, it's
Just
Sam
haven't
Smith.
met you yet.
Or no, it's what's his name? Ray LaMontagne.
Michael Bublé?
Bublé.
Oh, Bublé.
Bublé?
I saw him with the Foo Fighters a couple years ago, actually. He was really good.
Tell you another good song of Bublé's is, now I forget it. The one that the Warriors used to play. Oh, I'm Feeling Good. I'm Feeling Good.
Oh, that is a good song.
It's a good tune. It's an absolutely good tune. Hey, they got some, first of all, coming up in about 20 minutes, 12:55, John Smoltz, Hall of Fame right-handed pitcher and current lead analyst at Fox. John Smoltz is going to join us. And hey, sometimes they work this way. We're going to ask him a little bit about golf to start out. He's at the American Century Championship. The guy can golf. And the first question I'm going to ask him is how many rounds a year he plays. I'll bet you it's over 200.
All right, well, we don't have him for a long time.
No,
so what I need you to do is not commandeer this interview to talk to him about golf.
Okay, so we're already on a short leash because the boss says, would you want Smoltz? I'm like, of course we'd want Smoltz. And he goes, well, he's doing media today because he's playing in the American Century Championship on a couple weeks in Tahoe. So make sure you ask him about golf.
You have 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, 6.5 minutes. Okay. Smoltz, better be ready. Somebody get him up right now in the pen because he better come in warm.
Oh, he's going to come in high and tight.
By the way, there's some food out in the kitchen right now, unexpectedly, and I'm not having any.
You proud of that?
Yeah.
I'm sitting here with 2 pieces of fried chicken.
Look,
You're going to tell me you can't have any?
No, it's pretty simple, Evan. You know, I got a big stretch coming up. Thank you. I'm going back east for a buddy's birthday. Then my daughter's getting married, and I figured, you know what? If ever there's a time to try to drop a quick 6, it would be right now. I may see going to see a lot of old friends from back east. I don't want to be coming back east all sloppy and disheveled and all those kind of things. So I didn't eat any of the food out there.
Well, you're making me feel bad. But there's a couple things. You told me this yesterday. I got to drop a quick 6.
Yeah.
So you're just going to starve yourself?
No.
That's what you made it sound like. I think I'm just taking a break from food. For 3 days.
But what I'll do is I'm going to go long periods of time without eating food. For example, I had a breakfast sandwich today.
You do know Ramadan passed a while back.
For example, I had a breakfast sandwich today. After work, I'm going to go golf, so I'll walk the course. And now, actually, on a night like tonight, I'll try to get home and go right to bed. And then I'll have breakfast tomorrow, and then that would be a 24-hour fast. That seems to work for me. So, yeah. But anyway, I saw the macaroni and cheese out there. Did you have any of that?
2 scoops.
So,
2 scoops.
You know what I had the other day?
Like my guy Rafi. Huh, what?
So my daughter's home from college, and of course she works. We put her to work. She's working at a restaurant in Oakland called Homeroom.
Oh, that place is nice.
Yeah.
That place is real nice.
You've been there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's so good.
Good spot. And let me tell you what's happening with my daughter. She's starting to come around. So Friday night, she texts me, and she's like, I'm coming home from work in about 10 or 15 minutes. I'm bringing you something. She brought me a milkshake.
And you threw it away.
I had half of it. I didn't make this decision till about 2 days ago. And then the next day, she comes home and she brought me some macaroni cheese with, get this, pulled pork and macaroni cheese. Wow. That was pretty good, Evan.
It doesn't sound like you're trying to drop a quick 6.
No, this was about 4 or 5 days ago.
Oh, you haven't eaten since then?
I told you I had a breakfast sandwich today.
Well, that's not a 24-hour fast.
Okay. Sunday.
Yeah.
All right. Sunday, Monday morning, I woke up, had a breakfast sandwich, didn't eat the rest of the day. Woke up Tuesday, had a breakfast sandwich, very light dinner yesterday. And then today I'm gonna try to do a little fasting after I get off work.
All right, before we get back into Devers,
Yeah.
I have to admit something. And I don't know if anybody else is like this too. I love hot sauce. Hot sauce doesn't love me. That's the problem I run into with all these great foods, is that I love spicy food, but my stomach doesn't. So if I need to take a quick break in about 10 minutes here, just know that that's what's going down.
Wait, what's spicy?
Well, I don't know where we catered this food from, and shout out Tiana, one of our lovely coworkers, for doing this. But they brought food in, and there's, I don't know if it's like a homemade hot sauce, but it seems a little balsamic, like it's got vinegar based. It's really, really good. But I got to be careful how many bites I eat in a row because I got a weak tongue.
Makes sense. We got it from Little Yellow Skillet. What? I'm sorry.
Your little skillet.
Your little skillet. Your little skillet. Okay.
Where did yellow come from?
I don't know.
Your yellow. Well, people do have yellow skillets. Yeah. It's the little skillet.
All right. Here's one thing I want to clear up, or at least allow Pedro Martinez to clear up, is this idea of what kind of teammate Rafael Devers is, or was at least in Boston. And this is what Pedro Martinez, the flame-throwing former righty, said. And he's somebody that's pretty familiar with the Boston organization and Devers himself. Take a listen.
I was shocked, just like everybody else. I was shocked because if you try to sell to me, knowing Rafi Devers, that Rafi is a bad teammate or he's not a team player, you're lying. You're going to tell me he's a bad influence in the clubhouse? He's not. Does he want to play every single day? Yes, that's probably why he was mad. Well, the thing got mishandled from the get-go. And I think if I'm Jimmy and I'm Grandy and we have an ex-teammate or a teammate that's not doing things like they should be doing, we pull him aside, all three of us, and we convince him to come into the things that we want to do together. This should have been in the hands of baseball people, not front office people, not leaking it to the media, not having a back and forth between the media and Alex and Sam Kennedy and Breslow. So I think it should have been handled by baseball people, Pedroia, Big Papi.
Pedro Martinez talking about Devers and what happened there.
I still, like, when I listen to that, it still makes me think about Posey. And the reason is, he said this shouldn't have been in the hands of front office people. It should have been in the hands of baseball people. And I do agree with that. But that's the difference. Like, seriously, that he just described it. That's the difference between Posey and Breslow. Posey's still a baseball person. He just works in the front office. He's still a baseball guy. He just has the title of president of baseball operations. And I feel like it's really hard to find one. Maybe it's because he hasn't had an experience, and he's got also, I think, a great staff to kind of help him through maybe some of the, I don't know, the day-to-day stuff. But at the end of things, Steiny, he knows how to win. And he's been the catcher of 3 World Series teams. And in his mind, there's a specific way to go about turning around your franchise. And so far, he hasn't skipped a beat. Like, well, I mean, we'll figure out how the Devers deal ages. You know, Adames has obviously got to hit better. And we'll see how Chapman ages as well. But so far, he's coming up aces.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And, you know, I'm always reminded of, you know, when you acquire a player or when you extend a player. And as for the, you know, how the contract, Chapman, Adames, and Devers, how their contracts are going to play out. They're all under contract for a long period of time. And, you know, the one story I'll always remember from back in the day when Chris Mullin was the general manager of the Warriors, and they were in a spot where they didn't have a lot of credibility, and they signed Troy Murphy and Mike Dunleavy to contract extensions. And Mullen was asked, and this was actually involved Gary Radnich. Radnich asked him, well, what happens if it doesn't work out with these two guys? And Mullen said, well, then I'll trade them. And they were there for a few more years, and then they ended up trading those two guys for what ended up being Steven Jackson and Al Harrington. But I kind of feel the same way. I mean, if things start to go south, then you address it when you need to address it. But for now, I think the Giants, we can all agree, have their best hitting lineup since when? You tell me. 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up on the other side, we got John Smoltz, Hall of Fame right-hander, current lead Fox analyst. We're going to get into the Devers trade with John Smoltz. And that segment brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, coming up in about 5 minutes, John Smoltz, Hall of Famer, lead analyst for Fox Baseball, and he's going to join us in about 5 minutes. Smoltzy, one of my favorite pitchers, actually. Evan, he had some good stuff. He could spin.
Smoltz was so good that he pitched with two other guys that also won Cy Youngs, but Maddox won 4 in a row. And some people might have said that Smoltz was better. Like on a given day, in a playoff game, Smoltz could be more dominant than Maddox. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, no, I think Smoltz was more dominant than Maddox. Maddox was...
Well, it's because he threw 90, but...
Maddox threw hard early in his career, too. He really learned to pitch over the course of his career. I'm not saying he didn't know how to pitch when he was young, but as you notice, with a guy like Greg Maddux, is once he lost a little bit of velocity, he didn't really skip a beat because he was pitching with his mind, Evan.
Well, there wasn't a whole lot there to start with. I think he threw like 94 in the minors.
What would you top out at?
About 10 miles an hour less. But I also didn't have a fastball that, he could make a fastball do whatever. He had it on a string. Like, he could beat you with just a cutter, 2-seam, 4-seam. Maddox, God. I mean, some of those old games.
Is he your favorite pitcher of all time?
No.
Oh, let me guess.
I bet you couldn't, for the life of you, guess my favorite pitcher of all time.
Well, it's not anybody in the. I'm going to assume it's in the modern era. I would say
it's not in the dead ball era. How about
Pedro
that?
Martinez.
No.
Okay. Give me a league.
Vita Blue.
Pitched for both.
He's too old.
I didn't watch Vita Blue.
He's too old.
How would I get his?
Evan's too young.
I've met Vita Blue. Blue Moon Odom, also a very nice man. I've met both those guys, but no, I didn't. I never watched them.
Oh, I know who it was.
Your favorite player cannot be someone you haven't seen pitch.
Okay. So here So I know that you were an A's fan. I'm going to say Justin Dukeschur.
That's great pronunciation. But no, it's not Justin Dukeschur.
Oh, Van Poppel. Todd Van Poppel.
No.
Okay. It's not going to be somebody like Kurt Schilling.
He pitched for the Giants. He did pitch for the Giants.
Oral Hershiser.
No. I was telling you, I had to have watched them pitch when I was alive.
Tim Hudson.
There he is. Yeah. Tim Hudson. My favorite.
A little bulldog.
Yeah. Auburn. Southern guy. I think he's still the pitching coach there, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Tim Hudson was a dog. Oh, had a great sinker. Made 200 innings a year. Got stepped on, unfortunately, but what
does that mean, he got stepped on?
Well, he broke his ankle on a play at first base where he was trying to cover. He got his foot caught on the bag, and he got stepped on and broke his ankle.
By Eric Young Jr.
Yeah, still came back, won 16 games. I mean, he dominated for multiple teams. No, not Joe Blanton, Zucci Mane, but good guess.
Joe Blanton. Let me tell you something about Joe Blanton.
Lost a lot of games.
He also, I'm going to say, when did the A's go to the postseason? 12, 13, 14?
Yeah. Wasn't on those teams. He was mid-2000s.
Check the records.
Are you thinking of Trevor Cahill?
No, I'm not thinking of him. I want to say Joe Blanton was on those teams.
Joe Blanton pitched for the A's from 2004 to 2008.
And then he came back, right?
He
did not.
Never did come back, Steiny.
When did they make the postseason between 04 and 08?
06. They lost in the ALCS.
Right. And I'll bet that year he had 15 wins at least.
He had 16.
Exactly. Like he had a year.
He had a couple years. He wasn't a bad pitcher.
He probably led back when wins mattered. He won in the teens, I want to say 3 or 4 years.
Won 101 games.
Also had almost a 5 ERA.
What's your point, Risotto?
Well, back then, past the steroids era, things are a little bit more inflated. It was a great team.
I did like those A's teams from 12, 13, and 14.
Who's your favorite pitcher of all time, Steiny?
Ron Guidry had the greatest year of any pitcher in my lifetime or yours.
That's not true. Denny McClain.
Well, I'm not counting McClain because that was 69. I'm talking about 1978.
When were you born?
64, but I wasn't.
And that counts.
No, I didn't watch Denny McClain. I just started watching baseball when I was young.
Like that's 30-game winner.
Okay, find me a better year for a starting pitcher than 25-3 with a 1.74 ERA. Night. Night. And don't say Dwight Gooden. He was 24-4.
2014 Clayton Kershaw.
Oh, please. He was beatable.
He had a 1.74. He won 21 games and 21-3.
Okay, not quite as good. Same ERA, but Guidry had more wins.
Did
fewer
Guidry
losses.
win MVP that year?
He might have.
I don't think.
Well, that's when they didn't give it to pitchers.
Because they don't deserve it.
The other thing
he finished second that year. He won the Cy Young.
Oh.
The other thing about Guidry is he pitched well in the postseason.
That's true. You got me there.
Got a lot of help from Greg Nettles. Graig. G-R-A-I-G.
Take Verlander in 11 over him. You think Verlander's got anything left? He's pitching tonight, by the way.
I think he'll. How many starts has he made? Like 6?
Verlander?
This year? 4 to 6?
I feel like he's made more than that. No?
10.
Yeah, 10 starts.
Really?
Now, does he have a win? That's the question. He has. No. Yep. He's 0-3. He's been a product of some bad luck. You know what? Actually, and I know we got to talk to a Hall of Famer here in a minute, but I do think that he's very happy to see Rafael Devers hitting third tonight when he's on the bump.
Yeah. Somebody saying Bob Welch, Oakland Athletics. I want to say that he went 27-5. See, Risotto, I love doing this. I could do it for the next 2 hours.
Yeah, but he wasn't the best pitcher on that team.
Well, of course he wasn't.
That was Dave Stewart.
But I want to say Bobby Welch, 27-5. 27-5. He went 1 year.
Yeah, 1990.
Oh, I was looking at Rafael Devers' stats against Justin Verlander.
Those don't matter.
Well, they're not going to have to hit against each other or play against each other. They're on the same team.
27-5?
Who is it?
Bob Welch.
Bobby Welch. And then I want to say, there weren't many 25-game winners in my lifetime. Guidry, of course, won. Bob Welch, another one.
27-6 with a 2.95 ERA.
Okay, I want you to look up another guy. Steve Stone. He might have gone 25-7 one year.
Steve Stone, who Dwayne Kuiper's only career home run came off of.
Did he ever?
And he went 25-7 in 1980.
What I need you to do is lock in right now.
No,
I need you to lock in.
Tell you what, I'm going back to the 80s with Smoltz. You best believe it. Wonder if he might have struggled a little bit in the 70s. Smoltz. Where's my read? I'm getting a little nervous. This is a Hall of Famer. We got him? All right. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's welcome in Hall of Famer John Smoltz, current lead analyst at Fox, but he's participating in the American Century Championship. He does that often up in Tahoe at Edgewood. He'll be joining a bunch of other celebrities, Steph Curry, Charles Barkley, Kyle Juszczyk, George Kittle, Jerry Rice. John, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, man.
Oh, my pleasure. And real quick, that is the absolute jewel of golf and celebrity golf. So between the All-Star game and that, it's the perfect timing in the middle of the year, perfect place. And, boy, it's buzzing in your area right now in San Francisco, I would imagine.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And real quick, before I get to the baseball, are you better than Jerry Rice at golf?
I currently am. Jerry is a very good golfer, but I'm trending in the right direction. I say that a lot, but I better win this thing soon because I'm tired of coming up close.
We set the over under at your golf rounds a year at 200.
That's a great number, and I think it's over.
All right.
Wow.
Congratulations. You're living a
Nice.
great life, John. All right, let's get to the Devers trade out here. Just your initial thoughts when you saw that Devers was coming to San Francisco.
Well, I just covered the Yankees and Red Sox for Fox, and I had heard all the stories. I don't know all the facts. I think it leads to why this thing happened, but man, kudos to San Francisco on pulling this off. I just think that where they're at, nobody expected this kind of season, although Buster is going to bring a whole different vibe to the organization, and they're having a great year. It's been magical. The amount of one-run games and just the things they're able to pull off right now in the beast of a division. And with the Dodgers, this is pretty incredible to pull off this shocking trade and feel like you have just signed the one free agent you weren't able to get over the last 3 years is what San Francisco needed. And to have it smooth that quick in what might have been a contentious or tough emotional breakup from a player that had signed a big contract. So I'm not shocked in what Buster and the Giants are able to do. I guess I'm more looking at this from afar going, wow, this just happened.
John, you were on a lot of great Braves team, but in 1993, you guys acquired Fred McGriff in a trade. What kind of impact when you guys get an MVP-like talent, a slugger like McGriff, like Devers, how much can that add to a clubhouse? And take us inside. What's it like when you see that someone of that caliber is joining your club?
Yeah, typically this happens later, and it's in the dog days when you have an injection of energy that your ball club realizes that the management thinks you got a chance, and here's what they've done. I'll never forget that trade because it was the single most reason why we went on a roll and we got to the playoffs and did the things we had to do with Freddie. I mean, he was perfect for our ball club. And I think of it in the same way with any ball club that gets a shock to their system and goes, we just added this guy. Now, with that, you always lose certain players because you got to give them up. But when you think about the player that's coming to your organization, that you know what it adds and what the instant impact's going to be, you can't help but be energized. And look, you can't always make every right decision in baseball and have those years filled out perfectly on paper. You have to have some feel. You got to have a culture, and you got to have things that aren't quantified on a analytical scale. All these things matter. And when you get a player like Rafael Devers to your ball club in a place where it's known as pitchers friendly and maybe not so much hitter friendly, you basically have put a shot of adrenaline in your clubhouse that typically works out pretty well.
John Smoltz joining us on 95.7 The Game, Hall of Fame right-hander. You can hear him on Fox doing baseball. Let me ask you about, Buster Posey obviously is the president of baseball operations. Farhan Zaidi before him. We've heard some stuff about Boston with Breslow. My question to you is this. I mean, John Scherholtz is a guy who had become a household name because he was your guys' GM when you guys were, making your run. How important is it to the guys in the clubhouse of what a GM is? I mean, what's the connection there? I get it that they make moves to bring guys in, but how important is a player's relationship with the general manager?
Well, you're only going to have a couple relationships out of 25 with a general manager that it's tough to get close to a general manager because he's got a tough role and a tough job. And some do it really well and some don't when it comes to the person side of it. And, I've had a lot of different experiences, of which 21 years with one club. But I think you've got to have an identity of who your ball club is and what you're trying to accomplish, right? If you're talking about a team and a general manager has been in last place for most of their lives, it's not really it's not fun and it's not believable. But when you have identity and you have a culture that you're creating, and go back to, you can't quantify that. People don't know how to understand. You hear people all the time of analytic world, like, what does culture mean? What does clutch mean? Those don't mean anything, and they don't understand. So if you can blend what your eyes and experiences bring to all the knowledge that's in the game and technology, I think that's a great thing. But if you only use your eyes, or if you only use technology and analytics, I don't think you're getting ahead of the game. I think you're falling behind. And so John Scherholz was smart enough as our GM to keep pitching together as long as possible. And you could add and subtract all along the way and not miss too much because Glavine, Maddox, myself were there for 15 years, 10 to 15 years. And so what Buster brings, he brings the experience. He brings a different generation of baseball. He's almost a crossbreed. Like when he started and when he finished, there's two generations of baseball that have taken place and how it's played. And I think he has balance. And when you have balance, you bring about instantly in spring training kind of everyone breathes a sighs of relief, like they don't have to be so stringent on so many different aspects of analytics, and they can have fundamentals and fun and culture and all those things that are, I think, at times just misunderstood. So I think it's a big thing. I don't think it's a coincidence, and I think that's why San Francisco is in pretty good hands when it comes to a guy like Buster.
Last one for me, John, and I really appreciate you being gracious with your time. You call the World Series and have for a long time. You see what it's like when the best of the best compete against each other, and you've also been yourself a World Series champion. If I was to ask you with this Devers trade what the ceiling of the San Francisco Giants is this season, you would say what to that?
I would say they feel legitimized. I think up until this point, players are never going to admit, and I would do the same thing if I was an active player. You know where your warts are, you know where your strengths are, and you know what's coming down the road, right? Let's just say you're having an unbelievable year, but you know trends won't continue. What did they win? Like 6 straight one-run games? Like there are outlying years, but you can't live by that motto. You can't think you're going to win 25 to 30 one-run games and just keep winning them. But if you build that culture and you build the team and you start getting confidence in the area of your ball club that you know are strengths and the weaknesses don't eke out, then you're good. And so when you get a Devers, you can't help but think, oh, man, that just added a bat. We lost this guy, but then we gained this guy. And when Chapman comes back and when things are falling in place, you now feel like you can compete against rosters that might be a little better than you. I mean, the Dodgers, look, it is what it is. They have the best roster if they're healthy, but they're not always healthy. And they got injuries through the roof. So you start thinking we can play with anybody when you start adding players like Devers. And, we knew we were good enough on the pitching front to handle anybody. But I don't think we were good enough to win as many championships as we should have based on our offense. So it comes hand in hand, right? You give yourself a competitive chance, and if breaks go your way and you don't lose your first 8 World Series games by 1 run each, which is what we did, we could be talking about the amount of championships we had. So the game that's played today, the San Francisco Giants, in this season, I think are seizing the moment, knowing you don't know how many moments you're going to have against a stacked division or stacked roster. And I think they've done a nice job balancing, not being in a position of neutral, saying, okay, we're going to back this thing up. We're going to reboot. We're going to just start building our farm. Like, I never liked that plan. And I don't know how fan bases could survive here in their organization going, we're just going to kind of stink for the next 6 to 7 years. Hang with us as we stockpile draft picks, and then our window will be X. It's one of the biggest, BS shell game that management plays with about 50% of the teams that are in the league right now, because that's what they convince their fan base of what they got to do.
Yeah. Hey, John, thank you so much for joining us. Know you're on a tight schedule. Appreciate you squeezing us in, and look forward to when you get out here to do a Giants game in San Francisco.
I think we'll be doing a few more than maybe anticipated now, so that's a good thing for me.
All right, great. I hope you love it out here, man. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, thanks.
Yep, John Smoltz, Hall of Famer. Among the greatest starters and among the greatest relievers.
Well, I was going to say keep him straight, but it doesn't sound like he needs any. Needs any help.
Looks like he's a 1-2.
No, well, like a 1-2-2.
1.2 handicap.
So that means he's scratch.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Shooting par every single time.
Scratch technically is when you're a plus handicap, but he's right there. And Nick in Ohio chiming in. Bob Gibson, 68, 1.12 ERA with 22. Yeah, I know. I don't consider him in my lifetime though. I was 5, so. It was just years that I'm cognizant of. Also,
he's too old.
Also, let's not forget 1972, Evan. Steve Carlton.
Sure.
Went 20, listen to this, 27 and 20. Get it up, Risotto, but don't cut that. 27 and 10, Steve Carlton. But here's the fact that is just unbelievable. The Phillies that year won 59 games. And Steve Carlton had 27 wins. Think about that. Lefty. Risotto, you ever hear of Steve Carlton?
I know who he is.
Okay.
Great slider.
Oh, yeah.
He's basically Paul Skeens.
Somebody here.
Dude, I mean, I'm serious. Like, that's the only time they can win a game is if Paul Skeens is on the mound.
Somebody on the text line said, would you trade Eldridge right now for Skeens? My first answer would be like, in a heartbeat.
I'd drive him to the train station. Or drop him off at the Sacramento International Airport. With all due respect to Eldridge. Yeah. But, like, that's what Smoltz is talking about.
Right.
He's saying this idea of just trying to constantly revamp your prospect pool and develop these upcoming guys, like, yeah, that's all well and good. It doesn't matter if your team stinks. Like, Bryce Eldridge, in a perfect world, is going to be allowed to complement what the Giants have, maybe this season, but in the next 5 years, he can be an added bat, and they'll figure out what position he plays. But, like, yeah, if you have a chance to get Paul Skeens, which they don't, the Pirates, I don't think, will be trading Paul Skeens. But, yeah, you ship him to the east side of Pennsylvania immediately.
Knees on the YouTube chat says, I'd trade Webb for Skeens. Let me ask you this.
I think Buster Posey would be hard-pressed not to.
All right, here's the real question.
Okay.
Would you trade Devers for Skeens?
That's a great question. That is a great question.
I might have to.
I think I would.
Would you really?
Dude, Skeens is... Have you watched him pitch?
I've looked at the box scores.
Yeah, you see how many low numbers in the H column there are? And how many high numbers in the K column there are?
Yeah, he looks like he's going to be a pretty good pitcher.
But who's going to pay the 200-some-odd million that Devers has? And it will not be the Pittsburgh Pirates.
No, they'll put him in Altoona. It'll drop his stock a little bit.
Have you ever been to Altoona?
I've been to Altoona tons of times. I used to broadcast out there.
What's the name of their team?
The Curve.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, because of the valley, right?
Oh.
I think it's the way that their landscape is structured. It curves through Altoona, and so that's why they're called the Altoona Curve.
Yeah, I'm going to say Altoona, but I don't know if I've ever.
Well, you have no reason to go there. It's not like there's a whole lot going
Pennsylvania.
on. They have a nice sheets. I'll give them that. The gas station. Now, Steiny,
halfway between Pittsburgh and Harrisburg, essentially.
Yeah, it's beautiful out there. There's just not a whole lot else going on.
Yeah.
Okay, so from the Smoltz interview.
Yes.
And I know we got a couple minutes here. We can talk about it on the other side also. What did you hear from him? Like, legitimacy. I do think that's something that a lot of analysts, people who call games, cover games, that's what they've kind of been searching for this Giants team. Just take this year. I think everybody has said at one point or not, they're a good team. But everyone's kind of been talking about them with the... But when does the other shoe drop? When do they turn back into a pumpkin? I'm not saying that they're, going to just all of a sudden be a sub 500 club, but like, do they have staying power? I think that's what I heard Smoltz say Devers brings to them.
Yeah. The thing that I'm curious about as it relates to Posey or any general manager or president of baseball operations is, I think there are two huge things. One is, let's take a guy, Posey. Half the job is putting together a team and trying to acquire the best possible players. But the other half of the equation is managing or supervising the players on the team that you have. And that's something that I want to get more into on the other side, because it feels like that's something where Posey's got some juice that, maybe Farhan before him didn't, but I want to get into it on the other side. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Ceremony Ford.
Devers off to the races. And he's going to stop at second. The Giants take the lead. And listen to this crowd.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Dwayne Kuiper, NBC Sports Bay Area on the call. That was Devers' first hit as a Giant, a double. And game 2 tonight against the Cleveland Guardians, 3-game series. Thanks to John Smoltz. He just joined us on 95.7 The Game. If you missed it, go download that Odyssey app, and you can hear it. He had some very positive things to say about the Giants. He's a Hall of Fame right-hander, current Fox analyst. And let me get this business done. He's going to be playing in the American Century Championship at Edgewood Tahoe. That's July 9th through the 13th. You can see George Kittle, Jerry Rice, Steve Young, plenty more. All 3 rounds are on Peacock, and all NBC and Golf Channel coverage can be found on the NBC Sports app. If you want tickets, go to AmericanCenturyChampionship.com. And John's right. It's a star-studded event, and for the most part, the players are accessible. Up there and see them at the craps table and see them walking around, and might even say hi.
We should go.
I've been there. I have. I've been there.
That's not what he said.
I've been there covering it as an event, as a journalist, and I'm in the area sometimes golfing at other places. In Tahoe. Yeah, I'm sorry.
He didn't ask you if you'd been, because I and Steven have not. He was saying we should go.
The station should go.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, it wasn't an invitation to gloat. Although, I have to imagine those events are almost like more fun sometimes than covering the real sporting events themselves, because the guy, like Smoltz just sounded so chill. He sounded so relaxed, and he's just, I'll talk to you guys about baseball, and I'll give you a great interview, and then I'm going to go, shoot a 72.
It is a great environment because you catch big-time athletes usually in the off-season, and they're less guarded, and they're more casual, and quite frankly, you can maybe get them to say something dumb. I think this is the place where Peyton Manning said our liquored-up kicker, something like that. Anyway, so get up to the...
Any Niners? Oh, Kittle's up there, right?
Yeah. Oh, and of
probably
course.
Purdy.
Kittle, Rice, Steve Young, and the 49. You know what? This guy's starting to be like the 49ers version of Pods.
Let me guess. Juszczyk.
Kyle Juszczyk.
Oh, no. He's where Pods can get to. I think Juszczyk, he's pretty entrenched.
Pods better end up being better than Juszczyk.
Juszczyk, 7-time Pro Bowler. I'm just saying. No, Pods is busy. He's been in NHL games. He's banging the glass in Edmonton. Well, he was. They got eliminated.
Pods can dunk. Well, it's too early for him to rehab. He's had 2 surgeries in the offseason.
Well, then why is he slamming the glass with his cast? He's got need another surgery. Oh yeah. Dibs has the name of the surgery. I can't remember it, but yeah, Pods he's living his best life. He's a puckhead.
And he likes the Valkyries. I'll bet you he'll be at Chase tomorrow.
I can guarantee, I feel 100%, 99% positive he'll be there tomorrow.
This is, you know what, I'm sorry.
What?
This is when you find out about the players, the Warriors players, because this is when you find out they're fair weather fans. Oh, we're going to see them all there tomorrow, aren't we? Has Curry gone to one game yet this year?
So what are you calling me?
No, probably not. Maybe the first one. But, hey, Caitlin's in town. Now we can go to the Valkyries. That's why I got to respect Pods. I don't think he's missed a game this year. And Kuminga, he was clearly one and done.
Well, Kuminga's been, you see his latest workout video on TikTok? It's like a whole day of what he does. He's got 2-a-day workouts that he goes through, his nutrition plan, his strength work, shooting, cone drills, all the rest. I don't see Pods doing that. Granted, he's hurt. But Pods doesn't have anything going right now besides the Valks. But
we'll
also,
have plenty of time to get into Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, no, we don't want to talk about him today. Are you calling me fair weather? It's okay.
Yeah. Yep. You're going to your first game tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm going to my first game tomorrow.
Well, in fairness, I think you're actually going to work. You're going to do some work there. Quote unquote work.
A simmer.
But that's all right. That's all right. That'll be a great atmosphere there tomorrow. Let's go to Nick in Ohio, and then we can jump back into Buster Posey and his leadership style. Hey, Nick, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys, doing good. So back when the Giants won all those championships, I was surprised that they didn't invest with all that revenue, from products and, everything, that they didn't really go after anybody for years. And so I'm wondering, has the ownership changed, or has Buster Posey just is he actually not so much wheeling and dealing in relating to other owners, but is he, or other GMs, but is he actually made an impression on the ownership to where Farhan couldn't, because of his personality or whatever?
Yeah, I mean,
that's my question.
Yeah, I think it's a great question because I think there's a lot of aspects to it. Does Buster Posey seek out a trade? He finds the Devers trade, and now he's got to go into management and try to convince them, or because he's Buster Posey, if he says we should do this, do you just do it? And like the other thing about Posey to me that's starting to come to the surface is Farhan Zaidi had acquired a reputation of not being the most personable guy in the world, not having a lot of great relationships within the organization. And I feel like the way the story went with guys going up and down between the majors and the minors, that there was like an impersonal feel. But Posey, like there's something where Posey and there's a connection between the players and Posey. And I'm not saying they're all friends with him. I'm not even saying they all know him, but there's a connection and almost like an obligation to play for Buster. And I just don't get the sense that Farhan managed the players or had relationship with the players in any way that's going to look the same as the way Posey's starting to go about that part of the job.
I don't know if it's a relationship as much. Like Al Avila, when he was with Detroit, occasionally came down to see some of his top prospects. And I never met the guy, but a lot of the managers on a club that I worked for would describe him as not really being personable. And it's not that he didn't have the capacity to, but it's because he might have to trade you, or it's because he might have to cut you, or he might have to tell you in arbitration that you're not worth X amount of money. And so that's something that Posey still has to go through. Like, I don't view it so much, Steiny, as him not, or Farhan not having the relationship with players that Posey does. But I do think there is a different level of respect. Like, it's
right.
Just different when someone that is in that seat, that is responsible for you, has 3 world championships and has done it for the team that you're playing for. I do think there's a different level of respect between those two guys. But I also think, too, that at least listening to Posey yesterday, I actually thought he gave us some insight into how much of a collaborative effort it was. And Steven was there, maybe he can correct me. But I heard Posey say something about, I think it was Sam Lubman, our Sam, who asked the question about how this came about. But Posey said it actually, the conversation started going on weeks ago, like 3-4 weeks ago. And he said something along the lines of, and then me and Craig talked about it the last 2 weeks. That means that I think it might have been even Zach Manassian that had kickstarted these conversations or possibilities, but Buster was the one who closed it.
Right.
Buster was the one who came in and got it in handwriting, got it done, and delivered Devers to the San Francisco Giants. But I do think that he, in his own way, is kind of presidential fashion, he was highlighting how collaborative of a trade it was. And he wasn't the only one involved in it.
Well, this is where, and Guru talks about this a lot. Just because Buster Posey was a great catcher doesn't mean, he's necessarily going to be a great president of baseball operations. But he's the same president of baseball operations as he was a player in terms of his demeanor and in terms of his leadership and all those kind of things. And I just think that there's a credibility there with him at the top, and it stems from his reputation as a player, but I think more important is his reputation as a person. And like the one thing that I always believe is if you're a true winner, or at least if you've won before, who gets the credit doesn't really matter that much. And for a guy like Buster Posey, who's probably gone to the Hall of Fame and is on his way maybe to turning this thing around here in San Francisco, you think he gives a rat's behind if it gets out that, oh yeah, Manassian did all the little stuff and Buster came in late, and that's what GMs do. They come in late. Some of them probably work the phones more than others, but like he could care less who gets credit for getting Devers here, because he'll get as much as he needs in terms of credit. Like he really doesn't care about credit, and that's only something we would know from having watched him his entire career here.
Well, because he has nothing to prove. But I think that's the difference between like him and a Breslow. It's like clearly there was an ego issue in Boston between, and maybe it goes deeper than that, like the coaching staff for the front office, or the front office endeavors, or the ownership endeavors. I don't know. But clearly ego was involved there. We've heard that from June Lee, who we had on today. We've heard that from Jim Bowden yesterday. We've heard it from people in high places who have connections or have been in those seats before. So Buster Posey, it's like the credit is what we get to hand out. The same way when the Warriors make a trade, it goes to whoever the general manager is or the owner.
Right.
It's just how it works. But that's kind of the difference, I think, between him and maybe some other people in his position is I don't really get the sense that he does care. And it's because he's already proven everything there is to prove. He's won in college. He's been the best player in college. He's a first-round pick. He had early success with the Giants, won multiple World Series, and now he's the face of an organization that he helped bring to prominence. Like, he has nothing to prove. So when I heard that he was going to be president of baseball ops, I was naturally skeptical because he had no experience. But the one thing that you have to give him is, you have to allow him to prove that he's not good enough. Like, you have to give him the benefit of the doubt. That, to me, is what Buster Posey has over a lot of people that step into his job. Whereas, I don't know, like even like the predecessor of Breslow, Kyle Bloom in Boston, you don't really know a whole lot about him. Like, guys that get those jobs generally don't have the cachet that Posey does, and so they have to prove it. Buster Posey has nothing to prove. And so far, I have no reason to believe that he won't be good at his job.
No. And the other thing, and Keith Law got into this a little bit yesterday of The Athletic, and I don't know how you felt about Posey, but as he was wrapping up his career, my thought was, let me tell you something. When this guy retires, he's going to vanish. He's going to go back to Georgia, and he's going to live his life with his family. He's got the children's cancer charity that he's really into. But he struck me as somebody that was going to walk away from the game and not really think twice about it and just get on with his life. So the fact that he is now, the president of baseball operations, it tells me that it was something he clearly really wanted. And okay, so why in theory, and I could just have been wrong, but just bear with me for a minute. If he's done with his playing career and he's thinking he's going to walk away from the game, and maybe he did feel that way at the time, but I do think there was something about him watching the Giants a little bit from afar and feeling like they were getting away from some of the core things that he'd always been a part of here. And I just think that over a period of time, he thought to himself, you know what? If I don't like what's going on here, then I got to try to do it myself because I think I can have that opportunity. So when Keith Law said that yesterday about he doesn't have to do this, I think he's right. And I think maybe that's why we see fewer Hall of Fame type guys in a role like this than maybe just guys who played in the league for 8-10 years.
Well, also because it's hard. I mean, it's not like, what you're signing up for is not just the suits and press conferences that we saw yesterday. You're signing up for a lot of minutia. And I'm sure he has people to help him with that. But at the end of the day, Posey's not just a spokesperson for the team. And this is from Andrew Baggerly's article yesterday. It appears that Posey was the one who brought up the idea of Devers. And I also wonder, too, it's like, so Manassian, for example, has been with the club, he said, for 7 years?
Yeah.
There's all these front office members in baseball who have been around for a long time. So I have to imagine most of them knew that there were issues in Boston, and Devers, it was reported, wasn't shopped, but there were teams that inquired about him. I wonder if one of the reasons that Posey suggested it to the rest of his staff is because he doesn't really have any experience. Like, he doesn't have this thought process of, well, I mean, we can't get that guy. Like, almost, he's allowed to be more imaginative because he's closer removed to being a player than he is a front office member. Like, he can think outside the box because he hasn't been in that world for very long. So, and I don't know if that's the case, but I'm spitballing here. Like, in a way, it kind of makes sense that Posey would be the one to suggest the idea. Then Manassian goes to the Red Sox, irons out the kind of the framework, and then Posey comes in and closes because Posey's like, all right, we need a bat. Who out there can we get? Well, this guy's got a little bit of trouble. What about him? And they're like, well, now that you mention it, actually, let me make a phone call.
Right.
It's as opposed to Farhan, or I don't want to say Farhan, but he's the guy who preceded him, thinking, yeah, I mean, that's, he's probably not going to be available to the deadline. We don't even need we don't have to make a phone call.
I look at it as though one of two things. If that's true about Posey, he either was reading what's going on in Boston and saw Devers wanted to play third, and then he said he didn't want to play first. And at that moment, while maybe the rest of the baseball world is saying, there's some stuff going on in Boston, like maybe Buster Posey, just by the way it sounded, knew that's a problem. They got a problem in Boston with Devers. Or the other thing would be he does have a ton of contacts. He does make a lot of phone calls, and maybe he realized maybe more quickly than other owners or general managers that there is a real issue in Boston because I'm hearing about it more and more. So if there's an issue in Boston, let's kind of get on our horse here and at least be the first to find out if this guy's available or not.
Well, the thing I find interesting, too, if the talks indeed happened beginning a month ago, that would put them still 6 or 7 games above 500 where they were in the season. So Posey was looking at kind of remember, like, they started out 8-1, 12-4, and then they've been like this holding pattern.
Yep.
From 12-4 to 26-19, which hypothetically could have been a date that they reached out. Like, he's seeing that his team got off to a good start, believes is a quality club, but we're missing something. We're missing, what is it? It's a bat. That's why we're stuck here. Our pitching is good enough to keep us, slump proof, basically. We're not going into a nosedive. We also can't really get out of this. And then 2 weeks later, you run into the Miami series where you get beat 1-0. The Padres lost 1-0. And at that point, then the heat really turns of, we got to get this done. I also think it was interesting, one of the nuggets in there was they refused to include Eldridge, which is funny because Bowden yesterday said that one of the negligent parts from the Boston side of this was you have to get Eldridge. And if you had waited until the deadline when teams get under the gun, I don't know if Posey would. It seems like San Francisco is very high on him, and believes he can be the next big bopper. But it's like, if you're closer to the deadline, you got a better shot of getting the guy you really want. And you don't have to do anything so soon. So, I mean, I guess it just became so toxic that they had to move Devers. But I don't know. I think it's fascinating the way that Posey was able to pull this off.
No doubt about it. Big Bat is now in San Francisco. The one here, you remember, how old were you when the Warriors acquired Baron Davis in like 2005-06?
I would have been 11.
Okay. The more I think about it, that's what this reminds me of a little bit. So Baron Davis was in Charlotte, had a good start to his career, and then he was in New Orleans, and, he was banged up a lot. And he got a reputation of being a diva. Wasn't durable. Everything kind of needed to be right. High maintenance, one of those guys. Well, the Warriors weren't very good. And Baron Davis became available for a very modest price because of his reputation. And Chris Mullin looked at the Golden State Warriors, and I'm sure, just like Buster Posey, was looking at the Giants and said, we need talent in here. We've got to get players who are more talented. And it just so happened Baron Davis's value was low for his reasons, and Devers' value was low for his. The Warriors ended up getting Baron Davis, and what followed was a playoff appearance and a 48-win season. And there's also something about guys like Mullin and Posey who've played knowing that what's in a clubhouse or locker room already ain't it. And it's not going to be it if you don't do anything.
Or they know that there is something, but there's like a missing piece.
Sure.
I ran this by you. I know we're right up against it, but I mean, to me, the more I think about it, like the NBA comp that I would put this towards would actually be like Pascal Siakam. I don't think a lot of people believe that Pascal Siakam is one of the greatest players in the league, but every team he's been on, he's positively impacted. He won a championship early in his career like Devers did. He gets traded to Indiana. They immediately get to the Eastern Conference Finals, and he's the second best, or sometimes on a good night, best player on a team this year that's gotten to the NBA Finals. They paid him immediately. They didn't give up a ton to Toronto to get him, and he's just a solid player. Like, I know there's no perfect comparison, but the more I was watching Game 4 and thinking about Devers, I'm just like, I think he's Siakam. And Indiana hasn't been beaten yet. Well, Giants lost last night, but the point stands.
Yeah, no, it's not a bad call. Because Siakam is one of those guys who he wins, too. That segment, ladies and gentlemen, was brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport. Are you traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at San Francisco International Airport. Most nonstop flights from the Bay, easy parking, live performances, and tasty food. Why settle for less? Fly from SFO, where your best journeys begin. Visit flysfo.com.
You can't always make every right decision in baseball and have those years filled out perfectly on paper. You have to have some feel, and you got to have a culture, and you got to have things that aren't quantified on an analytical scale. All these things matter, and when you get a player like Rafael Dibs to your ball club in a place where it's known as pitchers friendly and maybe not so much hitter friendly, you basically have put a shot of adrenaline in your clubhouse that typically works out pretty well.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's time for the crossover. Let's welcome in Mark Willard, Dan Dibley. That was John Smoltz, Hall of Fame pitcher. Pretty good reliever, pretty good starter.
Good golfer.
Now works on he's a 1.2 handicap. He's a 1.2 handicap.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I looked up him and Jerry Rice. I can't remember which is which. One's a 1.5 and one's a 1.2.
I'll
Interesting
take
because
Smoltzy in that match.
I will too.
Looking at the American Century Celebrity Championship coming up in Tahoe in about 3 weeks.
Yep.
Last year, Jerry Rice was like bottom third.
Yeah.
Struggling.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
And I know he's older now. He's an older golfer, and, you know, it happens to all of us. But if he's posting his scores regularly.
Maybe not.
Yeah, I don't know if the GOAT is 1.5
He takes
anymore.
it very seriously, though. Yes. Oh, my God, he loves his golf and his golf outfits.
Oh, my gosh.
Very seriously.
And you would think that because of the way he conducted himself on the field with that little
Flash
white
80,
towel.
Flash 80, yeah. He's aware of how he looks.
Yep.
He's got it.
I think there's nothing that will stop these guys from competing at like the highest level. It's just like, I feel like for Jerry Rice, I don't know about Smoltz, although he conceals it maybe better than Jerry Rice does, but those guys want to kick anybody's ass in anything at any time.
You're 1,000% right. Kobe used to say that he would race his daughters. Like it was like who could get to the table to eat dinner first. Like they will, and everything is a competition.
Yeah,
all things, all the time.
Yeah, I remember just a couple summers ago, Dibs. We had a family get together, and we like to do crossword puzzles.
Okay.
My sister made a crossword puzzle for us each day, but it was a contest who could get it done the fastest.
Gotcha.
There wasn't as much enjoyment as there should have been.
So she created the crossword.
Correct. No, she printed out 7 old New York Times crosswords, and then she put everybody on the clock. And it just was a little less enjoyable.
Yeah. The beauty of the crossword is, you wake up in the morning with your coffee and you skim through and get what you can get, and then you go about your day, and maybe you grab a break where you've got to see a man about a dog, and you got 8 minutes, and you bring it in there, and you maybe fill out a little bit more, and before you go to bed, you top it off with what you can do, and you see how you did, and you circle back to tomorrow's.
Yeah, does anybody ever finish those? My dad does these all day long, and I've never asked him.
The minis. I think that's about it.
Do you finish?
The
or do
Monday,
you just always...
the Monday I could come very close, if not finish it, and as you get down to Friday, I might get a third of it right.
Yeah,
if
Saturday's even tougher.
And forget Sunday. That thing is a monster.
Yeah, but you guys are talking like the newspaper thing.
Right.
Like you can also get these where you can get a book of them.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure you can print stuff out online.
Yeah.
Where it's not like a staircase effect like you guys are talking about.
Correct. I have a book of Los Angeles, a few papers, like the New York Times obviously has their own. The LA Times has their own. I believe the Washington Post has its own, and you can get the books of them for a year's worth.
I mean, people's Evan's age here are like, I'm sorry, LA Times and New York Times, what is this you speak of? I've never heard of these
I might be the only person my age to know.
That's true.
Because
you're a bad example.
Well, I really do enjoy a nice Sunday San Francisco Chronicle.
Do you really?
I swear to God.
Hard copy?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
What does that thing run you? $7?
It's usually like $4.50.
You get the newspaper delivered?
No, I don't get it delivered. I'll just walk to a place.
You go get it.
Oh yeah, grab a cup of coffee, read the funnies, go through the paper. Because
funnies.
You're such a throwback.
I love
it's
it.
Unbelievable.
The best stories are in the Sunday paper. It's also because the cutbacks where a lot of the original content is. So yeah, I'll just go through the paper if I got time.
Amazing. I haven't picked up a newspaper in probably 15 years.
Yeah.
What'd you think of the game last night?
Sloppy.
Yeah, not a clean game by the Giants.
It was Schmitty.
Yeah, very Schmitty. Yeah, when he did that thing on our show a year and a half ago about that ball got Schmidt on.
Yep.
I sit that play on words now goes through my head in about 8 different ways when I watch him play now. I know that he had 2 grand slams last weekend. One of them did not matter and was weird, but one of them really did, and so that was a lot of fun. But good Lord. I mean, let's just dive right into the question. Would you have sent him?
The last guy.
I would have sent him. I don't care if it looked like he was going to be out. Casey Schmidt's not getting a hit off of Clase. Period. He's not getting a hit.
Well, if that's your approach, then we have a bigger problem than do you send him or do you not send him?
No, I mean, I think every lineup in baseball, maybe save one, you've got people in your lineup that have holes in their swings. And Casey is one of them, and he's a temp. He's got a good temp job. It's his third baseman at the Giants.
You just mentioned he hit 2 grand slams over the weekend, so you could say that he's at least lukewarm, if not hot.
One of them was off of a utility outfielder.
Did he hit it over the fence with 3 runners on base?
And that doesn't count.
And didn't he come up with the bases loaded to end the game?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Yes.
How can you pinch hit for him then?
Well, you couldn't because you had already used your good pinch hitter, by the way.
Melvin was probably thinking, I'm sitting pretty. Oh,
God, sure he was.
We're going to get the run in or we're going to win it on a grand slam.
I mean, look, if we live in the age of analytics, what is Casey in general? A 220 hitter? I would argue against Clase, you're looking at a 15 to 20% chance that he gets a hit. I've got a better than 15 or 20% chance that Jung Hoo Lee scores on that fly ball.
Well, you also have to add in the fact that he could draw a walk, which is a part of what would be a positive result. You could also add in the hit by pitch.
Yeah,
and you could add in error.
And a wild pitch, sure.
Yeah, these are all outcomes that add up to more than just 15 to 20%.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of, make the other team make a play. And they might have made it. But they've got 3 or 4 things that they need to go through to execute that play. You catch the ball. You got to throw the ball with accuracy. The catcher's got to handle it perfectly. The catcher's got to get the tag down without dropping the ball. The catcher's got to do that without getting called for interference. I mean, there's all kinds of things that are going on there. I don't know. To me, it felt like a higher percentage that he scores than Casey gets a hit.
Same outfielder who hosed Casey at second in the previous inning.
Hosing
Kid's got a good
second.
arm. He's got a very good arm.
He's actually got the 3rd best arm of their outfield, but they have a good outfield. But throwing the ball to second base from left field that's not a difficult throw.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people I was sitting around, it was very split, but in real time, I did not look at that as a send. And it's because partially who is in left field, and not even just because he made the throw earlier, but Stephen Kwan has a very good arm.
Yeah.
And that ball would have beat him by 15 feet. And the only reason that, I know it bounced away from the catcher, but if you look at the play, the only reason it short hops him is because he has to come up to the ball because he knows that Lee's not running.
That's correct.
That's a perfect one hop to home plate your guys out. So I just think that there's more things that can go wrong in the at-bat than trying to test a multi-time Gold Glove left fielder on a play in which his momentum is bringing him towards home plate.
I hear you.
That's just me.
I hear you.
I couldn't fault Williams for not sending him.
No, I don't fault him. I get it. I would have sent him. That pitching matchup for Casey Schmidt in that moment did not feel like something that was going to go well. And it went exactly the way I thought it would go.
I wonder as a third base coach if you are thinking about that, Casey against Class A and a fly ball to left, if you're thinking I'm going to be more aggressive or if you're just trying to coach the situation because that was not an easy call for a third base coach.
No.
And you're thinking,
if I send him and
it's
his job to be,
it's a difficult job.
But those scenarios have to be in his head.
But I don't know if part of the scenario is Casey's up next, and I don't think that he can hit Class A.
I absolutely think that if Matt thought that it was a 50-50 proposition, you send him. For sure.
And Class A has also been beatable this year. And he'd given up 2 hits and walked the guy in the inning.
No doubt. I hear you. Those were to the Giants' middle of the order hitters, though.
Yeah.
You're going to treat them differently. And we know that Casey goes out of the zone. Casey does not have a good eye. He does not command the strike zone well. He swings at bad pitches. And so he threw him sliders low and away, and he swung at him. I hear you guys. I'm not saying it was an easy call by any stretch.
You got to be encouraged, though, by the first game with your new bat. I know you only got 2 runs, but you get 10 hits, and you do have 13 opportunities with runners on base. I know that they only scored 2 runs yesterday, but I actually thought that their offense looked markedly better like night and day different.
I agree with you completely. I thought the whole lineup, the feel of the whole game as you go through the lineup felt completely different. Look, that ballpark is always going to spit out a lot of 3-2 games. Is one baseball game. I'm not like down on the offense. I'm with you. I thought the whole thing looked different. We know that in theory it'll get even better. Matt Chapman's going to get added to that lineup. Wilmer Flores will be back in the lineup tonight. No, I thought the whole thing felt different, and I thought Rafi did great. That's a presence he was exactly the presence at the plate that you would hope. That's what I felt.
Yeah, I'd like to see him get to third.
Hey,
I hear you.
He's not Springsteen.
Do you know what his nickname is?
He's not born to run.
What's his
Did
nickname?
you hear about his nickname from June Lee, who's covered him in Boston?
No.
Apparently he likes ice cream.
Uh-oh.
They call him Two Scoops.
I just had 2 scoops.
You had 2 scoops?
I went up and got 2 scoops.
You didn't have to try to stretch a double into a triple, though, last night.
I didn't, or tag
Did you
up
ask him for a second scoop?
I did.
Okay.
Well, he asked me, do you want a second scoop?
Oh, okay.
And I looked at the cup and I went, I do. And not like Steve Kerr. No. It was definitive.
Yeah.
Do you want a second scoop? I do.
Man.
And then we had a second scoop.
6th floor, fellas, as you get out of here at 2:11. It's going to be there till 2:30.
Ice cream social.
Yeah.
Well,
But anyway.
Sonny's not eating today, so.
Anyway, are you fasting today?
Well, I had a breakfast sandwich, but that's going to hopefully be it for today.
That's it.
Yeah.
Are you doing like intermittent fasting?
I'm going back east for a buddy's birthday party that my daughter's getting married the week after. I can try to drop a quick 6, Mark.
Okay, so you're not doing intermittent fasting. You're cramming for a weight test.
I'm doing intermittent fasting consistently, if you know what I mean.
This is a classic.
For a week.
This is a Steiny mirror
that's
diet.
Not, intermittent fasting would be if, like,
6.
for the last 6 months, on Wednesdays and Saturdays, I only have 200 calories a day.
This is more
You're like no, I have a test next week and I'm going to stay up all night.
That's exactly right.
Okay, all right.
And I've done
That's
this
fine.
I've done this once before.
It's cramming.
How'd it go?
It went very well. I was on a road trip covering the Warriors in Houston, and I was going to a wedding in Palm Beach, Florida.
Uh-huh.
And, there were going to be a lot of people there, women that I knew from college.
Oh, a lot of women.
And so we had to put it on the fast track.
Okay.
And that's what I'm doing now. So
who are you trying to impress next week?
Oh, my buddies back east.
Oh.
The guys I went to college with. I can't be coming back in there disheveled and sloppy.
You don't look disheveled and sloppy.
I'm going to look even better next week.
All right.
Not in that sweater.
I thought at age 60 you stopped caring what other people thought. That's what I thought. That's what I'm looking forward to.
You'd be surprised.
All right.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Nation and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you from Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Here's my issue with Casey Schmidt. If Devers gets caught on a play like that, you want to strangle him. But Casey Schmidt is not good enough to get picked off on a play like that. And if you saw the replay, I'm not sure what he was thinking, because you can tell he picks up the flight of the ball, but he continues to kind of meander toward third, where I was thinking, okay, you see it in the air, you got to stop right here, and you got to make sure that ball gets down. But he kept drifting, toward third. Terrible. Mark, we had first and second, nobody out in the bottom of the 8th. And what happens?
Yeah, they lost the game.
Now we got a runner on first with 2 outs.
No, but why are you saying that would be okay if Devers did that?
Because Devers is good.
No, that's not okay. No adult should do what happened last night.
But especially not the guy who's one of your worst.
Well, and in theory, by the way, apparently his foot is also still really hurting him. He should have he should have had a double on his hit.
And what happened?
He should have had a double.
What happened was
he's not moving well.
He fouls the ball off his front foot, and in the recoil, he sprained the other ankle. So it's not the ball hitting the foot; it's the fact that he sprained his ankle.
Or it's both.
I'm
sure
play.
Both don't feel good.
Yeah, this is just according to sources that it was the sprained ankle that's giving him problems. So
you don't have a great ankle right now. Your other foot probably hurts, so where are you going? Maybe that's the reason why he's drifting, because he feels like if it does get down, he's got to bust it to third because he's hobbled. Either way, in that spot, you can't afford to do that. And then, unfortunately, in the ninth, he's the last out of the game in a second spot where he could have done something to atone.
You know, we're like looking at the Giants going, okay, now they got a lineup. We know they've got a great pitching staff. Are they a bad base running team?
Yes. And I'm worried about their defense, too.
Absolutely.
Oh, you're worried about their defense?
Yeah.
Why, what part?
Yeah.
Well, Adames. And
that's been annoying. That didn't hurt him, though, last night. They got away with it.
You know, Ramos scares me a little bit.
Well, he's not a great defender.
No.
He's not a terrible defender, but he's not a great. When you bat like that, you can be mediocre in the field.
What I'm really worried about is apparently we're going to have a first baseman soon who's probably not going to be a good fielder.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Well, or if a lefty's on the mound, you're also going to have a first baseman that's not very good because Flores is probably going to play first.
That's kind of what I meant. Either one,
him or Devers,
because
Flores is fine.
They don't want to play him there, Mark.
No, but it's not because he's not good at it.
He breaks down. He wears down.
It's because his knee hurts.
Yeah.
Because his knee hurts. Yeah. Well, you could bring up Bryce Eldridge and have him make errors too if you want. He hit another homer last night.
Well, what are his numbers updated?
Got 5 hits and 3 of them left the yard.
Yep.
Yeah.
His OPS is about 600, maybe 580.
I get you the numbers.
Yeah, it's
Let me tell you what the most unfair thing was last night, because I just saw him. Them asking Daniel Johnson to hit late in that game. Dude, he got option yesterday.
Twice.
Probably was on a bus to Sacramento, and then they find out Encarnacion strains his oblique. Then he has to come back to San Francisco, and then they throw him into the game in the most important situation. That was the most unfair thing that I've seen. I've realized, you're a professional player, you got to go hit. There was no chance that he was going to come through in that spot against Clase.
Dude, Guru does that every day. To Sacramento and back, sometimes back, and then he comes back again, and he always puts on a great show.
That's true.
All right, what number do you want on Eldridge? What do you want? What stat?
Batting average.
Yikes.
174.
Slugging.
370.
That's respectable.
OPS is 620. 2 for 4 with a bomb last night.
It's a good thing they got Devers.
2 for 4 with a bomb. Yeah.
Where'd they play?
By the way,
Salt Lake,
he's got 8
Albuquerque.
hits. He got 8 hits.
Oh, 8.
And 3 of them are homers.
Okay.
All right.
Where'd they play? Yeah, Salt Lake.
yet to play a home game because they were supposed to play Tacoma and Sacramento, but the field needed a rest. So they ended up, I think it's going to end up being an 18-game road trip across 3 cities.
Oh.
And because we talked to Zach Beirut, play-by-play announcer, and he said, yeah, I'm going to a friend's house in Tacoma to use his washer and dryer because I got to do laundry. Life as a minor leaguer.
Hey, did any of you guys watch the game on TV last night?
All of it.
Okay. Does anybody know if that old couple was able to get into the boat?
Yes. Did you see at the very end? You saw them go underneath the overwalk.
What are you guys talking about?
There was
idea.
a couple out in the outfield. This was classic.
McCovey Cove.
Yeah, classic Kruk and Kipe, where the cutaways in between pitches are of an old couple that are trying to get, what would you call that boat? What is it? What would you name that?
Kayak.
It was not, but a soft one.
Right.
It was like a
inflatable kayak.
Yeah, that you'd buy on Amazon. Yeah. And they're walking down the rocks, like they're literally trying to make their way down the rocks.
How old is this couple?
Not old, but
70s?
Late 60s?
Okay.
Yeah, maybe a little older than Steiny.
Shut up, Willard.
They're both on intermittent fasting. And so they're walking down these rocks, and they're trying to get the boat out in the water, and the boat looks like it's kind of half stuck on the rocks and like bending in half. A woman is trying to find her path down the rocks and slipping and falling.
She's slipping.
Yeah, Kruk and Kipe were in the zone. And then they cut back to it like 20 minutes later when it finally was like they're setting sail. But it took them a while.
I was actually a little worried.
Because
I was looking at the setup, and they clearly couldn't pull the kayak alongside, and I was like, they got trouble.
Yeah, it was trouble. Kruk's comment was the best. He's like, this is one of those where it was like, man, the idea sounded really good in the garage this morning.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think they made it. They made it. I don't know if they're still married, but they made it into the water.
Yeah, that was
at risk of the relationship.
Yeah, for sure. She did not look happy with what was going on.
I recently had one on our trip to San Diego where you get the rental car and you had checked the car seat, and so you get the car seat, and now I'm trying to install the car seat in the rental car.
That's the worst.
And the little girl is hanging in there great. She's starting to fuss, and we're 15 minutes in, and now tensions are high. And you're in the third floor garage, and you got carbon monoxide issues, and Mila needs a nap, and I'm just sweating, and now the profanity's flying back and forth, and so
are you latching them to those latches that are underneath the seat?
You latch them in latches.
There's no hand pain. Oh
my God, knuckles bleeding.
What in the hell? Who came up with this system?
Can't there be like a tensile device where you push a button and it just goes, and it like hydraulically will pull? So what you have to do is you double latch and then you thread the strap through, and now you're pulling with all your might, because if the seats jiggle, you can't use it.
You got to call me more and tell me about these, because these are the things that make me feel good about having teenagers.
Oh, yeah.
Because the mental warfare that takes place with the teenagers has replaced the absolute knuckle bleeding of putting those kinds of seats in the car. So it helps me. I feel better about my life if you would tell me the crap that you're going through.
And I'll tell you more tales of having to carry her up and down stairs at 56, because anytime you have to go upstairs or downstairs, I always ask her, do you want to walk or be carried? Carry! And you got to carry her and 6 stuffed animals and a blanket.
Stop asking that question and just make her walk.
Well, sometimes she doesn't want to walk.
Well, then we stay right here at the top of the stairs and you don't eat.
Yeah, you can hardline teenagers, but you're going to starve a 2.5-year-old?
No, you can't.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, we're dealing with the same sort of pushback.
Look what happened when the Red Sox tried to hardline Rafael Devers. He ended up on the other coast.
Well, they blinked. The Red Sox blinked, and they shouldn't have blinked.
Like, have you guys found anybody outside of Boston? Oh, look at the TV, Steiny. See? There they go.
Oh, my God.
We're watching the replay. That's them. That is them. Top of the 7th inning.
We had a little too deflated, quite frankly.
Yeah, that was part of the problem, because they were sitting it on the rocks for like a half hour.
Gotcha.
Decided to go home.
Anyway, have you found anyone outside of Boston to say something bad about this guy?
The only thing, we had June Lee on today. He writes for Yahoo. He was the writer who wrote about the S show. And he just said, the worst thing he said was, Devers could have handled it better.
I think most people would admit that. I think most people would say that he could have done something to diffuse the situation. But at the end of the day, it seems like it was sparked by their treatment of him or his perceived disrespect.
Yeah. I feel that about most things that I do in my life. The next day, I'm like, I probably could have handled that better. Like, that's not a big deal. And so, could he have? Sure, I guess he could have just been like, where do you want me, coach?
It kind of reminded me of the Jimmy Ward thing, though. Like, Jimmy Ward didn't want to play the slot because he was in a contract year and it would deflate his value. But, like, eventually he did it. It wasn't like he said, I ain't playing there.
Yeah.
Because, okay, what are we going to do? You're going to get cut. And you can't cut Rafael Devers. But I don't know if they would have cut Jimmy Ward, who eventually just gave in and went to the other position.
That's at the core of all of this stuff. It's at the core, like all these players. It's at the core of why the Kuminga thing is kind of the way it is. Like, these guys are looking at contracts. I think Devers was looking at even things like Hall of Fame. It's like, if I just become a DH, this devalues and lowers kind of who I am as a player. I don't know if that's ego run amok, but that's at the core of a lot of this stuff. Jimmy Butler, too.
Well, and what's at the core of me right now is getting out of here because I have a tea time, and it's
where?
2:12.
Where?
Over in Alameda.
Okay.
So I'm going to be leaving 95.7 the game.
That's
and
what you're going to shoot 95?
Well, I'll tell you tomorrow, Mark.
Okay.
And I'll tell you on 95.7 the game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys.
Stay cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I'm coming at Boston. I've heard enough.
You have?
Yeah. This is actually good news for Rafi Devers. Rafi Devers is going to get accepted by this fan base in a way that he's never been accepted by anyone other than his parents. That's kind of what I think is about to happen.
I think Boston accepted him very well until the end.
Yeah, but that's kind of what I'm talking about. I'm talking about right now. And good news for him. And he spoke about this yesterday. He did not expect that kind of an ovation. He said he was nervous during his first at-bat because he didn't think that was going to happen. He didn't think 37,000 people were just going to get on their feet and start chanting his name when they never even met him before. He didn't think that was coming. But that happened. And by the way, good job, Giants fans. I love it when fan bases are tapped in, educated about the moment upon arrival at the ballpark. It's one of my favorite things. Giants fans are usually pretty good at it, and they did it again yesterday. And so they welcomed him with open arms. And I think that's really going to happen because similar to watching the whole team show up at the press conference yesterday, you're going to see what feels almost like an over-welcome because I don't think while I'll admit none of us have had a chance to get to know him in a good, bad, or otherwise sort of a way, he is the new acquisition. And I don't think San Francisco wants to hear Boston keep crapping on the guy. And nobody outside of Boston has.
Yeah, I don't even know how much that is permeating the average fan, what Boston's saying. As a Giants fan, I don't really give a crap what Boston fan or Boston media or Jonathan Papelbon or anybody really connected with Boston has to say negatively about the guy. Bottom line, as a hitter, he is terrific. And however things ended in Boston, that's how they ended in Boston. And, you've had girlfriends and wives, and I have had the same. And, yeah, you want to kind of know about the backstory of those relationships, but at the same time, you're in a relationship. So, like, Christy, I think, was married, and you've been married. And so, like, whatever happened. You two are together now. Like, she's on your team.
Right.
You're on hers. And so I don't need to hear from Supper's ex-boyfriends to call me and say, hey, beware of this. She did this with me.
I don't care what the ex says, but I want to know the story. And I think, how many times have you heard this? Somebody will be unfaithful in a relationship, and they were to their last partner too. And it's like, well, dummy, you should have known. That's who that person is. I think that this is relevant. I really do. It's just like we did with Jimmy Butler. When people are like, oh, yeah, that's fine. I know you're 10-1 since he arrived, but this is going to go south. And people will warn you. It's kind of like what happened when you had Mila. People always warn you when you're about to have a baby.
Right.
Oh, boy. They say the stupidest thing alive. Get your sleep now, as if you're, able to bank this or something like that. Oh, it's okay. It's September and I'm exhausted, but I slept in March. So I actually feel great.
Yeah, I got 80 hours in the bank.
I mean, what are we doing? People say stupid stuff like that, but I think it's relevant here because this guy is a Giant for 8 years. And if he is, Jonathan Papelbon, a bad teammate.
Cancer, he called him.
If he is a cancer, if, as Red Sox ownership believes, we will win more games because he's gone, I think that that's very relevant. And so I've been talking to as many people, listening to as many people as possible, and that's what I noticed. What I noticed is anything negative that is said about this guy comes from one place, Boston. I've never even been inside your city. I've never been there. I'd love to go.
Oh, it's so funny. I spent, let me think, 3 hours there? 4 hours there.
What were you doing?
I got to the airport early, Logan. Okay. I was flying home, and so I had a 4-hour layover. This is pre-9/11.
Did you leave the airport?
I took my bag and put it in a locker in the airport.
We're so good with lockers.
So
you're in your damn lockers.
Do you remember when you could lock your bag up in an airport? Like pre-9/11, you could get a locker, put your bag in there, and then you go tour the city.
You could just leave the bag sitting out pre 9/11. Then you can go back and get it wherever the hell you left it.
I leave the airport, take the train not far away, sneak into Boston Garden, go on the parquet floor, give myself a tour, get back on the train, back to the airport, get the bag out of the locker, and fly home.
Because, by the way, I've decided, this is my rule, it does not count. You have not visited a city if you don't leave the airport.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I'm
you got to
with
leave
you.
the airport.
I'm with you.
But you left the airport.
Yeah, and I'd already driven through Massachusetts to get there. But yeah, that was my Boston. But I don't really know Boston either. And I wonder about this criticism of which you speak. Like, is there any of it from 2018 or 2021? Or is all the negativity coming out now? If it's all coming out now, then that's just people who are mad at the breakup. It's not, for me, it's not real criticism. You know what I mean?
I mean, listen, again, to use this as an example, we started to ask those questions of Papelbon, and he said it's always been this way. It's always been this way. And I get it. Your response will be, well, then why didn't it come then? And I actually did. Like, when Papelbon said that, I asked him right ago, I said, why'd you sign him to this deal then? If he's such a cancer, why'd you sign him to $300-something million 2 years ago? And his answer was, yeah, it was a mistake. Shouldn't have done it. And I'm like, I don't really necessarily accept the answer, but that's what I'm looking for. I am looking for somebody outside of Boston to actually say that this guy can at least grow into being a clubhouse problem. My perception of the San Francisco Giants era that has developed because of Buster Posey is that they are going to take the ultimate care of the clubhouse. That really, really matters to them. Buster Posey's clubhouse was a buttoned-up clubhouse. Like, this is as crazy as it got for 10 years. As crazy as it got was Aubrey Huff had a thong, Brandon Crawford played music, and Brandon Belt wore a sailor cap. That's as crazy as it got, as far as we know. I'm sure there was plenty of stuff, but as far as we know, that's how it went. And the clubhouse was run by some pretty no-nonsense guys. Buster Posey, Mad Bum, right? Boach. I don't think Buster's going to bring in somebody who's going to be a malcontent. But that's what we're being told they just did, at least according to some. And so, A, I want to know as much as I can about that. But B, look, he's the Giants now. He's the Giants, he's their player now. And I know this fan base, and this fan base is going to wrap their arms around him and defend him in ways that they wouldn't even think they had to because of what we're listening to come out of Boston, Massachusetts, the same place that wore the FU Draymond shirts, the same place, the same city that has all of the most annoying fans in the history of the world with the New England Patriots. Like, it's the same place. And so now here we go again. And I say that as someone who's never even been there before.
Yeah, and just, scanning some of the commentary from Boston, it's not 100% anti-Devers. Even Pedro Martinez came out and said the idea of him being a bad teammate is nonsense. You're lying. And they have a website called overthemonster.com, which is like a fan site. And there's a lot of articles and comments there that were defending Devers going back to May of this year when Devers came out and said changing positions is hard, which is a little disingenuous because
why do you think?
Because it's hard, but what did he do immediately upon landing here? He started working on changing positions.
But that's because of the way they approached him about it.
But the idea of it being hard, yes, it's hard, but you can work at it and make it easier. And he didn't have the same level of willingness to do it in Boston. So
right, because he did not trust the people who were asking him to do it.
I get it. I understand
it. He felt spurned by those people.
I understand. You're under contract for 8 more years, and so maybe they didn't go about approaching him the right way, and that seems to be the truth. But I do think that part of it was his reluctance and his outright refusal to do something that probably would have helped the ball club.
I mean, if your wife asks you to take your shirt off, you're going to do it. If I do, you won't.
I
Come
might.
from a different place.
What's in it for me?
Take your shirt off.
I mean, if you're going to pay me $31 million a year, I'm taking my shirt off.
I'm not paying you anything.
Then I'm not taking my shirt
But
off.
she isn't either.
But he's making $31 million.
Doesn't matter.
So it actually does matter.
It doesn't.
Because
It doesn't.
he's the employee, and as the employee, there's a certain amount of do it for the company.
I disagree with that, especially in pro sports.
If the boss asks you to switch jobs with Grandy, and you're going to do the board.
Oh, this is fine.
Grandy's going to come in and host, and you probably don't know how to run the board.
I don't.
I've
do
run
not
the
know
board
how
in
to
the
run.
past, but
We
the
should
board,
try this. That'd be fun.
I ran
You
was
want to do
not
it?
that
You wanna
board.
Come in and talk to Dibs for a little while. I'll go sit in there and eat your turkey sandwich.
I don't have a turkey sandwich today.
What do you mean you don't have a turkey sandwich?
We had
today?
lunch catered.
Yeah.
This is the first day that you've ever not brought
Because
a
we had
turkey
lunch
sandwich.
catered.
Man, that's some trust. You didn't even know what the hell was being served. You
Oh,
just
I'll eat
trusted
anything.
it. I know, so will I.
It was the pre-Juneteenth banquet
Yeah,
here
absolutely.
at Odyssey San Francisco.
No, but I get what you're saying, and I know sort of how to run the board, but not really how to run the board.
And changing positions is hard.
I've also got a contract that says I don't have to do that. That's not what my contract asked me to do.
I'd have to look at the language, but it said I will not run the board.
No, but it says what my duties are, and it is not running the board.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, that's not so. Like I would have right of refusal there, and by the way, even if I didn't have right of refusal there, you damn well better believe I'd be like, "What are you talking about?"
Right.
Especially if, by the way, remember now, if we want to go with your comp, it's not the boss asked me to go do Grandy's job and have him come in here. It's the boss told Grandy, hired Grandy to come host the show without asking me, without even telling me. He just did it. And then you showed up one day and went, oh, by the way, yeah, that guy, he's already there, and we're going to need you to go in here.
Yeah.
And the contracts are already signed. Sorry. And you're telling me that I wouldn't be livid? You're telling me I wouldn't walk out of here and go home? I would walk out of here and go home.
Well, I mean, you're allowed to do that, and then they're allowed to put you on the non-competitive list, and you don't get paid, and all the rest of the things that they could do. And that's what Jim Bowden was telling the guys yesterday. Or did we have Jim Bowden on? I can't remember how that went, but he was saying that he actually had to play that hard line. And so, yeah, things can happen. I look at what Boston did, the way they approached it. Absolutely, they blew it.
Absurd.
But I think if I'm a Boston fan and I look at Devers coming out here and he's taking grounders at first, I'd be a little bit bothered by that.
Would you?
Yeah.
I would be too, at my team, not at Rafi. The Red Sox blew this, and actually I think the way Rafi acted yesterday proves it. He showed you what he's willing to do. If you just approach him like a human being, if you approach him like the star that he is, like that's the other thing. We go, oh, the guy's got an ego. Yeah. Yep. He's one of the best 10 hitters on the planet. So of course he's going to have an ego. Top musician in the world, top hitter in the world, top whatever, tech person in the world. You think Benioff doesn't have an ego? Benioff's got an ego. I promise you. Because that's how this works. You don't approach those people this way. So anyway, you mentioned what Pedro Martinez said. We'd love to play it for you. We'll do that coming up next. What were your first impressions of Rafi Devers? 888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to win a pair of tickets to see My Chemical Romance, July 19th at Oracle Park, we're giving you the chance in the 4 o'clock hour today and all week long. Plus, one of the winners from the week is going to get randomly selected and upgraded to 2 suite tickets, all courtesy of Live Nation. So keep listening. Be with us in the 4 o'clock hour. We'll tell you what you need to do in order to win at that time. And for more info and to buy My Chemical Romance suite tickets, log on to sfgiants.com/concerts. Also, we've got tickets later in the show today for the Caitlin Clark Extravaganza tomorrow night against the Valkyries at Chase Center. If you're planning a road trip, Tahoe, Napa, or down the coast, make your first stop Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Drive in, stay in your car, and be done in about 15 minutes. Your ride will be ready before you even pack the snacks. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for coupons. This is Willard and Dibs. And this is Willard for New Vodka. We've been
And he's going to stop at second. The Giants take the lead. And listen to this crowd.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, there it is. That's a guy who goes by the name of Kipe on NBC Sports Bay Area. The energy around everything was different last night. I know that the final score looked very eerily reminiscent. The frustration level of a low-scoring game, I get it. But the energy around this whole thing and the way the lineup looked, to me, let's just put it this way, no wet blanket on my excitement after the result of last night's game. None.
No wet blanket, but watching that, it did reveal to me some things that could be problematic ongoing. And the defense for me, like Adames just flat drops the ball. He's your shortstop. He's going to play every day. He hasn't been good. Elliot Ramos in left is an ongoing adventure. Terrible angle on that ball. Probably would have been a double anyway, but
for sure.
He goes over and just kind of like in-betweens it. It's like, geez, Schmidt getting picked off. You can't come through with runners in scoring position. These are issues, and one superstar cannot erase all of these things that, you know, they kind of pop up more often than I'd like.
Yeah, no
wet blanket.
I get that. And again, you're sort of in a little bit of a tweener. A lot of the things that people were frustrated about last night did center a little bit around Casey Schmidt. And Casey is he's going to be a super utility guy. He's going to be on the team, but he's in a temp job right now as a starter. And so I am very excited to see what this looks like when Matt Chapman returns. You'll get Flores back into the lineup. We'll go to the phones in just a sec. We do have some breaking news, though.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
Who wants some roster moves? One of them we knew was coming. The other one we didn't, but we didn't know who was headed out. You ready?
Yeah.
The Giants have activated, and you know what that is.
It's an activation sensation, Mark.
Yeah, they have activated 2 players back onto the roster and sent 2 out. Justin Verlander has been reinstated from the 15-day injured list and is expected to start in the game tonight. But also, back, catcher Patrick Bailey has been reinstated from the 10-day injured list. Do you want to take any guesses as to who will be sent out with Verlander and Patrick Bailey now back on the roster?
One of the catchers I've never heard of would be sent.
Okay.
And probably Sean Jelly.
Okay. We're going to give you a ding for the fact that Logan Porter.
Okay. I mean, I could have Googled it, but I honestly couldn't come up with either one of those guys.
Logan Porter
gone
is going to be sent down to AAA Sacramento.
Hope he makes it. Unlike Johnson,
he's hoping he doesn't make it. That's a good phone call to get when you're like, you're up there in Dixon or so, and the phone rings. It's like, hey, come back. We need you to bat in the 7th inning tonight.
Get off at Pitt School Road and flip that thing around.
Exactly. But no, the reliever who will be on his way back to Sacramento is none other than Tristan Beck.
Oh, okay.
Tristan Beck will be back in Sacramento. Sean Jelly stays.
All right.
Okay.
Jelly stays, and Bivens stays too. So.
Oh yeah, Bivens is
even good.
Bivens on the team.
Yeah, but I'm surprised it's back. I mean, because Jelly's been kind of back and forth, but this time Beck gets to take the trip to Sac, and maybe they go together and throw in a third, and you get carpool lane access.
If you can get carpool lane, do you need 3?
I think so.
2 doesn't do it?
Depends on the freeway.
Okay.
I know with these new toll lanes, and if you have 3, it's free. If it's 2, you get a discounted rate.
Right.
You know those ones where the overhead sign,
you
it's
put
like
the little, and you got the fast track.
The new fast track, yeah.
Like you don't need the little beeper anymore. It just knows your license plate. And is it counting people that are in there? Or how do you do
the
this?
new fast track, you have a dial on it, and you click it to 3. If you have 3, you click it to 3. That way, when you go, you don't get charged.
That's the new fast track?
Yeah.
I don't have any fast track.
Yeah.
It just reads the license plate. I didn't think you needed a little thingamabob anymore. A transponder is what they used to call it.
And they still do. You need a transponder if you want to utilize the high occupancy vehicle toll lanes.
I see.
And I don't even think they have those in Marin yet.
Got it. That's why I don't have a little thingamajig.
Yeah, like 880, 680. The overhead sign will say $10 to Dixon Landing Road.
And then they just trust you? Why didn't you just stick the damn thing to 3 whenever you want?
You can do that. And
how are they going to catch you?
Because they have CHP officers who park in certain spots, and there's actually a digital board that will show what your transponder says you have.
Okay, and so
if it shows a 3 and you whiz by with 1, now you're getting pulled over.
They light you up, and then you move your dial as you're getting pulled over.
But it's too late.
Why?
Because by the time you went by, the number showed up on what you had it at.
Just say the thingamajig broke.
Okay.
Look at it, officer. It's on a 1.
This is straight out of Guru right now. This is some straight Guru.
You don't have Fast Track?
No, I have Fast Track, but I don't have a transponder. It just reads the license plate. I just go over the bridge, and then it comes out of my account. I don't have a thing anymore.
I do.
Yeah.
But I just use it to cross bridges.
No, but you don't actually need it anymore if you're just crossing bridges. It will just, believe me, it's going to find you.
Right.
It's just going to take a snapshot of your license plate, and that's all you got to do.
So they don't send you a bill. It still comes out of your Fast Track account.
Correct. No bill. No bill.
If you have an account, you don't need the transponder unless you're going to use a high occupancy lane. Then you need the upgraded transponder. And just one more piece of bad news for you. Your bridge toll is about to go up $1.
I know that.
Yeah.
That's not bad news. I knew
it's
that
good
already.
news.
No, it's not news because news means it's new.
Okay.
It's old.
Whatever it is, your toll is going to go up $1.
Yeah.
It could be $10 down across the Golden Gate.
Whatever. It's egregious and ridiculous and has been for a long time. So sure, have another $1 a day. What the hell are we going to do about it?
Not a thing.
You know what I mean? Sometimes, and I know nobody wants to hear this, I'll even put his name on it. The lovely Christie's brother was in town. He's about to get on a plane, have a safe flight there, Michael. But I was having a conversation with him. He's a football coach at Lehigh.
Yeah,
in
I knew
Pennsylvania.
this.
In Pennsylvania, right?
One of my former volleyball players is on his team.
So we had this conversation because of that ridiculous Fox News tweet that got sent out yesterday that apparently San Francisco is the worst run city that's ever happened in the history of mankind and creation. And I'm like, wonderful, nice poll. Who put that together? Fox News. Got it. Appreciate your opinion. Anyway, point being is when he lives in Pennsylvania and you're talking to people out there and they're like, wow, the cost of living in California, like you show them a $4 million house in the Bay Area. They're like, that is $4 million? He, who grew up here, he will look at them and actually still has the attitude of, why do you think it costs that much? 'Cause it's awesome here. That's all. I'm just telling you what his answer is.
Yeah.
'Cause it's the best weather on earth.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. So, I'm not saying it makes it any easier for people, but sometimes it can calm you down in those the bridge toll just went up moments to remind yourself that here's not so bad.
You're crossing the Golden Gate Bridge.
Yeah.
Which is a top 10 landmark on the planet.
On the planet. Yeah.
And I don't know what the other 9 would be. There's some heavy hitters out there, Taj Mahal and Eiffel Tower, etc. But
is Stonehenge on the list? I haven't been there.
I've never been there either, but it's just a bunch of rocks in a circle.
Yeah, so's the
Stonehenge a little overrated.
So's the Eiffel Tower, to be honest with you.
Eiffel Tower, iconic.
Yeah.
Symbolic.
You been to the top?
Never.
No.
Nah.
Why? You say that as if you don't want to.
When I went, and I've been to Paris a few times, first time I was balling on a budget.
Okay.
And, yeah.
It's not that expensive.
It is when you're trying to live on $30 a day. 1993, you could do it. So,
I actually don't even remember what it cost, and it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
Most symmetrical city I've ever seen in my life.
It's fantastic.
Like, it actually looks like someone sat down and made a plan.
It's crazy.
Yeah. They're like, we should put a road here, as opposed to here, where things are just like, I know it's straight up to heaven, but yeah, put a road there. Just drive straight up the hill. It'll be fine.
Well, this city's got so many darn hills, you can't fully grid it out.
That's true. All right. Let's go to Gary in San Ramon. Hi, Gary. What are you doing?
Hey, I'm just watching the replay of last night's game. So,
us too.
Anyway, great move to get Devers. It comes with some associated good problems. Number one, though, I didn't like the batting order last night for a couple of reasons. I'd like to see Devers in the 2-hole, push Adames down. And I also was wondering why Casey Schmidt was batting ahead of Yaz last night. I mean, you could have had Yaz up in that bases loaded situation in the bottom of the ninth, and with a much better chance to have a much better at bat. So I just don't get that.
Gary,
Last night. But
can we dig in on this for a second? First of all, why why do you want Devers batting second and move Adames down?
Because look around the league, Mark. You got Ohtani leading off. You got Schwarber leading off. You had Soto batting number 2 for the Yankees when he played there. So a lot of these teams put their best hitter, and you want to maximize their at-bats. So that's why I like the 2-hole.
No doubt. But what if I responded by saying that they would really love to get Willy Adames going, and when you bat in front of your best hitter, in theory, you're going to get really good pitches to hit?
Well, that remains to be seen, He needs to hit because he's not a plus fielder. So I hope it works out. But the other thing is, what was missing last night? It was missing Wilmer Flores. Now, he had 1 at-bat, and it was a good at-bat. But giving Casey Schmidt 4 at-bats and Wilmer 1, that just doesn't compute for your leading RBI guy and your best clutch hitter. So they need to find a way to get Wilmer back in the lineup.
We're working on it with Devers playing first.
Yeah, and by the way, Gary, thank you for the call. Wilmer Bob Melvin already announced this. Wilmer will be the starting first baseman tonight. So he'll be back in the lineup. Dom Smith won't be.
Facing the lefty tonight, right?
Yeah, I wonder sometimes, like when you make that comparison, you got to get Schmidt out and Wilmer in. Well, so are you saying that Wilmer should play third base? I know he used to do that earlier in his career. I don't know that I want to do that defensively. As far as, dropping Schmidt lower in the order, I understand the point. I also can see why it's like, well, you don't want to shove Schmidt down there with the catcher and Fitzgerald because now you're really lining up all the struggling people.
Yep.
Plus, maybe you want a little right lefty kind of action with Schmidt and Yaz. So, again, all I can usually do with a baseball manager is understand the thought process. And here's something that I thought of last night. Like, it ended up not being a clean game at all. And there were a bunch of we could second-guess Bob Melvin moments. Bunting a couple people over for Kisner.
Right.
Was that a good
was the
move?
one. I forgot to mention that earlier.
Well, and it led to a situation where then later in the game when you'd love to bunt Fitz, you couldn't do it because Logan Porter was on deck and you couldn't pinch hit for him because that was your second catcher who's already in the game. You'd have loved Fitz to bunt the guys over and then put Flores in, but you couldn't do that. So you had to put Flores in for Fitzgerald, and now a huge double play guy is batting with nobody out, runners at first and second. He ends up hitting a line shot. Casey makes the base running mistake, and rally is over. So, and then obviously all the way down to do you send Jung-Hoo Lee? Like there were. I
think also not having Gerard Encarnacion hurt you as well.
Probably,
because,
probably
that's an extra bat you would have been able to use right in a spot where. Maybe you use him earlier knowing that he's probably not going to get in the field and you could double switch it.
They were all moves where I'm like, ooh, you could second guess those. But I also am like, I get the thought process. I get what you were thinking when you did that. Matt Williams. I get it. Jung-Hoo Lee, probably out. Probably out if you send him. The same way Casey Schmidt at the plate, probably out.
I mean,
probably.
Honestly, if I'm looking at those two probably out scenarios, I'd rather have a guy with the bases loaded and have an at-bat as opposed to a tag and score on a medium deep fly ball with a Gold Glove outfielder who's already flashed a little bit of the arm. For me, I'd rather not take the bat out of Casey's hands, especially coming off a weekend where he did hit a grand slam and a diet grand slam. We'll call it a diet slam.
I like that.
It's still a slam. It's a diet slam because it came off a position player pitcher, triple Ps.
Yeah, in a game where you were down by like 11 runs.
Whatever.
Yep.
I'm sure when he comes time for arbitration and negotiation, he's not going to give that one back. Actually, guys, I only had one slam that year.
Yeah.
I want to give that one back. It's a tough call. For me, I would default to keep the bat in the guy's hands.
I get it. I really do. I get it. I can also tell you that this isn't hindsight 2020. Jude will have my back. Ball was in the air. I'm screaming, send him! Send him! And then they didn't send him, and I went, God dang it, they got to send him. Casey's going to strike out against Clase. And then Casey struck out against Clase.
Yeah.
So,
for
anyway.
me, the bigger thing was 1 for 13 with runners in scoring position.
Of course that was the thing.
I mean,
of course.
Yeah, when you get 10 hits as a Giant team, you should win the ball game.
Yeah.
And, you did enough defensively. You were a little shaky, but it didn't totally burn you. The Adames error didn't hurt you. The Ramos overplay didn't cost you 90 feet. He probably would have doubled anyway, but just overall a little loose and a little sloppy.
Not a clean game.
Right.
I think Bob Melvin would have said it. By the way, speaking of Bomel, and the question that Gary had with regard to moving Adames down and maybe batting Devers second, Bomel talked about the pitches that Adames will see batting in front of Devers.
It's one game, but Willie got some pretty good pitches to hit today. So I think, as I was saying earlier in the day, you always know where he is. You always know when his spot's coming up. And you don't want to put guys on base ahead of him. The one time they did, he hits the ball in the gap and scores a run. So I don't know. As a quick look, it crossed my mind, too, that Willie got some pretty good pitches to hit today.
Okay. So, again, that's all I can really – it's like Jim Bowden talked about this yesterday. He almost made the manager sound like – it's like you don't even need to think about that in baseball anymore. It's like you have Bob Melvin. Bob Melvin's won Manager of the Year before. Bob Melvin knows what he's doing. This is either going to sink or swim based on what the players go do. And he's right. If I look at last night's game, there's plenty of second guessing I could do with Bomel, but the actual plays that ruined the game in many ways were made by the players. Bob Melvin did not tell Casey Schmidt to go halfway to third base on a line drive to the left fielder. That's not Bob Melvin. No. That's the players.
Yeah.
So I don't worry too much about Bomel. Not every decision is going to work out, but I understand what he's doing when he does it.
I'm going to try to do a deep dive tonight on the sacrifice bunt because it feels like the Giants are bunting guys over at a higher rate than the Major League average. I obviously can't confirm nor deny because I haven't done the research, but the idea that you're going to bunt a guy over for Kisner, who's hitting 0.95, that for me feels like a lower percentage play than having Casey Schmidt bat with the bases loaded.
Okay. Time and place. Right. Obviously, you're talking about a very, very different inning. That was much earlier. What inning was that? The Kisner thing.
That was the fourth or the fifth. I'll find it.
Yeah. I'd also point out that like when we do, he's hitting 0.95. I mean, we're talking about how many at bats so far for Kisner. I mean, he's been to the plate 20 times.
Yep.
Essentially.
And it was the fourth. And with nobody out, you'll go ahead and bunt Fitzgerald. So now you got second and third for Kisner and then Jung-Hoo Lee.
Yeah.
And fly ball, Kiz. Give me a fly ball and we got the lead.
And he can do that.
Oh, and he did. To the catcher.
Well,
tough to tag up when you pop out to the catcher.
Right. Yeah. You need to do it a little bit different. I get it. But by the same token, I think much earlier in the game, at times that can make sense. And then let's not beat around the bush here. Some of these guys that we're calling out, like all of these names, they're in there because someone else is hurt. And I know Patrick Bailey hadn't been hitting the ball either. But Casey Schmidt is in there because Matt Chapman is hurt.
Yeah, and Kisner's in there because Bailey's hurt.
Right. And now Bailey is not hurt anymore.
Right.
So you won't have to worry. You don't have Kisner to kick around anymore.
Well, we got Bailey to kick around.
Yeah.
A guy who, is hitting better than Kisner, but not by a lot, with more plate appearances.
Not by a lot. But
and I think that this answers the caller's question about the lineup, and you did it very astutely where if you put Schmidt down to 7, now you've got 3 basically automatic outs. I know Fitzgerald can hit a little bit every now and again.
Right. Nobody's struggling right now. There's no two ways about it.
And Schmidt's not really struggling, but you put Yaz down at 7, and you do have the righty-lefty stagger, and it prevents that bottom 3 of the order from being just 3 automatic outs.
Totally. But, yeah, if you even think about the way they did the lineup last night, remember, because Dom Smith was in there, you are going, let's see, lefty, Jung-Hoo Lee, righty, Willie Adames, lefty, Rafael Devers, righty, Elliot Ramos, lefty, Dom Smith, righty, Casey Schmidt, lefty, Mike Yastrzemski, righty, Tyler Fitzgerald. You get what they're doing. They are attempting to prevent a reliever from coming in with a 3-batter minimum and having an advantage on a stretch of the lineup. That's part of the thought process.
Right.
So I get that. Again, does it always work? No. Do I get it? Yeah, I get it.
Well, and Yaz had 3 hits, so he's in the 7 hole and he had 3 hits, so that feels to me like a win for that maneuver. And Casey Schmidt he had one hit and the big strikeout when you rather would have had somebody else at the plate, I'm sure.
Bomel also said this just about Devers' first day in general.
You have to realize that he's been in Boston his whole career, and now all of a sudden he's here, and we're all excited about it. It's a completely different environment. It's a completely different team. He doesn't really know anybody on the team, and shows up and already a fan favorite. Gets a couple good at bats, a couple hits, drives in a run for us. There's a lot going on emotionally, and we just assume that everything's great. And it's hard to do what he did today. So that's what impressed me the most, was just how comfortable he looked in a completely different place for the first time in his career.
Yeah, I mean, whether you want to look at it through that lens and give Rafi Devers a lot of credit for being in a new place, I think there's something to be said for it, even in a small sample, just because of what we're talking about with regard to Willy Adames this year. Like, we've given Willy Adames 3 months of, hey, relax, this is brand new and this is hard and he's pressing. And Devers second at bat, he's already like, oh, that's Triple's alley. Now, he only got a double out of it, but hey, there's Triple's alley, and he's already rocketing a couple of line drives to the outfield.
Yeah, and he's a guy who you can just see is a really smart hitter. And, from all the reports I've heard and the people I've talked to, he really started to adapt his swing to Fenway, where he was able to realize, oh, that big green thing is only about 310 away, and I can just pepper it with line drives. And one year early in his career, I think he had 52 doubles, and that's just a Fenway special where you're just slapping it off the monster. And now with this ballpark, you start to figure out not only where can I get it out of the park, but where do the hits live? And already in game one, he's like, that right center looks pretty spacious. Let me see if I can drive it out there.
There was a stat I saw yesterday, and I got to go find it. 5 to 7 years or so, I think Devers might actually lead Major League Baseball in extra base hits.
Over the last 5 years?
Something like that. 5, 7 years, whatever it is. I think he's right up there. He's right up there with Judge. He might even be number one because of what you're pointing out, because of all those monster doubles. All right, listen in between 5 and 5:30 today, and you will get your chance to win a pair of tickets to tomorrow night. Indiana Fever in town to take on the Valkyries. Caitlin Clark, you get the whole deal. I have a special request I'd like to make to the Valkyries actually a little bit later about this, but between 5 and 5:30 today, your chance to win your way into that game. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. What are your first impressions of Rafi Devers? 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Martinez with the infield in. And Ramos is going to catch, and he's going to throw. There's the catch. Here's the throw. And they got him.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Woo! NBC Sports Bay Area and Kipe's call of Ramos gunning him down at the plate. That was a big play last night.
Big time.
In the top of the ninth.
Great throw, great catch, great tag. And the whole thing now can't impede the runner, but we got to be close enough to where we catch and tag. The whole thing was just flawless and just got him.
Got him by an absolute centimeter. And for the moment, it was Logan Porter's final act as a professional San Francisco Giant.
It was his finest hour.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, we got some funky stuff that you didn't see coming that we need to get to before we get back to Devers and the Giants. But apparently, Grandy, do we have a lineup for tonight?
Indeed, we do.
Okay. And you said maybe there are some new wrinkles.
There's some changes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You guys want to try to figure out what it is?
That'd be fun.
I'd love to.
I have not seen it yet. Okay. Now, is there a left-handed starter? Is that right?
Yes.
Logan Allen.
That confirmed? Triple confirmed?
Confirmed. Logan Allen.
And he's not an opener. He's an actual starting pitcher.
Not a great one, but yes, he is a starting pitcher.
All right. I'm going to give you a wrinkle right now.
You're going to wrinkle his wrinkle?
I say Elliot Ramos is leading off.
Whoa.
Aha! Yeah, Grandy, you thought you had me on that one.
Eat it, Grandy.
There's another spot in the lineup that I don't think you're going to get.
All right.
That was good.
Ramos.
Hats off to you.
Ramos is leading off. I think that they'll keep the next. You want to, do we go Adames second, Devers third?
I would imagine so. Yeah, absolutely.
Adames second, Devers third. Okay. All right. Now's where it gets interesting. Okay. We know that Flores is playing first.
Yep.
What else do we got?
We got Jung Hoo Lee in center.
Jung Hoo Lee in center. I imagine
that ball hopefully will get Schmidt on.
Yeah, Schmidt will be at third.
Fitzgerald will be at second.
Right.
And Bailey will catch. Who's playing right?
Probably Yaz.
Against the lefty even?
Yeah.
I'll help you guys out. You named all the right remaining position players.
I would guess that batting fourth would be Wilmer Flores. Okay. All right. We got the first four all set. Now comes the hard part.
Well, you got Jung Hoo Lee, Yaz, right? Schmidt, Fitzgerald, and Bailey are your remaining ones.
Golly, where the hell is Jung Hoo Lee batting tonight?
Well,
okay, go ahead. What were you going to say?
I was going to say he is left-hand, right? Left-hand hitting?
Yeah.
Yaz is left-hand hitting?
Correct.
So you'd want to split them up, I would imagine.
And Yaz is hot, by the way, too. He's hot.
I think it would go Lee 5, Yaz 7, and then that's just my gut. I defer to you, though.
Randy said that there was another wrinkle.
Yep.
There's another wrinkle in there. I'm going to say that batting fifth after Flores
is Yaz?
Mike Yastrzemski.
You guys are both wrong.
Oh, my God. I thought that was a new sounder. Lucas the Clown.
All right, who's batting fifth?
Casey Schmidt is batting fifth.
Okay, Casey, that'll make people really happy after last night. All right.
So who's batting sixth?
Well, now I would say probably Jung Hoo Lee. Okay, Jung Hoo Lee, and then 7, 8, 9.
Fitz, Yaz, and Bailey is what we have left.
Right.
Correct.
So I would go,
in some order.
And you're coming off of Jung Hoo Lee. So I'm going to go Yaz Bailey Fitz.
Yaz Bailey
Fitz.
You agree, Dibs?
I personally would go Bailey Yaz Fitz, but I defer to
made
Mark.
it easy because you guys are both wrong again.
Oh, all right. Who is it?
Batting seventh is Fitzgerald. Eighth, Yastrzemski. Bailey, ninth.
Bailey, okay.
All right.
They love that righty-lefty.
So just real quick, Ramos, Adames, Devers, Flores, Schmidt, Jung Hoo Lee, Fitzgerald, Yaz, Bailey.
Okay. All right.
Ramos.
Go get them, boys. Hit them where they ain't.
I like it.
Yeah.
Well, that's exciting. And, I do like the Adames Devers 2-3. That to me is
Of course.
is the one that you would want all year.
Of course, and I can't wait till batting fifth is Matt Chapman rather than Casey Schmidt.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like, again, there are scenarios that exist that when Matt Chapman gets back, you have an opportunity to not make this your top five, but your top six. Your top six. Like, I think that the old standby, once everybody's healthy, my guess, Jung-Hoo Lee leads off, Adames bats second, and then obviously Devers is going to bat third. It looked like, based off of last night, they kind of dig maybe Elliot Ramos batting fourth. And then you still have Flores and Chapman
true.
to play with. Now, do you want to do righty, righty, righty? Maybe they don't. So maybe somebody even drops down to seventh.
Yep.
But whatever. The point is I think you've got 6+ bats in a row that you could put at the top of the lineup. When Yaz goes on his streaks, he's hit right, very serviceable. We'll see what Patrick Bailey can do. I tend to not mind about that because of the way he catches. And then, Fitz is struggling right now, but, whatever. Your second baseman, hopefully he can get it going a little bit. But that, to me, that's a lineup you can play with, man, especially with this pitching staff.
Absolutely. And the key is if you get 6+ bats and if Yaz can, continue to contribute more regularly, then all of a sudden you don't have 3 automatic outs. This team has had 3 automatic outs for a long time and no plus bats really, or a plus bat here or there. And now you have legitimate bats, and if you can stretch the lineup, then you also reduce the number of players that are going to be in the lineup who are hitting below 200.
I mean, I can just tell you, I bet a lot of you felt the same. When the top of the order was coming up last night, it was kind of like, all right, here we go. And it delivered some form of action every single time it came up. They didn't always produce a run or two or whatever.
Right.
But there were loud hits. There were people on base. They were threatening every single time they went through that portion of the order last night. And when it's 5 or 6 of your hitters, that comes at you fast.
It does.
Kind of like the Dodger lineup, except for that one goes all the way through to 9.
Exactly. And it feels like, as a Giants fan now, you can show up to a game and you can feel proud and you feel like you belong. It's like when you're a kid and you show up with a backpack, and your backpack is a hand-me-down from your older brother, and everyone else has the shiny new JanSport with all the fancy binders, and you got some crappy backpack, and well, now you've got one of these fancy backpacks too. So you pull up to the bus line, and you feel like you're fitting in because you have what these other teams have.
We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. We had promised earlier that Pedro Martinez sound. We'll get to that here in just about 5 minutes or so. We've got great giveaways later in the show. My Chemical Romance, July 19th. We'll do that in the 4 o'clock hour. 5 o'clock hour, a couple tickets to see Caitlin Clark take on the Valkyries tomorrow night. By the way, my quick request for the Valkyries, and we'll get to this a little bit later more. Please don't beat her to pulp for no reason. Please don't. Can we not be? Let's be the WNBA team that doesn't punch Caitlin in the face and shove her to the ground for no stupid reason other than jealousy, knowing that there are also WNBA officials who apparently have no clue how to handle a basketball game whatsoever. Please, can we not be that team? I'd love to not work at the flagship station of that team. Let's not be that team that beats her up just for existing.
Well, they're going to play physical against her. And I don't know if the other player intentionally poked her in the eye.
No,
but she took offense, and then the teammate came in and pushed her to the ground.
Yeah, the player that forearm shivered her to the ground certainly did it on purpose.
Yeah.
And didn't get thrown out.
Right. She probably got a flagrant one. It's not like she punched her. She just gave her a shove.
Dude, that is a flagrant, that is an ejectable. Like the broadcast, as it's happening, they're like, well, that's her last play tonight. She's getting ejected. And then she didn't.
All of this is good for business. You're talking about it. People are watching it, and
it's the WNBA needs to clean up their act.
Or not.
They do. I don't mind. I'm not saying you can't play physical. Play physical.
The most viewed clip of the season is the Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark set to.
But you've got all of these press conferences after every game. Is every head coach literally going, nobody knows how to officiate our games, and that's not good for business. So I hear what you're saying. But Caitlin Clark's going to be popular whether they punch her or not. And in general, to me, we watched this in golf. This is how people acted when Tiger came on the scene, because there was jealousy and people didn't like being asked about other players. They wanted to be asked about themselves. And then somewhere along the road, they realized that they now have 2 new bedrooms in their house because of Tiger Woods. And then all of a sudden they went, you know what? We kind of like this Tiger Woods guy. And I think we'll get there. I just would like to get there fast. Like, she is your cash cow. Stop being jealous and welcome her in as she's the face of your league. She's the face of your league. So anyway, we're sponsored by Honda of Vallejo. We'll get you the Pedro Martinez sound. There was breaking news about an hour ago that's pretty large in the NBA. We'll get to that as well. This is Willard and Dibs.
I'm not going to answer that. Appreciate it.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Rafael Devers is a Giant, and we are all over it. Alex Pavlovich in an hour. And then Chris Cotillo is going to join us in about like an hour 45. And Cotillo is going to be like, we'll describe it. He's
Talk
covered.
to me about Cotillo.
Yeah, he's covered baseball for years.
Okay.
He's covered the Red Sox more recently.
Gotcha.
Lucas, is there like an official, what's the platform for Chris Cotillo right now? Is it his own platform?
I believe it's masslive.com.
Okay. Yeah, Mass Live. And Chris has got an opinion or two. And he's been there for all of the Devers stuff. And so we're going to let him get loose.
Okay.
We're going to give him our platform so he can get loose on Devers or the Sox. Maybe a little bit of both. We'll find out. Chris Cotillo is going to join us right around. Are we going to do it about 5, Lucas? Yeah, 5 o'clock. Okay. Pabs from the ballpark at 4:15 with the insider story. I know Pabs spent some time directly with Greg Johnson yesterday. Real quick on that, we'll ask him about it in an hour. I was thinking about this whole ownership thing with Devers, like how, Red Sox ownership comes in.
John Henry.
To have a one-on-one with Rafi Devers. And I was thinking to myself, what if something was going wrong with a Giant? What if something like Adames was like, I don't like it here. Be like the beginning of Shawshank. I don't belong here. Like, if that happened, who would you want to go get Willie and sit down and have a heart-to-heart?
Probably Buster Posey.
Thank you.
I mean,
How many
I don't think
names-
that Greg Johnson would kick down the door and say, Rafi, sit down. We got to talk about this.
Thank you. How many names would you get to before you're like, let's have Greg Johnson talk to him?
I'd go with Kruk and or Kite before that.
Thank you.
And perhaps I could speak to the lad. I do know how to say adios pelota.
That's a John Miller. I would definitely have Dave Fleming.
Sure.
Like we just said, 4 broadcasters prior to the chairman,
Right.
like basically the representative of ownership, speaking directly to Willie Adames about this. But that's what the Sox did. John Henry came in and apparently walked out of the meeting none too pleased.
Right.
And so now their best player is a Giant. Laughing stock.
It's just
ridiculous.
Hot-headed management style is what that is. And, you're mad at somebody who won't do what you've asked them or told them to do. And so now your solution is trade him.
Yeah, get him out of here.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're allowed to do that.
Okay.
You own the team, and he doesn't have a no-trade clause. So,
by the way, Bags wrote in The Athletic today, because remember, Bowden comes on our station yesterday and goes, look, you don't do this deal. You flat don't do this deal. But I'll humor you. If you do this deal, obviously you've got to walk out of here with Bryce Eldridge. Like, no question about it.
Right.
You have to get Bryce Eldridge. Well, another point for Buster Posey. When this conversation started 4 weeks ago, Bags reports that was the first thing the Red Sox said. Yeah, we'll talk to you about Devers. We've got to have Bryce Eldridge. And Buster said, call me back when you change your mind.
Wow. Yeah.
Click.
You're not getting Bryce.
That's a no from us, dog.
Deal breaker.
Yep.
So if you want us to take on almost $250 million worth of Devers, try again.
Yeah.
Make a trade or try again, as you would say. And so they call back and they say, okay, what about Jordan Hicks? Is there any way we could get Jordan Hicks? Now you got me here.
Oh, now I'm listening.
Now I'm listening.
And then, as we know, it's been told to us that once Kyle Harrison's name came up, that's when the Red Sox started to really engage, because as much as some Giants fans had soured on the guy, this is still Kyle Harrison. This is still the number 1 left-handed pitching prospect in baseball as of a year and a half ago. And so that got their attention, and now the deal's done, and the Giants held on to their top prospect and have Rafi Devers. Unbelievable deal. All right, we'll get back to that in a sec. While we're on the topic of ownership, we thought this was worth mentioning. The Los Angeles Lakers majority stake has been sold. The Buss family has sold their majority stake in the Los Angeles Lakers to a guy by the name of Mark Walter. You may know that name. Mark Walter is the CEO and chairman of the diversified holding company TWG Global. Let me translate that for you. Mark Walter is one of the people at the top of the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And now has the majority stake in the Los Angeles Lakers. I don't know what the percentage is, but they sold that percentage based on a team valuation of, are you ready for this number?
Tell me.
$10 billion. Major. $10 billion.
That's a pretty high price there. And I'm just looking at an article from Yahoo Sports, and I believe Mr. Walter already had 26% of the Lakers.
Yes, he was already a minority owner.
So they don't need to sell him. I don't know what the Buss piece is, but they're selling enough to where Walter now will be the majority owner. So it might be 24%.
They will keep 15% of what they had.
Okay.
And they had over 50. So
they'll probably give him 35%.
At least 35, although more, because they're keeping 15 and they had more than 50. So yeah, this is at least 40%, probably more.
Whatever it is, he goes from 26 to I'm the man.
I'm the man.
I make the call now.
Jeannie Buss keeps her job as what's the word that they call her? Supreme being?
I think governor.
Governor.
Supreme
Close
being.
enough.
Governor of the Lakers. And the Buss family keeps 15% of the team. But that name, so synonymous with Laker ownership through the years, is now kind of like Mark Cuban, just minority owner of the Lakers. Having worked down there for years, and we were the flagship the station I work for, flagship of the Lakers. This actually doesn't surprise me very much. I don't remember how many years ago it was that Dr. Buss passed away.
I would guess 10.
Yeah, but you
maybe
got
more.
Like Jeannie's only the one people know, but there's like 6 kids, and they're some odd birds. They don't all get along. Some of them couldn't give a rip about basketball. Jim Buss tried to come in and be a part of this for a while.
I remember that.
Laker fans wanted to kick him in the face within about 2 minutes.
Dr. Buss passed away in February of 2013.
Yes, 12 years.
Okay, so 12 years. But once that happened, you could start to immediately see where this was heading, because it's like it gets cut into 6 pieces of the pie, and a lot of them had no interest in this. And that's a lot of money. So each of these kids is like, yeah, Jeannie, great, run the Lakers. Can someone send me my $1 billion, please? And so it was clear that at some point there were some people who wanted to cash out, and I guess that's what they just did.
Lee, Johnny, Jim, Jeannie, and Janie.
Yeah, they're all J's.
Lee put up for adoption after he was born.
Yeah, because his first name didn't start with a J.
Well, exactly.
They're like, you broke the rule, dude.
And apparently he had 2 more kids with a girlfriend, Joey and Jesse, born in 85 and 88.
Yep.
So
go
ahead and put 7 on the board right there.
Yeah, put one on the board.
Yes. Jesse is 37. And so Jesse's probably like, I'll take my bill.
Yeah.
Auntie Jeannie. Sister Jeannie.
Sister Jean?
That's right.
Wait a minute. No. Is Jesse a girl or a guy?
Don't know.
Okay.
I can tell you that Dr. Buss, the span of his oldest to youngest, even surpasses the Dibber. He's got a 35-year gap.
35-year gap between kids?
Oldest to youngest.
Okay.
Of his 7. I'm only sitting on 21.
I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
21.
Y'all used to
I got work to do.
You do. You don't. Please don't. No, y'all used to look up into the suite there at the Laker game.
Yeah.
Dr. Buss.
Bassinets, cradles.
There's a lot of stuff going on up there.
Midwife.
Yeah, we don't need to.
Well.
There's stuff going on up there.
Yeah.
Dr. Buss, Hugh Hefner, other people.
Yeah.
There were things going on up there. It was the Lakers. So anyway, new era, Buss family, 15%. They are no longer in charge.
So a $10 or $10 billion valuation. Do you remember what Jerry Buss, Dr. Jerry Buss, purchased The Lakers
Well,
4.
Jerry
I just
Buss,
saw it, so I won't guess.
You don't guess, but Jerry Buss, let me think. What did he probably purchase?
And it
this
also
for?
included the Los Angeles Kings and the
Right.
Forum.
And the Forum, yeah.
And Jerry was a self-made dude. I remember how this kind of and it was a long time ago. I mean, nothing. I mean, just like a few $1 million.
$67.5 million.
67.5.
And you got the Kings, which at the time they were kind of a laughingstock.
Totally.
Nobody cared about hockey till Gretzky came. And you got the Forum too, which was the epicenter of LA entertainment.
It was completely. I mean, it was almost more important than the Lakers. I don't know if all the Lakers wanted to play for the Lakers except for the Forum Club.
Right.
That's all they wanted.
Yeah.
They forget the game.
Speaking
it
of putting
after
in work,
the game that it really got good.
The guy who put in the most work in the Forum Club has tweeted about this news.
Yes, he has.
Irvin Magic Johnson, job well done to my sister Jeannie Buss.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes on and on. Mark's been nothing short of a winner, notching 2 World Series and 11 NL West divisional titles in the last 12 years! Exclamation point.
Remember, Mark Walter, quote, my business partner and friend.
Right.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, remember, Magic is involved with the Dodgers too.
Right.
He's waist deep in all this stuff.
Sure is.
Absolutely.
Also a very smart businessman, going from relative rags to incredible riches.
Totally. The only thing about Magic's tweet is the typo. See, look at that last sentence. Mark has been nothing short of a winner with the Dodgers, notching 2 World Series. 1.
Ah, there you go.
He hit the 2.
haterade.
He hit the 2. He meant to hit the 1.5 button.
Maybe.
Or the 1 1/3. Is there a third button on your keyboard?
You'd have to do .33333 and then draw a line over the last 3.
1.333, repeating World Series championships for the Dodgers since Mark Walter took over.
Mark, you out here sounding like a hater, my brother.
Damn right.
In fact,
You're
what
damn right.
percentage do you put on the Lakers championship in the bubble? The bubble chip.
More than 33%, but less than 100. I don't know. 70, 80.
Okay.
Not 5.
Right.
Not 6.
I'm just curious, as you're going to fractionalize championships.
Listen, I know that there are people out there who hate, capital H, hate this take, but it's the only one I got. I don't know how the hell you count a championship the same when you don't play road games. You don't have to play in another team's building. It doesn't mean that you weren't the best. You were the best. Every league, no matter what, like even your local intramurals, someone is the best. So the Lakers were the best that year. The Dodgers were the best that year. But to put it equal a plane with other championships, to me, is ludicrous. A 60-game season, and we're out here acting like you have to say that that's the same as all the other titles. Why? No, I don't.
A title's a title.
But they're not.
You go back in the NBA history, and there were only 8 teams in the association.
But I don't live life in the book. I don't care what the book, history says. I don't care what history says. I watched it.
Well, this is history.
I watched it. There was nobody in the stands, and the season was over in 3 hours. It's not the same. It's what it was.
Right.
So you won the championship of what it was.
What about the other strike-shortened seasons in baseball and in football?
Less.
And in the NBA had a 66-game. They had a 50.
Less.
The Spurs won a 50-game regular season championship, and you've never once tried to fractionalize that.
We've never talked about it.
We are now.
Okay. It's
and you
less.
won't fractionalize it because it's not the Dodgers.
No, but of course I will. I'm sitting here answering your question. It's less. Anything that's in a strike-shortened thing is less. It's not the same.
So if a team plays 161 games because they had a rain out and it's not made up.
Now you're splitting
So now
hairs.
we're not going .995.
No,
we're not going to fractionalize that.
No, because you're splitting hairs. That's one day.
The whole thing is splitting hairs.
No, it's not. A 60-game season, you're going to compare that to 161? Like that, again.
It's what it was. And if your team would have won the World Series, you would have been front row on Market Street with the mask on.
And I'm not asking anybody to not do that. I'm simply saying don't act like it's the same as the others. Nor would I. If the Giants had won that year, you think I'm going to compare that to 2010? Bleep, no.
You never would have said the Giants have won 3.5 titles. The Giants have won 3.5 World Series.
I would not view it the same.
No, but you would refer to them as 4-time champions.
I really don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But
I don't know either because it's your brain, but I would guess. I'm putting my eggs in that basket.
And by the way, even if I did do that and I am taking advantage of taking shots at the team that I hate, Fine.
It's a cross you'll bear.
But like the Spurs title, no, not the same. No, it's not. It's just, to me, it's not the same. Like, you've got to me.
Well, they still went through the same postseason gauntlet.
Yes.
It just happened to be a 50-game regular
right,
season.
And that happened to also happen in front of fans. Like, to me, that's a big part of it. When the Warriors go to Boston 3 years ago, and you're dealing with bleep you Draymond, and that dynamic, if you go across the street and win a title at the gym and no one's there, you put some cardboard up on the wall and someone's looking at you and you act like that's the same achievement. It's not.
What was the 2020 World Series? Was it like home and road, or was it, how did that play out? I'm trying to remember.
They all went and played in one spot. It was a dome.
For the baseball?
Yeah.
They played in Arlington, I think.
They played in Texas.
Gotcha. With no fans.
Right.
Cardboard cutouts.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was
Dodgers-Rays, right?
Dodgers-Rays.
Yeah.
Blake Snell took him out too early. Yeah, don't you remember? Blake Snell. It took him out too early.
And now he takes himself out too early.
Exactly.
Every year.
Kind of his go-to. He's still sitting on 2 starts this year, right?
I think so.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. And Blake, by the way, gosh, which year was the year, like, he didn't opt out of COVID, but he was one of the guys that was holding out when they asked them to all take, like, deleted salaries, basically. Like, I remember this story. Blake Snell was one of the guys at the forefront when they're like, okay, we're going to come play, but you all have to take a pay cut. And he's like, I'm playing video games, dog. I'm not, no, you have to give me my money. And I actually don't even remember how that story ended. I just remember how it started. And he was one of the holdouts who was like, I'm not playing for less.
From a news story in May of 2020, Tampa Bay Rays ace Blake Snell says he will not play this season for a reduced salary, especially because of the risk of contracting the coronavirus is, quote, just not worth it.
There you go. But then he ended up being in the air quotes, World Series once they got it all figured out, or however they got it figured out. That's one of those things that, like, we had enough.
Here's his quote.
Yeah, go ahead.
Y'all got to understand, man. For me to take a pay cut, it's not happening because the risk is through the roof. It's a shorter season, less pay. No, I got to get my money. I'm not playing unless I get mine, okay? And that's just the way it is for me. Like, I'm sorry you guys think differently, but the risk is way the hell higher. And the amount of money I'm making is way lower. Why would I think about doing that?
By the way,
Blake Snell.
You want to know why the quote sounded like that? I do remember the visual of this. He was like on Twitch. He wasn't being interviewed.
Oh, gotcha.
He was playing video games, and he's on Twitch, and the fans are all like, Blake, dog, you got to play. And then he did that on Twitch.
Bro. I'm risking my life. What do you mean it should not be a thing? It should 100% be a thing. If I'm going to play, I should be getting the money I signed to be getting paid.
He was sitting there riding the A button while he said all this.
On top of that, it's getting taxed. So imagine how much I'm actually making to play. You know what I'm saying? Blake Snell. What a beaut.
Future Giant and Dodger.
Good Lord. I mean.
Later on in the story, Bryce Harper said he agreed. He ain't lying. He's right, Harper said. He's speaking the truth, bro.
That's right.
I ain't mad at him.
Truth.
Somebody's got to say it.
Yeah, Blake. Tell him how it is. Show him what you're working with. Yeah, that's how it was back then.
Yep.
Anybody
he ended
else?
up making 11 starts for the Rays, so he ended up coming back and playing.
Right. They went to the World Series.
Right.
The World Series in Arlington, Texas.
Well, honestly,
in front of Bob, the billboard.
If you want to get into semantics, it's not the World Series
It's not.
anyway.
Well,
it's the American Baseball Series.
Why does that trigger people?
It really doesn't. But
Okay.
if you're going to demean a season based on games, then let's call it what it is. It's not the World Series.
World champion of what?
Thank you.
Who was that?
The great Noah Lyles.
Noah. Oh, that's right.
Fastest man in the world.
And he can actually say world champion.
Yeah, world champion.
Which is why he said this.
World champion of what?
There you go.
Can't believe you have that. That's a deep pull right there from
Good
Grandy.
pull. Yeah. Does anybody else have the same sort of vibe whenever there's like the memories of COVID? Like I'm getting all of these right now, which is like just thinking back to those times. And I don't know if laughing is the right sort of way to do it, but when you hear someone say some of the things they said, like just the way we looked at all of that then, and it was an imminent danger in terms of health.
Yep.
There's no question. For some more than others, right? For the elderly, for the unhealthy, what have you. But just thinking back on all of those things, whew, it brings up some feels, number one, for sure. But number two, stories like that, to me, they've just dissipated. That's why I'm like, I know Blake wouldn't play, but I couldn't remember the rest of the story because it was like we were so knee deep in like wiping groceries and things like that. I was just like, Blake, I don't care. If you want to play video games and not earn $10 million to pitch 4 times for the Rays, whatever, dude. Whatever. Like even when you asked me about that Laker title, I can barely remember it.
Yeah.
Did they play the Heat? Is that right?
They did, and I'm remembering it. I think it was in like September or October. Was it? It was definitely out of sequence. The NBA finals were maybe August. Might have been September.
We're talking about the bubble chip. Grady.
Yeah, it was. I think September.
It was certainly out of order.
There is so much about that time in our lives that I have just wiped.
Yep.
It is like Men in Black. I got the flashy thingy. I do not remember what the hell was going on. I think because I didn't care.
Right. Well, in the first 2 to 3 months, yeah, you didn't care, and you were doing sports talk radio, and so was I.
In my garage.
Right. Yeah. I was doing it at my then girlfriend's house because I got divorced. I got separated about 5 weeks before.
There was a lot of that going on.
So, that happened before COVID.
Yeah, dogs and divorce. If you want the book on COVID, that's what the title should be.
Golf and walks.
Okay.
Golf and walks.
Right.
Like golf was one of the few things you could do, and every day I would take a 4 or 5 mile walk just because what else are you going to do?
No, people started walking, and also, you know what other memory just pops to mind is how full the recycling bins were.
I'm going to drink it.
If you totally. That walk you went on through the neighborhood, you would go every blue bin. You're like, oh, damn, Bill got after it this week.
No doubt.
Because you're just in there all day making banana bread and getting drunk. That's all it seemed like anybody was doing all day long.
Banana bread, sourdough starter. Get your sourdough starter.
Totally.
2020 NBA Finals, Game 1, September 30th.
Okay.
Game 6, October 11th.
Good job.
Yeah.
See, you did remember. I didn't.
Yeah.
I was like, I have no clue. You could have sold me on it happened on Christmas. And I'd have been like, did it? I have no clue.
Yeah, I remember it being well out of sequence. And, the Blake Snell thing, to bring it back to Blake Snell, he debuted that season July 26th. So he eventually did come back and pitch,
yes,
and
yes,
that was kind of an odd thing. And you showed me, actually, you sent me a text, I think Friday, a picture of your cardboard cutout.
Yeah, finally,
which is pretty cool.
I don't even remember where you know what I was doing? Actually, I'll tell you exactly what I was doing. I'm like scanning everything on my computer for old pictures that we're gonna do a little
photo, little slideshow
for the wedding.
Yeah,
we got the wedding coming up in a few. So anyway, I went to Facebook probably for the first time in 6 years. I don't go to Facebook anymore.
Right.
But that account is there, and there's photos from way the hell back when, and I found that one there. I'm like, because I finally, when the media was allowed to go to a game, I went to a game, and there's nobody in the stadium. So I'm like, well, I'm just going to walk down here and check out everybody's cardboard cutouts. So I went and found my cardboard cutout. So even though I don't have the cardboard cutout, I do have a picture of it.
And we had talked about it.
Yeah,
and so
that's why I sent it to you.
Yeah, and it's, you and I were both doing graduations and promotions on Friday, and so all of a sudden I get a text from you, and it's like, oh, okay, this is a little out of ordinary because you and I don't do too much socializing offline. And I looked, I'm like, oh, you found it.
It's
pretty awesome.
Yep. Green check. Thank you, 925 text line. It is a 1.37037037004 championship for the Dodgers.
Okay.
Yep.
He said 1.3.
Well, yeah, he meant.
Oh, the two combined.
Right.
Or the Dodgers have 1.3.
Yes. Yeah, last year counts.
Oh, does it?
Of course it does.
How magnanimous of you.
Thank you.
How big of you.
See?
You know the real sad piece?
I can give credit when it's due.
In that 0.3 of a chip Clayton Kershaw was awesome.
Yeah.
If you look at his numbers, the one time
we finally figured out how he can win in the playoffs.
No
just to
fans.
have it not be real.
Okay.
Yeah. And you want to win a pair of tickets to see My Chemical Romance on July 19th at Oracle Park? Well, that chance is coming up here in the 4 o'clock hour and all week long. Plus, one of the winners is going to get upgraded to a couple of sweet tickets. It's courtesy of Live Nation. Keep listening. 4 o'clock hour will tell you what to do. My Chemical Romance sweet tickets are at sfgiants.com/concerts. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Tickets to see Caitlin Clark versus the Valkyries coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Alex Pavlovich in a half hour. Your phone calls, your first impressions of Rafi Devers. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
is going to stop at second. The Giants take the lead. And listen to this crowd.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what'd y'all do when that happened? What'd you do when Devers knocked that thing into triples alley in his second at bat as a gigante?
I said 3 words.
What?
Eat it, Boston.
Yeah!
Eat it.
Oh my, it's so funny that you say that. Quick story.
Yep.
So I'm watching the Giants last Friday night. Logie is on one, right?
Yep.
But it's 1-1. And the bases are drunk with Giants. I don't even remember what inning it was. Feels like it was the 5th inning maybe. And Casey's at the bat. And that's not usually the greatest feeling when there are ducks on the pond. But Casey against Yoshinobu Yamamoto, he just got a hanger. And he got all of it. And I'm sitting there with Jude. He's only 11. He doesn't fully know. Like, the hatred of the Dodgers is not fully developed. Right? It's not fully developed with him yet, as it is with a 50-year-old man. So when that grand slam gets hit at Dodger Stadium in Game 1, the first game between the Giants and Dodgers this season, stuff comes out. Like it comes from the gut. It comes from deep. It comes from way down here. And so
it comes from decades of hatred, sports hatred.
Exactly. It comes from Cody Bellinger's base hit in 2021. Like, it's coming from a place.
It comes from Brian Johnson and, Joe Morgan.
All of it.
Yeah.
All
so many
of it.
great memories and great moments.
Exactly. Comes from Lasorda. So anyway.
R.I.P. Rest in pasta.
It's funny.
Thank you.
So, there's the normal, a Giant just hit a grand slam to untie a game. And it was like, yeah. And he's like, high five. And then he pauses. And he's looking at the TV. And I'm kind of right behind him. And all of a sudden, there's a beat, count to 3. And Casey's rounding third. And Dad, from the depths of his belly, just goes, "Eat it, Dodgers!" And he almost flew off of the couch. And he turned around and he was laughing, uncontrollable laughter. And he was just like, "I did not know that you were going to yell." And he was so surprised that I just it all. Because, I'm a huge fan, but I try not to, scream at electronics. It happens.
I'm a Giants fan. Happened a couple of weeks ago.
Remember I was embarrassed when we went out to Sonoma during a Warrior game, and I yelled at electronics. It happens. But, I try not to do too much of that. But, boy, I let one rip on during that grand slam, and it surprised him. He did not see it coming.
Well, that was a big moment. It was ace versus ace, tie game, first matchup of the season. Your Dodger hatred, that stadium, trying to bounce back after an unfortunate, unnecessary loss in Colorado. I mean, that was unnecessary.
Yeah.
4 was unnecessary, famously, but that was also unnecessary. That loss was unnecessary.
You've ruined that word for me, by the way. Anybody who doesn't know the joke we're talking about, go search the video.
The splash video when Clay came back to town.
When Clay came back to town on 95.7
The splash challenge. Director of Sports Lucas Alexander was supposed to throw a bucket of water on me, and he hit me, and he emptied the chamber. And the 4th time he did it, I said 4 was unnecessary because it was unnecessary.
It was, because the whole idea was 3. They shoot 3s. And so he hit you, and then he hit you, and then he hit you again. And it was very funny. And you thought it's time to move on, and you started talking, and then more water.
And I said 4 was unnecessary.
4 was unnecessary. It was very, very funny.
And at the end of the video, I was given 2 paper towels to dry off.
Yeah.
Paper towels.
You could have used more.
I could have used another 7 or 8 squares.
Used more.
Point being,
anyway,
that grand slam was cathartic and very necessary.
Big time.
And so I get your reaction being that absolutely over the top.
Eat it.
Exactly.
Eat it, Dodgers.
So that was my reaction last night. Eat it, Boston, because that's the first of many. Devers is on the move.
Absolutely. And by the way, I think it's appropriate too, because I kind of have the hair on the back of the neck standing up right now for reasons that I didn't even know were there. Like, I told you this earlier. I've never even been to Boston. I've never been to Boston.
That surprises me.
I don't know Rafi Devers. I knew the story, but, like, we hadn't gone deep into it. I didn't realize that these two sides, Devers and the Red Sox, were this upset with one another. But I didn't even like it. Like, how about this? Maybe this will make it feel even better. I didn't like it when the Mavs did it to Luka. And I hate the Lakers. And I'm not a Luka fan. Stop complaining to the refs after every play, Luka. But I did not like when Luka went to the Lakers and the Mavericks within days are like, so he's fat. He's
Smokes
fat.
a lot.
Right, he's fat. He drinks a lot of beer. We think that he's lazy. We don't think he's going to go well. Like, don't do a smear campaign. Your fans love this player. This is a great player. If you want to trade him, trade him. But you don't need to then, on the back end of that, conduct a smear campaign against this player because you're trying to win your fans back that checks notes, by the way, you ain't going to win. You're not going to win that fight. The Mavericks are not going to make up with their fans over Luka, and the Red Sox are not going to make up with their fans over Rafi and Mookie Betts and Chris Sale and Xander Bogaerts, and we could go on and on. You're not going to win that fight, so don't
Babe
try.
Ruth, for those of you who partake.
It's been a minute. But you know what I mean? Like, so now I've got this feeling of like, I want to wrap Rafi into our arms as Giants fans to almost protect him because he's getting ripped in public. And I'm like, 4 was unnecessary. You don't need to do this. You don't need to do this. So I'm kind of with you. I like Eat It Boston.
Yeah.
Even though I wasn't feeling any of that until 2 days ago.
You don't need to do this, but when you have a trade go like this and you basically ship a guy out 6 weeks ahead of a deadline and you don't get really that much in return, apologies to Kyle Harrison, you might turn out to be everything that the Giants and the fans hoped that he would be. But even if he turns out to be Zach Wheeler in 5 or 6 years, I think the Giants still win the trade because
I agree with you.
You know, you gave up Jordan Hicks and his contract, which you were happy to do. He just wasn't doing it. And a couple of prospects. And by the way, James Tibbs off to a terrible start for Boston in Double A.
What did he do?
0 for 4 with 3 punchies.
Oh, well,
Giants won the trade.
That's the end of that.
Yep.
Yeah, no, the only way that this is one of those, because it's a star and because it's 8 years, there's no pressure for this to be like immediate dividends. Yes, I think the Giants need to make the postseason. That's not even my point. The only way that this is a loss of a trade for the Giants is if something just absolutely awful happens to Devers and, like, you know, he ends up not playing a whole lot over the next 8 years.
Right.
That'd be the only way. And Harrison or Tibbs needs to become a star. But outside of that, even if Harrison works out, it's like you got 8 years of Rafi Devers. That's worth it, especially because always in San Francisco, you're going to be able to find pitching. And you've got other young pitchers who seemingly have passed Kyle Harrison. It looks like Birdsong has passed him right now. Roop had passed him. You've got all the Carsons on Sacramento right
3
now,
of them, right?
That
Mason Black is still in the mix.
Absolutely. Ragsdale, Wisenhunt. These guys are going to be, I don't know if all of them are going to work out, but I'd be surprised if none of them worked out. So, and by the way, Logan Webb is still not going anywhere for a while. Like there's so much in that well that I find it hard to imagine a scenario where you look back at this 8 years from now and think the Giants, you know, lost the deal. I just don't even see how it's really that possible.
You had to, at some point, start to offload some pitching because there's not going to be room. Robbie Ray's got 1 more year. You've got Logan and Robbie for sure next year. And you've got, you know, Roop, who's looking good. Although I do think about Landon Roop, and he's already pitching more so far this year than I think he ever has, including at the collegiate level. So I start to think about Landon Roop and, like, this year, what's going to be his max? So I do think about them at some point having to figure out something else for the rotation.
We're overstating it a little bit.
I don't think that you want him to throw 150 innings.
I don't know. I don't like it'd be a good question at some point, you know, for the Giants when we start getting into the second half of the season. I heard Steiny and Evan talking about this earlier, and they kind of were like, they're like, well, Birdsong's at 50-something innings, and he only threw 72 last year. And I was like, well, for the Giants, he threw 72 last year. But he pitched an entire season. like when he wasn't pitching the 72 innings for the Giants, he was pitching in the minors. And like you're throwing the same, right?
You're still throwing a baseball from 60
baseball,
feet,
and you're still throwing it hard, and you're still throwing your best and everything. So I think that these guys are pretty stretched out. Sure, could they have some fatigue at the end of the year? Yes, they could.
Birdsong last year, 129 innings.
Okay.
Total.
Okay. So he's only at 50-something right now.
Yeah. I think 48.
And in theory, you would be able to
stretch it out
push
a
little further this
Agreed.
year. Yeah.
I'm more thinking about Landon Roop in that vein where, if you get into, about the 100-inning mark, and this is what they ended up doing with Jordan Hicks last year, you remember? Because he got to a spot where he had pitched more innings than he ever had before, and so that's when they kind of made the transition to get him off to the bullpen.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, it was also just because fatigue versus not pitching that well. Like he wasn't that great anymore as a starter, and that was going that way again this year, quite frankly. All right, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and the Valkyries, who have Caitlin Clark in town tomorrow night. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Plus, we're getting close. If you want to win a pair of tickets to see My Chemical Romance, July 19th at Oracle Park, we're going to give you that chance this hour and all week long in the 4 o'clock hours right here on Willard and Dibs. One of the 5 winners will randomly get selected to be upgraded, and you will get sweet tickets. This is all courtesy of Live Nation. Keep listening. At some point this hour, we're going to tell you the contest is on, give you the cue to call, and you'll just need to be the 5th caller. We'll give you the contest line, all of that stuff. At some point later on this hour, caller 5 will end up being the winner. So stay tuned for that. Good luck. For more info and to buy My Chemical Romance suite tickets, log on to sfgiants.com/concerts. Also, shortly after 5 o'clock, we'll give away Caitlin Clark Valkyries tickets. They play each other tomorrow night at Chase Center. Grandy and I are going to do the show down at Chase Center tomorrow. As we get ready for this one, we've got tickets, so be with us in the 5 o'clock hour for that. And Alex Pavlovich down at the stadium, having just spoken to Bob Melvin, who is speaking right now. He will join us in just about 15 minutes. We wanted to play this and react to it. We haven't had a chance to yet, but here we are. I loved this. I thought this was important because so many people in Boston, Papelbon, David Ortiz, a little sprinkle of Johnny Damon this morning with Shasky and Spadoni, and then obviously the ownership and executive branch of the Boston Red Sox have all been saying things about Rafi Devers in the last 48 hours that are not kind to his character, to his situation. So this is from Bleacher Report. Listen to what Pedro Martinez says about Rafi Devers and the idea of being a locker room cancer.
I was shocked, just like everybody else. I was shocked because if you try to sell to me, knowing Rafi Devers, that Rafi is a bad teammate or he's not a team player, you're lying. You're going to tell me he's a bad influence in the clubhouse? He's not. Does he want to play every single day? Yes, that's probably why he was mad. Well, the thing got mishandled from the get-go. And I think if I'm Jimmy and I'm Grandy and we have an ex-teammate or a teammate that's not doing things like they should be doing, we pull him aside, all three of us, and we convince him to come into the things that we want to do together. This should have been in the hands of baseball people, not front office people, not leaking it to the media, not having a back and forth between the media and Alex and Sam Kennedy and Breslow. So I think it should have been handled by baseball people, Pedroia, Big Papi.
Okay, that's spot on about 4 different fronts. Like you're going to walk away thinking, yeah, they should have had baseball people do it. But think about some of the other stuff that he said in there, and don't forget what he said at the very, very beginning, because I think that that's the important part for Giants fans. You can get caught up into the weeds of what Boston did wrong, how they should have handled it differently, who they should have had handle it. But in the end, that's sort of irrelevant to Giants fans now. What's relevant to me is whether or not this guy is a good clubhouse guy or bad clubhouse guy. Pedro's words right there. If you paint Rafi Devers as a bad clubhouse guy, it's a lie.
You're lying. You're lying.
That's what I'm taking out of that.
Absolutely. And I defy anybody to go back and find accounts in the past of Rafael Devers being a bad teammate. You can see stuff this year when things went south and they signed Bregman and he didn't want to move to first, and then they needed him to play first. And they wanted him back at third, and he felt jacked around, and so he didn't want to do it. And so that's a this season thing. But you go back in the previous years, and you're not going to find those stories of him being a malcontent, a bad clubhouse guy. You and I were talking during the break about a stat that you thought you had heard, and I found it, which is he leads baseball in extra base hits since 2019.
There it is.
That's
Okay.
a long stretch of time.
Yes, it is.
And he is numero uno in extra base hits over that, 6-year period going into this year. So tough to be a malcontent and a bad teammate when you're out there raking. You really have to go out of your way to be a bad actor and still go out there and play well.
By the way, they also won a World Series with him.
Yeah.
So how bad could he have been? By the way, right before you traded him, they had won 5 games in a row. They had just swept the New York Yankees. He was the best hitter on your team as you started to go on these winning streaks. And so maybe those feel like small samples to people, but I just, it's like, where is your evidence, Boston? Where's your evidence?
Well, the evidence is only what you think about what happened here.
I would, even if we're going to, and it's so easy for us in this market to do this, if we're going to compare this to Jimmy Butler, like if the Miami Heat go on a smear campaign of Jimmy Butler, and to a degree there was a little bit of that, if you said, where's the evidence, Miami's going to be like, well, here it is. Here's the evidence. By the way, the entire history of Jimmy Butler's career is the evidence. Like, he's worked his way off of a number of rosters. There are a number of people who have been bothered, rubbed the wrong way by Jimmy Butler through the years. Where's your evidence on Rafi Devers?
It doesn't exist.
Nobody's ever said a word about this until 5 weeks ago.
Right, until this situation and this year. And even if you don't love the way it played out, and I don't give the Red Sox organization 100% of the blame, I think that they take on the majority of the blame, but Rafael Devers could have done things to diffuse it, when maybe he could have done things to be more of a team player. He chose not to, and it's because, in his eyes, he was disrespected. He was not consulted about a guy coming in to take his position, and he was hurt by that. And he gets the right to have whatever feelings he wants to have about that. But if I look at the pie chart of blame, for me, it's not 100% and 0. The Boston organization shoulders the majority of it, no doubt.
Yeah, I tend to, at least the way I kind of live my life or my experiences, I don't think 100% of the blame almost ever exists. I know that there are, there's some excessive situations that might cross people's minds when I say that, but I mean in the normal everyday of life and the things that happen in business and in family and whatnot, I don't think 100% blame almost ever exists. So I'll agree with you there. But the bottom line is also, I've said this to you before, I laugh when people go, everybody needs to be treated the same. No, that's not the way it works.
No,
like, you don't treat your kids the same as you would treat the neighbor's kids. You don't treat your own kids the same as you treat your own kids. That's another good point. You know what I mean?
Like, you got 3, and the 3 of them get treated in different ways in different situations.
Absolutely. And part of that is because they've earned it. Part of that is because of what age they might be, what the circumstances are. And the circumstances are here, this is your best player, period.
And he's a vet.
So I don't care if you think that the center fielder who's batting 200, well, everybody's the same. No, they're not. And that's what I think a lot. The Red Sox voices I want to listen to, Pedro Martinez, Manny Ramirez said it today. You do not treat the face of your organization this way. If the Warriors brought in a new point guard, pretty sure they'd ask Steph. We think,
well,
Chef.
they did, Chris Paul, and I bet you they asked him.
You're damn right they did.
And they asked Draymond, hey, we're looking at a possible deal here where, we can get rid of some salary and we'll bring in a vet for 1 year. What do you think about Chris Paul, Steph? Never heard of him.
I've never heard of him.
If they didn't want Chris Paul here, Chris Paul wouldn't have been here. So,
yeah, David in El Cerrito. Hi, David. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Thank you. Listen, the Red Sox are the only ones who had to deal with this, right? They're the only ones that know the relationship between the player and the organization. People break up with people all the time. Sometimes those people marry other people afterward. So it works out at some other point down the road with other people. But when we're saying assigning blame based on a percentage basis, I don't know that the Red Sox have a history of doing this. So clearly, whatever the negativity existed between the two of them, it clearly existed, or they wouldn't make such a drastic decision. So I don't see why there's a need to defend the player and denigrate the organization, because clearly it's their experience and their history is a pretty strong history.
Okay, so David, can I answer that? Just from my standpoint, there's two things that stand out. A, I would argue that the Red Sox recent history does include this. Devers is not the first. They got into a messy contract situation with Mookie Betts, and they've got all kinds of egg on their face because of the way that played out. The Dodgers are champions, and the Red Sox got two players who couldn't play, quite frankly. So I do think that they've got that. And B, the reason I feel the need to defend the player is because, to your point, if you want to get divorced, get divorced. But once the divorce is over, you don't need to get out there in front of cameras and start ripping the person you just left. And that's what they're doing. They're on a smear campaign. And I don't think that that's appropriate at all.
He's the statistical star, as you guys pointed out. So talking to former players who aren't in the day-to-day locker room or dealing with him, like, something clearly went bad between them and him. And I just feel like, look, he might be in a better situation now, but it's not going to change the situation whether people are blaming the Red Sox or not. He's either going to come here and succeed or he won't. But I'm talking historical. They're a pretty, they've done pretty well for themselves as a franchise over the last 20, 25 years. It's not like they're a suffering team. Everyone makes mistakes. But I'm saying they had the relationship. It went sour. Good people get in bad relationships all the time. Maybe this is one of those situations. I don't know that assigning blame to them at 100% or 90 or 80 makes any sense. It's just oil and water, and it didn't mix. So hopefully it mixes here.
I hear you, David. I see it a little bit differently because I do think that the process used by any business, and we're in the business of sports, needs to be analyzed. And we've had a lot of smart baseball people come on over the last 48 hours and say, this is bad business. You do not do this. You don't do this with great players. And you certainly, as Pedro Martinez is saying, do not leave it to owners to come in here and try to smooth something like this over. You want to understand baseball people? You use baseball people. That's why the Giants let Buster Posey run this entire show as opposed to Greg Johnson when it came to a major acquisition. That's all. That's kind of where I'm coming from, at least. All right, Alex Pavlovich is at the ballpark and will join us next. Listen in between 5 and 5:30 for your chance to win a pair of tickets to go see Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever. This is tomorrow night against the Golden State Valkyries. Also, remember, we're giving you the chance to win My Chemical Romance tickets July 19th in Oracle coming up next segment. This is Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Absolute pleasure. Willard and Dibs, y'all take it easy. Have a good one. Enjoy the game tonight.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, we've been talking all day, all week, all the great stuff we've got going on to give away, and it's coming like a freight train now. So we're about to talk with Alex Pavlovich, Giants insider, NBC Sports Bay Area on the River Islands guest line. Soon as that conversation's over, then it's My Chemical Romance time. And July 19th at Oracle Park, we'll have a couple of tickets. They may well turn into sweet tickets. We'll tell you all about that. And then just after 5 o'clock, between 5 and 5:30, your chance to win a pair of tickets to go see the Valkyries take on Caitlin Clark and the Fever tomorrow night at Chase Center. So lots going on. Let's go out to Alex Pavlovich, though, and check in live from the stadium, night 2 of Rafael Devers as a Giant. Hey, Pavs, what's going on, man?
What's going on? Am I eligible for these? Or do I have to listen after?
Gonna have to check. I'm gonna have to run that up the flagpole. We'll see.
All right.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, I know. It's gonna be fun tomorrow night, though, right?
I didn't realize. Yeah, it will. That's a day game for the Giants.
Yep.
So doubleheader time.
That's right. So you can check out Giants and then just wiggity walk your way on down
over.
to see us over there at Chase Center. Exactly. So, yeah, big night in the Bay tomorrow for sure. Pavs, there's so much to get to after the way this has played out this week. I know you spent some time directly with basically ownership. I know the representative of ownership in Greg Johnson yesterday. What did you gather from him in this situation?
Yeah, I'll plug. I have a whole behind-the-scenes story on how Rafael Devers became a Giant. But I think the main thing I gathered from Greg was, a little bit of the urgency. And I thought that was fascinating because it's June 17th when he shows up. And this just doesn't happen in Major League Baseball. I mean, trades like this, they either happen in the offseason or they happen on July 31st, like 3 hours before the deadline. This just doesn't happen this way. And it did. That was the part of it, I think, that reminded me. I know everyone's made the Luka comparison. That was the part that reminded me most of that was just the Giants kind of convinced the Red Sox, one, to keep this really quiet. And I think the Red Sox wanted it to be quiet as well, obviously, because they didn't want their star player being out there in more rumors after everything he's gone through media-wise the last few months. But two, to get this done early and not take this into a bidding war and take this offer that is probably not the best offer they could have gotten at some point. So I thought that was really interesting and a little bit of gamesmanship, and I think the Giants played this really smart by avoiding the potential of somebody else coming in July 27th, 28th, and saying, we'll give you better prospects, or we'll take on the whole deal and give you 5 guys, whatever it would be. So that was my main takeaway.
What's the big difference in regimes from the previous one to the Buster Posey era that allowed this to happen in such a swift fashion?
Well, I think for me that's always tough because I go back to, they were 3-4 hours away from introducing Carlos Correa and just were uncomfortable with the ankle. I know it ultimately, I don't think they're going to be wrong on that one health-wise, but they did actually agree to terms on one of these deals, and they got one of these guys. The previous regime did, and something that we've never seen before happened. So I've always been a little hesitant to fully blame it on them there, but I do think this regime, there's a little bit more urgency, and I do think there's a little bit more what are we doing right now as opposed to looking long-term and thinking long-term. The one downside of all this is there is a point at some point in the future, I think, where these contracts are going to hurt, and they're going to have to figure out where to play everybody and figure out how to get some athleticism on this roster in 3 to 4 years. But I don't think Buster is that worried about that right now because he sees a pitching staff that he thinks can go out and compete for a title, and they're trying to do that.
Alex Pavlovich, NBC Sports Bay Area, is with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. I think what you're touching on there, Alex, is something that fans want to know about, the dynamic between Farhan and Greg Johnson when discussing a big deal versus the dynamic between Buster Posey and Greg Johnson. How would you compare and contrast those?
Well, Farhan had their trust. Really until the end. He did convince them to give $360 million to a guy and be in on multiple other guys at similar levels and be in on Ohtani at $700 million. But I think there's a key thing now. Buster is part of the ownership group. He's part of the board. It's just different. It's a different level
I think, of trust. And I also think this is maybe a little corny, but like, it's got to be pretty hard to the ownership group who have seen him help him win 3 titles here. It's basically mostly the same people to say no if he comes to you in June and says, we can get Rafael Devers. I know we just signed Chapman long-term and Lee long-term and Adames long-term. I know you didn't expect to spend this much in 2025, but here's the guy, and we're going to pick up $255 million. I think it's a little bit tougher to say that to someone with Buster's stature, and also someone who, everyone up and down in the organization trusts his commitment to winning. And if he says this is the best way to win in San Francisco, I think that's really easy for everyone to get on board with.
And yesterday, you have the introductory press conference before he goes out and plays his first game, and Mark was pointing it out before. Most, if not all, the team was in the room. How unprecedented is that, and what was the feeling in the room when you saw all his teammates out there?
Well, it's unprecedented because of the timing of it, because these things never happen in season. Like, if Logan Webb would sign a $300 million extension, I think the whole team would be there because they're around. So that's why it was such a strange thing, because usually when we are up there on the club level, and we did it with Adames, they've tried to do it with Correa. They have had these press conferences at other spots for other big guys over the years, and it's almost December, and all these guys are back home. So it was just very strange, the fact that they could all just take an elevator and sit up there and watch this, and I think take the whole thing in. So that to me, like, the main takeaway from yesterday was just how weird this is to happen in June.
Pavs, you said off the top that you've got something coming with regard to sort of like the art of all of this and how it all came together. I'd love to know what you're willing to share on that, and start with this specifically. What was the conversation surrounding Bryce Eldridge? I know the Red Sox asked, and what do the Giants think about that? Was it considered? What is it, a hard no? What's the story there?
Well, I'll share it all because the story is up already. It's on NBC
okay,
Sports Bay Area.
Let's ride. All right.
But I will. So there's no secrets here, and I think other people report this as well. But the first ask was for Bryce Eldridge. I mean, obviously they're straight to the top, and it was a hard no from Buster, and just he is untouchable for this organization. I think that part of it is not surprising at all. I think what was fascinating was just how much after that, it's Birdsong, it's Whisenhunt, it was Harrison and Tibbs, and how much the Red Sox tried to get, and as you would expect for someone like Devers. And ultimately, as Greg Johnson told me yesterday, he said he kind of had to call ownership there and be like, look, we're trying to get this done. We actually are trying to get this done, and we think you guys are just pushing a little bit too hard in terms of prospects. And I've always been a big believer in Kyle Harrison. I mean, Bob Elvin just said 10 minutes ago, he said he's going to be really, really good over there. The Giants really believe in him. James Tibbs is a first-rounder last year. We'll see where that goes. So they did give up a couple of guys, but if you would have asked me a year ago when we didn't know that Devers would become available, what it would take in a deal like this, I would have said like 4 or 5 of them. I would have said it would be Birdsong and Harrison and Tibbs, and maybe throw in a Luciano just as a flyer. So I think the fact that they were able to get out of this just with the two, and really just with Tibbs is so far away, he's in high A. I think that was pretty important.
Did it come down basically then to just the money? Once Boston knew that the Giants would take on the totality of the contract, that gave the Giants the leverage to then send back fewer prospects. Is that the way that you were gleaning that this worked out?
Yeah, I asked Greg directly yesterday. I said, are you having this press conference if you don't take on the entire contract? And he paused and he said, no. I think it was, you kind of look around the league and try to figure out who can take on an entire deal like this at this point. And the Yankees could if they wanted to. They're not going to trade him to the Yankees. The Blue Jays could if they wanted to. They're not going to trade him there. The Dodgers obviously do not need a designated hitter. San Diego's strapped. So there's not that many teams that could have taken this entire contract off their books. I think maybe you could come up with like one other one if you really searched. So that was important. And I think the other thing was it just really sounded from everything I've heard and learned the last 48 hours that Boston was really ready to move on, and the Giants were ready to move quickly and take all the money and give them what they felt was enough in terms of a package coming back. So they ultimately matched up that way.
Alex Pavlovich, Giants insider, NBC Sports Bay Area, with us, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Alex, I know that for some fans, a little bit of the shine had come off Harrison, but I'm interested with those names that you just threw out there. In the minds of the Giants, have Birdsong, Roop, maybe even Wisenhunt, have they passed Harrison in terms of prospects?
No, I don't think so. Actually, what was really interesting to me is Sunday I was kind of digging in pregame before our entire world went crazy with the first tweet from Robert Murray. I was kind of digging in on their pitching, and I had heard it wasn't automatic that Kyle would come out of the rotation when Verlander returned this week. They still feel very strongly about him. One thing that hasn't really gotten a lot of play the last couple of days because of all the excitement is, like, they're going to hit innings limits with some of these young guys. And Kyle, they would not have been in that situation with him because he did spend most of last season in a rotation. He's a little bit more built up physically. He got a little bit of a late start because of the spring. I think he was the one. If you had asked me which one of all these young starters is most likely to start Game 3 of a postseason series, I would have said Kyle Harrison because I think he was physically going to be prepared for that, and he was throwing. There's still some inconsistency there, but he was throwing it about as well as I've seen him at times. And I would always, I've told some Red Sox people this, I'm like, go back just 2 years and watch his first start here at Oracle Park and how electric that was and what he did to the Cincinnati Reds. And the Giants have never forgotten that, and he's only 23 years old. Last year was tough with the injuries, but I don't think any of the shine was off in terms of the Giants' perspective. And for the Red Sox, who are a pretty smart organization and have done a good job of building prospect capital, like Harrison was a must-have for him.
You look at innings limits, and I'm glad you mentioned that because Mark and I were discussing it earlier, and you're talking about Birdsong and Landon Root potentially. Do you think the Giants could still be buyers in the market for a starting pitcher?
I do. I don't know if necessarily it'll be a starter. I mean, if it is, if there's an opportunity, I mean, I do think you're in a position now where you start asking yourself who starts Game 3 and Game 4 of a postseason series if you get there, and are you comfortable with the options you have in house? And certainly Justin Verlander, if he can stay healthy, is one of those guys. Hayden Birdsong, if he can keep pushing an entire season, I think can be one of those guys. But I do think that's a conversation to be had. There are probably some other minor holes here. I mean, they have enough guys, I think, that they can figure out second base, but the production's tailed off in right field. We'll see where they go there and see what's available. But I do think they probably have to be careful as well because, look, after Bryce Eldridge, it gets pretty shallow pretty quickly in terms of prospects. So I don't know that you want to be giving up. Certainly they're in go-for-it mode, but I don't know that you want to be getting into bidding wars on July 31st and maybe mortgaging more of the future than they already have.
Alex, this is great stuff, and I'm still trying to put all the puzzle pieces together. So take me through this, kind of like how this all comes together. I get why the Red Sox don't want this to go public, but when you have a talent like Rafi Devers and you call a team and you say, we want your number one prospect, and their answer is flat no. No, we're not doing that. How the hell did the Giants convince the Red Sox to not go, fine, then we're going to call other teams who will give us their top prospect?
Well, I think first it goes back to the question you guys asked about money. That's really important here. I mean, the ability to take on it's about $255 million. There are a lot of people around the game who are concerned about what this contract's going to look like long term, and we don't know. I mean, he might be someone who is able to be your star DH until he's 40. We don't know. But I think the fact that he had fallen so out of favor in Boston that they were ready to just move on and wash their hands of this whole thing, and I think that made the money important. And then I will go back to what I say. I mean, Kyle's 23. He's the age of most top prospects that they would be asking about from other teams. Eldridge is a different case, but if you are looking for a top guy, he's 15 months removed from being the top left-handed pitching prospect in baseball. So I do think that's a major piece and can't really be understated that they did get at least one major piece if you look at his pedigree and the way he has thrown the last month.
And you look at this team now, Alex, and Mark and I were talking about it earlier. You've got 5, maybe 6 regular position players who will be in there night in and night out. What have you seen from the clubhouse this year about morale as it pertains to the stability that you now have in this lineup?
Yeah, I mean, morale's, I think I talked to you guys about this recently. It's been it's just been really steady, and it's been really, I think, something that has helped. People ask, even before the Devers move, I mean, I'll have friends on other teams who come in and beat writers and executives I've known who go like, what's kind of going on over there? And I'm like, well, the pitching's really good. The bullpen's awesome. But this is a group that genuinely really gets along. They're all, I think, pushing in the same direction. And I think that is something that has helped them. And this is, now they have kind of the superstar in the middle of the lineup. And I think what'll help, everything that went wrong in Boston the last year and a half, and Boston people are still trying to figure out exactly how all this happened. But I think what will really help is that he doesn't have to do any of the stuff he was asked to do in Boston. He just has to come here and hit. Willie Adames will handle, being the clubhouse guy. Matt Chapman will handle that. Logan Webb will handle that. So I think a lot of pressure will be taken off of him because it has been a really good clubhouse in here and one that communicates. And that also comes from the top. I mean, really where this all fell apart was Devers' relationship with the front office in Boston. And here, the one thing we've heard over and over again, going back to the Adames deal, going back to Verlander, is how well Buster Posey communicates as a recent former player with other players. And I think that'll help quite a bit.
Alex, you were around him all afternoon yesterday. What were your first impressions of Rafi the person?
Very, very happy. I think he had a smile on his face the entire day. Look, we don't know where this is all going to go. I mean, it did get pretty ugly in Boston. I will say, talking to some people there, like, they didn't dislike him. They were just, it just got really contentious. And I think there were things he didn't want to do. And that does include, like, some of the stuff that traditionally you do see. I mean, you hit a walk-off homer and you do the post-game and you do the post-game TV interview, and then maybe you do some radio and you do the post-game scrum. I think there's stuff that he wasn't really as comfortable with the last year, but it's a fresh start here. It's certainly a different market. I'm sure he took notice last night that he struck out in his first at bat and got like half a standing ovation. And this is not Boston. It's going to be a completely different thing for him. And I think my main impression from him, and from talking to people who know him the last few days and going back to Sunday, is this is a guy who just wants to play baseball. He just wants to play and he just wants to hit. And here in San Francisco, that will be what he is asked to do. He's not going to be asked to do anything beyond that. I don't remember where. I think Greg said this to John Shea yesterday. He asked about being the face of the franchise, and he said, we have like 4 of them.
Yep.
So he's not going to be asked to do too much of that. And I think that'll really benefit him because he is one of the 10, 15 best hitters in the world. And all they're going to ask him to do here in San Francisco is fix the lineup.
Alex, real quick before you go, what's your best guess as to when he plays first base? And I ask that with the breaking news in mind that apparently he is warming up tonight with a first base glove for the first time.
Well, I think he worked out lightly yesterday with maybe his third base glove.
Yeah.
I would think this would take some time. I'm watching him actually right now take grounders. I think I don't know that as funny as it would be for him to play first base on Friday night against the Red Sox after refusing to do it in Boston. I don't know that Bob Melvin is one. I 100% know Bob Melvin's not a troll. And I don't know that he's someone who wants to put that on his plate. I think in an ideal world, they would let him get really comfortable here in San Francisco. Remember, this is a guy who signed when he was 16.
Yep.
He has been a Red Sox his entire career. He just not too long ago signed a 10-year contract to be there the rest of his career. Goes across the entire country. A lot's going to be thrown at him. It's going to be an emotional weekend. It would be hilarious if they do that Friday. My guess is they want to get him comfortable there for about a week and then take a look. But he's played third base his entire career, and I don't think it would be too much of a stretch for him to move over. So we'll see. But my guess is they're going to be patient here.
If you're looking at him, does he look comfortable?
Yeah, it's basically spring training. So it's when you watch a guy just field grounders. I think first base is a really hard position to judge in game. I think they probably want him to get settled here, and you do have to figure out a little bit. And this is what Bryce Eldridge is getting a crash course in. The cutoff throws that you get a grounder to first with a runner on third. You're coming home, or runner on second. Are you going to third? So there are actually some intricacies there, but we'll see. I would guess that right now, given where the lineup is, and we did see last night, 2 runs, that it's like, hey, Rafi, go out and please just help us score for the next couple of weeks, and we'll reevaluate after that.
No doubt. All right, go talk to Stephen Vogt. Thank you very much, Alex. We appreciate you.
All right, guys. Anytime.
Okay, there it is. That's Alex Pavlovich, NBC Sports Bay Area Giants insider. Rafi Devers, right now as we speak, has a first base glove on his hand and is fielding ground balls.
With a first baseman's glove, which is pretty exciting. Yesterday he was taking grounders over at first with his little third baseman's glove, so it's probably a get-to-know-you sesh right now with that oversized, kind of differently shaped mitt.
Yeah, absolutely. How long will it take? Probably more than the next couple of days is the best guess right now. Okay, who wants to win, huh? You want to win a pair of tickets to see My Chemical Romance on July 19th at Oracle Park? Well, we are giving you that chance right now and all week long right here on Willard and Dibs. The 4 o'clock hour every day this week. One of you 5 winners is going to get upgraded to 2 sweet tickets. All of this courtesy of Live Nation. All you have to do is be caller 5 right now on our contest line. That is 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. Caller 5 right now is the winner of a pair of tickets to see My Chemical Romance and the chance to be upgraded to sweet tickets. All of that is yours. Good luck to each and every one of you. Remember, we'll be doing it every day this week, so you got chances on Thursday and Friday as well. And if you want more info and to buy My Chemical Romance sweet tickets, log on to sfgiants.com/concerts. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And we're also going to be here for the 5 o'clock hour. And in that 5 o'clock hour, you and I will become game show hosts yet again.
Okay.
And we will give away tickets for somebody to go to the Valkyries game tomorrow night and watch Caitlin Clark and see if anybody gives her a forearm shiver yet again while the officials sit there and watch and do nothing.
Not if, but who. Who will be the one to dole out the shiv?
Come on, Valks, be above it.
You know what? You play to win the game.
Yes, you play to win the game. You don't play to hurt the other team on purpose because you're mad because she gets more attention than you.
If it works, go out and do it.
Nah, I'm out. I'm out on beating up Caitlin Clark because she's Caitlin Clark.
I'm beating her up.
Yes,
it also didn't work last night. The Fever won handily.
Yes, they did.
Right. It's an over-dramatization sensation is what this is right now. They're not beating her up.
Dude.
She got put to the floor. Get over it.
After getting poked in the eye.
Inadvertently.
And acting like, acting like this is the first time it's happened is crazy.
It's not.
Do you honestly, you don't think there's any jealousy in the league?
I don't
Caitlin
know
Clark?
if there's probably some jealousy, but there's also, I think, a healthy degree of this is how you think that you can try to slow her down and stop her.
Did you know that they made the final of the WNBA version of the NBA Cup?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, with that win last 2 nights ago, last night, whenever the hell it was.
Big.
Yeah.
Big if true.
They get an extra game, Dibs.
The Commissioner's Cup.
The Commissioner's Cup.
Yeah, it's big for the league. Who are they going to face? Do we know yet?
One of the other teams.
There you go.
Yeah.
As of last night, we did not yet know.
Yeah, but that's my prediction. It's going to be one of the other WNBA teams.
Well, if you're going for the cup, then she's probably going to get cuffed around. That's a big game.
Yeah, they play for money.
Of course.
They get extra money.
And in this one, it actually matters.
Yes, it does.
This time it counts.
Although Caitlin's doing just fine.
I would imagine.
Caitlin's doing fine. All right, Chris Cotillo, Mass Live, and has all kinds of insight on the Devers and Red Sox situation. Been covering baseball for years. Been covering the Sox for years. He's going to join us in about 20 minutes. Your first impressions of Devers, 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk more about Fremont Bank, family-owned with a family-owned feel, deeply committed to contributing to their clients' goals and empowering.
I'm here to give my 100%. I don't put any buts. They're the men in charge. I am here to play wherever they want me to play.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You know, in talking to Alex Pavlovich, Giants insider, and Chris Cotillo is going to join us shortly. He's a Red Sox beat writer for MassLive.com, but has covered baseball for years, multiple teams, has some Bay Area roots as well. We'll get further insight into how this whole thing comes together. But I had sort of forgotten, in all of the sort of energy and fun behind just Devers getting here and playing a baseball game, I'd sort of forgot the fact that 48 hours from right now, the Giants are playing the Red Sox.
His team. Here. The Sox come back.
That's right.
It'd be a little sexier if it was actually in Boston.
Ooh.
But, I mean, that'd be
a lot.
It would be a lot.
That would be a lot.
Even facing the old team. And you know what I would do if I was Boston manager.
Oh, yeah, you dot that guy.
First at bat.
Dot him.
If John Henry's going to be here,
by the way,
he picks up the phone, and then you see the skipper in the dugout. He answers the phone, that knowing nod. Then you make the sign out to the mound. Hey, here's Rafael Devers for the first time against ball. Oh, and he hits him.
Well,
he hit him.
This point you're making is baked in our conversation, if not argument, from years ago that you wanted the Giants to dot Aaron Judge for not signing with them.
First thing.
I would argue...
Light him up, he played you.
As ridiculous as that is, I would argue that this, I wouldn't do either, but there's more, I guess, reason for this than there was that. Like, again, if there are Boston people on that team who feel like he was a clubhouse cancer and turned their back on them and all of those things, and then flew across the country to say all the things to the Giants fans that he wouldn't say to Red Sox fans, yeah, I mean, you could pitch me on this. Again, I think in general, the whole idea of dotting people, I still don't know what it is you actually get out of it as a baseball team, other than now there's a man at first.
Revenge.
In what way?
You throw a baseball at somebody you don't like, and it hurts.
Yeah, okay. So they've got a bruise, and then they're on first.
Okay.
Like, I guess, and we don't need to go too deep into as a fan.
You're not a vengeful person.
No, but
and
you're
I get
a fan. That. Why would you want your team to put someone on first base? You don't care about the bruises they get. They're not yours. You don't get the revenge. You don't feel the pain. You just want, I've been told, your team to win. You don't care about anything else.
Well, if you don't...
That is an against winning move.
Well, it's not only about winning, and it's one base out of 162 games.
So it's not only about winning for the fans?
For the fans, it's also about the visceral hatred or dislike of a player. And so, yeah, like in football... Sometimes you want to see somebody get hit hard because it's a player maybe you don't like, and sometimes you got to take a 15-yard penalty. And you and I disagree on this because this is the nature of pro sports a lot of times. And in a baseball game, you're playing 162, and you're talking about 90 feet one time in one inning. This is not going to make or break your season. This is a minor scintilla of a moment in a year.
It could.
Sure.
It could.
If it does, if you lose the playoff berth because you gave up a hit by pitch in one game out of 162.
You could lose that one game. In 2021, they won 107 games. The Dodgers won 106.
Right. You could also pick him off after you hit him. So, get a double play and it doesn't even hurt you.
Yeah, that could happen, but you have no idea what's going to happen next. Again, we don't need to go down the rabbit hole.
Right.
I just, to me, are the Red Sox going to do anything like that this weekend? Probably not. It's too obvious. It's too obvious. And here's the other side to it. I know a lot of managers who let the players kind of manage that stuff themselves. Now, I do think that managers call, purpose pitches from the dugout at times, but I also know times where the players police themselves. And here's my hot take for this series. I don't think the Red Sox players dislike Rafael Devers. Not even a little bit.
We'll see. I mean, I think you're probably right. I think that the owner, who I don't believe is going to pitch in the series.
Not a probable.
And the GM, who used to be a pitcher, I don't know if he's good to go to join the roster and, get some action back against him. But I think you're probably right about what the actual players think. I don't really know what the players think.
If the Boston, actually, this would be a good question for Chris Cotillo, who's joining us in 5 minutes. If you gave, and I don't even know who the hell pitches for the Red Sox. Who's their best pitcher, Grady? Who's the best pitcher on the Red Sox?
Garrett Crochet.
All right, Crochet.
He pitched yesterday.
Oh, he's healthy? Okay, great. If you gave Garrett Crochet a ball, all right, you gave him a baseball and sent him out to the mound, and you put Rafael Devers in the left-handed batter's box, and you put John Henry in the right-handed batter's box, you said throw the ball at one of them. Who's he throwing the ball at? I'd love to hear Chris Cotillo answer that question. I want to know who the Red Sox players and Alex Cora are actually mad at. Because I know the people speaking would love to have us all believe that they're mad at Rafael Devers, and my bet is they're all ticked off that he's not on the team anymore. That'd be my really good guess.
Unless he really is a clubhouse problem. And if that's the case, then the answer will be different. But I don't believe that, a widespread feeling in the clubhouse is that, good, we're glad you're gone. Take your 900 OPS and go.
Right.
We don't want you around here anymore, you base hit happening, you home run hitter.
I mean, I don't think that they would agree with, what's his name, Breslow, the GM of the Red Sox, who said we are now basically, we believe we're going to win more games because of this trade this year. We're going to be better off without Rafael Devers on the team.
Yeah, it's a stretch.
Come on. What are we doing out there, by the way? What the whole thing, and we're even seeing a lot of it. Our text line right here, 510, Red Sox fans are the worst. They're basically Philadelphia fans without the fun. I mean, that's a great text. I don't understand, and it's funny that we were just having a side conversation about, do you sort of lead your behavior based on your anger or your vengeance? The whole city and their sports fans seem to be led by that. Like, that's what's governing their decisions on the daily basis. Anger, ego, showing people up, right? That's what the Celtics fans' reputation is. And now you've got Red Sox ownership who keeps getting into odds situations with their best players and sending them out of town as if it's like, yeah, we showed you. What the hell does that do? What did you show Rafi? Now he makes the exact same salary and lives in better weather with fans who will cheer him more. Is that what, showed you? Take that, Rafi.
Right.
Now when you strike out, people will cheer you.
Standing ovation.
Like, what on earth did you actually just do to Rafi? All you did was step on your own foot. That's all I see.
Yeah, you ultimately decided that you couldn't have him around anymore because he was a bad actor, and so you feel like you got something for him. And Alex Pavlovich just joined us, and he's more bullish on the trade for Boston than most people we've talked to, and it's because he's high on Kyle Harrison. So, and he's right. 15 months ago, he was the top pitching prospect in baseball, and he's been okay so far as a major leaguer, but he's only 23, so that's Boston's signature part of the trade coming back, and he's in AAA right now.
Yep.
So
Yep.
I don't know if they think that he needs to work on some pitches, or I don't know what the motivation would be. If you thought that he was that great and ready to go, you'd have him in your starting rotation, I would figure.
You would think. Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question at all. But I'm with you and what Alex sort of said. Like, I never really bought this idea that, wow, the Giants gave up nothing. No, that's not true. But I don't see it as a very risky deal. It seems like a no-brainer type of a deal. And the main congratulations that I would send to Buster Posey, beyond just the idea of getting it done, is the fact that he felt comfortable. This is a confident thing here. He felt comfortable with the idea that we could get Devers, but no, I'm not giving you Bryce Eldridge. And if you demand Bryce Eldridge, this conversation's over. I love that.
Yeah.
Now, I don't even know what Bryce Eldridge is going to be, but that's clearly what the Giants think. The Giants are that high on him. And if they're that high on him, stick to your damn guns and trust that you won't just lose out on the deal based on the concept of holding on to Bryce Eldridge. They did it, and he essentially, that served both masters, if you will, to be able to hold Bryce and introduce Rafi today, yesterday. That to me is a pretty big win, knowing that that's what the Red Sox wanted in the first place.
And I love the little nugget about owner calling owner and saying, you guys are going too hard right now. We want to make this deal happen. Greg Johnson calling the Boston ownership, John Henry, and saying, you guys are asking for too much. We want this deal to be done. And, we want to get the player, and we're willing to take on the money. So dial it back a couple of clicks, knock it off. You're not getting Bryce Eldridge. Who do you want beyond that?
Yeah.
And if it's Carson Wisenhunt, well, keep going down. Maybe Harrison was the next name. And so, all right, we're open to Harrison, but here's an idea. You take Jordan Hicks as well, and he's got some money there that, you're going to have to deal with for a little while. And then, we could talk about a couple more prospects, and let's make this happen.
I do love that. I love that. Quite frankly, that's it sounds to me like Greg Johnson gave John Henry the advice that John Henry needed about the whole thing. Calm down. How about that?
Right.
Just calm down.
Knock it off.
Actually, if he had calmed down, Rafi Devers might still be a Red Sox.
Well, he should still be a Red Sox.
Again, this is what Bowden kept telling us yesterday. I think ego and anger, hurt feelings ended up leading this whole thing. And it's totally understandable, but it's that human emotion that I don't know, we've all had this conversation 1,000 times, right? You're not supposed to act based on emotion. It's like I've had to learn this lesson 1,000 times in my life. And I've told you this. Christy will text me when it's time to say it, and she'll say the same thing every time. Go to bed. Go to bed. And it's maddening advice at the time, and it's right every time. Go to bed. Because when you wake up tomorrow, you're going to feel different about this. You're not going to be tired. You're not going to be stressed. You're not going to be triggered.
Angry, yeah.
You're going to be fine. And now you're going to see this through a whole different light. So John Henry should have gone to bed. And maybe that's part of what Greg Johnson was calling him to say. Take a nap.
Right. Not take a lap.
Not take a lap. Take a nap. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Keep that in mind. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Also, your chance to win a pair of tickets to go see Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever taking on the Golden State Valkyries starts right now. Don't call right now, but the window to the wall starts right now.
Skeet.
We're going to ask you a question about something we say between now and 5:15. And the first person to call the contest line when we tell you to do so with the right answer will win. So it's a know the show game over the next 13 minutes. Something we say between now and 5:15 will be the question. So once we give you the cue to call, you're going to have that answer. Call in and win, and you will be on the way to seeing Caitlin Clark inside Chase Center tomorrow night. It's going to be a scene, man.
It's going to be an awesome scene.
It's going to be a scene.
And the WNBA has, grown steadily, incrementally, and the rest of it. And then the last couple of years, even 2-3 years, it's been an absolute explosion. So the Golden State Valkyries come into the league at the absolute perfect time. And spoiler alert, the Valkyries are actually pretty good.
Not bad.
It's not Doormat City.
I know they lost last night, but that broke, a 3-game win streak, I think?
They're out there winning games. And
they're doing their thing.
The season win-loss over-under was 8.5 for the Valkyries.
That's going to be an over.
They're going to destroy that. Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, man. This is going to be a scene tomorrow night. And as Alex said, you got a Giants Guardians day game. And then you've got Caitlin Clark in town. And as soon as you hit bed after a big day, then the Sox are coming to town for the weekend. And Rafi Devers is wearing the other uniform. So let's go out to the River Islands guest line. I want a lot more on this because apparently Chris Cotillo, Red Sox beat writer, MassLive.com. He has been covering baseball for years. He's at the park and just left the dugout. in order to have this conversation with us. So, Chris, hello, welcome, and thank you so much for doing it.
Happy to. I like being called a beast rider. That's better than beat, actually.
You know what? Let's stick with it. Can we do that for the rest of the conversation? All right.
That's awesome to me.
Chris Cotillo, beast rider, masslive.com on Willard and Dibs. We're going with it, Chris.
Sounds good.
All right. Okay, what do you know? What do you know here? And I almost feel like asking you, because it seems like it's being pitched to us this way out of Boston. Whose side are you on, Rafi or the Sox?
Yeah, I'll give you the cop-out and say that I really do see both sides of this one, and I think the Red Sox were not good with their communication from the jump with Rafi on this situation. As I wrote yesterday, it wasn't that Rafi never wanted to play first base or he never wanted to be the DH or he never was going to move. It's that if they were upfront about it with him, he probably would have done it, and he probably would have been good with it from the start. But his camp contends that they called and said, hey, don't believe the hype. We're not going to sign Arenado. We're not going to acquire Bregman. Or we're not going to flip those, trade for Arenado or sign Bregman. And you're a third baseman. You'll be fine. And then he gets to spring training, and they obviously bring in Bregman. And they call him into the office and say, we need you to DH. And he didn't like that. He didn't like that they were not up front with him. And that's where everything really went sideways. And by the time they asked him to play first base in May, he said, nope, you guys moved me once. You told me to put my glove away. Screw. And you don't see players do that very often. And you can argue all day that it was not the best thing you could do for the team. I would absolutely say that, watching the options they had at first, watching, kind of the dark cloud that was brought over the Red Sox. But in a way, they brought it upon themselves. So knowing Rafi for as long as I have, covering him for the last 7-8 years, he is not a bad teammate. He is not a bad guy. He's a very happy-go-lucky guy who likes being kind of a running mate, kind of a secondary guy in the clubhouse in terms of leadership and all that type of stuff. In this situation, I think there's fault to be had on both sides.
How did this devolve into a breakup so quickly where the owner has an alleged meeting with Devers and then at that point it's untenable and then he gets shipped out? Just how bad did that meeting go?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's one that still really hasn't been answered. In Red Sox world, oftentimes the people making the decisions don't have to speak for those decisions, and that is a battle we fight every single day. John Henry hasn't spoken to the media since the Mookie Betts trade in early 2020, which is ridiculous and insane. Of course, he was the one in that meeting with Rafi Devers. Craig Breslow was not in that meeting, which I don't know why, in Kansas City, but then Breslow had to explain to us how candid and productive it was without having been in there. So I've always said, Breslow must have had his ear pressed against the door trying to figure out what was being said between Henry and Devers. Devers that night and in the subsequent weeks didn't want to talk about it at all. But, the only thing we can possibly guess now is that he told them, no, I'm not doing it. And when the owner tells you, hey, we have designs on competing. I just spent all this money on Alex Bregman. I just gave up the farm to get Crochet, extended him, signed Walker Buehler, Chapman, signed a bunch of these young guys to extensions. The big three prospects and Anthony Meyer and Campbell are coming up. We're going to go all in, and we need you to play first. And you tell the principal owner who's signing your $313 million contract, no, figure it out, go do your job and find someone else. At a certain point, that's going to get to a point that it's an unfixable situation. And I think from that point on, it didn't get better. They were hoping that maybe Rafi would come to them a couple weeks later and say, hey, you know what? Enough with Abraham Toro and enough with Romy Gonzalez playing first. I'll start taking grounders. It didn't happen. And on Sunday night, he found himself on a plane here.
Chris Cotillo is with us, masslive.com. Red Sox beast writer is what we're going with today with Chris here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Chris, this probably won't surprise you. This is a little bit foreign of an idea, maybe to the Bay Area fan base, the fact that you cover the Red Sox and the Red Sox went to Seattle, but you came here. Like, I'm interested in that dynamic. What is the reason for that? What does that say about what Red Sox fans are feeling about Rafi Devers right now?
Yeah, it was they're on a 10-game West Coast swing. They just had 3 in Seattle. They'll play 3 here over the weekend, and then 3 in Anaheim. And I was not on any part of the trip. We have 3 guys from Mass Live who cover the team. Chris Smith was in Seattle for us. Sean McAdam was doing San Francisco and Anaheim on the 2 back legs of the trip, and I was going to go to the AAA team in Worcester about 20 minutes down the road and write some features and have a slow week. That did not happen. When this happened on Sunday, we talked and basically said,
this is a huge story. We need somebody to be, at Devers' press conference. So I got on a flight Monday night, as did Pete Abraham from the Boston Globe, and the two of us are, spend the week because, they're here on Friday anyway. So, we'll have Devers against the Red Sox on Friday, and I'll cover that and then head home, and Sean will cover it for us this weekend. But, this is not something I don't know. I don't know if we would have done it, in a lot of circumstances, but just, the magnitude of this divorce, I think, is really what speaks to us. This trade is not about the money. It's not about Kyle Harrison, Jordan Hicks, James Tibbs. It's not about, in Boston, obviously, the Giants getting the big bat. It's about the Red Sox, having a horrible, messy divorce with a star player, and one they gave the biggest contract in franchise history 2 years ago. And I think it's a huge, huge, huge indictment on the organization, the dysfunction within it, all that type of stuff. And, the goal here is to get Devers' side. We haven't been able to do that yet. He didn't say much about the Red Sox yesterday, but, that's why we're staking out in the dugout.
Well, and Chris, I wonder what your reaction is to that press conference. Did it surprise you that he landed and said all the things to the Giants that he wouldn't say to the Red Sox?
It was in a lot of ways, and I'll explain why he did what he did. It was the verbal equivalent of middle finger to the Red Sox yesterday. I don't think there's any other way you can possibly imagine that or interpret it. I don't think it's exaggeration to say that. I think people back home were absolutely stunned, and I think even those who were on the Devers side of things, Red Sox fans, I think he lost a lot of them by saying, they're the men in charge, I'll do whatever it takes. But as I said before, it's not that he wasn't unwilling to do first or DH or whatever they asked him. It's that he got here, and the Giants have never promised him he'll be the third baseman of the future. And the Giants didn't tell him over the offseason that they were not trying to sign Bregman or get Arenado. The Giants and him have a clean slate. And so when he comes in and he sits down with Posey and Melvin and everybody yesterday, they say, hey, we'd like you to play first. And he says, all right, I don't know you guys, but I'll trust you. Sure. We don't have any background or any history. That's what you need. I'll do it. And I also think, there's probably a tiny bit of self-reflection on, all right, that ended so badly. Maybe here, I'm not in a negotiating place. I'm not in a place of power to make a stand. Or obviously, it's a horrible first impression for a team that just took on $250 million of your contract to come in and limit where you're going to play positionally. So I think Red Sox fans and the Red Sox at large are looking at that and shaking their heads just because he was so unwilling and so inflexible with them. Again, it's in communication. I had somebody very close to him yesterday say, it's not what you ask, it's how you ask it. And how the Red Sox asked him over and over and over, and the way they communicated with him was the reason it got so bad.
So do you think that press conference yesterday will sway a lot of the fans who maybe were down on the franchise for letting him go, and now perhaps the fan anger might be directed more at Devers?
No, Boston fans have the capacity to be pissed off at everybody at the same time. So they're going to do that, and I think they already have. And, of course, those of us who cover the team for conveying the messages too. So, I think, I think you can be mad at the Red Sox for not communicating well. You can be mad at Devers for, the inflexibility and then rubbing it in by playing first base immediately here. And if he gets ready in 3 days and plays first base on Friday night against them, it's like, you got to be kidding me in the eyes of Red Sox fans. And I think that's a fair take. The overarching theme to me is they can't keep having dysfunction in the organization where they don't have enough financial flexibility as a big market team, so they trade Mookie Betts for nothing, or they, let Xander Bogaerts walk when they could have had him on a bargain deal, or all these other things that have happened over the last few years. It's just, 3 general managers in the last 12 years. And when they hired Breslow, they had 15 people turn them down for interviews. It's the Boston Red Sox. You got to be better. And I think that's where the real anger from fans lies, but there's plenty to go around for Rafi still, too.
What's the impression of what the Boston Red Sox got back in this trade? And is there a sense that, they probably should have waited a little bit longer to get more of a haul for this player?
Yeah, I think fans are not happy with the 4 they got. The report yesterday, they wanted Eldridge. He would have fit them in a lot of ways. They have really, as kind of dysfunctional as they are, they have theoretically long-term solutions at a lot of spots because they have a lot of prospects just coming up and too many outfielders, and they have, Meyer and Campbell as infielders who are rookies. First base is a place where they could use some help because Kristen Casas just had a gruesome knee injury, and it's kind of questionable if he'll ever be, a guy who can play full-time again, as young as he is. So Eldridge would have been perfect. That's what they wanted at the beginning, according to reports yesterday. They didn't get him, so they got the package that they did. I think fans look at it and say, that's it. That's all you got for Rafi. But I think the way you have to look at it is this. In the trade for the Red Sox, they got 5 players back. Player A is $255 million of payroll flexibility.
Yep.
And then the other 4 guys are what they are as kind of B, C, D, and E in that deal. And now you can't judge the full return until they spend that money. If they don't, it's organizational malpractice, and they should fire everybody. But we'll see how they do it, whether it's they go on the trade deadline and they take on another big deal from a team that's, willing to make another seismic move similar to this one, whether it's they give a big extension to Bregman. Remember, his deal is really a 1-year, $40 million deal deferred with opt-outs. Maybe they get to July 31st and there's a big star on another team who's available and they're able to take that on. They need to. They have the flexibility to do that now. So, how they fill not necessarily Devers' spot in the lineup, but the commitment in terms of dollars, I think, will really be the story of what they got back. Plus, I think they do think Harrison has some upside. Hicks is the guy they wanted to sign before he came here anyway. And then Tibbs, the first-round pick last year, get him in the organization, see what you have.
Chris Cotillo is with us. He's at the ballpark getting ready for the game tonight. MassLive.com covering the Sox. We appreciate him here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Chris, one thing we haven't gotten, and I don't think we ever will, are the thoughts from inside the Red Sox clubhouse. And here's why that's important to me. It feels like a little bit of a smear campaign has gone on, and now you're starting to hear, actually, Rafi was a bad clubhouse guy. This was a cancer to the team. And I figure the only way we really would know that is if that's how the other players felt. So here's a question that I wanted to throw at you. And let's use the Sox best pitcher. Garrett Crochet, you give him a baseball and send him out to the mound. You put Devers in the left-handed batter's box, and you put John Henry in the right-handed batter's box. Which one is he throwing at?
Rafael Devers didn't just give Garrett Crochet $170 million a month ago. So by default, I think Devers probably gets it. But to answer the question, I don't think that Devers was disliked, hated, any of that. I think that it was unquestionably, I'm not going to call it a dark cloud, let's call it a gray cloud that lingered over and was kind of the elephant in the room in a lot of ways there, where something was amiss. That's the phrase that Craig Breslow used the other day, where, you have this Rafi question and all the drama, and is the team on the same page as their best player? It was weighing on guys, and in whatever way it was. I heard from some players who said, I stand with Rafi. They kind of screwed him over. They jerked him around. They shouldn't have done it the way they did. Other players were giving him the side eye and saying, hey, we need you to play first. What are you doing? Pick up a glove. We can't have these guys who are out there doing that every day when you could definitely do it. So I think there was guys on both sides of it. It's not like any of them were going to go on the record with it because you're either ripping your team or your teammate. I wish they would. That would be great for business, but it just wasn't the case over the last couple weeks or a couple months. I think, the one thing that the Red Sox have said and the one thing that they're big on in terms of getting the message out the last 3 days is they didn't want what they think are 3 blue-chip players and maybe more than that. They have 4 rookies in the starting lineup. Right now, the catcher, the third baseman, the second baseman, and the right fielder, including some very blue-chip prospects. They didn't want those guys coming up in an environment where they looked around and said, yeah, this is okay. You can disobey and you can just do what you want. You get your big deal and you run to the beat of your own drum. Was Rafi going around to those guys and poisoning the well and telling them, hey, screw the Red Sox, watch out for yourself. Never trust these guys, anything like that? I have my doubts about that. There's been a little reporting about that, and I have my doubts about that reporting too for various reasons. But I do think that they didn't want those guys coming up in this environment where things were off and they felt like they were walking on eggshells because Devers was a sourpuss, as Ken Rosenthal put it yesterday, and he was running to the beat of his own drum and not doing what was best for the team. And so they cleared him out. I think this was about the divorce more than anything. As I said, the return secondary, the money secondary, every other piece of it. And, the Red Sox, to their credit, they won 2 out of 3 this week, with a lineup that looks terrible on paper in Seattle. So, I think there's some guys that are probably like, I can't believe they traded our best player in June 15th after we just gone on a really good run, had a really good week, and swept the Yankees. I think there's other guys who say, well, we can relax a little bit. We don't have this hovering over us anymore. So I think it's probably a split camp.
Chris, what is your take on the way Buster Posey and the Giants played this whole thing in terms of holding on to Eldridge and the player they just got in Rafi?
It's what big market teams do, taking a risk and taking on a big deal. It's kind of basically a free agent deal where the guy didn't have to agree. Obviously, there's been some issues, landing that high-paid player here, and that's been well documented. Obviously, they've obviously gotten a couple high-paid players here in the last couple of years, but I think it's one of those things where he is a guy that is going to hit no matter what, and you can really kind of pencil him in and know he's going to do that no matter what's going on. And to his credit, with all this stuff going on and with all the drama and everything happening, he had a 905 OPS and led baseball in walks and was having a really good year before he got traded. And so, I think that it's what big market teams do. They took a risk, and they were able to kind of, I think, in a way, capitalize on, the Red Sox misfortunes here where, if you're a Giants fan, I always say fans shouldn't be mad about, owners spending money. There's enough of it. They'll figure it out. I don't think Giants fans are too beat up about the 4 guys that were traded, right? That just seems to be, if Red Sox fans aren't happy about them, I'd expect it would be, the shoe on the other foot. And from everything I've seen, it looks like a great fit in the middle of that lineup. So he's going to hit. He's going to be good. People are going to like him. I think they capitalized on the fact that the Red Sox were in a tough spot. But, this trade has a chance to be a win-win for both teams in the end.
Chris, great to have you, man. Thank you for the time, for jumping in. You truly are a beast writer.
I appreciate it.
All right, there he goes. Chris Cotillo, MassLive.com, covering the Sox.
And I like it because it felt mostly impartial, there wasn't a lot of I'm from Massachusetts and I'm close to the team bias. He gave a lot of straight, good answers.
Yeah, I mean, he's covered the league for years, not just the Sox. That's where he is now. And so maybe that's kind of a window into that. All right, we'll react to that more here in just a bit. But right now is your chance to win the tickets to see the Valkyries take on Caitlin Clark and the Fever tomorrow night. So here's the question that you're going to have to answer. So take a listen to this. Don't just call, because you're going to need to be able to have this answer. We just had Red Sox beast reporter Chris Cotillo on, obviously, and he said at one point, Rafi Devers' intro press conference yesterday was, quote, the verbal equivalent of a blank to the Red Sox.
Wow. Boom, 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 wow, boom, 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 boom.
The verbal equivalent of a blank to the Red Sox.
Match game for those of you kids. Match game. They're big on the blank.
No, I'm all in.
I know.
Are you Charles Nelson Riley? Is that your role? Or are you just the music guy in the back?
Totally.
Maybe both.
Ruth Buzzy.
All right. The first person to call the contest line with that answer, the verbal equivalent of a blank to the Red Sox, the first person to call the contest line with that answer, you're going. 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. The right answer wins a pair of tickets to tomorrow night, Valkyries versus the Fever, Caitlin Clark in town. If you don't win, just go to Valkyries.com and use money and buy tickets, and then you too can go to Caitlin Clark versus the Valkyries tomorrow night.
Exciting.
Yeah.
Man, it's going to be a great game, great event, and if you're listening, you should know how to fill in the wow, boom, 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 wow. And I liked his answer when he gave that, because
it was a good answer.
And, to hear him say that, if you're a Boston fan and you've been suffering through the I don't really want to do that, I don't yike it portion of his career, and then all of a sudden now he's like, I'll do it.
Exactly.
Just say it.
Well, that's what
Where's my catcher's gear?
Again, I know that we Giants fans look at this with some measure of I don't care. Like, I don't care what a Boston fan thinks today. I don't care if you're okay or not. I don't care if you're crying over Cheerios. I don't care if you like Kyle Harrison. I don't care. Like, I care if Rafi Devers comes here, plays great baseball, and hits the ball all over the yard, and hits McCovey Cove Dave in the kayak. Like, that's
right in the kayak.
Right. That's what I care about. But there is a curiosity after everything we've heard, just as sports fans. Forget thinking that we were going to trade for him. I don't know who thought that. But watching this story from afar for the last couple of months, to think that all that was going on, and then Rafi would walk in to Oracle Park and not just do like, look, you know, I'm a third baseman, but if the team needs something, I'll be a team guy. That wasn't the tone. The tone literally was, they're the boss. I'm just the player. And if they need me to hop on one leg for the rest of the season, then I'll hop on one leg. If they need me to crawl to home plate,
I'll catch, I'll pitch.
They can tell me what walk-up song to use, whatever they want.
If they need an extra rake man on the grounds crew in the fifth.
Buster Posey called me a dude. If they want me to actually be a ball dude.
Yeah, I'll do it.
I'll do it. I looked at that and I went, oof.
Yeah, that's not going to play well.
That's probably not going to feel real good in Boston.
No.
Woo.
I mean, and you can use the relationship analogy till the cows come home about, you know, if you're in a relationship and your partner won't do X, Y, or Z, and it's like, okay, you've wanted it and it hasn't worked out, and then, you know, you have the breakup, whatever, and then next thing you know, your ex-partner's doing X, Y, and Z. You're like, what the heck?
All I wanted him to do for years was go to a country concert with me, and he would never go. And then the next thing you know,
you got a cowboy hat and boots.
Next week on Instagram, there he is at Stagecoach.
Dude.
And you're like, excuse me?
Exactly.
Like, that's what just happened yesterday.
Basically.
Yeah.
And so Boston fan, and that's why I was asking him about, this might not have been my good question, because I got another one.
It was a great question.
And another one, yeah.
It was a great question. Yeah.
Have a good week.
What up, DJ Khaled?
Yeah.
What are you doing over there right now?
And I was just curious about the fan reaction. Like, were they in his camp? And now all of a sudden it's like, oh, no, you didn't. Oh, no, you didn't, Rafi. Because that's kind of the way he was portraying it.
Totally.
Which I could see that, you know?
What was your question? What was the great question?
I can't remember.
I get so, like, I think the listeners know this. Do you know this? If you're just listening, maybe you don't know this. Like, remember Pee-wee's Playhouse? Y'all remember Pee-wee's Playhouse? Grandy, do you remember Pee-wee's Playhouse?
No.
No? You know what I'm talking about or no?
I don't think so.
You know who Pee-wee Herman is?
Oh, I know who Pee-wee Herman is.
That was the show. And I think for a while that was just on Saturday mornings or whatever.
Yep.
It was Pee-wee's Playhouse.
Paul Rubens, rest in peace.
Yeah, rest in peace. But Pee-wee, they would have a secret word, okay? And at any point during the show, if anybody said the secret word, the whole place would just go crazy. People are screaming, yelling, rolling on the floor, running around in circles. That's what you did on Pee-wee's Playhouse when someone said the secret word. That's what we do in here when one of our guests says that's a great question. You can't see it unless you're on YouTube, but people lose their bananas in here.
Oh, yeah.
People are firing pistols. They're doing somersaults.
I did the Sosa today with a two-finger smoot. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
It's a party.
Oh, yeah.
It's a party when that happens. And you've done it twice in a row. And so the reason I bring that up, though, is when that happens, I immediately forget even what the question was.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm not even listening to what the answer is.
Which is unfortunate.
It's totally unfortunate
and unprofessional.
because apparently it's a great question.
Right.
I should probably know what the question was.
Yeah.
But I don't.
I usually don't either.
You don't even remember what you asked him?
I mean,
This was literally 7 minutes ago.
Yeah. It was, owner has an alleged.
Oh, are you trying to pull it up, Grandy?
Oh, yeah, sorry, my fault.
No, you're doing great. It was about the owner and, the alleged meeting. What was said at that meeting? What went on in that meeting that caused it to devolve so rapidly?
Do you know what's funny? Sometimes when we get those, the guest doesn't actually mean it's a great question.
Oh, usually they don't.
They mean that's like the mystery that's still out there.
Or it's a question that I'm
think
not
is
totally ready to answer.
Right.
Because I have to think about how I want to answer it.
Yeah. They had to pause a little bit.
Pause. But
it is a little bit like the joke I always do is when somebody comes home late and your significant other comes up to you and goes, "Where were you?" And you go, "Where was I?" It's like, why are you repeating the question back?
That's a great question.
And I got an first, which is kind of a tell that he has to figure out how he's going to answer.
Well, again, I think in this particular case, not to take anything away from your question, because clearly it was restaurant
having quite a week.
Yeah, you are. You're on one. But anyway, I think what he was saying is like, that's the big mystery. Like what? That's a great question. What happened in that meeting? In other words, nobody knows. Nobody knows, and we'd all like to.
Right.
So, great question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is the question.
It is.
Because, you've had sit-downs with your son or your daughter, and it's like, you can take it a number of different ways, and what you want is a lesson to be imparted, and you want the change to be enacted. That's ideally, no matter how you approach it, you want behavior A to be modified, and you want them to do what you are asking them to do.
Do what I ask you to do. I had this talk with him 2 weeks ago.
So, right, you got a kid, and you want him to play first base, and so you sit him down, and it's like, young man, I need you to play first. Dad, I'm not playing first. And it's like, dude, you need to play first, okay?
I pay for this house.
Right.
You can do what I said.
I bought you a first baseman's glove. You drive it to school every day. But you know what I mean, the analogy. So you could go a number of different ways, and in this case, they chose a very hard line, it seems like, and
for sure,
Rafael Devers was kind of like, okay, cool, good story.
Well, they got themselves to a hard line because they started with no line at all. They never would have gotten to a hard line if that communication didn't break down first. And by the way, the reason I'm laughing, my poor kids, those poor kids. Do you know what it's like when your parent, essentially your only parent who does sit you down to talk to you, is also a radio host? Do you know what that's like? God, the looks on their faces when I'm like, everybody sit down on the couch. I mean, they go white like a ghost. They're just like, oh, God. First of all, what did we do? And second of all, how long is this going to take?
Believe me, 20 hours a week with you. I mean, when you say quick aside,
your plans.
When you say
Dad
quick
wants to
aside,
talk.
I usually block out 3 to 4 minutes of listening time.
That's very quick.
Oh, Dibs, quick aside.
3 to 4 minutes is incredibly
Let me go to
quick.
the water. It's going to be a quick aside. I love you, partner. Quick aside. So I can see your kids like, kids, I need you to sit down here.
Sit down. We need to have a talk. And
Yeah, this is going to be an easy 45.
Like, don't worry. It won't take long.
Do you at least do you do forward promotion and like resets? Up in 10 minutes, I turn on you, Ella. But first, we talk about Abe. You know, the little forward promotion.
No, but I do giveaways sometimes.
A little reset.
Speaking of giveaways,
yes.
Do you want to repeat the question one more time for our listeners?
All right. Chris Cotillo at the intro presser said that yesterday was, quote, the verbal equivalent of a blank to the Red to the Red Sox. Go ahead, Grandy.
Here's the answer.
It was the verbal equivalent of middle finger to the Red Sox yesterday. I don't think there's any other way you can possibly imagine that or interpret it.
Middle finger, verbal equivalent of a middle finger to the Red Sox. Congratulations to our listener, Mark in Oakland, who wins the Valkyries tickets, and he spells his name with a C.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind. I think we need to call legal. This person is an employee of Odyssey and Odyssey East Bay. And
AEB.
Don't joke about this, please.
ineligible for the prize.
He's not. That's not true.
I checked the contest rules, and name spelling is not a predeterminer for
fine.
for disqualification.
All right, fine. I'll change it. Hey, Mark, come see us on the concourse at the game tomorrow, but only talk to the other Mark, not me.
Fine by me.
Yeah, he spells his name with a C.
Winners, come talk to me.
I'll be in the bathroom.
It'd be Mark and Mark and Mark.
That's right. Good
2 C's
Lord.
and a K.
Man, were our parents creative with their names or what?
Couple of Marks cutting it up.
Jeez.
Let's go to Mark in the back. Yeah, it's, what do you do?
What are you going to do? No, Mark in Oakland, first of all, thank you for listening.
Yeah.
And congrats. Like, this is a big deal tomorrow night. This is a big deal tomorrow night. Caitlin Clark is in town. It's a big deal. And I still look at this with some level of amazement with what has taken place in the last calendar year, if you will, in women's basketball and the WNBA. Like, it's awesome. It's awesome. Like, you can sit here on sports radio and have like a passionate debate about women's basketball. It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal, and it's why I do get what may almost, like, I guess this is the sound of the show today, both for Rafi Devers and for Caitlin Clark. Like, I do almost want to stand up and defend them, because not that they need it. Like, they're big professionals and they make millions of dollars and they're fine. But I do think that Boston is on a smear campaign for Devers that is unfair. And I do think that Caitlin Clark, whether anybody wants to admit it or not, is the freaking best thing that's ever happened to women's basketball in terms of marketability. And that doesn't mean she gets all of the credit. There are plenty of people who paved the way. There are plenty of other wonderful players. Next week, I'm going to take the family to the game. Sabrina Ionesco's in town. She's phenomenal.
Yep.
She's absolutely phenomenal. So I'm not one of these people that's like the league is all about Caitlin. That's not the point. But the point is that Caitlin is your cash cow. So, like, I don't know, have some level of awareness and respect for that rather than getting on the attack. You don't need to, like, pet her. Play defense on her. And if you're physical, you're physical. What I see goes beyond that, in my opinion, often.
I mean, what I see is they're being physical, and whether or not she was intentionally poked in the eye, she got poked in the eye. And then Caitlin said what she said, and her and the player got into a little bit of a face-to-face confrontation. A teammate comes over and pushes her over. I don't know if it was a forearm shiver. It certainly wasn't a cold cock punch. And I do think that, I don't know if it's necessarily all jealousy, but there is some envy.
There is.
She's making probably the most money in the league if you want to add in endorsements, and she's now the face of the league. It reminds me a lot of Michael Jordan when he came into the association.
Interesting.
And he was a young phenom who had a great college career, and he won the national championship. Caitlin did not. And when he came in, I don't know if you remember, you were just a young little pup at the time, but there was a lot of players who were trying to test him. They were going to have a go at him, and the Bad Boy Pistons were a great example. They were going to come at him physically and try to challenge him, and there was a lot of that. A lot of that was present in the league anyway, and if you watch the WNBA, there's a lot more physicality around the league. It's not just on Caitlin Clark.
Right, but what did the league do about that?
The Jordan rules, eventually.
What did they do about it? What did they do about, like, I'm going to hit the quarterback low, I'm going to try to hit the quarterback after the play, we can win this game if we knock the quarterback out? What does the league do about this? Stop it. Stop attacking stars because you think you can't beat them. That is not the way. And we are not going to let you do it. And that's why I'm bothered by the fact, the woman's name, by the way, is Marina Mabry. That's who gave the shoulder to Caitlin last night, knocked her to the floor. By the way, it was also a cheap shot. It was in her back. It was behind her. She didn't even see it coming. That's why it's ridiculous that Marina was allowed to stay in the game. I don't know if this does anything for you. Let me read this to you. Christine Brennan was a longtime sports reporter and does specialize in a lot of women's sports. She wrote last night, WNBA continues to fail to meet the moment. Terrible decision to allow Marina Mabry to stay in the game. People are watching as never before, and this is what they see. And then there's a quote tweet from Chris Evert, the longtime great tennis player. She wrote, and this is kind of what I'm getting at, Dibs, when will these ladies realize, accept, and appreciate Caitlin Clark is the best thing that's ever happened to women's basketball? This is a bad look for the sport. And by the way, what's happened to sportsmanship? And again, I know maybe a lot of you didn't see the play. I am not out here saying, oh, we can't have physicality in sports. My God, the physicality that's been allowed in the NBA playoffs, unless your name is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, is wonderful. I think it's very entertaining, but it's also largely, I like it when it is above board. Physicality within the sport is fine. But if you're going to allow people to run up behind your stars and shoulder them to the ground with no punishment, I think you're wrong. I just think you're wrong. That's all.
Well, was there no punishment, or did she receive just a flagrant one?
Flagrant, whatever.
Fine.
Yeah.
I don't think that
Caitlin got a technical.
Well, because
they reviewed all the things, and Caitlin got a technical because the woman, whether it was inadvertent or not, she gets poked in the eye. She's holding her eye, and then the two come together, and she kind of gets in Caitlin's face again. So Caitlin uses a little bit of a left arm to be like, get off of me. I'm like, you just poked me in my eye. That got read by Marina Mabry as something aggressive. So she came up behind Caitlin and freaking shouldered her to the floor.
Really quick, there is an update from the WNBA today.
Yes.
Mabry was called just for a technical foul during the game last night. They have reviewed it and upgraded it today to a flagrant 2.
Which means what?
She would have been ejected from the game.
Okay.
And
she
gets fined.
She'll be now closer to a suspension, assuming that they have the same flagrant foul point system that the NBA has.
This is a great 2-minute report. Thank you for telling us that she should have been ejected when she wasn't. I mean, it's just like, come on. That was obvious. I wish y'all had heard the announcers in the middle of the game. The second it happened, they're like, well, she's getting tossed. She's getting thrown out, and then she didn't. And now today they'd like to say, oh, we should have.
That was Tina Charles, who I think was involved with Caitlin Clark. She's a veteran, and I do think that...
You're talking about the one who
pushed her in the back.
No, it was Marina Mabry.
I thought Mabry was the one
Mabry was not the eye
put her
poker.
in the eye, okay.
No, Mabry is the one that came up behind her and knocked her to the ground.
Yeah, I'm just seeing Tina Charles, Caitlin Clark with double techs. Mabry got a tech.
Yeah, Tina was the one.
J.C. Sheldon with a flagrant foul, 1.
Tina's the one that poked her in the eye on act. She was the one who was defending her. Anyway, I'm glad the WNBA said that. It'd be better if they could do it on the spot next time. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Back with more, 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
how did this devolve into a breakup so quickly where the owner has an alleged meeting with Devers and then at that point it's untenable and then he gets shipped out? Just how bad did that meeting go?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's one that still really hasn't been answered.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
See, I mean, we celebrated like Pee Wee's Playhouse, but at the same time, it's a great question, except for apparently it didn't even get an answer. So, was it?
Well, yeah. I mean,
that's a great question.
That's right. It's a great question. It's
followed by, and it's one that doesn't have an answer.
Oh, it has an answer. It just
that's a great
been...
question because I think that, it's a great question and a hard question to answer.
That was you, right?
That was
Two greats and a
Greg
hard.
Cosell.
Yeah.
I think it was. Yeah.
You mentioned Pee Wee twice, so if anybody out there remembers or enjoyed Pee Wee Herman, there's a documentary on HBO, just 2 episodes. It's called Pee Wee as Himself. And I've watched about half of it, and it's really good.
Really?
Yeah, it just shows you like his life as a youngster and how he like became Pee Wee Herman and how Pee Wee became the only character he would ever do, and it turned into an absolute master hit.
Does it get into his life at all?
Oh, yeah. I don't know if it gets in.
There was some stuff there now.
I don't know. I haven't watched episode 2. I don't know how deep into the stuff it gets, because there were some things that he did that he probably would like to have back.
Yes. It's like Casey Schmidt running the third and then going, oh, Schmidt.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a little bit of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
all right.
I haven't seen it all, but, it's just interesting to look at the evolution of the character.
I thought before we got out of here today, we could get to this a little bit. Speaking of rest in peace, today is the 1-year anniversary of the passing of Willie Mays. And there is, over at Oracle Park tonight, there is a beautiful kind of floral display on the Willie Mays statue at Willie Mays Plaza out there right in front of the ballpark, which is beautifully done. And obviously there's so much excitement this week about this team and everything and the baseball side of it, and Rafael Devers and Buster Posey's in the memory-making business and all of those things. But just, a few moments to not even so much reflect on Willie Mays, but reflect on that moment a year ago tonight that I know you remember extremely well, as the Giants were getting ready for Rickwood, getting ready for the Rickwood Field experience, and so many people kind of talking about whether Willie Mays could be there, and we hadn't heard from Willie in a while, and it was almost as if the conversation was unfolding, and then all of a sudden, poof, go to Twitter, and there it is, Willie Mays has passed away. And it was just, it's a moment I'll never forget. It was almost as if the computer reached out and grabbed us by the throats and just kind of held it there for a second. So much emotion with the passing of Willie Mays right before the Giants head there for the weekend to take on the Cardinals and play a game that in many ways was commemorating him more than anybody else.
Exactly.
Yeah, just a hell of a moment, and obviously such a hell of a man and a hell of a player. And Buster Posey's in the memory-making business, and nobody made more than Willie.
Yeah, and just Willie as a presence in the clubhouse. And I heard somebody earlier today talk about how if Willie were still here, he would have been in the clubhouse yesterday to meet and greet Rafael Devers, because that's what he did.
Sure.
Willie was there. He was omnipresent. And when there were big things happening, he was the ambassador. And so it kind of didn't hit me until today when I discovered the anniversary of his passing that Barry Bonds was a guy who was there yesterday. Now, Barry will never be Willie in his ambassador role, and what Willie was, no athlete in America maybe can match as far as the impact he had in so many different ways. But Barry was there yesterday, and Barry was talking to Rafael Devers, and he was front row in the presser, and then he's signing autographs for fans. And I don't know how far Barry can go to rehab his image, because this fan base loves him more than any other. But I'm impressed by the fact that Barry's putting himself out there little by little, doing more, offering hitting advice, helping people, and being more a part of the organization than than I think he has before. Every year it seems like he's doing more stuff, and I'd like to see it.
No doubt. I share your observation completely, and I agree completely. And look, for every player, every celebrity, if you will, sometimes it takes them a different amount of time to get to that spot. Some of them never get there. And I try to never judge. I've never walked a mile in those shoes. That kind of fishbowl, that kind of attention, especially someone like Barry, who probably has mixed feelings over the negative attention that he received. I don't think it's all that sympathetic necessarily. He earned some of the negative attention that he received, whether it was because of his behavior, whether it was because of Balco, or anything in between. So there's a lot of that, but all you can do at a certain point is kind of be in that moment where you are. The past is what it is, and move forward. And we've watched a lot of athletes do this, and it's always fascinating to me. Kobe Bryant was great at this, like completely changed the direction of his image as it got late in his career, and he knew that things were going to be a little bit different when he wasn't out there putting up 30 points a night anymore, and he wanted to have a different relationship with teammates, with the public, with the media, and with his family, with his daughters and whatnot. And Barry has, in a different and lightweight and less attention-filled way, has done the exact same thing. And so I love that. I love that. It just, at the end of it, what it says to me, it's not even really about people getting autographs or, him being an ambassador for the Giants. It says to me that I think Barry is arriving at a spot where he's just more comfortable in his own skin. I think that's what leads to that kind of behavior.
Absolutely. And, he will never be able to undo the things that he has done. None of us can. And the things he did have kept him out of the Hall of Fame and tarnished what would have gone down as maybe the greatest career since Willie Mays. And so those things can never be undone. But what he can do is, like Kobe did, change the narrative about him being, grouse and grumbly and standoffish and all the rest of it. And things like yesterday where you show up and you're there to offer hitting advice to younger players and you're signing autographs for fans. These are things that I think are starting to change the narrative a little bit. Kobe obviously went super far in the other way and became a gigantic ambassador for women's basketball and the rest of it. And, I think Barry incrementally is heading in that direction.
I hope Rafi Devers hits a home run tonight to honor Willie Mays. That's my hope.
It'd be awesome.
Yeah, wouldn't it?
I was going to say it'd be cool if it landed in Willie Mays Plaza, but that would be a foul ball.
It'd be a very epic foul
Unless
ball.
he put a big hook on it. Hook. That'd be a massive hook.
Yeah. Yeah, if he hits McCovey Cove, the Coke bottle, or just the netting out in center field, whatever,